Chapter 1. The Unforeseen Match of Destiny. On April 4th, 2002, at the MC Center in Washington, D.C., the NBA witnessed an astounding defeat as the Washington Wizards, led by Michael Jordan, succumbed to the Philadelphia 76ers, spearheaded by Allen Iverson, by a staggering 26 points. The score stood at an astonishing 82-56, with a mere 9 minutes remaining in the game. In profound despair, Wizards head coach Doug Collins replaced his dispirited starters, as the loss signified the premature end of their season and extinguished their hopes of playoff contention. Michael Jordan, the embodiment of basketball greatness, sat expressionless, the persistent crunch of chewing gum betraying his inner turmoil. Time, relentless and unyielding, spares none, not even the legendary basketball deity. Beside him, Chinese player Li Hao should have been offering a towel to the icon. Instead, Li Hao found himself engulfed in profound shock, having inexplicably traversed into an alternate reality. Moments ago, he had been commentating on Game 7 of the Eastern Conference semifinals for the 2020-2021 NBA season, featuring the Milwaukee Bucks against the Brooklyn Nets. Giannis Antetokounmpo had secured the series through dubious tactics, and in jest, Li Hao had expressed a desire to travel back to confront him. Now he found himself amidst the parallel universe of the 2001-2002 Wizards. 13 years after Antetokounmpo's entrance into the league, Li Hao's wish might finally come to fruition. Li Hao, Kwame Brown, it's your turn to take the court, Collins sighed, observing the two. The Wizards had drafted them with the 7th and 1st overall picks, hoping they would support Jordan. Early in the season, expectations ran high, particularly for Li Hao, whose static and dynamic talents were commendable. Standing at 2.07 meters with a wingspan of 2.17 meters and weighing 107 kilograms, he possessed the height of a center while boasting the explosiveness and speed of a perimeter player. Yet his lack of physicality rendered him ineffective at power forward, and his deficiencies at small forward left him without a position. Frustration had led the team to demote Li Hao from starter to bench warmer, relegating him to mere garbage time. Fans' admiration had soured into disdain, transforming their moniker from the Golden Brothers to the Busted Brothers. Kwame Brown, still in a daze, pulled Li Hao from his seat. "Li, endure these last 9 minutes, and then we can fish," he jested. "Kwame, there's still 9 minutes left in the game, and we're only 26 points down. There's still hope." As a basketball commentator, Li Hao had witnessed countless miraculous comebacks. He firmly believed that in competitive sports, one should never concede until the final whistle. In a parallel universe, Liu Xiong had triumphed in the 110-meter hurdles at the 2004 Athens Olympics, shattering the Western dominance in sprinting. If Liu could defy expectations, why couldn't he, too, create a miracle in the NBA? Having been confined by his limitations in the world of professional basketball, Li Hao now saw an opportunity before him. He vowed to seize it with fervor. Ding! Host's indomitable spirit detected awarding the basketball mastery system. Searching for skills, Reggie Miller's three-pointer, Magic Johnson's no-look pass, Allen Iverson's crossover, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's skyhook. Ding! Match Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's signature skyhook. Long-term tasks issued. 1. Lead Jordan to his 7th championship. Reward: Allen Iverson's crossover. 2. Guide Kwame Brown to become an all-star caliber player. Reward: Reggie Miller's three-pointer. Listening to the celestial voice resonating in his mind, Li Hao could hardly suppress a grin. The exclusive benefit system of time travel had arrived. As a seasoned NBA commentator, Li Hao was well acquainted with the skyhook. Regarded as the epitome of skill, the skyhook is impossible to defend against in unknown situations. This invincible maneuver aided Jabbar in securing 6 NBA championships, 2-time Finals MVP, 6-time regular season MVP, 19-time All-Star, and the all-time leading scorer in NBA history, surpassed by LeBron James in 2024. "Li, you invited me to go fishing," Kwame Brown said, somewhat aggrieved, pulling the grinning Li Hao back to reality. Li Hao awkwardly waved his hand. "Kwame, plans have changed. Win this game, make the playoffs, and secure the championship. We can go fishing after the championship parade." "Li, you're still not sober. Jordan and Collins have given up. Everyone has given up. We're doomed." "Kwame, trust me, we will win. He'll take you to the All-Star game." Li Hao had not forgotten the system's tasks. He quickly positioned the bewildered Kwame Brown. The game had commenced, and the Wizards were on the offensive. Li Hao demanded the ball from the right wing, 1 meter outside the paint. Point guard Eric Ruda disdainfully passed the ball, treating it as a mere opportunity to pad stats during garbage time. So contemptible. After receiving the ball, Li Hao pivoted half-turn, using his left arm to shield against the aggressive George Lynch, and with his right hand raised, he gently flicked the ball at its apex. The sound of the ball swishing through the net echoed throughout the arena. 82-58, the Wizards trailed by 24 points. "Damn," Li Hao confidently clenched his fist. The system had not deceived him. This hook shot did not stir a ripple amidst the 26-point deficit. Some fans even left early. Watching a game destined for loss was utterly pointless. The 76ers were now on the attack. Rajabel advanced the ball into the front court, surveying the situation. "George, have you not eaten? Your defense resembles that of an elementary schooler." Li Hao ruthlessly targeted the opposing player's psyche. Provoked by the trash talk from the Brick brothers, George could hardly tolerate it. Infuriated, George indeed demanded the ball from Rajabel. This was the moment Li Hao had been waiting for. He gambled on a forward defensive maneuver, intercepting the ball, and swiftly counterattacked. Fast break Kwame. Explosiveness and speed were Li Hao's advantages. Bell was quick as well. His defensive skills were his forte. He closely trailed behind Li Hao, preparing to swat the ball. Not recklessly, Li Hao flicked his wrist, passing the ball to the left side, where Kwame Brown was trailing. Boom! Brown executed a powerful dunk with both hands, a scoring method he relished most. In the TNT studio, the atmosphere was electric. My goodness, the so-called Water Brothers have managed to score 4 points, surpassing their average. "Strange, that hook shot he just made seemed oddly familiar," remarked Charles Barkley, appearing somewhat drowsy, nearly succumbing to slumber during this one-sided affair. "It resembles Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's skyhook. It seems like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse." Look, the Water Brothers have snatched another rebound. How audacious to pad their stats during garbage time. What's the name of that Chinese player? Smith held a particular disdain for players who inflated their statistics during meaningless moments. What does it matter what a no-name player is called? Just refer to him as the Water Brother. Ha. Unbeknownst to the arrogant Barkley, this insignificant player had inadvertently intertwined his fate with that of a donkey's rear. Chapter 2. The Unstoppable Skyhook. George Lynch, continuously thwarted, forced a shot against Li Hao but failed to convert. Seizing the rebound, Li Hao dribbled down the court to the elbow area. In the face of defense, Li Hao executed a silky, smooth hook shot, the basketball tracing a graceful arc swish. 2 points counted. "Get back on defense, we're still down by 20, let's secure this game." Li Hao led the charge back, his fervor igniting Kwame Brown's spirit as the 76ers initiated their offense. Glancing at the somewhat deflated George Lynch, Rajabel opted to reclaim momentum with a 3-point attempt. Clang, a missed shot. Brown swiftly grabbed the rebound and tossed it to Li Hao, who was already sprinting down the court, closely pursued by the determined Lynch. Renowned for his defensive prowess, Lynch, having been repeatedly scored upon, was determined to reclaim his honor on this possession. Both men raced toward the paint. They leaped simultaneously. Li Hao, with his long arms, prepared for a one-handed slam. Behind him, Lynch, while applying pressure, managed to touch the ball with his fingertips. "Rookie, did you forget to eat?" Lynch confidently taunted, convinced he would block this shot. The disparity in strength forced Li Hao's center of gravity to tilt precariously. Refusing to concede, he altered his dunk into a layup just before landing. Swish! Thud! Thud! Both Li Hao and George Lynch collapsed to the floor as the ball went through the hoop, the whistle blew, and an additional free throw was awarded. The entire audience at the MC Center was momentarily silenced by Li Hao's stunning layup, their mouths collectively forming an O shape. Fantastically, Jordan sprang from his seat, invigorated by the reminiscent flair of his own glory days. Head coach Doug Collins, brimming with excitement, called a timeout. The score still lagged by 18 points. If the free throw was made, the deficit would shrink to 17, a number not insurmountable in the miraculous realm of the NBA. Collins patted Li Hao on the shoulder with admiration, beginning to inspire. "Li, your tenacity is remarkable. Keep this up, and you will wield the same authority to shoot as Michael does. Michael, your return carries the hopes of an entire nation. Reflect on your back-to-back championships. Why not aim for a third? If you are a man, then please pick up the gun you dropped. Kwame, your dunk was spectacular, and the rebound was secure by you. Richard, your mid-range shots are remarkably steady. Go ahead, young men. If you win, I shall personally take you to the nightclub to meet some lovely ladies." Collins opted to keep the outstanding Li Hao and Brown on the court. The other three players were Michael Jordan, Richard Hamilton, and Eric Rue. That on China Sport Channel 5, Coach Zhang Weiping, often likened to Bryant, excitedly clenched his fists. Shao Li played with remarkable tenacity, embodying the spirit of our Chinese heritage. Shao Li's physical gifts are unparalleled in the CBA, however. The athleticism of Asians pales in comparison to that of their Western counterparts. Su Kun jovially remarked, "Coach Zhang, that play bears a resemblance to Kobe, doesn't it?" Upon hearing Su Kun praise Kobe, Coach Zhang's delight intensified. "Indeed, that basket can rival Kobe's." Speaking of which, there's only 18 points left. Shao Li must maintain his form. If we lose this match, it's back to fishing for US. Kuhn's expression grew serious. This was a door-die game. The Wizards were currently ranked 9th in the Eastern Conference, trailing the 8-seeded Indiana Pacers by 2 victories. With 2 matches remaining, the Wizards needed to win both to displace the Pacers and secure a playoff berth. Their next opponent was the Los Angeles Lakers, led by the formidable OK duo, followed by the San Antonio Spurs, spearheaded by Tim Duncan and David Robinson. Both teams ranked 2nd and 3rd in the Western Conference, boasting records that surpassed even the first-placed New Jersey Nets in the East by 3 to 5 games, illustrating the disparity between the two conferences. The challenge of overcoming these two formidable teams was evident, which was one of the reasons Collins chose to concede this game. After all, whether death comes sooner or later, it is still death yet. A delayed demise offers the possibility of miracles. How was the glimmer of hope shining in the hearts of Jordan and Collins. Returning from the timeout, swish. Lee Howe converted the free throw. The score stood at 82-65, with the Wizards trailing by 17 points and only 5 minutes remaining in the game. The 76ers maintained their offensive stance, unwilling to substitute their starters, as a 17-point deficit was not easily overcome. However, soon enough, 76ers coach Larry Brown would pay the price for his arrogance. Raja Bell, while handling the ball under intense pressure, was intercepted by the tenacious Jordan. After advancing past half-court, he passed to the eager Lee Howe. With a gentle flick of his right hand, the basketball soared like a precisely guided missile into the hoop. The score adjusted to 82-67, with 4 minutes and 30 seconds left in the game. 15 points. We must defend this play, Lee Howe shouted, leading the charge back on defense. In stark contrast to the Wizards' spirited determination, the 76ers appeared disheartened. Facing Jordan's commanding presence, Raja Bell timidly dribbled across half-court. George Lynch no longer dared to demand the ball, while other substitutes feigned intense effort. After cursing under his breath, Bell resolved to take matters into his own hands, knowing that the closer he got to the basket, the greater his chances of scoring. Not particularly adept at breaking through, Bell was directly blocked by Kwame Brown. After Jordan secured the rebound, he took a powerful stride forward. From the right wing, outside the three-point arc, he executed a series of fluid moves that drew the attention of 2 defenders, then threaded the needle to deliver the ball to Lee Howe, who had cut to the basket. The latter, with a convincing feigned hook shot that left the startled George Lynch bewildered, leapt high and executed a one-handed slam dunk. The thunderous dunk reignited the crowd's fervor at this juncture. The score stood at 82-69, with the Wizards trailing by 13 points and merely 4 minutes remaining in the game. The 76ers, thrown into disarray, found themselves in a scoring drought. Meanwhile, the Wizards, with a combination of Lee Howe and Jordan's synergy, embarked on a 70 run. In just 1 minute, the Wizards narrowed the gap to 82-76, with 3 minutes left in the game and the Wizards trailing by 6 points. Larry Brown called a timeout, remaining relatively unperturbed. The 76ers, currently positioned 6th in the Eastern Conference, recognized that the outcome of this game bore no consequence for their playoff standings. Nevertheless, Larry Brown was determined not to succumb to defeat and substituted in all of his starters. George, have you forgotten to eat? Get in there and challenge that kid. Insufficient strength is a common ailment among Asian players, he instructed. Understood, coach, George replied, though he felt frustrated as he was already executing the strategy, yet Lee Howe's hook shot proved indefensible. Chapter 3. Lee Howe scores 22 points. Barkley takes a risk. In the TNT studio, Smith wore a face of disbelief. Charles, the Wizards are only down by 6 points. No. I checked the player roster, and this player from China is named Lee Howe. He has scored 18 consecutive points, single-handedly lifting the entire Wizards team. Even that old rogue has given up, but he hasn't. He's too tough. I can't believe I questioned Lee's scoring ability. I've been so short-sighted. Charles scoffed in retort. My goodness, Smith, you're making too much of this. 18 points has you rattled? That's merely standard procedure for an NBA player. Just to remind you, my highest score is 56 points, and that was in the playoffs. Charles, you are one of the NBA's top 50 legends, while he clearly has yet to attain your heights. Your expectations seem rather stringent. All right, they'll lower the bar. I dare say Lee won't score more than 22 points in this game. Charles glanced at the clock. 3 minutes remained until the end of the game. It was well known that in critical moments, Jordan would take numerous shots to Howe would likely not receive many opportunities for the ball, so the likelihood of him adding another 4 points was slim. Let's make a wager. Charles the first bet Lee will score at least 22 points. Smith countered, noting that the odds of Lee Howe scoring another 4 points were about even. Additionally, for the sake of entertainment, he felt compelled to oppose Charles, as this would delight the audience. Let's do it, but how about this? The loser has to kiss a donkey's backside? Barkley, noticing the dismal ratings, resolved to take a bold step. Having just joined TNT, he needed to spice things up to boost his popularity. Upon resuming, both teams' key players took to the court. The Philadelphia 76ers principal center, Dikembe Mutombo, affectionately known as Uncle M from his time with the Rockets, is a premier defensive center in the league, renowned for his signature finger wag following a block. Power forward George Lynch, known for his tenacious defense and remarkable athleticism, stands out on the court. Small forward Tyrone Hill excels defensively, primarily scoring through opportunistic plays. Point guard Eric Snow possesses above-average playmaking and defensive skills, though his scoring ability remains rather pedestrian. Shooting guard Allen Iverson, nicknamed the Answer, is one of the league's elite shooting guards. His signature move, the crossover, has left even the great Michael Jordan bewildered. Standing at 6 feet tall, Iverson boasts unparalleled scoring prowess, yet his defensive capabilities can be likened to a sieve. Larry Brown designed an unconventional lineup centered around Allen Iverson, deploying a strategy of one offense against 4 defenders. Iverson was solely responsible for scoring, while his 4 teammates handled the defensive duties. This peculiar arrangement propelled the 76ers to the finals last year, although they were ultimately dispatched with ease by the Lakers, who boasted the formidable combination of Kobe and Shaquille. The primary flaw of this setup lay in its over-reliance on Iverson's scoring prowess. When he was effectively contained or in poor form, the 76ers faced inevitable defeat. With his signature cornrows, Allen Iverson strode confidently at the center, flanked by his teammates. His rebellious demeanor betrayed a simmering anger, as Lee Howe compelled him to extend his training hours. It is well known that Iverson harbors a disdain for both training and overtime. A mechanical voice resonated within Lee Howe's mind. Allen Iverson has entered the game, classified as a superstar. Signature move, crossover. Mission issued, defeat the Philadelphia 76ers. Lee Howe laughed. For with every task comes a reward. The system is indeed reliable. The 76ers launched their offense as Iverson darted forward like the wind. Confronted by Hamilton, he unleashed his signature move, the double crossover. In that fleeting moment when Hamilton lost his balance, Iverson leaped to take a shot. His form was exquisite, akin to a work of art. However, having spent too long on the bench, the icy touch of the Answer failed to find the net. Kwame Brown and Mutombo both soared high to contend for the rebound, their fierce struggle sending the basketball careening toward the elbow area. Jordan seized this pivotal rebound and swiftly advanced the ball up the court. During Lee Howe's fast break, he gestured for the ball. "Kid, you still have a way to go to match my speed." Iverson was furious. He had already arranged a night out, eagerly awaiting the moment to clock out and revel in the festivities. However, this Chinese rookie managed to close a staggering 26-point deficit in one breath. "Hey, I may not match your speed, but my height and wingspan outclass you by a mile." Lee Howe raised his hands high to receive the pass. As a basketball commentator, he was adept at weaving a tapestry of banter. Defending against Lee Howe, the diminutive Iverson could only lament at the ball. His height was an everlasting torment. Were he to gain an additional 15 centimeters, Iverson would be invincible. Alas, double team him. Dikembe. The hook shot is most vulnerable to a double team. Lee Howe, confronted by the double team of Mutombo, chose not to force the play. With a deft flick of his wrist, he passed the ball to the unguarded Brown. "Shoot, Brown. Take him down." Lee Howe vociferously encouraged him, asserting that Brown was indeed not lacking. On the contrary, his physical prowess was exceptional. Otherwise, he would not have been selected as the first overall pick in the NBA, a league teeming with talent. However, the Washington Wizards harbored exceedingly high expectations for him, particularly due to Jordan's aspirations. This disparity in expectations fostered a growing severity in Jordan's scrutiny of Brown, whose inherently timid and insecure nature rendered him increasingly hesitant. No matter his efforts, he felt perpetually in error. Recognizing the crux of the issue, Lee Howe dedicated himself to implementing a system of positive reinforcement for Brown. Their camaraderie was one aspect, yet more significantly, Brown represented a long-term objective for Lee Howe. By elevating him to the status of an all-star, Lee Howe could acquire Reggie Miller's three-point shooting prowess, achieving 2 goals simultaneously. Boom. Brown executed a thunderous dunk with both hands. As he landed, an exhilarated Brown pounded his chest, determined to expunge the grievances of the season. Initially, his motivation for playing basketball was simple: to derive joy and to treat his mother to a Michelin-starred steak dinner. Now, having taken her out for 108 such meals, he found himself devoid of happiness. "Kwame, execute that dunk beautifully. Stay focused, and I shall deliver the pass to you." Lee Howe leaped into the air, colliding passionately with Brown. Thank you, Lee. Brown's eyes glistened with tears. Lee had been exceedingly kind to him. Jordan silently observed the scene, and for the first time, the conceited athlete realized that he too might err. Only 4 points remained. Hurry back on defense, boss. Lee Hao shouted at the dazed Jordan. At this moment, the score stood at 82-78. With just 2 minutes and 23 seconds remaining in the game. Chapter 4. Asians do not flop. Stop the shot. Under Lee Hao's inspiration, the Wizards were invigorated. Their spirits renewed. Even the sidelined Iverson was not to be underestimated. He executed a series of crossovers, effortlessly maneuvering past the unfortunate Hamilton and driving straight to the basket. Damn it. Brown, block him. Lee Hao once again invigorated Brown. With a fierce determination, Brown exerted every ounce of strength to block the shot. Although he did not directly sweat Allen Iverson's attempt, he succeeded in compelling Iverson to elevate his shooting arc. The ball clanged off the rim as Iverson missed again. Fueled by enthusiasm, Brown seized the pivotal rebound over Mutombo's head and passed it to Jordan. After dribbling past half court, Jordan charged into the right wing, executing a graceful jump shot from a 45-degree angle. The simplicity of the motion was breathtaking, akin to a masterful painting. Swish. The Wizards scored again, now trailing by merely 2 points with only 1 minute and 40 seconds left on the clock. The 76ers initiated their offensive play, with Eric Snow bringing the ball across half court and delivering a pass to the cutting Iverson. Like a butterfly in flight, Iverson elegantly rose for a jump shot. The basketball traced a beautiful parabolic arc before smoothly swishing through the net. Ecstatic, Iverson struck his signature celebratory pose, listening intently. Those 2 points were crucial. With a score of 84-80, the 76ers now led by 4 points with just 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining in the game. The Wizards took control of the ball, with Jordan firmly grasping it. As predicted by Barkley and Smith in the decisive moments, the ball was destined to remain in his hands. At this moment, Lee Hao was not double-teamed. He confidently demanded the ball with fervor. Jordan, however, remained steadfast, trusting in his own abilities in this critical juncture. Faced with the formidable defense of Tyrone Hill, Jordan faked right to deceive his opponent before swiftly cutting left into the elbow area for a jump shot. Confronted by the imposing presence of Mutombo, who surged in for a block, Jordan had no choice but to elevate the arc of his shot. The ball struck the front of the rim and ricocheted away. Lee Hao was determined to secure this rebound, as it would determine the outcome of the match. He was unwilling to let the season conclude abruptly with the World Basketball Championship of 2002 on the horizon. As a member of the national team, Lee Hao was destined to compete in the World Championship. To astonish the world on that grand stage, his signature move, the skyhook, would not suffice. He required an extraordinary skill to elevate his game. Therefore, this season could not end without either assisting Brown in achieving All-Star status or helping Jordan clinch his 7th championship. With the aspiration of showcasing his prowess to the world, Lee Hao resolutely leaped into action. George Lynch, while positioning against Lee Hao, found himself at a disadvantage once more. His extensive experience told him that the conventional tactics would not suffice to secure this rebound. Glancing around to ensure the referee was oblivious to his actions, George Lynch discreetly nudged Lee Hao. He did not exert much force. His sole intention was to seize the rebound and regain a point. Damn it! Lee Hao exclaimed as he soared into the air, yet the kind-hearted female basketball fan, with her generous spirit, did not allow him to falter. The air was fragrant, and Lee Hao lay on the basketball, reluctant to rise, patiently awaiting the referee's whistle. He remained immobile, for without the sound of the whistle, he would not get up. As a seasoned basketball commentator, Lee Hao had truly absorbed the teachings of Brazilian cinematic legend Valerio. Finally, the referee's hesitant whistle pierced the air. Europeans are adept at feigning injury, while Asians are presumed to be above such antics. George Lynch, with an innocent grasp of his hair, found himself thoroughly outplayed by Lee Hao. On both offensive and defensive fronts, he was overwhelmed by the so-called Water Brothers. Next year would be a contract year. The Philadelphia 76ers had long exceeded 4 fouls, and Lee Hao was set to take his free throw. "Should I pull you up?" Brown inquired, glancing at Lee Hao, whose head remained buried on the female fan's basketball, chuckling foolishly. "I can get up on my own." Lee Hao, his face flushed, clambered to his feet, feeling somewhat breathless. The female fan possessed a remarkable depth. "Lee, my phone number is..." She promptly divulged her number. The fleeting contact they had shared was indescribably enchanting. "If we win the championship, I shall call you." Lee Hao took a deep breath, erasing the phone number and distracting thoughts from his mind. The free throw in a crucial moment proved to be more challenging than he had anticipated. Li Hao felt a tinge of sympathy for those players who faltered at the free throw line during critical moments. The weight of public scrutiny was simply overwhelming. Swish. Swish. Li Hao withstood the pressure, sinking both free throws. The score reached 84-82, with merely 56 seconds remaining in the game. The Wizards trailed by 2 points. The 76ers initiated their offense, with the seasoned Iverson skillfully managing the clock at the top of the arc. He aimed to exhaust the 24-second shot clock. As the advantage lay with him, Li Hao glanced at the time. He had to seize the offensive opportunity. Without hesitation, he moved forward to foul Iverson. Relying solely on the hope that Iverson would miss the free throws, Collins abruptly leaped from his seat, his frustration evident as he stomped his feet in anger. Li Hao was exceedingly reckless. Committing a foul against Iverson is utterly inadvisable. This season, Iverson boasts an impressive free throw percentage of 78, making it highly probable that he would convert both attempts successfully. Li Tai acted on his own accord, still so youthful, with an angry glance at the timer. Collins's aging face flushed in an instant. He was abruptly struck by a resounding slap of realization, for he had discerned Li Hao's intentions. Remarkably, Li Hao, while on the court, not only played but also took on the responsibilities of a coach, even outperforming his own efforts. With just 48 seconds remaining in the game, if the Wizards could contain their next offensive play to around 10 seconds, the 76ers would still have approximately 10 seconds left for their offensive turn. Even if they consumed the entirety of their shot clock, Li Hao's premature foul was akin to securing an offensive possession for his team. How had I not recognized this young man's basketball intelligence before? Collins, like a chameleon, exuberantly waved his fist from the sidelines, exclaiming, "Well done, Li. You and I are on the same wavelength." Amidst the thunderous boos from the crowd, Iverson missed his first free throw, exhaling in frustration before confidently sinking the second. "Fast break. Fast break. Michael," Collins shouted from the sidelines. With merely 48 seconds remaining in the game, the 76ers held a 3-point lead. Jordan continued to advance, opting to go solo. After deftly faking and crossing over his opponent at the top of the arc, he surged into the elbow area for a clean pull-up jumper. A flawless 2 points. The Wizards had utilized 8 seconds on this possession and were now merely 1 point behind. Chapter 5. Li Hao's buzzer beater. With just 40 seconds left in the match and the score at 85-84, the 76ers led by a single point. During the 76ers' offensive play, Iverson, positioned beyond the 3-point line at the arc, was mindful of the clock. As the shot clock dwindled to 8 seconds, Iverson abruptly launched himself into action, crossing over Hamilton before charging towards the basket like a man with explosives. The remaining 4 Wizards players encircled Iverson, fully aware that he would not pass. Much like everyone knew Jordan would never share the ball in critical moments. Helpless, Iverson resembled a lone hero, the sound of clanging iron his only companion. Throughout his time with the 76ers, Iverson had never had particularly formidable teammates, and at that moment, his frail silhouette appeared woefully desolate. With just 16 seconds left in the game, Collins immediately called a timeout to strategize the final play. In the TNT studio, Charles, his bald head glistening with sweat, chuckled in relief. "Dear Smith, it seems you are about to have an intimate encounter with a donkey's rear. But fear not, I've found you a female donkey, and its behind is spotless." Charles, don't celebrate too soon. The game is not yet over. Li has now scored 20 points, and the 2 points earned in the last 16 seconds are not a matter of concern for him. The entire match has been a miraculous display led by Li Hao. Can you truly guarantee that he cannot create another miracle in these 16 seconds? Smith speaks passionately, yet he bears a heavy heart. With the veteran player in the mix, there is simply no chance for Li Hao to secure a game-winning shot. It is utterly impossible. Let us not deceive ourselves any longer, Smith. It is undoubtedly the seasoned veteran who will execute the final shot. The production team is remarkably efficient, having already brought in the female donkey. Bring her in. She is indeed a splendid creature. Ha ha ha. Greetings, Smith's girlfriend. Applause. Barkley leans back in his chair, laughing heartily, his dark circles making him resemble a panda. Damn it, Charles. 30 years of fortune and misfortune. Do not underestimate the youth and their struggles. Sooner or later, you too shall find yourself kissing a donkey's rear. Our rivalry shall endure. Inside the TNT studio, the atmosphere oscillates between joy and despair. Barkley revels in laughter, while Smith experiences profound sorrow. On Sports Channel 5, Zhang Weiping and Su Kun exchange anxious glances. Zhang Weiping swallows hard and speaks first. The key to crafting a basket lies in its finishing touches. We are just a trimmer away from completion. As Kobe's elder brother and mentor, Jordan, you must make that final shot. Director Zhang, I commend you for this. You can relate everything back to Kobe Bryant. However, have you considered that everyone expects Jordan to take the last shot? Would the 76ers not think the same? They will surely defend Jordan with utmost vigilance. This shot is not an easy one. It is exceedingly difficult. Su-kun articulates the sentiments of all fans. As Director Zhang's admiration for Kobe shines through. Kobe is indeed formidable, Su-kun. This moment truly tests the capabilities of a star player. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome, Lee has not faltered. He has scored 20 points, achieving a personal best. Observe his graceful and skillful hook shot. He must have practiced diligently. The future of the Chinese team is bright. As a seasoned commentator, Director Zhang adeptly shifts the conversation. He feels a slight embarrassment, uncertain of when his identity as a Kobe fan became apparent. As a basketball commentator, one should strive for objectivity and fairness. Yet, he cannot help but extol Kobe's greatness. He is indeed exceptional. In the future, he must be more discreet in his praises, avoiding overt admiration. Indeed, Lee is merely 20 years old, 2 years younger than Yao. Together, their formidable partnership will undoubtedly break through Asia and dominate the world. Su-kun smiles slightly. Director Zhang is simply delightful. Even though he has discerned Director Zhang's intentions, he still agrees, as he too eagerly anticipates the chemistry between Li Hao and Yao Ming. Could we possibly surpass Chinese football? Chinese football is far superior to us. Zhang Weiping harbored a sense of dissatisfaction, as Chinese football seemed to loom like an insurmountable mountain before Chinese basketball. Yet, it is also possible that despite the presence of Ma Mingyu, Fan Zi, Sun Jihai, Li Tai, and Yang Chun, we have our own Shaoli. Shaoli is undoubtedly capable of leading Chinese basketball to surpass them. In Su-kun's eyes, there sparkled a glimmer of hope for the rise of Chinese basketball. Upon returning from the timeout, Colin's strategy was uncomplicated, to relentlessly pass the ball into Jordan's hands. Trust in Jordan, trust in the basketball deity, trust in the GOAT. Collins designated Li Hao to inbound the ball. Apart from Jordan, Li Hao is now his most trusted ally. Li Hao intended to pass the ball to Jordan. Yet Jordan found himself ensnared like a hamburger. Just as Li Hao hesitated, Jordan shouted, "Pass the ball." With a sudden burst of speed, he evaded the two defenders. And upon receiving the ball, his confidence surged. Tonight, Jordan was akin to a deity. The timer began its countdown. 16, 14, 12. Jordan lowered his center of gravity, dribbling the ball as he faced the tightly guarded duo of Tyrone Hill and Eric Snow. Stealing a glance at the clock above the basket, Jordan was acutely aware of the dwindling time, determined not to leave the 76ers any opportunity for an offensive play. This final possession was a matter of victory or defeat, a question of life or death. Losing this season would herald the end, and his return would be deemed a failure. As the universally acknowledged GOAT of the NBA, the unparalleled superstar, Jordan's desire to win bordered on obsession. He would rather perish than accept defeat. It was Li Hao who had instilled hope in Jordan. With a fleeting glance, he noted the Chinese lad, tightly guarded by Dikembe Mutombo, whose performance this evening was nothing short of miraculous. Were it not for his astonishing hook shots, they would have already conceded defeat at a press conference. Li Hao also noticed Jordan's gaze, and he resolutely winked at him. Li Hao called for the ball, eager to execute the final shot. 11 seconds. 10 seconds. Jordan, with a stoic demeanor, lowered his center of gravity, preparing to make his move. Boys, what do two defenders mean? In my prime, I could take on 5. Jordan sprang into action as Iverson swiftly converged, joined by 2 other 76ers to surround him. Everyone anticipated that Jordan would not pass. Indeed, he followed through, suddenly launching into a rightward drive, only to pivot sharply and gather the ball. This maneuver mirrored the iconic moment when Jordan deceived Byron Russell to clinch victory against the Jazz. Michael, I've watched that game unfold. I see through your ruse. Iverson and his teammates leaped high, aiming to block Jordan's shot. You still have room to grow. Jordan smirked as he deftly threaded the ball through the defenders to Li Hao. It must go in. It must go in. Jordan silently prayed, his illustrious legacy resting upon Li Hao's shoulders. Should Li Hao fail to score, Jordan would undoubtedly bear the brunt of criticism for passing the ball at such a crucial moment. Wait, what? Collins exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that Jordan had deviated from their prearranged strategy. He was stunned. Jordan had actually passed the ball in a critical moment. Block him, Dikembe, Iverson shouted as Mutombo, renowned for his elite shot-blocking prowess, prepared to defend. Having twice been honored as the NBA's Defensive Player of the Year and selected for the All-Defensive First Team on 2 occasions, Mutombo was a formidable presence. Against Li Hao, who was deemed one of the less skilled players, Mutombo would undoubtedly dominate. Iverson cast a sympathetic glance at Jordan. This veteran was aging, having chosen to pass the ball. And to Li Hao, who lacked the advantage of timing, location, and skill, rather than to the better-positioned Kwame Brown. Iverson's thoughts echoed the sentiments of all. Jordan's choice to pass was indeed a poor one. Li Hao's focus was unprecedented. Upon receiving the ball, he leapt instantly, his left hand shielding against Mutombo while his right hand elevated the ball to its zenith. Simultaneously, Mutombo sprang into action, his arms raised like an insurmountable African mountain. To evade a block, Li Hao adjusted the arc of his shot. As the basketball was released, the timer hit 0. Every pair of eyes in the arena fixated on the ball's trajectory. The vast MC Center plunged into a hushed silence. The fans dared not even exhale, fearing that their breath might alter the ball's path. With hands clasped in prayer, they awaited, hoped, and bestowed their blessings. Thud. Due to the excessive height of the arc, the ball struck the right edge of the rim. Disappointed sighs echoed from the stands. The shot had not succeeded. Yet, the ball did not completely bounce out. And once again, everyone's hearts raced. The basketball began to circle the rim, spinning round and round. Swish. At last, when it seemed all hope was lost, the ball obediently fell through the net. The delightful sound of the ball gliding through the net resonated throughout the arena. Li Hao, overwhelmed with excitement, let out a thunderous roar, bearing the weight of immense pressure. Had the ball not gone in, he would have been condemned for eternity. The MC Center arena erupted with cheers akin to the roaring seas. The ball found its mark. Li Hao had clinched victory. They exuberantly shared their joy with nearby fans. In their elation, they began to dance, kiss, and chant slogans. It was unclear who initiated it, but soon the chants of Chow resonated sporadically throughout the court. This chant spread rapidly like wildfire among the audience, and within mere seconds, it transformed into a unified chorus, resounding with vigor across the venue. Chow, 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 chow. Chow, 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 chow. As Li Hao listened to the tribute of the crowd, he was enveloped by a sense of returning to his homeland. He glanced at Jordan, whose face was still etched with astonishment. Even this basketball deity, renowned for his ability to astonish others, was left in awe by Li Hao's game-winning shot. Li Hao was exhilarated. Managing to astonish the god of basketball was truly remarkable. In a burst of excitement, he leaped into the air, his feet spread apart, and with great fervor, he struck the air with his right hand. Li Hao performed a celebration paying homage to Michael Jordan, and soon after, the two embraced tightly. This moment held significant meaning for both, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. 2 decades later, this embrace remains a cherished memory among fans, who have dubbed it the embrace of the century. It marks the beginning of a legacy between the old and new basketball gods, representing the embrace of the 2 greatest figures in basketball history. A moment unparalleled in its significance. The fan who captured this photograph auctioned it for a staggering $5 million. Witnessing Jordan and Li Hao's embrace, Collins felt an overwhelming urge for affection himself and promptly hugged his assistant coach. "You're going to splurge tonight, Doug. I'm heading to the nightclub too. Haha. We must go. I'll find you 5 ladies to form a basketball team." Chapter 6. The Underachievers Brotherhood replaces the OK combination. The atmosphere in the TNT studio was intensely charged. Barkley's round face appeared nearly contorted, his mouth agape like a fish struggling for air. Jordan actually passed the ball, and Li Hao executed a game-winning shot that transcended mountains in Africa. It was nothing short of miraculous. In stark contrast, Smith wore a gleeful expression, doubled over in laughter, tears streaming down his face. "Thanks to Li Hao. I won't have to kiss a donkey's behind anymore." As the viewership ratings soared, Smith realized it was time for the climax. "Dear Charles, it seems I'll have to relinquish my girlfriend to you. Ha 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 ha. The NBA is indeed a place where miracles happen." Barkley waved his hands frantically. "Oh no. Oh dear. A few days ago, I had a dream involving a Chinese player and a donkey's behind. I vaguely recall that the player was tall and imposing. I thought dreams were the opposite of reality, but I was mistaken. It was indeed true. Ha 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 ha. Charles, you possess the gift of foresight. Go ahead and kiss." Dear audience members are eagerly waiting. The internet has a memory, and I trust your heroic tale will echo in the annals of sports history. Smith glanced again at the ratings. TNT's historical viewership record had been shattered. To honor the bet, Smith, wherever one falls, one must rise again. My today is your tomorrow, and our wager shall continue. Barkley, maneuvering his ample frame, approached the donkey and planted a firm kiss, his posterior larger than that of the donkey. On Sports Channel 5. Amidst the resounding waves of tribute echoing from the venue, Zhang Weiping and Su Kun were in high spirits, reveling in the moment. Li Hao has magnificently promoted Chinese culture. Although this match ended in victory, the forthcoming 2 matches will not be easy. In 2 days, they will face the formidable Lakers. Boasting the dynamic duo of the 0K combination, followed 4 days later by a confrontation with the Spurs. Both the Lakers and Spurs are titans of the Western Conference and are considered strong contenders for the championship. Su Kun glanced at the schedule, casting a meaningful look at Zhang Weiping. The next match will see Kobe Bryant's Lakers take on the Wizards, a challenging situation for Coach Zhang. The astute Zhang Weiping, perceiving Su Kun's insinuation, resolutely raised his voice and declared, "We must support the Wizards and Li Hao, for he embodies the hope of the Chinese men's basketball team. The unfulfilled endeavors of our era now have the opportunity to be realized in this age. While the Lakers and Spurs are formidable opponents, I believe in miracles. Today is a miracle crafted by young Li. When all seemed lost, he refused to surrender, showcasing resilience that challenges us all. I am confident that in the upcoming 2 matches, young Li will also make history, as that is the allure of competitive sports. Dear fans watching from your screens, let us not miss the moment at 9 o'clock 2 days hence. Together, we shall witness a miracle." After tidying up, Jordan joyfully invited Li Hao to the press conference. "Michael, why did you pass the ball at the last moment?" inquired a journalist with a prominent beak-like nose. "Because I wanted to pass. It's as simple as that. Do I need your guidance on how to do things?" Jordan chewed on his gum, glaring with an intimidating gaze, yet not in anger. The reporter, undeterred, retorted boldly, "As a hero, you should resolve battles in a heroic manner, not by opting for a cowardly pass." With age, Jordan has softened considerably, especially after tonight's game. He has learned a more appropriate way to communicate from Li Hao. "In the 1997 finals, I passed the ball to Kerr, who made the game-winning shot against the Jazz, securing my 5th championship ring." The journalist, with a confrontational demeanor, asserted, at that time, Kerr had already made a name for himself. He was worthy of trust. However, Li was merely a fluke. His consecutive hook shots were merely a stroke of luck. A player of his caliber, a mere role player, could never sustain such performance, especially given the inherent frailty of Asian athletes who struggle to withstand the rigors of the NBA. Thus, one could say that Jordan, you have softened. You no longer dare to shoulder responsibility. You have shifted the blame onto Li, who, fortunately, made the shot. Basketball is not a solitary endeavor, it is a team sport. In the past, I was not alone in my battles. I had Phil, Pippen, Rodman, Kerr, and Kukoc by my side. Without them, I would not be who I am today. Now, with Li alongside me, I simply pass him the ball. It is as straightforward as that. Moreover, I am confident that Li Hao's performance is not a mere flash in the pan. He will persist. You may leave now. I no longer wish to see you here." This is Jordan, assertive and uncompromising. In truth, he has shown considerable restraint towards the audacious journalist today. "Li, your performance was nothing short of extraordinary. You scored 22 points and, under Mutombo's defense, delivered the winning shot. You are the undeniable hero of this victory. How does it feel now?" The blonde, blue-eyed journalist Jessica Johnson, adorned with 2 large basketballs, asked with wide-eyed admiration. Li Hao is both handsome and skilled. Who could resist such charm? Undoubtedly. Tonight Michael has bestowed upon me the prowess of the basketball deity. I feel utterly magnificent at this moment, and I have fallen in love with this sensation. Li Hao spoke eloquently, asserting that when engaging with Westerners, one must adopt a bold demeanor. This so-called boldness equates to boasting, while a modest approach is often perceived as incompetence. Do you still possess confidence for the upcoming match against the Lakers? Will your hook shot maintain its effectiveness? Jessica, with her sparkling eyes, pressed for answers. You actually inquire if a man can endure? I retorted, let me tell you, dear sister, a true man must indeed possess endurance. Li Hao raised an eyebrow, amusing Jordan at his side. Jessica, her cheeks flushed, felt her heart racing with anticipation as she looked forward to practicing basketball with Li Hao. Are you aware that Charles Barkley jested about you kissing a donkey's rear? He wagered that you would not score 22 points. Yet, with a last-second shot, you achieved precisely that, delivering a resounding retort to him. Li Hao never anticipated that his journey to the Buckley donkey's rear end would commence ahead of schedule. To be honest, I only just became aware of this, but I wish to express that this is merely the beginning. Charles, I am uncertain whether you have been following this press conference, but I shall challenge you once more in the next match. Should we emerge victorious? You will still have to kiss the donkeys behind. However, if we are defeated, I shall kiss the behind of 2 donkeys. Li Hao's confidence seemed to sizzle like water dropped into hot oil, causing an immediate uproar in the interview hall. Confidence is indeed commendable. Yet blind confidence can easily veer into the realm of arrogance. Even Jordan, seated nearby, appeared somewhat restless, strategically sipping water to mask his discomfort. Hush, hush. Hush, the Lakers are undoubtedly the most formidable contenders for the championship this season. They boast the formidable duo of Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, a partnership revered as the finest in the league. A disdainful hiss escaped from a nearby black journalist, dismissing the hype surrounding the OK duo. What significance does the OK combination hold? In China, we have an ancient saying, burn the boats and sink the ships, signifying our unwavering determination to prevail. Soon, the title of the league's strongest duo will change hands. Brown and I are destined to surpass them. Oh my goodness. Your desperate attempts to garner attention truly border on the absurd, insisting that the brothers will replace the OK duo. The journalist faltered. And even Jordan concealed his face with his hand in embarrassment. How humiliating. Chapter 7. The mysterious Eastern power upon hearing doubts cast upon Li Hao. Jessica Johnson promptly came to his defense, having become an ardent admirer of his. I genuinely believe that Li and Kwame stand a strong chance of superseding the OK duo. Every Chinese person possesses martial arts skills, and Li is certainly no exception. He is capable of anything. By the way, Li, what does grass mean? Why do you keep shouting it repeatedly? Jessica's innocent and adorable expression was filled with curiosity. It is a manifestation of a mysterious Eastern power, granting me strength in moments of despair. Why not give it a try yourself? Li Hao, unfazed, encouraged those around him. As a former basketball commentator, his audacity surpassed that of a fortress. Grass, grass, grass. There is no strength in that, he exclaimed. Li, you deceive me. This requires diligent practice, incessant repetition, before sleeping, during slumber, and upon awakening. In the TNT studio, Smith, watching the press conference, pointed at the television and erupted into laughter. Charles, this Chinese player is utterly amusing. He has declared war on you once more. Oh, Smith, the taste of a donkey's backside is truly delightful. I must ensure this Chinese player experiences it as well. If he loses, does that not mean I will kiss 2 donkeys? If the Lakers lose, I too shall kiss 2 donkeys. Barkley, with unwavering confidence, declared that the Lakers were the most formidable team of the season. The OK combination would leave Li Hao utterly disoriented. Yet, to be cautious, Barkley still dialed Kobe's number. What is the flavor of a donkey's backside? Before Barkley could utter a word, Kobe was quick to inquire. Oh damn, that sour taste lingers in my mind. Make sure to hit me hard in the match the day after tomorrow. Barkley swallowed hard, striking the air with fierce punches. Need you even say it? I must give my all against that old rogue. Enough. Rest well to maintain your strength. Kobe was preparing to end the call. Damn, it's only 10. Why sleep so early? The nightlife has just begun. I've been restless for 3 days in anticipation of facing that old rogue. Don't share this secret with anyone. If you win, I shall keep it to myself. If you lose, well, you know the consequence. I will kiss 2 donkeys, and you shall not fare well either. Damn it, weren't you the one who called me to plead? There's a saying in China, turning the guest into the host. Damn, Kobe was furious. How could you also say that? After this night, is there a player in the NBA who remains unscathed by such language? A real man must endure. Go to sleep and gather strength to face that old rogue. The NBA has been quite deeply affected by this Li Hao. At 3 in the morning, Li Hao returned to his rented apartment, reeking of alcohol. Collins had kept his promise. Tonight's expenses were entirely covered by the old coach. Li Hao lay down, both fatigued and exhilarated, eagerly flipping through the system and rewards. After being whisked away to a nightclub for drinks and socializing with women following the press conference, he had yet to tally his gains and was impatient to access the system. Name, Li Hao. Position, power forward. Height, 2.07 meters. Wingspan, 2.17 meters. Weight, 107 kilograms. Physical attributes, speed, 8 strength, 6 explosiveness, 8 stamina, 8 offensive skills, 3-point shooting, 5 jump shot, 5 low post offense, 5 ball handling, 5 passing, 5 dribbling, 5 penetration, 5 defensive skills, defense, 5 rebounding, 5 blocking, 6 stealing, 6 signature move, skyhook, 10. The system detected that the host had completed a task and issued a reward in advance on Allen Iverson's signature move, the crossover. According to the law of conservation of energy, this reward is a preemption of future capabilities. In a forthcoming match where the host employs this move, there will be an equivalent loss of time equal to the duration of the advance. When utilizing the crossover, the penetration ability will reach 10. But given the host's current capabilities, only 5 minutes can be advanced. Rewardability value 0. 2. Due to the host's decisive victory over the opponent, an additional reward of 0. 1 ability value is granted. Please choose whether to accumulate or allocate it to a specific skill. Li Hao did not hastily allocate points. Instead, he decided to first familiarize himself with the system. With a perfect score of 10, his strength barely met the passing threshold. It was no wonder he had previously been labeled as ineffective, for such a level of strength rendered him nearly defenseless in the position of power forward. Strength holds a paramount significance in the realm of basketball. The formidable presence of Shaquille O'Neal stems from his raw power combined with agility that belies his weight, while Yao Ming's ascendance as a dominant force in the paint was primarily due to his increased mass enhancing his strength. Contemplating this, Li Hao promptly allocated 0.3 points to his strength. Even with a strength rating of 6.3, he recognized it was still woefully inadequate. He began to eagerly anticipate the upcoming challenge against the Lakers, understanding that continuous engagement in tasks was the only path to fortification. Currently, 2 long-term missions remained. The first was to lead Jordan to an NBA championship, and the second was to guide Kwame Brown to become an all-star caliber player. Both tasks posed significant challenges, yet the latter appeared somewhat more attainable than the former. Brown had not yet been overwhelmed by Jordan's influence, leaving him with a glimmer of hope. With this in mind, Li Hao swiftly called Brown. "You were incredible today. We're counting on you against the Lakers the day after tomorrow. Can I really do it?" "O'Neal is too formidable," Brown responded, his voice laced with insecurity, a common affliction among children from impoverished backgrounds. "You absolutely can, Brown. Trust me. He is getting older, and it's time for our new interior star to take the stage. I believe in you, Li. My mother told me you are my true friend. By the way, how did you suddenly become so strong? Is it true that you Chinese can really master martial arts?" Li Hao pondered for a moment and resolved to weave a benevolent falsehood. At times, mental fortitude or psychological suggestion can evoke transformative changes within a person. As a quintessential Chinese, how could one possibly lack martial arts prowess? Not only do I possess martial skills, but I also harbor inner strength. Help me, Li. I yearn to practice martial arts. I aspire to grow stronger. Brown's voice exuded determination, having resolved his daily indulgence in steak. He now sought a more profound sense of honor. Chinese martial arts are not cultivated overnight. They require consistent practice from a young age. Enduring the chill of winter and the heat of summer, is there truly no glimmer of hope? Disappointment seeped through Brown's low tone. There is a chance, albeit a slim one. Are you willing to try? Absolutely, I am willing. Brown nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. With such resolve, success is bound to follow. During the competition, heed my words. When I utter grass, exert all your strength to seize the rebound or make a layup. For that is when I shall transmit my inner energy to you. However, I must keep my voice low to avoid a technical foul. This shall remain our secret. Do not share it with anyone, including your mother. Understood. I promise to keep it confidential, Li. I shall heed your guidance. Now, quickly to bed. We have training tomorrow, so do not linger. Do I need to practice in my spare time? I am utterly weary of being labeled a fraud. I long to improve. Focus intently on reciting grass. Grass, grass, and truly feel it. Do not be perfunctory. All right, grass, grass, grass. Brown swiftly entered the zone. Even in his dreams, he was immersed in grass, grass, grass. Chapter 8. The system compels Li Hao to channel Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal's tenacity the following day at 9 o'clock, upon arriving at the training facility. Li Hao discovered Brown diligently practicing hook shots under Jordan's guidance. Simultaneously, Brown incessantly murmured, "Grass, grass, grass." The hook shot is a favorite offensive maneuver among centers, remarkably practical. If coupled with nimble footwork, you shall become a nightmare for any adversary. It would be beneficial to study game footage of Olajuwon, for he is undoubtedly one of the most underrated superstars in history. Li, you should come and learn as well. Jordan received the ball from Brown and patiently demonstrated his fluid footwork to the two of them. Li Hao marveled at the undeniable prowess of the seasoned veteran, who seemed capable of anything. Only time could best him. "Kwame, allow me to demonstrate," he said. Jordan passed the ball to Brown. With a furrowed brow, Brown began. But Jordan's instruction made him exceedingly anxious. This anxiety led to frequent missteps, and his head drooped lower, aware that he was about to endure Jordan's rigorous and nearly harsh tutelage. After a while, Brown, still waiting for a word of encouragement, timidly lifted his gaze. Only to meet Jordan's bemused expression, it was surreal to see Jordan smile at him. "Kwame, let me demonstrate once more. Pay close attention. The left turn is a feint." Under Jordan's patient guidance, 10 minutes later, Brown had mastered the footwork skillfully. In disbelief, he rubbed his eyes. Today's Jordan was different. He exhibited less rigidity and more of an older brother-esque gentleness. "Well done, Kwame." Jordan grinned and gave Brown a thumbs up. Such a simple gesture shattered the defenses of everyone present. In Jordan's world, where strict discipline was the norm, performing adequately was expected, while poor performance warranted stern criticism. This was a significant reason why Li Hao and Brown had become unlikely companions. In their youth, they had endured excessive critique from internal sources, the media, the nation, and the world. Fortunately, Chinese fans had always shown remarkable leniency towards Li Hao, consistently proving to be the most endearing supporters. Once they recognized your efforts, their unwavering support followed. Noticing Brown's vulnerability, Jordan felt a pang of guilt. After all, he was just a 19-year-old, only a few years older than his own son. "Brown, your performance in the last game was exceptional. If it weren't for your and Lee's perseverance, we'd be home fishing now. The outcome of the next game may very well rest in your hands. Kobe is maturing rapidly. He seems to have absorbed all my skills. The future of the league is undoubtedly his, and at present, our abilities are evenly matched. In the next game, Lee will be closely guarded. So you are the key to our victory. You were my top draft pick, so make me proud. I do not wish for you to be a blemish in my memoirs. I want you to become my right-hand man. From now on, I will not be overly critical of you. I have learned the value of appreciation and education from my experiences with Lee." This is the reason Jordan became a basketball deity, his obsessive dedication to success. He humbly learns from others when they excel, demonstrating the courage to take responsibility and acknowledge his mistakes. "Richard, your mid-range shot is outstanding. When I retire, you will undoubtedly be the leading figure in that area." At this point, Richard Hamilton had yet to fully reveal his brilliance. He would become one of the illustrious bad boys of the Pistons, a player who left both Kobe and the competition in the dust. During his tenure with the Pistons, Hamilton averaged an impressive 17 points per game, showcasing remarkable precision in his mid-range shooting. His vitality and defensive prowess played a pivotal role in leading the Pistons to triumph over the formidable Los Angeles Lakers, who boasted the legendary Four Horsemen, securing the championship in the 2003-2004 season. Hamilton is undoubtedly a player whose talent far surpasses his reputation. Li Hao resolved with unwavering determination that he would not allow the Wizards to trade away Hamilton. They currently boast Jordan, a gradually rejuvenated Brown, the developing Hamilton, and himself, now well-versed in the system. This starting lineup is formidable, and aspirations for the championship are within reach. The sole lament is the league's weakest bench, averaging a mere 17 points, ranking them at the bottom of the league. On the evening of April 7, 2002, at 7:30 p.m., the MC Center was alive with the Wizards and the Lakers warming up before the game. In Li Hao's mind, a mission resonated at the opportune moment. Ding! A formidable team has been detected, and the following tasks are now issued. 1. Inform Kobe you will never be the leader. You are destined to be second. 2. Capture a photograph of Shaquille O'Neal's bald head for no less than 5 seconds. 3. Triumph over the Los Angeles Lakers. Abilities to be advanced. Either Kobe Bryant's signature slam dunk or Shaquille O'Neal's ultimate strength or Robert Horry's clutch three-point shooting prowess. Li Hao hesitated. This task was exceedingly daunting. To confront Kobe and challenge O'Neal was akin to disturbing the very earth beneath the deity's feet. Li Hao could scarcely fathom the nature of the impending backlash he would face. In a fervor of emotion, he protested within his mind against the cancellation of the first 2 commands, yet the system appeared to be unresponsive. No matter how fervently Li Hao summoned it, there was no response. "Damn it," Li Hao exclaimed, employing his ultimate tactic. "Ding. Try it out. Do you truly have a wife? Does the system have a wife as well? Revoke the first 2 commands." "Very well," came the reply, disengaging the system. "Is this action confirmed? I cannot believe it. You dare to threaten me. The moment I retire, I will bid you farewell." Jordan exchanged greetings with the Zen master, and together they clinched 6 championship titles, including 2 astonishing three-peats, their bond solidified by a profound friendship. During his tenure with the Lakers, the Zen master secured yet another 2 consecutive championships, with many experts predicting their success in defending the title this season. They possess the most formidable duo in the league. Each a superstar capable of leading other teams as the primary star. The only factor that could hinder their quest for a repeat championship would be internal discord. As Kobe continued to mature, his desire for greater influence grew, inevitably leading to tensions with both Shaquille and the Zen Master, who supported Shaquille. After the entrance ceremony concluded, the main players remained on the court. The Lakers' starting lineup consisted of point guard Derek Fisher, known affectionately as Little Fish, who, despite his average defensive skills, boasted impressive corner three-point shooting and clutch ability, his signature skills that allowed him to thrive in the league. Shooting guard Kobe Bryant, the man most akin to Jordan among numerous successors, had mastered all of Jordan's moves and techniques, including an obsession with victory, exemplifying true two-way play. Small forward Rick Fox, the third wheel of the O.K. trio, was noted for his scoring and rebounding abilities, though he garnered significant fame post-retirement for his involvement in adult films. Power forward Samaki Walker, a key player during the O.K. trio era, excelled in rebounding, consistently securing challenging boards. Center Shaquille O'Neal, affectionately known as the Diesel, is regarded as one of the most gifted and great centers in history. Standing at 2.16 meters, he possessed agility that surpassed his physicality, rendering his low-post offense nearly unstoppable. Had he matched Kobe's work ethic, O'Neal's historical standing would undoubtedly be elevated. The Wizards' starting lineup featured point guard Eric Rue, a dribbling specialist with no scoring ability, a guard below the league's baseline. Shooting guard Richard Hamilton, a stamina beast, had developed a mid-range game. Small forward Michael Jordan, the basketball deity unable to escape the constraints of time. Power forward Lee Howe, whose miraculous performance in the previous game won over head coach Collins. Center Kwame Brown, similarly elevated to the starting lineup due to his outstanding display in the last match. Chapter 9. A dunk on Kobe as the referee's opening whistle echoed. Brown and O'Neal faced off for the jump ball at center court. I shall impart my inner strength to you, damn it. Lee Howe's words acted like a potent stimulant, causing Brown's eyes to widen in astonishment, almost bulging with blood. He shot up like a rocket, startling O'Neal beside him. Damn, a rookie? Winning over the wife? Amidst the gasps of disbelief, Brown deftly passed the ball to Jordan. The latter, filled with excitement, advanced with purpose. Yesterday's mentorship had clearly made an impact. Confronted by the tenacious defense of Kobe, who clung to him like a stubborn gum, Jordan swiftly relayed the ball to Lee Howe. Against the pressing defense of Samaki Walker, Lee Howe dribbled, adjusted his stance, and executed a graceful jump hook. The basketball traced a flawless parabolic arc swish. The ball swooshed through the net. With that, the Wizards led by 2 points, 2-0. Meanwhile, seated on the sidelines, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was still savoring Lee Howe's recent maneuver. It was beyond mere imitation. It was an exact replica. He had flown all the way from Los Angeles to Washington to confirm the rumor. Yesterday, Magic Johnson had called him to say that a Chinese player had mastered his signature skyhook. He couldn't wait to witness it, and indeed, it was astonishingly identical. Jabbar felt a profound sense of satisfaction. His skyhook had truly found a worthy successor. Well done, Lee. That was a splendid hook, reminiscent of my glory days. Kareem, I shall ensure that the skyhook continues to thrive. Lee Howe solemnly gazed at the exuberant Jabbar, earnestly clasping his fist in a gesture of utmost respect. A gesture befitting the highest etiquette of the martial world. The Lakers initiated their offense, with Fisher advancing into the front court, poised to pass the ball to Kobe. In a buoyant manner, Kobe dashed to the corner, ready to settle into position. Fisher's three-pointer from the corner was remarkably accurate. Just as Kobe was about to receive the ball, a shadow surged forth from an unexpected angle. As an NBA commentator, Lee Howe was well acquainted with the majority of the Lakers' strategies. Following the interception, Lee Howe swiftly transitioned into defense, the sound of footsteps trailing closely behind him. It was undoubtedly Kobe, who at that moment was just 24 years old, a veritable powerhouse of physical prowess. Driven by an intense competitive spirit, he sought to reclaim his standing. Lee Howe crossed the three-point line and charged into the elbow area. How to conclude this play requires careful consideration. Kobe's defense is exceptionally strong, and a direct layup is likely to be met with a blocked shot. Lee Howe raised the ball above his head, feigning a jump for a slam dunk, yet his pivot foot remained firmly planted. A look of disdain flickered across Kobe's stern visage as he swiftly positioned himself in front of Lee Howe. Rookie, you are far too green, Kobe taunted, employing his trademark trash talk. In his relentless pursuit of victory, he would resort to any means necessary. Lee Hao chuckled. If you throw insults at me, don't be surprised when I strike at your heart, my friend. Kobe, you will never be the leader. You are destined to be second. Kobe was taken aback, utterly stunned that this rookie from China dared to speak to him in such a manner. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Lee Hao sprang into action, soaring effortlessly into the air, executing a powerful dunk. The ball sailed through the hoop, and Lee Hao racked up 4 consecutive points. The atmosphere in the MC Center was ignited by this remarkable play, as Lee Hao took flight over Kobe Bryant. One glance at Kobe's expression revealed the depth of his fury, his face contorted with rage. As the play transitioned, Kobe took it upon himself to dribble the ball past half-court. Fisher, unperturbed, sprinted to the corner to lie in wait. Aware that the embarrassed Kobe needed to redeem himself, confronted with Jordan's staunch defense, Kobe feigned with his shoulder to create space, then released the ball with elegance. The unmistakable sound echoed through Los Angeles. After Kwame Brown secured the rebound, he passed it to Jordan, unfazed by Kobe's taunting glare. Jordan advanced the ball and directly tossed it to Lee Hao. Lee Hao, confronted by the oppressive defense of Samaki Walker, executed a smooth shot, once again finding the mark. This is the essence of the skyhook. As long as there is no double team, it will leave you questioning your very existence. Following the tip-off, Lee Hao single-handedly scored 6 consecutive points, propelling the Wizards to a formidable momentum. With 6 minutes elapsed in the first quarter, they expanded their lead to 17-10. Lee Hao dominated the game, scoring 12 out of 17 points, with an astonishing shooting percentage of 83% from his hook shots, having made 5 out of 6 attempts. Reluctantly, Phil Jackson called a timeout, unable to contain his frustration. The shock on Soo Koon's face had been evident since the match commenced, before the game started. I was worried that Xiao Li's hook shot would be a fleeting moment, but it seems I was merely overthinking. Xiao Li is exceptionally formidable. He even dunked over Kobe, which was a tremendous boost to morale. His basketball IQ is remarkably high. Had he attempted a dunk right away, Kobe would have likely blocked it. I anticipated a grueling match, considering the formidable duo of the Lakers. To my astonishment, the Wizards are holding their ground against the Lakers, even with Jordan taking a back seat. This match might not end in defeat. Zhang Weiping calmly analyzed the situation. Even if they win, it would be a challenge. The Lakers were careless at the start, not expecting a player like Lee Hao to emerge from the lackluster Wizards. Should the Lakers choose to double-team Lee Hao after the timeout, how would the Wizards respond? Aside from Jordan, the shooting abilities of the other players are not particularly impressive. Hamilton is still in a developmental phase, lacking consistency. Soo Koon maintained an objective analysis, confident that Phil Jackson would also recognize this. In the TNT studio, Smith gleefully remarked, "Oh dear Charles, the Wizards are ahead by 7 points. You are one step closer to the donkey's rear. Dear Smith, you are too naive. You celebrate too soon. Kobe and Shaquille will teach those wannabe brothers a lesson." Barkley retorted, though a hint of anxiety lingered in his heart. What is Kobe doing? Being dunked on by a wannabe is quite embarrassing. After the timeout, the Lakers initiated their offense. Fisher passed the ball to the demanding Shaquille O'Neal. As a formidable force in the paint, O'Neal's massive physique is one of his greatest assets. With a nonchalant squat and thrust, Brown was sent flying. O'Neal easily turned and executed a thunderous dunk. In today's league, very few can contain O'Neal in one-on-one situations. Tim Duncan is one, and next year's edition of Yao Ming will be another. As the Wizards launched their offense, Jordan once again passed the ball to Lee Hao. O'Neal quickly approached to double-team him. "Rookie, your hook shot is making me lose face. I will expose your wannabe brothers," Shaquille declared. "Today, you will be embarrassed throughout the game. Behold my sky hook." In the face of the double team, Lee Hao chose not to force the issue. With a feigned hook shot, he gently tossed the ball into the air. "Damn it," Lee Hao exclaimed. As he leapt, Brown extended his right arm and emphatically slammed the basketball into the hoop. The wannabe brothers executed a fervent alley-oop, successfully completing the play. "Damn it! Damn it!" The two brothers exchanged a celebratory high-five, joyously exclaiming in unison. The home crowd erupted into a fervor, their chants resounding throughout the arena. As the Lakers initiated their offense, the ball found its way back into Shaquille O'Neal's hands. The much-maligned first overall pick, prepare to witness what a true champion embodies. I shall dominate you. Many believe O'Neal relies solely on brute strength to overpower his opponents. However, that is a misconception, for his offensive prowess is remarkably diverse. With a deft display of skill, he maneuvered the ball a few times before unleashing a crossover that left Brown behind as he executed a powerful one-handed dunk. Following his triumph, O'Neal struck a commanding pose, flexing his muscles in front of Brown. As Lee once taught me, one must not retaliate against a dog that bites, merely toss it a bone. Under Lee Hao's influence, Brown's trash talk had undergone a significant transformation. As the second half commenced, Brown resolutely demanded the ball from the left side of the paint. O'Neal may be the finest center in the league, yet Brown was determined not to retreat any longer. Having hit rock bottom as a former first overall pick, he had little left to lose. Every step forward from here on would be a step toward improvement, especially with Lee offering him guidance. Understanding the crux of the matter, Brown boldly initiated his attack, opting to employ the footwork imparted by Jordan. In a triple threat position, Brown faked a leftward drive before swiftly slicing through from the right into the paint. Confronted by O'Neal's relentless defense, he executed a spin to the right, feigned again to the left, then right, left, right, his movements a dizzying blur. At the very moment he himself felt momentarily disoriented, the ball was released. It soared through the air in a graceful arc swish. The ball found its mark. Take that, Shaquille. You are not as formidable as you seem. Brown, elated, raised his fists in triumph, astonished by his own performance. On the sidelines, Collins exuberantly waved his fists, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. Lee, this remarkable player, astounded everyone in the previous match by orchestrating a comeback against the Philadelphia 76ers. It was a game where all hope seemed lost. Yet he managed to pull the Wizards back from the brink of defeat with his incredible skyhook. In today's contest, Lee Hao's performance was equally outstanding, leading the Wizards to dominate the reigning champions, the Lakers. He intercepted Kobe, executed a dunk over him, and even inspired Brown to elevate his game. Observing Brown's confident and resolute gaze, Collins is convinced that Brown will rapidly develop. With the likes of Jordan and Hamilton on the outside, and Lee Hao and Brown on the inside, the Wizards are poised to become a fiercely competitive team. The future holds promise. Yet the only concern lies with the team's current executive president, Donia Bolin. She is a callous individual, prioritizing personal gain above all else, indulging in a life of luxury, and lacking any substantial knowledge. Chapter 10. Lee Hao shares the same surname as Bruce Lee. Could he possess martial arts skills? In response to the provocation from the underwhelming first overall pick, the league's premier center, Shaquille O'Neal, immediately retaliated. In an instant, he pivoted and executed a one-handed dunk, embodying the agile yet robust persona he is known for. His innate talent even garnered envy from Kobe. As the Wizards initiated their offense, Jordan passed the ball to Brown, who was resolutely demanding it from the left wing outside the paint. After a brief adjustment, Brown decisively executed a hook shot. While his movements were not as fluid and graceful as Lee Hao's, they were nonetheless effective. Swish. Brown scored again, engaging O'Neal in a back-and-forth exchange. However, as the game progressed, the disparity between him and the superstars became increasingly evident. Brown's scoring consistency and explosiveness still lagged behind, allowing the Lakers to narrow the gap. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Wizards held a slim lead of 25-20 over the Lakers, with Jordan managing only 6 points, having spent the initial 7 minutes facilitating plays for Lee Hao and Brown. As the second quarter commenced, Kobe advanced the ball from the backcourt with a dazzling solo effort. Faced with Jordan's stifling defense, he opted for a jump shot from 2 meters beyond the three-point line. This choice was rather ill-advised, prompting a frown from Phil Jackson on the sidelines. Nevertheless, it proved to be a successful shot. Swish. The basketball swished through the net. Kobe provocatively raised his hands in a gesture of nonchalance towards Jordan. Jordan, non-committal in his response, let his actions speak for him. Once in the front court, Jordan chose to back down Kobe. After dribbling a few times to find his rhythm, he spun and leaped, defying gravity with his signature fadeaway jumper, while Kobe's hand obscured Jordan's vision. Swish. The ball goes in. Jordan's fadeaway jump shot served as his primary scoring method during his second three-peat era. The Lakers' offense unfolds, with Kobe holding the ball on the right wing, opting for a back-to-the-basket maneuver. His movements mirror those of Jordan, as he employs a shoulder fake combined with footwork to create space for his shot. He executes a turnaround fadeaway, the basketball tracing an elegant parabolic arc swish. The ball finds the net effortlessly. The Wizards' offense ensues, with Jordan penetrating to the three-point line and taking a direct jumper. Swish. The ball finds the net once more. Jordan glances at Kobe and shrugs his shoulders. In the next possession, Kobe drives for a thunderous dunk, while Jordan counters with an acrobatic layup. Kobe executes a Eurostep dunk, and Jordan responds with a powerful jump shot. Jordan is deemed the god of basketball not for his looks but for his unparalleled prowess. He embodies the essence of both offense and defense, mastering all offensive techniques. Kobe, through relentless training at 4 in the morning, has learned all of Jordan's skills. The entire second quarter becomes a showcase for the two, an exquisite feast for basketball enthusiasts as they engage in an epic duel. It seems as though they are attacking their reflections, each seeing their own shadow in the other. As the halftime buzzer sounds, the two share a knowing smile. Recognizing their mutual respect, Jordan scores 15 points in the second quarter, while Kobe adds 14. The Wizards lead 46-40, momentarily ahead by 6 points. On Sports Channel 5, Zhang Weiping, a fervent Kobe fan, beams with excitement. This is exhilarating, truly a once-in-a-century spectacle. The scene rivals the legendary confrontations depicted in Gene Yang's novels. A battle of masters against masters. Su Kun nods in agreement, stating that Kobe is the most Jordan-like among his successors, both in playing style and relentless pursuit of victory. He is the most promising heir. Though regrettably lacking in physical gifts, Jordan's hang time and body coordination are in a league of their own. While talent may be insufficient, relentless effort can make up for it. Perseverance is indeed a form of talent. In this regard, Jordan may not surpass Kobe. Weiping Bryant is online. Yes, indeed, you are absolutely right. Su Kun chuckles. As the second half approaches, Collins substitutes Jordan for a rest, as age prevents him from playing the entire game. During this 4-minute rotation, we will focus on the interior, entrusting the ball to Lee and Kwame. We must hold the fort until Michael returns. Collins pats Lee Howe and Brown's shoulders firmly, reflecting on the cruel twist of fate. As former disappointments have now become his most reliable warriors, Michael's stamina cannot sustain him for the entire game. The third quarter is our moment to close the gap. Robert, your time has come. Let everyone witness the true value of the greatest role player in history. I shall impart some intensity to my fellow brother. Phil Jackson firmly patted Robert Horry's shoulder. The historically acclaimed role player nodded with confidence, his ability to make crucial shots leaving many superstars in awe. His tenacious, sometimes overly aggressive style of play frequently sways the course of the game. Upon returning from halftime, the Wizards lineup included Eric Rue, Richard Hamilton, Bobby Simmons, Lee Howe, and Kwame Brown. The Lakers lineup featured Tyronn Lue, Kobe Bryant, Devin George, Robert Horry, and Stanislav Medvedenko. As the Wizards initiated their offense, Rue advanced the ball past half court and passed it to Lee Howe. Horry aggressively spread his arms wide, declaring, "Baby, welcome to the NBA. I'll defend you so fiercely you'll want to go home to your mother." To which Lee Howe retorted, "Then I'll make you wish you were heading home to your grandmother." Lee Howe's trash talk flows effortlessly. "Damn it, my grandmother has already passed away. You're courting death." Horry, feigning a fierce anger, employs this as part of his strategy. By provoking and intimidating his opponents, he knows that they often act irrationally when pushed to the brink. Then go bow to her at the cemetery. Horry is a notorious enforcer on the court, and thus, Lee Howe shows him no mercy. In an alternate reality, Horry's malicious collision with Nash during the 2007 Western Conference semifinals ignited a brawl, resulting in Stoudemire and Diaz's absence from the pivotal Game 5. Consequently, the Suns lost the series in what was arguably their most championship-worthy year. Lee Howe's trash talk was exceptionally sharp, effectively breaking down the defenses of the provocative Horry. Observing the desired effect, Lee Howe executed a deft hook shot towards the flushed Horry, whose face resembled that of a ripe monkey's posterior. The basketball arced gracefully through the air. Swish. The ball went in. Robert, in the realm of basketball, mere words hold no value. Otherwise, you would be nothing but a music video. Lee Howe's actions were lethal and devastating. "Rookie, you're done for." Horry spat out these words through clenched teeth before swiftly retreating to the front court. In an unusual manner, he positioned himself beyond the three-point line, eagerly awaiting the ball. Upon receiving it, Horry accelerated fiercely, charging toward the defender, Lee Howe. His intent was not merely to score, he aimed to incapacitate. Horry had astutely assessed the situation. Lee Howe was indeed the linchpin of the Wizards. Once he exited the game, the team would inevitably crumble into disarray. Lee Howe clenched his fists in fury, resolute in his decision not to retreat. In the face of two opposing armies, the essence lies in the momentum. The Wizards had managed to engage the formidable Lakers precisely because of this indomitable spirit. Should Lee Howe choose to withdraw, it would undoubtedly weaken the Wizards' morale, rendering the efforts of the previous 2 quarters futile. Moreover, American culture places a significant emphasis on heroism, and retreat would inevitably be construed as a display of cowardice. With his mind firmly made up, Lee Howe positioned his hands protectively before him, determined to intercept Horry, even at the risk of injury. Ding. Host fighting spirit detected at level 10. Injury risk confirmed. Damn it, if the host gets hurt, Will I assist him in playing wheelchair basketball? Temporarily granting the host the full power of Shaquille O'Neal. Li Hao laughed. He regarded the system as a brother, while the system viewed him as a father. Bang! Li Hao and Hori collided with a thunderous crash, the resounding noise echoing across the court. In the astonished gaze of all present, a startling scene unfolded. Hori staggered back several steps before ultimately losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. He felt as though he had collided with a locomotive, staring blankly at Li Hao. Perplexed by the formidable strength of this slender youth, he was astonishingly robust, comparable to O'Neal. No, the power is undoubtedly proportional to one's physique. Li Hao, with such a slender physique, could hardly possess such immense strength. Could it be that the legends hold a grain of truth? He shares the surname Li. Just like Bruce Lee, could he be a descendant of the martial arts legend? Is it possible that all Chinese possess such martial prowess? It must be so, for otherwise he could not have retreated 7 or 8 steps while his opponent remained utterly unmoved. Chapter 11. The Substance of Phil Jackson. Gazing up at Li Hao's calm and composed demeanor, Hori felt his conviction solidify even further. Li Hao undoubtedly possesses remarkable martial arts skills. All Chinese individuals are adept in the art of kung fu. One must never provoke a Chinese person, as the audience erupted in a cacophony of boos. Feeling the scornful gazes of the crowd, Hori yearned to bury his head in the floor. He attempted to rise with the support of his arms, but the excruciating pain in his chest forced him to collapse back to the ground. At this moment, the referee's whistle finally pierced through the tension, as the official, momentarily stunned, had forgotten to blow it. It was a first for the referee, having officiated for so many years, to witness a yellow-skinned individual sending a black competitor flying. It was an eye-opening experience. The referee penalized Hori for a malicious foul, granting 2 free throws and possession. Embarrassed, Hori covered his face as he was assisted back to the bench. Such an exit was utterly humiliating. The phrase "a failed attempt at violation only to be violated" encapsulated his feelings at that moment. What is wrong with Robert? Did you overexert yourself in practice last night? O'Neal inquired, his large eyes wide with astonishment. Oh, for heaven's sake. Shaquille, you know I never practiced the night before a game. Li possesses remarkable martial arts skills. Indeed. The Chinese excel in the art of kung fu. Li was too tough. I might have fractured a bone. The pain in my chest is unbearable. Take me for an ultrasound. Do not provoke him. Heed my warning. Oh, the pain is excruciating. As Hori was carried off, the home crowd erupted once more, particularly the female fans who were utterly captivated by Li Hao's assertive performance. His robust physique, graceful hook shots, overflowing confidence, handsome Eastern features, and the mystique of Chinese martial arts enchanted them. Their gazes shimmered with admiration, as if at his beck and call, they would readily join him for practice anytime, anywhere. Among them, 2 provocatively dressed girls held up a banner emblazoned with 4 characters. Their voices rang out incessantly, chanting fervently. Inspired by them, the fans began to chant in unison. A mesmerizing rhythm echoed through the arena. It was no wonder Li managed to overpower Robert Hori. He truly possesses extraordinary skills. In the TNT studio, Smith joined the female fans in spirited cheers. Stop it, Kenny. You've led us astray. Let us focus on the game. Barkley, somewhat distracted, noted that the Lakers had been on the defensive throughout the half. He genuinely wished to avoid further embarrassment. Back on the court, Li Hao executed 2 free throws. Swish. Swish. Li Hao successfully converted both free throws. The Wizards subsequently initiated an inbounds play. Upon receiving the pass, Li Hao was immediately met with a double team. Rather than forcing a play, he adeptly shifted the ball to the open Hamilton. The latter executed a graceful jump shot, a perfect arc in the air. The Lakers countered, with Kobe bringing the ball to the 3-point line before swiftly delivering a trailing 3-pointer. The sound echoed through the arena, a familiar resonance for the Los Angeles fans. On the offensive end for the Wizards, Li Hao utilized the threat of his hook shot to create numerous open looks for Brown and Hamilton. However, his passing skills were rather unremarkable as he stumbled while distributing the ball to the duo. Nevertheless, they capitalized on most of the opportunities presented to them. Observing the effectiveness of Li Hao and his teammates, Collins opted not to substitute Jordan back into the game. At the conclusion of the 3rd quarter, the Wizards led the Lakers by 10 points, 80-70. Unlike the anxious demeanor of O'Neal and others, Coach Phil Jackson did not even reach for his tactical board. His keen eyes, framed by glasses, sparkled with insight. He had discerned the Wizards' critical vulnerability, their inability to penetrate effectively. An intriguing observation arises regarding the makeup of this Wizards team. They are either aged or inexperienced. Their points derived from driving to the basket are minimal, primarily due to their lack of proficiency in this area. While Michael once excelled at this, age has diminished his capacity to do so. Thus, the pivotal strategy for the fourth quarter is to apply relentless defensive pressure. If we can contain their shooting, victory will be within our grasp. Phil Jackson, undeniably one of the finest coaches in NBA history, astutely identified the weaknesses of the Wizards. Yet, some envious critics challenge Jackson's historical status, attributing his success to mere fortune. Presently, he boasts 10 championship rings, 2 of which he acquired as a player with the New York Knicks. As a coach with the Bulls, he secured 6 titles alongside Jordan and Pippen, and later, 2 more with the Lakers under O'Neal and Kobe. Critics often point out that all the stars he coached rank among the top 10 in history, suggesting that Jackson's championships were merely the result of riding the coattails of superstars. What these detractors fail to recognize is that the ability to earn the respect and compliance of such elite talents as Jordan, Kobe, and O'Neal is, in itself, a remarkable skill. As the fourth quarter commenced, both teams fielded their primary lineups. The Lakers initiated their offense. Fisher, after dribbling past half court, passed the ball back to Kobe. Facing Jordan, Kobe executed a shoulder fake before swiftly driving into the elbow area. Lee Howe swiftly moved to reinforce the defense. And with a sardonic chuckle, Kobe Bryant tossed the ball high into the air. A colossal figure emerged as Shaquille O'Neal executed a thunderous dunk. The immense weight reverberated through the floor of the MC Center. This exemplified the formidable synergy of the 0K duo, whose internal and external collaboration left their adversaries utterly confounded. As the Wizards initiated their offense, Rue passed the ball to Hamilton. Suddenly, Kobe intensified his defensive pressure, cornering Hamilton near the sideline, while Fisher abandoned Rue to join the fray. The abrupt onslaught of defensive pressure forced Hamilton into a costly mistake. After seizing the ball, Kobe launched a fast break. Though his speed was not remarkable, his rhythm and stride were extraordinary. Within mere seconds, Kobe surged into the front court, crossing the three-point line and advancing to the elbow before soaring into the air. With a breathtaking 360-degree dunk, he showcased his signature move, the very essence of the Little Flying Man moniker. Swish! The ball found its mark, plunging the MC Center into a stunned silence, as the young Kobe's explosive prowess proved unmatched. In an instant, the Lakers had closed the gap to just 4 points, leaving the Wizards with a mere 6-point lead, an embodiment of the reigning champions' caliber. The Lakers' relentless defensive strategy caught the Wizards off guard, yet they found themselves bereft of effective countermeasures. In just 2 minutes, the Lakers not only equalized the score but also took the lead. Lee Howe felt a sense of urgency. He could anticipate Allen Iverson's crossover, which could potentially resolve this impasse. However, given his current capabilities, he could only sustain it for 5 minutes and needed to endure until the final moments. After another 3 minutes of play, the Wizards clung to hope through Lee Howe's hook shots and Jordan's fadeaway jumpers. Even so, the Lakers managed to pull ahead by 7 points, leading 95-88, with only 7 minutes remaining in the game. Chapter 12. Lee Howe steals the ball, executing a crossover that leaves Tyronn Lue bewildered. In response, Collins immediately called for a timeout. Continuing down this path, the Wizards were likely to falter. He understood Phil Jackson's strategy but lacked effective countermeasures. None on the Wizards were adept at breaking through defenses, and a helpless Collins resorted to fervently motivating his team. The Lakers are merely a paper tiger. They are not as formidable as they seem. In the first half, we had them on the ropes. Michael, stop chewing gum and save your energy. You're running out of steam. Kwame, did you enjoy your time at the club? If we win this, I'll take you all out to meet some ladies. Lee, once the ball is in your hands, take your shot. You possess the same firing power as Michael. Collins tailors his motivational speeches to the unique personalities of each player. Jordan requires a challenge, while Brown seeks encouragement. Lee is now brimming with confidence. He demands possession of the ball. Trust me, if we persevere for just 2 more minutes, victory shall be ours. In 2 minutes, I shall penetrate and dismantle the Lakers' defense. Lee Howe observed the dwindling morale and spoke words of encouragement. His crossover would be available in just 2 minutes. Then why not break through now? Rue asked without a moment's hesitation. Lee, we need your breakthrough. Fool, Lee Howe silently chastised. Can I say that the skill card has a time limit? Would you believe me if I did? Just as Lee Howe was at a loss for how to respond, Jordan interjected. He cast a cold glare at Rue, stating, do not be fooled by Lee's outward appearance of composure. He is, in fact, enduring considerable pain. The forces at play are reciprocal. With Horry's injury, Lee must also be suffering greatly. He is fighting through his injuries, and yet you demand he breaks through early. In truth, we all know Lee will not break through. He says this purely to uplift our spirits. You are being unreasonable, Eric. You fail to grasp Lee's noble intentions. I encountered a similar situation during my second three-peat. We are true warriors, a beacon for all of you. Jordan appreciatively patted Li Hao on the shoulder, conveying an expression of understanding. Li Hao gave Jordan a thumbs up, thinking to himself that Jordan truly is a polymath. It would be a shame if he didn't pursue screenwriting. On Sports Channel 5, a flicker of struggle crossed Zhang Weiping's face, but it was swiftly replaced by determination. When Li Hao was present, he was known as Li Weiping. In his absence, he became Weiping Bryant. The dynamic interplay and relentless defense of the OK combination had rendered the Wizards team passive. It is no surprise that they are a two-time champion team. Both their players and coaches are exceptionally formidable. Particularly, Phil Jackson's wisdom is unparalleled. He devised a clever strategy for Collins, yet Collins found himself utterly confounded. Although Shaoli is impressive, his ability to penetrate the defense is, regrettably, insufficient. The Wizards are in peril. They must devise a strategy post-haste. Sukun shared the same concerns, helplessly raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. There is no solution. It's utterly insurmountable. Were it not for Shaoli's hook shot, the game would have long been over. Alas, the prospect of any reversal in this contest has vanished. Losing this match would definitively eliminate their playoff hopes. One can only hope that the Wizards will enhance their roster during the off-season. Their bench is rather lackluster, with only Haywood being remotely adequate, while the rest, well, let us not even go there. In the TNT studio, the banter was lively. Come on, Kenny. Why aren't you getting animated? Someone chimed in. You've practically turned yourself into a donkey's backside, ha ha ha. Given the current situation, it seemed inevitable that the Wizards would lose. Oh, Charles, don't be so arrogant. Until the final whistle, victory or defeat remains uncertain. Smith retorted defiantly. As a professional basketball player, he was acutely aware of the unfolding dynamics on the court. The Wizards had no glimmer of hope for a comeback. He had indeed resigned himself to their fate. Yet, for the sake of entertainment, he felt compelled to argue against Barkley. Meanwhile, the audience had muted the Lakers, the defending champions, whose prestige continued to rise. Upon resuming play, the Wizards clung to their lead through Li Hao's hook shot. Meanwhile, Shaquille O'Neal of the Lakers demonstrated his unparalleled dominance in the paint. His extensive repertoire of low-post offensive skills was rendered unnecessary, as his sheer physicality afforded him effortless scoring opportunities. With a swift maneuver, he exploited a defensive lapse, leading to a thunderous dunk. 2 minutes later, the Lakers had expanded their lead to 11 points, with just 5 minutes remaining in the game. Li Hao, disregarding the notion of a pause, unhesitatingly advanced his crossover. As the Wizards launched their offense, Li Hao boldly called for the ball from beyond the arc. This audacious move left the dribbling Jordan momentarily stunned, prompting the latter to decisively shake his head in refusal. Li Hao neither excels at breaking through nor is proficient in shooting three-pointers. What purpose does it serve for him to seek the ball on the perimeter? Li Hao witnessed Jordan's refusal to pass the ball, prompting him to undertake an action that left everyone astounded. Li Hao directly snatched the ball from Jordan's hands, successfully intercepting him. Everyone was taken aback, except for the composed Tyronn Lue, who swiftly moved in to provide defense against Li Hao. After silently uttering an apology, Li Hao abruptly initiated the crossover. Last year's finals saw Tyronn Lue serve as a mere backdrop for Allen Iverson, and this year, he was destined to become yet another victim of the crossover. Following his previous encounter where Iverson left him reeling, Lue diligently studied the art of countering the crossover. With his wealth of experience, he was no stranger to such maneuvers. However, Li Hao's initial hesitation did not deceive the seasoned Lue. Yet, that first deceptive move was merely the prelude. Li Hao then unleashed a series of pronounced crossovers, shifting left and right, left and right, left and right. By the time Li Hao executed his fourth crossover, Tyronn Lue finally fell for the ruse. In that fleeting moment of realization, his lower body and upper body reacted in opposing directions. Thud. Once again, Tyronn Lue found himself ensnared by the crossover, collapsing to the ground in a daze, having stumbled into the same pit twice. Li Hao swiftly maneuvered around Tyronn Lue and drove straight to the basket, executing a side-handed layup against the defensive intervention of Samaki Walker. Swish. The basketball traced a beautiful parabolic arc, successfully netting 2 points. The score stood at 101-92. With the Lakers leading by 9 points and only 4 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the game. Get back on defense, Kwame. What are you dawdling for? Li Hao promptly reminded, observing the dazed Brown. Your crossover is stunning, reminiscent of Iverson's moves. When did you master that? I've known how to do it for ages. I just rarely utilized it. I used to think driving to the basket was exhausting and preferred the practicality of layups. But now I see that breaking through tight defenses can be quite effective. Get back on defense. We have a 9-point lead. Let's seize this game. At the age of 39, having amassed every accolade in basketball, Michael Jordan found little that could astonish him. Yet, since the last game against the 76ers, this legendary figure, accustomed to surprising others, had been repeatedly taken aback by Lee Howe's prowess. From scoring consecutively to clinch a last-second victory against the 76ers to knocking the formidable Robert Horry off the court. And now with that sensational crossover that left Tyronn Lue in the dust, Lee Howe is poised to leave the basketball deity utterly astounded. He possesses an undeniable authority on the crossover, particularly given that Allen Iverson, upon entering the league, garnered immense fame for leaving his opponents in his wake. Lee Howe, this young Chinese lad, exudes a charisma reminiscent of his youth, leaving one perpetually curious about the arsenal he conceals. Enigmatic, self-assured, formidable, and audacious. He embodies all the attributes requisite for ascending to the status of a superstar. It is entirely plausible that he might once again hoist the coveted O'Brien Trophy. The criticisms that once hovered on the lips of his detractors have now transformed into accolades. Well played, Lee. Splendid effort. Continue to drive in. Chapter 13. Larry Bird is Lee Howe's brother. As the Lakers initiate their offense, Tyronn Lue dribbles while adjusting his braids with his free hand. Having been momentarily disoriented by Lee Howe's crossover, upon crossing half-court, he swiftly relays the ball to Kobe. The Mamba mentality, characterized by its resilience in adversity, cannot abide Lee Howe's solitary bravado on the court. Kobe penetrates from the right, closely guarded by Jordan, who employs 2 decades of defensive mastery. This play is crucial. Kobe, creating a sliver of space with his footwork, attempts a challenging fadeaway shot. Thud. The basketball ricochets off the rim. Kwame secures the rebound. Darn. Lee Howe swiftly dashed toward the front court. This transition between offense and defense was imperative to secure. Upon hearing the signal, Brown, seemingly endowed with divine intervention, forcefully maneuvered past O'Neal to seize this crucial rebound. In an instant, he dispatched the ball to the fleet-footed Lee Howe. It was a gamble. Had Brown failed to secure the rebound, the Wizards would have faced the dire predicament of a 4-on-5 situation. Fortunately, fortune favored the Wizards in this instance. Upon receiving the pass, Lee Howe took his initial stride just beyond the 3-point line, a decisive step that propelled him into the elbow area. His second step carried him to the very edge of the paint, and with his third step, he soared into the air like a great eagle spreading its wings. Akin to a sudden clap of thunder on a still day, Lee Howe raised the ball above his head with his right hand, while his left hand rested beside his ear, mimicking a gesture of listening. The resounding echoes of the battle axe slam dunk reverberated throughout the MC Central Gymnasium. Lingering in the air, Lee Howe incessantly tugged at the number 7 emblazoned on his chest, determined to etch this figure into the annals of history. The audience was left in a state of awe, mesmerized by Lee Howe's dazzling display of skill and charisma. His prowess was undeniable. Even the legendary Larry Bird, often hailed as the king of intensity, appeared as a mere novice in Lee Howe's presence. He possessed an innate ability to connect with the emotions of the home crowd, elevating the atmosphere to unprecedented heights. The men in attendance found themselves invigorated by Lee Howe's tenacity, vowing to emulate his strength, dedication, and masculinity. A minute on stage reflects a decade of effort behind the scenes. Lee Howe exhibited remarkable composure on the court, suggesting that his rigorous practice off the field must be equally commendable. The women, captivated by Lee Howe's prowess, found themselves daydreaming about the exhilarating experience of engaging in a one-on-one showdown with him. His explosive athleticism, physicality, and striking appearance left the female fans in a daze, rendering them hesitant to ponder further. Unbeknownst to many, the number of female admirers for Lee Howe has eclipsed that of male fans, and this trend continues to surge at an astonishing rate. As the Lakers launched their offense, Tyronn Lue advanced the ball past half-court before passing it to Kobe. After executing a high-quality pick-and-roll, he swiftly maneuvered to the corner beyond the 3-point line. Kobe, penetrating into the elbow area and attracting a double team, decisively passed the ball to Tyronn Lue, who lay in wait at the corner. Lue did not disappoint with Kobe's assist, as the basketball swished effortlessly through the net. The score then stood at 105-95, with the Lakers regaining a double-digit lead, mere 4 minutes remaining in the game. In response, the Wizards orchestrated their offense, positioning all players, save for center Brown, beyond the 3-point line to accommodate Lee Howe's style of play. Lee Howe, positioned beyond the arc, executed a double crossover with effortless grace, evading Samaki Walker. He penetrated into the elbow area, and with a triumphant smile on the face of Shaquille O'Neal's defensive assistants, he flicked his wrist to pass the ball to the unguarded Brown. Brown relished the opportunity, scoring with ease. The score stood at 105-97. With just 3 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in the game, the Lakers initiated their offense, with O'Neal, visibly frustrated, demanding the ball. It was quite humiliating for the league's premier center to be repeatedly dunked on by a disappointing number 1 draft pick. Upon receiving the ball, O'Neal employed his signature move, backing into Brown. As Brown was pushed back, O'Neal pivoted, ready to unleash a thunderous dunk. At that moment, a long, powerful hand swooped in, decisively swatting the basketball away. Jordan seized the opportunity and sprinted toward the front court, where the key to his 7th O'Brien trophy awaited. With strides as swift as a comet, Jordan was closely followed by Kobe, who mirrored his elegance on a white steed. Ultimately, Kobe held the advantage in stamina, positioning himself to keep Jordan at bay beyond the three-point line. Jordan, with a nonchalant smile, remarked, "Kobe, the future is yours, not the present." Before he could finish his sentence, he confidently launched a three-pointer, the ball tracing a beautiful arc through the air. Swish. The basketball found nothing but net. Although Jordan's career three-point shooting percentage hovered at a modest 32.7%, he was remarkably accurate when it mattered most. This was the essence of a transcendent superstar. The basketball deity. 5 points left. Boys, let us defend this possession. Jordan led the charge, and the eyes of Lee Howe and the other 4 teammates sparkled with determination. Being a teammate of Jordan inevitably placed them in the spotlight, and they yearned to etch their names in the annals of the basketball goddess memoirs. As the Lakers mounted their offense once more, O'Neal, enraged, demanded the ball for another isolation play. However, just as he prepared to rise for another dunk, Lee Howe preemptively committed a foul. Lee Howe decisively employed the shark hacking strategy. Shaquille O'Neal's free throw percentage throughout his career was a dismal 52.7%. This flaw became the most effective means for rival teams to exploit the Lakers. O'Neal, overwhelmed with frustration, felt a nauseating sensation akin to constipation, as if he was on the verge of release only to be thwarted. With a resounding thud, he missed both free throws amidst a chorus of boos. Brown secured the defensive rebound and passed to Jordan, who advanced beyond the three-point line for another shot. Kobe's tenacious defense compelled Jordan to alter the ball's natural trajectory. The basketball soared high, as O'Neal, Brown, Lee Howe, and Samaki Walker leapt in unison. To enhance the probability of seizing the rebound, Lee Howe jumped while simultaneously shouting. Although Brown, invigorated by a mental boost, failed to secure the rebound, he managed to swat the ball away from O'Neal's grasp. Hamilton stared blankly at the basketball that fell into his hands. Without a moment's hesitation, he took a mid-range shot. Guided by Jordan, Hamilton's shot had begun to show promise. The ball bounced on the front rim before clumsily rolling in. With a sigh of relief, Hamilton observed the rookie Lee Howe and Brown performing so well, sparking his desire to contribute to the team as a second-year player. With 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining, the score stood at 105-102. With the Lakers leading by 3 points, the Wizards unleashed a formidable 11-3 offensive surge in just 2 minutes and 10 seconds. With Lee Howe's crossover penetrating the Lakers' defense, Phil Jackson, the coach most reluctant to call a timeout in the league, refrained even as the deficit narrowed to 3 points. This is the essence of his Zen moniker, as he provides players with ample freedom to express themselves. Kobe, holding the ball beyond the three-point line on the left wing, utilized a screen from Samaki Walker to drive into the paint. He faced 3 choices. One was to connect with O'Neal for an alley-oop. However, upon noticing the eager Brown, Kobe dismissed that option, knowing they would likely resort to the shark hacking strategy. As for passing to the fast-breaking Walker, who had been overwhelmed by Lee Howe, it seemed more prudent to take matters into his own hands. Just as Kobe hesitated, Lee Howe's defensive presence loomed before him. His height and wingspan exerted a slight pressure on Kobe. Undeterred, the increasingly resolute Kobe executed a smooth turnaround jumper, the basketball tracing an elegant arc through the air. Thud. The basketball ricocheted off the rim and, in a haphazard manner, tumbled into the net. This embodies the Mamba mentality. The more one perseveres, the more success one achieves. One can always place unwavering faith in Kobe's clutch shooting abilities. Such as Kobe, a figure who stands out among the many heirs to Jordan's legacy. Perhaps the man closest to Jordan in the world. Chapter 14. The pinnacle of offense and defense. Kobe Bryant's capacity to resolve challenges is unparalleled. He successfully executed a crucial two-pointer to stabilize the game. With just 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, the score stood at 107 to 102. With the Lakers leading by 5 points, the pressure suddenly shifted to the Wizards. As Lee Howe sought to reclaim a victory through his crossover dribble, Collins delivered a crushing blow. He called for a timeout lasting a full minute, yet the crossover feature offered no respite. This minute of pause translated to a squandered moment for Lee Howe, his heart bleeding with each tick of the clock. In truth, Collins' timeout was a judicious choice. The Wizards players desperately needed a breather. Notably, Jordan was laboring for breath, and the other key players were similarly fatigued. The scoring output from the Wizards bench was the lowest in the league, compelling Collins to rely heavily on his starters. Caught in this vicious cycle, the starters' stamina was nearly depleted. With unwavering intensity, Collins gazed at Hamilton. While you all take a moment to rest, the upcoming possession will decide our fate. The Lakers expect us to deliver the ball to Lee or Michael. Thus, we shall defy their expectations. Richard, this strategy is crafted for you. Everyone will set screens for you, act decisively and shoot. In the TNT studio, as Kobe's powerful shot found the net, Barkley erupted with joy, dancing with exuberance. The thrill of the game surpassed even the wildest roller coaster ride, leaving him breathless. Initially, the Wizards held the lead, igniting his anxious fervor. But as the Lakers gradually overtook, he exhaled a sigh of relief, believing the Wizards' chances had waned and he was finally free from the burden of supporting a losing team. Just when victory seemed assured, Lee Howe erupted once more, his relentless prowess seemingly unending. Once again, it was Lee Howe, whose strength and hidden depths astonished all. His ability to penetrate the defense mirrored that of Iverson, a testament to countless hours of dedicated practice. Indeed, Lee Howe's drives gradually pulled the Wizards back from the brink. Fortunately, the Lakers had Kobe, whose two-point shots stabilized the situation. At this moment, Kobe held greater significance in Barkley's heart than his own wife. He would rather embrace Kobe than face the humiliation of supporting a losing team. Kobe is incredible. I believe he has now surpassed Jordan. Of course, this was in reference to the 39-year-old Jordan. The 29-year-old Jordan was unmatched. Wow, Charles, you seem a bit overconfident. The game is far from over. In just over 2 minutes, much could transpire, including the potential for further embarrassment. Smith felt a surge of optimism, sensing the possibility of no longer facing humiliation. In my view, it's already concluded. Kobe will either continue to miss or find his rhythm. Collins, astute as ever, interrupted Kobe's flow. Yet, with Kobe's caliber, he would undoubtedly adjust. One could only wait for the spectacle to unfold. Barkley clenched his fists, seemingly addressing Smith. Yet in truth, he was merely seeking solace within himself. Dear Charles, this player Lee has bestowed upon us countless surprises. I am confident that this match will be no exception. Smith's small eyes fixated intently on the large screen once more as the timeout concluded. The Wizards initiated their offense, with Jordan advancing the ball into the frontcourt, feigning a breakthrough to draw the defense before passing to Lee Howe. Lee Howe swiftly passed the ball to the open Hamilton. Hamilton decisively executed a jump shot, a beautiful arc, and swish. The ball went in. The score was 107 to 104. With just 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in the game, Hamilton, exhilarated, pumped his fist in triumph, having withstood the pressure. Zen master Phil Jackson cast a furious glance at Collins, just in time to catch the latter's triumphant expression. In this exchange, he had been outmaneuvered by Collins. The Lakers launched their offense, with Tyronn Lue delivering the ball to Kobe at the top of the arc, beyond the three-point line. Except for Shaquille O'Neal, everyone cleared the space for Kobe. In critical moments, Kobe was the Lakers' unequivocal focal point, having rescued the team on numerous occasions in times of peril. Faced with the towering presence of Jordan, Kobe took a deep breath. Jordan's aura was overpowering, radiant. Yet, Kobe's tenacity only grew in adversity. Not encountering Jordan in his youth remained a significant regret for him. Kobe, a triple threat, feigned left before swiftly breaking to the right. Confronted with Jordan's impenetrable defense, he found no opportunities. The astute Samaki Walker stepped up to set a screen, pushing Jordan behind him. In the face of Lee Howe's impending defense, Kobe recalled the taunt that branded him as merely second best. He resolved to deliver a decisive blow to this audacious rookie. Kobe opted for a back-to-the-basket play against Lee Howe, using his formidable physique to create space before swiftly pivoting for a fading jump shot. Lee Howe exerted every ounce of strength to block the shot, but alas, the ball was arched too high, nearly lying flat. Kobe, this is the final lesson I imparted to you. do not score using his signature style in front of the master. Unbeknownst to Jordan, he had positioned himself at Kobe's flank, awaiting the basketball along the trajectory of Kobe's fading jump shot. After intercepting the ball, Jordan surged forward with fervor, as if transported back to that fateful night when he first entered the league at 20. It felt reminiscent of that All-Star weekend when he soared from the free throw line during the dunk contest. The Air Jordan, the basketball deity. Black Jesus, Michael Jordan leaped and executed a thunderous dunk. The score stood at 107-106, with the Lakers leading by a mere point. And only 1 minute and 30 seconds remained in the game. We must defend this possession. Jordan swiftly retreated, his eyes ablaze with determination. Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. Coach Sue. This is the most thrilling showdown I have ever witnessed, a clash between the two greatest shooting guards in history. No amount of grandiloquence can adequately convey their greatness. It is an experience to be felt but not articulated. Coach Zhang's face flushed with excitement. This was the Fan Spring Festival Gala. Coach Zhang, I wholeheartedly concur with your sentiment. We are indeed fortunate to broadcast such a monumental game live. This is a legacy, a confrontation between unparalleled masters. If the Wizards triumph, if they advance to the playoffs, or, dare I say, if they seize the championship this season, the value of the basketball deity will only continue to rise, solidifying Jordan's unparalleled legacy. Then, Lee Hao shall emerge as Jordan's new Pippen, a source of pride for our nation. Little Lee has already become a pride for us. He has accomplished enough. Regardless of the outcome, Little Lee and Kwame Brown have prevailed. They have proven through their actions that they are not merely busts, they are golden brothers. Zhang Weiping's voice resonated with conviction. Having a younger brother labeled a bust had long been a thorn in his side. Chapter 15. The Lakers' last-ditch effort faces imminent failure. The atmosphere in the TNT studio was palpably tense, for the realms of human joy and sorrow seldom intersect. Kenny Smith wore a broad smile, basking in the warmth of spring. Beside him, Charles Barkley fidgeted restlessly, as if seated on pins and needles. The dark circles under his eyes were even more pronounced, gleaming like sweat on the surface of a large, round head. Although the Lakers held a slender lead and possessed the ball, an ominous feeling began to creep over him. Charles, the Lakers are still ahead by a point. Stay calm. You still have Kobe. Smith feigned sympathy for his old partner, yet inwardly, he reveled with delight. Oh, damn it, Smith. I know the Lakers are destined to triumph. However, the agony of this waiting is excruciating. I find myself feeling a twinge of empathy for those on death row. Soon, I may succumb to a heart attack. So remember to call an ambulance. But do refrain from administering mouth-to-mouth. I have no fondness for men. Undoubtedly, Barkley was remarkably suited for commentary. His loquacious nature and sense of humor allowed him to swiftly establish himself at TNT. His chemistry with Smith was impeccable. And it was rumored that TNT executives were prepared to offer a lucrative contract to retain them. As the Lakers initiated their offensive, Kobe's eyes burned with an indomitable fighting spirit. He was a natural leader, a paragon of strength and royalty, unafraid to take responsibility with his shots. As he approached the top of the arc, with merely 7 seconds left on the shot clock, he signaled for a screen. In an instant, as Samaki Walker shielded Jordan behind him, he leaped for a jump shot. The shot was a picturesque display swish. The basketball sailed through the net, silencing the arena. Kobe's shot extinguished the home crowd's jeers. Do you see the shot? Who is the true leader here? Kobe provocatively glanced at Lee Hao, dismissing Jordan's attempts to steal the spotlight. A rookie wishing to partake in the glory had no chance. Only victory defines the true leader, Kobe. Lee Hao, unwilling to concede defeat, believed that while the game may be lost, the spirit must prevail. With a score of 109-106, the Lakers held a slender 3-point lead with just 1 minute and 6 seconds remaining in the match. As the Wizards launched their offense, Jordan advanced past the half-court line and passed the ball to Lee Hao, who was positioning himself near the 3-second area. He no longer dared to stand beyond the 3-point arc, as the time for his crossover had been exhausted by Collins' lengthy timeout and O'Neal's free throws. The Lakers seemed to regard Lee Hao as a star player, routinely double-teaming him. Confronted by the defensive pressure from Samaki Walker and Tyronn Lue, Lee Hao managed to pass the ball to the unmarked Hamilton. Hamilton seized the opportunity and released a shot, the basketball tracing an elegant arc through the air. Swish. The Wizards scored again, narrowing the gap to 109-108, with the Lakers clinging to a 1-point lead and only 48 seconds left on the clock. As the teams resumed play, Kobe dribbled outside the 3-point line, deliberately managing the time, with the advantage resting with the Lakers. With just 7 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Kobe executed a deceptive feint before leaping for a pull-up shot. The ball soared high but appeared to veer off course. Rebound! Rebound! Jordan shouted. A faint smile of satisfaction emerged on O'Neal's face, a testament to the chemistry he shared with Kobe. This was Kobe's gift of showtime to him. Just as O'Neal envisioned his celebratory moves upon landing, a shadow darted in, snatching the ball away before he could react. It was Li Hao intercepting the aerial relay of the formidable duo. In the 2000 Western Conference Finals Game 7, the Lakers once trailed the Trailblazers by as many as 15 points. After Kobe delivered a spectacular volleyball block, the Lakers sounded the rallying cry. They gradually closed the score gap, and in the final moments, Kobe and O'Neal executed this very maneuver to eliminate the Trailblazers. Their stunning aerial connection obliterated the championship dreams that had lingered since Pippen's departure from the Bulls. Li Hao keenly discerned the eye contact within the OK combination and intercepted the pass. Li Hao passed the ball to Jordan with only 24 seconds remaining in the game. The score stands at 109-108, with the Wizards trailing the Lakers by a single point. Li Hao faced the relentless pressure from Samaki Walker, who once again sought the ball on the right elbow outside the arc. With Hamilton's mid-range shot, Tyronn Lue could no longer afford to double-team Li Hao without hesitation. Samaki Walker, unwilling to be the scapegoat for a potential loss, decisively moved to disrupt Li Hao's reception, fully aware that Shaquille O'Neal would undoubtedly cover for him. Time slipped away, ticking down, 19, 18, 17. Jordan desperately wished to disregard Li Hao's call for the ball as the team leader. He felt the weight of making the final shot. However, casting a glance at the indefatigable Kobe, who seemed to defy gravity, Jordan reluctantly passed the ball. The harsh reality of competitive sports lay in the relentless toll on the stamina of veteran players. Diminished energy, compounded by Kobe's efficient defense, inevitably led to a distortion of technique. Jordan lofted the ball high towards Li Hao, and all he could do was offer a silent prayer. O'Neal approached with a menacing grin, his robust physique exuding aggression. He and Samaki Walker effectively encased Li Hao in a defensive sandwich. As the clock wound down, the urgency heightened, and all eyes were fixed on Li Hao. The vast expanse of the MC Center fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the rhythmic sound of the basketball bouncing on the hardwood. 8, 7, 6. Li Hao, with a series of stumbles, skillfully maneuvered the ball to escape the double team, feigning a skyhook. "Behold my skyhook," he proclaimed. The ever-present Shaquille O'Neal and Samaki Walker soared into the air simultaneously. "Rookie, your season's performances." But in that moment of bravado, O'Neal found himself embarrassed. Realizing he had been outwitted by this newcomer, Li Hao did not perform a hook shot. Instead, he deftly passed the ball through a narrow opening to the cutting Kwame Brown. Brown. Goodness. 3, 2, 1. Kwame Brown soared into the air like a mythical Kuenping, sweat cascading around him, shimmering like a rainbow in the beams of light. Upon landing, Brown relentlessly pounded his right arm against his chest. Goodness. The final whistle blew simultaneously, marking a score of 109-108. As the Wizards clinched a last-second victory courtesy of the underperforming duo. Following their previous game-winning shot against the 76ers, the Wizards executed another stunning finish against the Lakers just 2 days later. Ding! Shaquille O'Neal was detected making a swift exit. The mission was on the verge of failure. Li Hao slapped his thigh, completely immersed in the game, forgetting to take a photograph with O'Neal. While victory was undeniably significant, the mission held even greater importance. Swiftly pushing aside Brown, who sought to embrace him, Li Hao made his way towards the Lakers' player tunnel. This led to an awkward scene where Li Hao found himself blocking all the Lakers players. With their defeat, the expressions on their faces darkened considerably. Particularly, Kobe was irked by losing to Jordan. Reflecting on the trash talk exchanged with Li Hao moments earlier, he felt a sting of embarrassment. "Oh, what does that mean? Do you want me to congratulate you on your victory? Let me tell you, that's not happening. You've successfully provoked me. Rookie, let me say this. If you manage to reach the finals, I'll teach you a lesson on how to conduct yourself. If you become the Eastern Conference champions, I might as well kiss Barkley's rear. But that's impossible. You won't even make it past the first round of the playoffs." As the team's leader, O'Neal nervously stepped forward to deliver his harsh words. Although Li Hao possesses martial arts skills, it is unlikely that he would resort to violence without just cause. Despite his imposing physique, O'Neal's fighting prowess is rather unremarkable. In Chapter 16, Li Hao demonstrates a level of patience that surpasses that of Go Jian, Sima Yi. Biting. Li Hao revealed a smile capable of captivating countless young hearts and enthusiastically said, "Shaquille, the son of a friend of my father's friend is your ardent admirer. Could you grant me an autograph? May I embrace you for a moment? Shaquille, perplexed, responded. Isn't the friend of your father's friend just your father's friend? My father does not know the friend of his friend, Li Hao replied. Li Hao elucidated. The son of your father's friend's friend is an ardent admirer of mine. What does your embrace signify? Are you also among my fervent supporters? Shaquille O'Neal possesses a remarkable intellect. He articulated that if I were to embrace you on his behalf, it would be tantamount to him embracing you directly. Would that be acceptable? The amiable Shaquille O'Neal, furrowing his brow, acquiesced, sensing that this young lad harbored some clandestine secrets. However, adhering to the adage of not striking a smiling face, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Li Hao, filled with impatience, rushed forward, incessantly chattering to divert O'Neal's attention. The son of a friend of my father's friend is utterly captivated by you and the NBA. His home is adorned with your photographs. And he confesses he truly despises being a man. Were he a woman, he would undoubtedly desire to marry you. However, he is currently contemplating transitioning, ready to sacrifice everything for you. Indeed, flattery knows no bounds. This tactic is universally effective, whether in China or America. Li Hao, while engaging in flattery, placed his hand indiscriminately upon O'Neal's substantial head. Internally, he counted the seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just as O'Neal began to exhibit impatience, Li Hao finally reached 5. Why had the system not signaled the completion of the task? Could it be that the task remained unfulfilled? He glanced once more at the assignment, his gaze lingering on the word pat. Was mere touching insufficient? Was a pat the only acceptable action? As he felt the considerable physique of O'Neal against him, Li Hao became somewhat numb. He hesitated, torn by indecision. Yet, as O'Neal distanced himself from his embrace, Li Hao resolved to act. He could no longer afford to dwell on the details. For the sake of the skill card, he would take the plunge. Smack. Li Hao resolutely slapped Shaquille O'Neal's bald head, the sharp crack resonating through the narrow player tunnel. Oh my God! Fisher exclaimed, incredulously covering his thick lips. Oh. That was intense. Samaki Walker, who had just been humiliated by Li Hao, felt fortunate he had refrained from exchanging trash talk. This young man had a fiery temper and was quick to resort to violence over trivial disagreements. Kobe remained silent. Yet his mocking gaze was more provocative than words could convey. How could one endure such humiliation while being figuratively ridden upon? O'Neal's small eyes bulged in anger, his face reddening in fury. He was no pushover, despite his opponent's martial prowess. He yearned to slap Li Hao into submission. But the memory of Hori being carried off deterred him. He weighed the prospect of whether he could best Li Hao in a fight. Losing would be a blow to his stature in the league. Yet, upon catching Kobe's playful glance, he resolved not to let this affront go unchallenged. Allowing the second-in-command to mock him would jeopardize his position, especially given Kobe's ambition to usurp him. Just as O'Neal prepared to retaliate, Li Hao swiftly interjected, Look, Shaquille. There's a mosquito. It was just causing mischief on your bald head, and I took care of it for you. See? O'Neal chuckled. Oh, well then. I suppose I can forgive you. Otherwise, I would have made you regret it. I'm not as easy to intimidate as Hori. O'Neal, possessing high emotional intelligence, understood the nuances of social dynamics and the art of yielding when necessary. Reluctantly, he chose not to provoke the Chinese player, well aware of their martial expertise. Take care. Shaquille, I send my affection on behalf of my father's friend's son, Li Hao jested. By the way, if we meet in the finals, is it true you'll kiss a donkey's behind? In a light-hearted exchange, Li Hao recalled O'Neal's earlier remarks. O'Neal had claimed, if you reach the finals, not only will I kiss a donkey's behind, but so will Kobe. O'Neal scoffed. Oh, come on, Shaquille, don't drag me into this. If you reach the finals, I'll kiss a donkey's behind. What if we don't reach the finals? How about you kiss 2 donkeys' behinds? Tyronn Lue, feeling embarrassed after being outmaneuvered by Li Hao, sought to redeem himself through this whimsical wager. Count me in. Samaki Walker, having been thoroughly humiliated, also joined the bet. It's settled. If I don't reach the finals, I'll kiss 3 donkey's behinds. Li Hao sought to push himself to the limits, for dreams are essential. And who knows what may come of them? There exists a certain probability that they could materialize. O'Neal departed without a backward glance, moving faster than a fast break. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. He has acquired the temporary ability of Robert Horry's crucial 3-point shooting for a duration of 5 minutes, boasting an impressive accuracy rate of 90% during this period. The standard reward is 0, 2 ability points, and due to the formidable opponent being the reigning champion Lakers, an additional 0, 2 ability points is granted. Should these points be allocated to a specific skill? Overjoyed, Li Hao unhesitatingly added them to his strength, as it was the attribute he most desperately needed. Name, Li Hao. Position, power forward. Height, 2.07 meters. Wingspan, 2.17 meters. Weight, 107 kilograms. Physical attributes, speed, 8. Strength, 6.7 explosiveness, 8 stamina, 8 offensive skills, 3-point shooting, 5 jump shot, 5 low post offense, 5 ball handling, 6 passing, 6 dribbling, 6 driving, 6 defensive skills, defense, 5.7 rebounding, 5.7 blocking, 6.7 stealing, 6.7 signature move, skyhook. Temporary ability, Robert Horry's crucial three-pointer. As he beheld the rise in his stats, Li Hao could not suppress a silly grin. He experienced the exhilarating sensation akin to leveling up in a game. What are you grinning about? Off to shower. Shall I scrub your back? Inquired Kwame Brown, spotting the grinning Li Hao in the player's tunnel. No, I won't drop the soap, he replied. Post-game, the legendary Kareem Abdul-Jabbar granted an interview, unabashedly expressing his admiration for Li Hao. Li's movements mirror mine perfectly, which is quite an honor. After all these years, my signature move has finally found a worthy successor. I have witnessed A's crossover. His mimicking ability is extraordinary. It's unimaginable. Li truly resembles a magician capable of replication. Yet, only we professional athletes comprehend the arduous nature of this endeavor. He must have exerted an unimaginable amount of sweat. I have high hopes for him. As a superstar reigning atop the NBA's all-time scoring list, Jabbar's humility is striking. This imparts considerable weight to his words, and his accolades for Li Hao astonished the reporters. When the journalist documented this interview for the newspaper, it sent shockwaves across the globe. On Sports Channel 5, Zhang Weiping and Su Kun celebrated with enthusiastic high-fives. As Li Hao once again achieved a miraculous feat, little Li hid his talents too well, surpassing even the likes of Go Jian, Sima Yi, and Guo Baiting in patience. Though he possesses a crossover comparable to Iverson's, he refrained from showcasing it. Others would have long succumbed to the urge to flaunt. Yet, little Li was able to endure until the very end. This characteristic undoubtedly foreshadows great accomplishments. The entire basketball fan base was captivated by his ruse. Zhang Weiping was in high spirits, finding Li Hao increasingly agreeable. In Chapter 17, Kobe practiced at 4 o'clock, while young Li trained until the same hour. It is truly hard to fathom that Li is merely 20 years old, as long as he maintains his health. He is destined to become a Hall of Fame caliber player. Su Kun harbors great optimism for Li Hao's future. While Hall of Fame players are often conservative in their assessments, I believe that Li possesses the potential to be Jordan's successor, to be even bolder. I contend that Li could challenge Jordan's legendary status. Observe how, in critical moments, Jordan entrusted the ball to Li Hao. Such is the depth of his confidence. Zhang Weiping does not shy away from making audacious statements. Su Kun gasped in astonishment. Zhang's boldness was remarkable. After all, we are speaking of Jordan, the basketball deity who eclipsed numerous ancient and contemporary superstars. I must respectfully disagree with you, Zhang. I believe it is already commendable for Li to reach Kobe's heights. Su, allow me to explain. Li undeniably possesses the qualifications to challenge Jordan. He is not only a prodigy but also a diligent talent. Li has undoubtedly invested an unimaginable amount of effort behind the scenes. What the public witnesses as his sudden emergence is merely the culmination of his silent accumulation of skill. This accumulation is not the result of a day or two, but rather 10 years of relentless training. Just look at his crossover and skyhook. They are virtually identical replicas. Would such similarity be possible without countless repetitions? Absolutely not. One could argue that a hard-working and ambitious young man like him is bound to surpass Jordan. He must often gaze upon the moon at 4 o'clock in the morning. Zhang Weiping has a way of turning every phrase to his advantage. Su Kun could not help but chuckle. So, does this mean you've shifted your allegiance from Kobe to young Li? I admire them both. Sorry, Kobe. But you must now take second place. Meanwhile, in the TNT studio, the assistant gleefully brought in 2 female donkeys, allowing him to boast to his friends about witnessing Barkley kiss their backsides. Oh, dear Charles, your girlfriends have returned again. Such a pair of lovebirds. How enviable. Smith added salt to Barkley's wounds. Oh, for heaven's sake. There's a Chinese proverb that says one should not stumble into the same pit twice. Yet here I am. Having fallen into it twice in succession, I swear I shall never tumble into it a third time. Li is truly formidable. Not only is he exceptional himself, but he has also elevated the performance of the underachieving superstar, Kwame Brown. I am utterly convinced. I have completely surrendered to this reality. Henceforth, I declare myself an ardent admirer of Lee. Anyone who disparages him shall face my ire. Barkley, with his eyes shut and nose pinched, took 2 swift shots. Oh, Charles, you resemble a coward. A true man should continue to battle. You ought to persist in opposing Lee. Smith disdainfully remarked. You have never experienced the thrill of a donkey's rear. It is extraordinarily exhilarating. I accept being deemed a coward. There is an ancient Chinese adage that states, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. I am willing to wager once more. I stake that in the next game. Lee's score will undoubtedly exceed 20 points. Even against Tim Duncan of the Spurs, Lee will triumph. Barkley, displaying timidity, offered a lackluster response. How dull, Charles. Your wager lacks sincerity. Lee scored 22 points against the 76ers and 35 against the Lakers. Your next wager that he will surpass 20 points is a surefire bet. You fat fool. Smith employed provocation, yet Barkley remained unfazed. If you are a man, how about wagering that Lee's score in the next game will not exceed 20 points? Be a man. You are a true man. Do accept. Observing the soaring ratings, Smith hesitated for a moment before promptly acquiescing. I shall indeed wager with you. If Lee exceeds 20 points in the next game, I shall kiss a donkey's rear. Conversely, if his score does not surpass 20 points, you shall kiss a donkey's rear. It is settled. You fat fool. Smith would not engage in a wager without confidence. He had his own strategy. Firstly, the Spurs' position in the Western Conference was already secure, with wins and losses having negligible impact. Furthermore, Popovich has a tendency to rest key players. It is highly likely that he will do so in the next game. Thus, if the Wizards dominate against the bench players, garbage time would arrive prematurely, and Lee may also be rested. Therefore, it is plausible that Lee will not achieve 20 points. Which is Smith's rationale. Naturally, he would not disclose this to Barkley, as he eagerly anticipated Barkley kissing a donkey's rear for a third time. Ha ha. A fool is still preferable to kissing a donkey's rear. Dear Smith, you are destined to lose. The wheel of fortune turns. Who escapes the heaven's judgment? Ha ha. I am exceedingly excited. Barkley laughed with glee. After showering, Jordan, accompanied by Lee and Brown, attended a press conference. Michael, your duel with Kobe was absolutely thrilling. Will he be your successor? A Mediterranean journalist was the first to pose a question. Kobe is formidable. At merely 24, his potential is boundless. Previously, he was the sole contender to inherit my legacy, but the landscape has shifted. He now faces competition, and that rival is Lee. The future belongs to them. The championships of the next decade will undoubtedly be divided between the two. Jordan smiled at Lee, unabashedly expressing his admiration. Had it not been for Lee's exceptional performance, the Wizards would have undoubtedly succumbed to defeat in this match. The journalists present were astounded by Jordan's words. They could scarcely believe his high regard for Lee. He had elevated Lee to a stature comparable to that of Kobe. Jordan, known for his arrogance, seldom bestows compliments upon anyone, which imbues his words with profound significance. Seizing the moment while the Mediterranean journalist was still in shock, Jessica Johnson, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed reporter from the Washington Post, eagerly interjected. Today, she had intentionally donned a low-cut, form-fitting outfit, her ample assets prominently displayed. Possessing a figure that incites envy in women and admiration in men, there is little doubt that Jessica's career will flourish. She deliberately straightened her posture, gazing at Lee with a tender expression. Lee, your crossover is pivotal to the team's success. You execute it so adeptly. Why didn't you utilize it before? The question sent a chill of sweat down Lee's spine. It wasn't that he didn't wish to use it, but rather that he had struggled to master it previously. After a brief moment of contemplation, he concocted an ostentatious response. In America, the art of communication often involves boasting, a skill in which he excelled. My arsenal contains numerous weapons, and employing them all would undoubtedly diminish the challenge of the game. I relish the thrill of competition. I thrive in the face of adversity. For instance, in the next match, I might unleash my three-point specialty. Whether I choose to do so depends on my mood. Jessica. Chapter 18. Friends must engage in enduring communication to truly know one another. Wow, Lee, you actually remember my name. Of course, Jessica. I have never considered myself to be different. All individuals are born equal, and every profession deserves respect. Jessica's cheeks flushed with delight. It was a profound joy to have her name remembered by someone she admired. Will you showcase your dribbling skills? For instance, can you perform a double-handed dribble to break through tight defense? Can you? Jessica was overwhelmed with excitement, struggling to contain her exuberant spirit. The seasoned veteran felt both exhilarated and trepidatious as she boldly addressed him in front of so many. After speaking, she trembled, nearly collapsing to the floor, worried that someone might decipher her fervent words. Ironically, she also feared they wouldn't understand, creating a conflicting sensation that sent her emotions soaring. She experienced an unparalleled sense of clarity. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback. This statement was incomprehensible to the uninitiated. To his surprise, Jessica was a concealed expert. He cast a glance at her, just in time to catch a fleeting, teasing glance. Goodness, American women are audacious, daring to flirt openly in front of so many people. As the saying goes, one must reciprocate. Thus, as a seasoned player, Li Hao swiftly responded, provocatively gazing at Jessica. Not only am I adept at handling the ball under pressure with both hands, but I can also execute a one-handed pull-up that astonishes. Jessica, overwhelmed, could barely muster a sound, her cheeks flushed, on the verge of succumbing. Li Hao, a kindred spirit, clearly knew the game well. Most bystanders were oblivious to their banter. Yet a few understood. They exchanged knowing glances at the seemingly rosy-cheeked Jessica and the composed Li Hao, as if the god of love in ancient Greece had aimed his arrow. Another reporter, uncomprehending, seized the moment to inquire, Li, the ultrasound results for Hori have come out. His ribs are fractured. He claims you possess martial arts skills? Hearing this news saddened me, yet I felt no sympathy for him. He was a brute on the court, clearly targeting me. Thankfully, I hail from the great land of China. Otherwise, it might have been my ribs that were fractured. So, do you admit to having martial arts skills? The reporter, an enthusiast of martial arts, eagerly sought an answer. I do not possess martial arts skills. I merely train with great diligence, Li Hao replied. Griffin, don't dwell on it. Li surely has martial arts skills, though he will never confess. Another reporter consoled the martial arts aficionado. Barkley, having kissed the rear ends of 2 donkeys, declared himself a devoted fan. Oh, he is quite perceptive. I shall substantiate his words through my actions. Kwame, you were exceptional. You achieved a double-double in this match. 23 points, 13 rebounds, and 2 blocks. You have proven yourself. And I trust no one will ever brand you a bust again. I owe my gratitude to Li, for he has empowered me, transformed me, and salvaged my career. He taught me to stand proudly rather than crouch in self-doubt. I am captivated by Chinese culture. The motivational wisdom is simply delightful. The confident version of myself from high school has returned. Today, I declare my grand ambition. I shall become an all-star caliber player. Brown gazed at Li Hao with deep affection, causing him to shiver with goosebumps. Thankfully, Li Hao was aware that Brown was not gay. Otherwise, he might have spent a restless night. Every time Li calls you grass, do you become particularly fierce? Is that your secret signal? Brown felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing the revelation of Li Hao's martial prowess. Fortunately, he had premeditated his response. Grass symbolizes mental strength, trust, encouragement, and our unspoken understanding. Finally finishing the interview, Li Hao strolled into the second-hand Chevrolet Suburban with a relaxed gait. The Suburban, with an impressive length of 5.6 meters, is particularly well-suited for the towering stature of NBA players. As he exited the parking lot, his grand vehicle was suddenly obstructed by a strikingly petite car. Li Hao's dazzling headlights illuminated the small car, rendering his eyes unable to open against the blinding glare. The brilliance of the headlights was overwhelming. It was Jessica Johnson who, with her captivating allure, halted Li Hao's vehicle. Since the match against the 76ers, Li Hao had received numerous notes from female fans. However, at this critical juncture for the Wizards as they aimed for the playoffs, Li Hao refrained from reaching out to anyone. Li Hao is not that kind of person. However, when Jessica Johnson presents herself at his doorstep, one cannot blame Li Hao for being ready to seize the opportunity. Li Hao harbors a sense of indebtedness towards his brother, who has not partaken in a meal for an entire year. Upon joining the Wizards, Li Hao found himself struggling on the court, earning the unfortunate reputation of being one of the bust brothers, leaving him little inclination to prioritize his brother's needs. However, the tides have now turned. His prowess on the basketball court has flourished, and it is time for his brother to step onto the court as well. Jessica Johnson entered the vehicle without a hint of reservation. She remained silent, her emerald eyes brimming with affection. This is characteristic of Western women, who often adopt a more liberal stance towards love. They readily embrace casual relationships, placing less emphasis on the profundity of love. When love is present, they engage. When it wanes, they depart. Li, what does it mean to pull up with one hand and soar? Jessica inquired, adjusting her ample bosom, feigning ignorance. Jessica. Chinese culture is profoundly intricate. To impart its depths and nuances may require considerable time and patience. Li Hao transformed into a seasoned mentor, imparting the wisdom of Chinese idioms to Jessica. I must diligently learn from you. You teach me about Chinese culture, and I will accompany you in practicing basketball. With a game against the Spurs approaching, he added, we must not become complacent in the evenings. I will assist you in honing your skills. Jessica edged closer to Li Hao, who was taken aback by the depth of her gaze, even more profound than he had anticipated. On behalf of the Wizards fans, I extend my gratitude. Should we emerge victorious, the credit shall rightfully belong to you. Upon returning to the apartment, he needed to master the art of single-handed ball handling under pressure, as dual ball handling would be deemed a foul. Oh, goodness, Li, I can hardly contain my excitement. Why must we return to the apartment? I yearn for a fast break defense right now. Jessica's fiery red lips met his in a passionate kiss. 2 minutes later, the two, entwined in a moment of bliss, were reluctantly separated. The incessant honking of car horns forced Li Hao to pause reluctantly, stopping the current vehicle before switching to another. Alas, it seems some harbor envy towards us. Li Hao, feeling exasperated, shifted gears and drove on. The car behind him provocatively accelerated, aligning itself alongside his. In a fit of anger, he rolled down his window to confront Li Hao with an obscene gesture. How infuriating. I shall make him even more envious. Before Li Hao could react, Jessica defiantly returned the gesture with one hand while shifting gears with the other. You lonely soul. Go home and tend to your dog. Bitch. Li, you are extraordinarily impressive. You surpassed my previous boyfriends by 1,000-fold. The opponent was utterly overwhelmed by Jessica's remarkable prowess, while Jessica herself was left astonished by Li Hao. Chapter 19. The system compels Li Hao to amuse the stone Buddha. Li Hao's large vehicle came to a halt once more, as he found himself unable to press the accelerator. This was due to Jessica's formidable presence. As she exhaled with a fierce intensity, fueled by youthful fervor, Li Hao decided to cease driving. Engaging in an extensive and profound basketball contest with Jessica that spanned 4 exhilarating overtimes. The two young competitors, brimming with enthusiasm, played relentlessly, showing no signs of fatigue. Ultimately, during the 4th overtime, Jessica conceded defeat for the first time in her life, having never experienced loss in such a competitive arena. Deeply impressed by Li Hao's extraordinary skills, she saw her basket left in tatters from his relentless attacks. Just as Li Hao prepared to continue into yet another overtime, Jessica shook her head vigorously, as if to dispel the notion. Faced with his unwillingness to relent, she hurriedly descended from the vehicle, limping and taking unsteady steps, her gait resembling that of a distressed creature as she fled, injured. Li Hao smiled and shook his head. The ocean horse was nothing more than that. At 2 in the morning, he returned to his apartment, took a refreshing shower, and comfortably lay down. Habitually, he browsed through the system, with each incremental increase in the minuscule values igniting a thrill akin to playing basketball with Jessica. After 2 matches, his strength value reached 6.7, surpassing the passing mark. Li Hao is expected to break through the 7-point barrier after a few more games, marking a significant leap in his competitive prowess. His upcoming match against the Spurs serves as a crucial test. He intends to measure his skills against the legendary Tim Duncan. Tim Duncan, affectionately dubbed the Big Fundamental, stands as a quintessential example of a player who reached the pinnacle of his career from the very outset, regarded as the greatest power forward in history without exception. He led the San Antonio Spurs to their inaugural championship during the 1998-1999 season, together with Admiral David Robinson. They formed a formidable twin tower combination that instilled fear in opponents throughout the league. With Duncan at the helm, the Spurs remained fiercely competitive for the ensuing decade, positioning themselves as the foremost contenders for this season's championship title. In 2 days, the Wizards will face off against the Spurs, with the game taking place at the packed MC Center, adorned with numerous banners fluttering in the breeze. Enthusiastic fans proudly display their signs, even incorporating them into their attire. The crowd rallies behind Li Hao and the Wizards, as this match holds significant weight. A victory over the Spurs would guarantee their advancement to the playoffs. Within Li Hao's mind, the system's monotonous mechanical voice resonated at the appropriate moment. Detection of host's impending match commenced. System tasks are as follows. 1. Amuse Tim Duncan. 2. Defeat the Spurs. 3. Achieve 20 points and 10 assists in this match. Note, the assists must be 10, not rebounds. Li Hao could no longer contain himself. He vehemently protested. The previous task had already left him with reservations regarding the system, to mock Shaquille O'Neal's colossal ego, and to hurl scathing trash talk at Kobe Bryant. It was utterly self-destructive. This time, the absurdity escalated. Amusing Tim Duncan was akin to the monumental challenge of besting Michael Jordan in a one-on-one duel. Winning or losing, dunking or being dunked upon, or even enduring the humiliation of being cuckolded could scarcely alter Duncan's expression, hence his moniker, the Big Fundamental. The demand to elicit laughter from such a stoic figure was an insurmountable task. And as for the 10 assists, his average was merely 3. 4. This was nothing short of a deliberate challenge. In response to Lee Howe's protests, the system remained as unyielding as a stone. Amidst his persistent outcry, the system offered a terse reply dissatisfied. Unbind yourself. Lee Howe exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. Having retired, he swiftly distanced himself from you. Following the conclusion of the entrance ceremony, the main players from both teams remained on the court. The Spurs dispatched their starting point guard, Tony Parker, a fellow 2001 draftee. Selected by Popovich at the 28th pick in the first round, a cornerstone in the Spurs' journey to 4 championship titles. He was the recipient of the Finals MVP, possessing remarkable offensive, organizational, and scoring capabilities. Shooting guard Steve Smith, with his precise jump shot, at the age of 32, achieved an impressive 47.2 three-point shooting rate with the Spurs. Small forward Bruce Bowen, considered the strongest 3D player before the term was even coined, was an invaluable asset, boasting a three-point shooting percentage of 42.8 for the Spurs. While his defensive prowess was fundamental to his career in the league, Bowen faced criticism for his aggressive defensive tactics, which resulted in injuries to numerous players, including Vince Carter, who was left in tears after being injured by Bowen 3 times. Allen Iverson, Ray Allen, Amare Stoudemire, Nash, Kobe Bryant, and others found themselves at a disadvantage compared to Bowen. Power forward Malik Rose was a competent bench player with solid rebounding skills, whereas center Gerard King was versatile, often alternating between the center and power forward positions. Upon observing the Spurs lineup, Collins couldn't help but smile. Popovich, extending a gesture of goodwill, opted to rest his key players. To ensure absolute certainty, Collins decided to field a full-strength lineup: Kwame Brown, Lee Howe, Michael Jordan, Richard Hamilton, and Eric Rue. In the TNT studio, Barkley, upon seeing the Spurs starting lineup, gleefully danced in his seat, exclaiming, "Dear Smith, it's like the heavens are smiling upon me. The Spurs are resting Duncan and Robinson. Today, Lee Howe will dominate the paint. I foresee him possibly scoring 40 points. He laughed heartily. Prepare for the donkey's rear. Ha ha ha. Smith retorted, hold on, dear Charles, don't celebrate too soon. Is it conceivable that the Wizards might dismantle the Spurs early, ushering in garbage time? If that happens, the Wizards starters might rest, and Lee's score could barely exceed 20 points. Barkley countered confidently, impossible, utterly impossible. The Spurs are an elite team. Even without Duncan and Robinson, they are not easily vanquished. They possess the legendary basketball icon, Michael Jordan, coupled with the rising star, Lee, and the gradually awakening first overall pick, Kwame Brown. At present, they exhibit remarkable strength, poised to decisively overpower the Spurs before retreating to rest. Just wait and see. I cannot steal your girlfriend. There is an ancient Chinese proverb: a gentleman must not usurp another's joy. Smith exudes confidence. You are still youthful, Kenny. Your wager stems from the awareness of Popovich's tendency to rest key players. Does it not? Ha ha ha. I had already contemplated this before you did. I too believe the Wizards will overwhelm the Spurs, yet Lee shall not take a break. Collins will ensure he spends time on the court with Kwame, allowing them to develop their chemistry and familiarity. I have long anticipated your subtle intentions. I have preempted your predictions. Another Chinese saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. Let the facts speak for themselves. I must admit, Barkley's observations hold merit. Smith appears somewhat anxious, as he wishes to avoid a humiliating blunder. Chapter 20. Lee's high basketball IQ and altruistic vision. The moment the referee lofts the ball into the air, the game commences. A remarkably informed Brown deftly directs the ball into Jordan's hands. Without hesitation, Jordan advances into the front court and effortlessly lobs the ball to Lee Howe, who has firmly established his position in the right wing elbow area. Tony Parker, without a moment's delay, abandons his assignment on Rue and approaches to double-team Lee Howe. It is evident that Parker has done his homework. The name Lee Howe has been shining brightly in the NBA of late. He has led his team to reverse fortunes against formidable opponents like the 76ers and the Lakers. As a fellow rookie from the same draft class, Parker cannot help but feel genuine admiration. Especially considering the meteoric rise of Li Hao's female fanbase, Parker nearly shed tears of emotion. Li Hao, seizing the moment, aimed to achieve 10 assists in this match. With a flick of his wrist, he passed the ball to Ru, abandoned by Tony Parker. The ball handler Ru, filled with trepidation, took his shot. Swish. The basketball found its mark with unwavering precision. Li Hao's ability to control has begun to demonstrate its potency with the enhancement of the skyhook. Jordan observed all of this, and a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. Li Hao possesses an exceptionally high basketball IQ, and his emergence has alleviated much of the defensive pressure. During an offensive play by the Spurs, Tony Parker surged forward with remarkable speed. At this moment, he resembled a small car that knew only how to accelerate without the ability to decelerate. Like a spinning top, he effortlessly maneuvered past Ru and penetrated the paint for a jump shot. The fluidity of his movements was akin to flowing water, and the arc of the basketball as it left his hands was particularly exquisite. With a resounding smack, the confident Brown delivered a volleyball-style rejection to the speeding car. Seizing the rebound, Li Hao swiftly initiated a counterattack, capitalizing on his speed and explosive power. In the blink of an eye, he left Malik Rose behind and raced toward the free throw line. Faced with the tenacious Tony Parker, Li Hao could have easily concluded the play with a dunk, but instead, he opted to loft the ball high, envisioning an assist. Behind him, Brown transformed into a streak of black lightning, executing a one-handed tomahawk dunk. The atmosphere in the MC arena was instantly ignited. Brown's display of offensive and defensive prowess showcased his unparalleled dominance in the paint. "Lee, you are too good to me. You could have easily dunked and shown off." Brown expressed his gratitude as he sprinted back down the court. "We are brothers. I will always look out for you. When opportunities arise, I will not hesitate to assist." Li Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment. His pass was merely a means to assist, inspired by Reggie Miller's three-pointer that had spurred him to fervently encourage Brown. As the Spurs launched their offense, the Frenchman hesitated to penetrate the paint. After advancing the ball past half-court, he passed it to Bruce Bowen, who lay in wait at the corner. Under the relentless pursuit of Jordan, Bowen returned the ball to Parker at the top of the arc. With time running short on the shot clock, Parker forced his way into the lane once more, opting for a sudden jump shot. Thud. The ball clanged off the rim, without Duncan and Robinson. The Spurs were but a mediocre team. The Wizards counterattacked, with Jordan delivering a bounce pass to the eager Brown, utilizing his left hand to shield off the defender. Brown raised his right hand to its apex before gently releasing the ball. Though his movements lacked the seamless fluidity of Li Hao's, they exuded a practiced finesse. Thud. The basketball struck the edge of the rim and then tumbled in. Splendid shot, Kwame. Jordan took the initiative to celebrate with a high five for Kwame Brown. "Oh, Michael." Brown was taken aback. This marked the first occasion in which Jordan had celebrated with him during a game. What is life's greatest joy, if not the opportunity to prove oneself before an idol? Contrary to the rumors suggesting Jordan rebuked or even spat at Brown, he tirelessly imparted wisdom and technique to him. The essence of their discord stemmed solely from Jordan's exceptionally high standards clashing with Brown's insecurities. Sports Channel 5. Li Hao's aerial relay with Brown ignited a fervor within Zhang Weiping, who could no longer contain his admiration. Young Li possesses an exceptional basketball IQ. He understands that in the playoffs, relying solely on himself and Jordan will not suffice. In this match, he actively facilitated passes to Kwame, aiding in the elevation of his confidence. Young Li has succeeded. Just look at Kwame's spirit, truly all-star material. Not only does Young Li exhibit high basketball intelligence, but he is also remarkably selfless, possessing a grand vision. Through these 3 games, Kwame has indeed begun to play with newfound confidence. It must be said, none of the top draft picks are devoid of talent. Kwame Brown stands at 2.11 meters with a wingspan of 2.21 meters. These static attributes are already exceptional. During his high school years, he averaged 21 points, 13.3 rebounds, and 5.8 blocks per game, showcasing his ability to attack from the paint as well as shoot from the perimeter. His remarkable athleticism allows him to run the entire court with ease. He is the first high school player to be selected as the overall #1 pick, modeled after the versatile power forward Kevin Garnett. Kwame undoubtedly possesses the potential to become a dominant force in the paint. Sukun marveled as he read Brown's statistics, exclaiming, "Even the finest steed requires a skilled jockey." Young Li is not only a superb player but also an excellent mentor. Look at how Jordan struggled for dozens of games without being able to cultivate such an outstanding player in Kwame. Yet, our Young Li managed to bring Kwame Brown to prominence in just 2 games. Zhang Weiping, with utmost seriousness, noted that if he were to support someone, he would go to great lengths to extol their virtues. Su Kun's eyes sparkled with admiration, silently acknowledging Zhang's prowess. You are akin to the deity in ancient Greece who governs reason. Thanks to the valiant performances of Brown and Hamilton, the Wizards delivered an astonishing first-half score of 48-30. Brown single-handedly accrued 18 points, 7 rebounds, and 2 blocks, wreaking havoc on the Spurs' interior defense, which lacked Duncan. Hamilton's performance was equally commendable, sinking 5 out of 6 mid-range shots and going 4 for 4 at the free throw line, effortlessly racking up 14 points with an impressive shooting percentage of 80. In stark contrast to their ease, Li Hao, not particularly adept at assisting, struggled to achieve 4 assists. Realizing that facilitating plays was far more challenging than he had anticipated. In the TNT studio, Barkley appeared somewhat deflated compared to his earlier confidence. His wide eyes remained fixated on Li Hao's statistics in bewilderment. 4 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, and 4 points. In this game, Li Hao displayed no desire for offensive play, obsessively focusing on assisting his teammates. Unfortunately, his assist quality was rather mediocre, with passes either too low or too fast, leaving his teammates uncomfortable. Thus, his assist success rate was regrettably low. Dear Charles, why the long face? In just 2 more sessions, you will reunite with your girlfriend. Cheer up a little. Come on, give me a smile, as well as for the audience before the television screen. Chapter 21, Duncan. Reluctant to play the role of the Good Samaritan, chuckled in disbelief. Oh, dear Kenny, I cannot believe I have stumbled into the same pitfall thrice. My luck is truly abysmal. In this match, Lee displayed a complete lack of offensive desire, managing to score merely 4 points, all from wide-open shots that he was compelled to take. Even in such situations, he was still seeking opportunities to assist. However, I must convey to him that he is truly ill-suited for passing. His passing skills are inferior even to the ones I could execute with my foot. Barkley, with his round face, appeared utterly perplexed. After the game against the Lakers, Lee expressed his fondness for challenges. Yet he selectively refrained from deploying his signature moves to elevate the game's difficulty. It is likely that he aimed to assist his team in securing a victory. Per Charles. Perhaps you should consider buying a lottery ticket. Ha ha ha. Smith chuckled in a rather unseemly manner, surprised by how easily victory came his way. Before the start of the second half, Lee, with a spring in his step, approached the Spurs bench. Confronted by the impeccably dressed Tim Duncan, Lee flashed a smile brighter than blossoms. Hi, Tim. My dad's friend's son idolizes you. Could we take a cheerful picture together? Tim Duncan's response was swift. He expressionlessly covered his head. Don't think you can trick me, Lee. I shan't be deceived. You used the same line on O'Neal after the last game. Your antics have been captured by a sneaky photographer, and I imagine that video has already circulated worldwide. You've tarnished O'Neal's illustrious reputation. I eagerly anticipate your next encounter. I want to be fooled, mind you. I'm not someone to be trifled with. As he noticed the unfriendly glares from the Spurs bench, he ran off in silence. What a predicament. This task seems insurmountable. With the second half underway, Brown and Hamilton were excelling, while Lee toiled to accumulate assists. Finally, with 6 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, Lee reached a total of 10 assists. Breathing a sigh of relief, he now aimed to score 16 points. Li Hao seamlessly transitioned into his signature hook shot mode. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Without any double teaming, Li Hao's accuracy with the hook shot was as steady as ever. He made 5 out of 7 attempts, showcasing his prowess. In the TNT studio, Barkley leaped from his chair, animatedly exclaiming, Oh, Lee has entered attack mode. The skyhook is out of this world. At this rate, scoring over 20 points will be a breeze for him. Ha ha ha. Kenny, I think you're about to lose. Smith's expression darkened, now feeling the pressure himself. Lee was indeed a player who instilled both awe and fear. Those with heart conditions might hesitate to commentate on his games. With white chocolate on the court, chaos ensued as Li Hao secured possession, sending the commentators into a frenzy. Ha ha ha. Kenny, don't be nervous. Everyone feels uneasy the first time. It's all right. Once you've done it a second time, it'll be no big deal. You'll adapt. Barkley playfully began to console Smith. At that moment, with just 3 minutes left in the game, the Wizards led the Spurs by 22 points. As long as Li Hao remained on the court, scoring over 20 points seemed effortless. Finally, with a minute and a half remaining, Li Hao reached 20 points and 10 assists. Yay, yay, yay. Kenny. He.S. at 20 points. Just one more, and he surpassed 20. Barkley's excitement was palpable. He He seemed to be unable to sit still. "Oh shoot. Tell the assistant to clean the donkey's rear end properly, preferably with body wash," he exclaimed. Smith sighed, fully aware that his fate was sealed. Li Hao was once again calling for the ball, and his movements indicated he was about to launch another hook shot. Barkley laughed maniacally, confident in Li Hao's shooting percentage. Meanwhile, Smith had covered his eyes, unable to bear the suspense. After a few seconds, Smith noticed that Barkley's laughter had abruptly ceased. "What is happening?" Smith peeked through his fingers at the live screen. The large display showcased a close-up of Tim Duncan, who was smiling, alongside a grimacing David Robinson, whose hands were covered in blood. "Play it again. Play it again," Smith shouted urgently to the director. It turned out that Li Hao was not actually going for a hook shot. It was a fake-out pass, intended for a teammate lurking in the corner. However, that teammate was not one of his own, but rather the unfortunate David Robinson, who was seated beside Duncan. Caught completely off guard, Robinson was left reeling from Li Hao's unexpected play. Li Hao promptly approached the blood-spraying Robinson to offer his apologies. "David, I am truly sorry. I intended to pass the ball to Hamilton. Forgive me, your striking handsomeness, akin to Hamilton's, momentarily clouded my judgment." Faced with the piercing gaze of David Robinson, who seemed ready to unleash fury, Li Hao desperately sought to remedy the situation. Of course, his antics were deliberate. He aimed to amuse Tim Duncan. For the sake of the mission, Li Hao would strive until the very last moment. Hilarity erupted from the Spurs bench, including even Coach Popovich. Li Hao cast a glance at Duncan, who stared with wide, innocent eyes. His expression remained impassive as he gazed at David Robinson, yet he did not smile. Li Hao found himself yearning to tease Duncan, whose sense of humor soared higher than Yao Ming's towering stature. "Oh, how excruciating. My nose might be fractured," he exclaimed. "Tim, you remain a true gentleman. You are indeed a good person." While others laughed at him, only you refrained from mocking, and for that, I am grateful. David Robinson grasped Duncan's hand in thanks, affirming that there are still good souls in this world. "Ha ha ha, David, even if I wish not to laugh, I cannot help it. In these times, declaring someone a good person feels akin to branding them a fool, and I refuse to be a fool." Duncan shook off the bewildered David Robinson's hand, a grin spreading across his face. Observing this, Smith burst into laughter, exclaiming, "My dear Charles, this is fate." Is Lee once again switching to assist mode? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He has already scored 20 points. As soon as Lee scored another point, you would lose. Barkley's bald head bobbed like a rattle. And though he would not admit it verbally, an ominous premonition stirred within him. When the final whistle blew, Barkley still awaited Li Hao's score in vain. Observing the donkey that had been brought in, Barkley found himself entangled with it once more, completing a hat trick of intimate encounters. "Dear Charles, will you still place your bets?" Smith inquired, his spirits lifted. No, Kenny, I've had enough of Lee. From now on, I shall never bet on his games again." Barkley lamented his disillusionment. "That is rather dull. Without you, our viewers would be greatly disappointed." Smith, glancing at the real-time ratings, felt invigorated, as he and Barkley had once again shattered TNT's viewership record. If this trend continued, TNT's owner would surely arrive with a money truck to negotiate their contract renewal. Chapter 22. Jordan expresses gratitude to Lee for teaching him a better way to communicate. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. The host is rewarded with a temporary boost in Tim Duncan's shot blocking ability for 5 minutes. During this period, the shot blocking capability elevates to the 5th highest in history, with a block success rate soaring to 90%. Reward, 0.2 ability points. Would you like to allocate this to a specific attribute? Yes, added to strength. Li Hao, unwavering in his resolve, possesses a notable shortcoming in his ability to confront challenges. Name, Li Hao. Position, power forward. Height, 2.07 meters. Wingspan, 2.17 meters. Weight, 107 kilograms. Physical attributes, speed, 8 strength, 6.9 explosiveness, 8 stamina, 8 offensive skills, 3-point shooting, 5 jump shot, 5 low post offense, 5 ball handling, 6 passing, 6 dribbling, 6 driving, 6 defensive skills, defense, 5.9 rebounding, 5.9 shot blocking, 6.9 stealing, 6.9 signature move, skyhook. Special skills, Robert Horry's 3-point prowess, utilized for 5 minutes. Boasts an impressive 3-point shooting accuracy of 90%. Tim Duncan's shot blocking ability, also for 5 minutes, achieves a remarkable block rate of 90%. In this match, Kwame amassed 28 points, 15 rebounds, 4 blocks, and 1 steal. His statistics surpass even those of all-stars. Surely, a reward is in order. Li Hao engaged in a negotiation with the system within the confines of his mind. Kwame Brown's performance was commendable, yet he still lingered at a distance from all-star status. How far is that distance? It should not extend to next year. Without the addition of a stable skill, how can I assist Jordan in securing a championship? The system, with its cunning nature, plays tricks. At the very least, it could provide a precise number of games or a time frame. A vague timeline could represent a single game or perhaps 100, rendering it uncertain. If winning a championship were so effortless, everyone would be Jordan, which is precisely why there is only one Jordan. What are Jordan's various statistics? Li Hao inquired with curiosity. In his prime, Jordan was the epitome of both offense and defense, possessing a perfect score of 10 in both areas, with the exception of three-point shooting. This was due to the predominant scoring methods of that era, which primarily revolved around two-point shots. Li Hao was astounded. This epitomized the remarkable prowess of the seasoned rogue. Michael Jordan, known by monikers such as the God of Basketball, Black Jesus, and his airness, is universally regarded as the preeminent figure in NBA history. Merely uttering these 4 formidable titles sets a benchmark unattainable by any other player. He stands resolutely atop the pantheon of superstars, a celestial titan among giants. In the realm of the NBA, there exist but 2 categories of individuals, Jordan and the rest. Jordan's physical gifts are a rarity, not to be encountered for a century, while his offensive and defensive skills are unrivaled within the league. His successors lack both the physical prowess and technical acumen to match him. The sole player who approaches his technical mastery is Kobe Bryant, however. Kobe remains vastly distant from achieving Jordan's monumental legacy. With the knowledge of time travel, Li Hao understands that Kobe, throughout his lifetime, secured merely 5 championships, eternally trailing in Jordan's shadow. In this timeline, Kobe's plight is likely even more dire, for Li Hao intends to seize the 3 championships that eluded Kobe. To prevent Kobe from feeling too aggrieved, Li Hao resolves to thwart his ascent aboard that fateful helicopter shrouded in conspiracy. At the post-game press conference, reporters from renowned American publications flocked eagerly. The Wizards have become the most scrutinized team in the NBA, having clinched a playoff spot thanks to Li Hao's extraordinary performance. Collins, brimming with excitement, brought Jordan, Li Hao, and Brown to the press conference. Doug, who do you believe is the most significant contributor to the team's success? Inquired a bald reporter with a shock of red hair. A team's triumph hinges upon the collective efforts of all its players, including those absent from the conference, such as Richard and Haywood, who sacrificed personal stats to return to a bench role. The red-haired reporter, somewhat disheartened, found Collins, the cunning veteran, to be less forthcoming with useful insights. With a sly smile directed at the bald reporter, Collins paused momentarily before continuing, "My friend, I know precisely what you wish to ask. I can unequivocally tell you that the greatest contributor is Li. He is, without a doubt, the divine being sent to rescue us, the savior of our team." Collins, relishing the astonishment on the bald reporter's face, wore a triumphant grin. Li Hao truly merits this commendation. Michael, as the captain of the team, what are your current sentiments? You must find it rather ordinary, considering your extensive experience in high-stakes situations. A voluptuous female reporter inquired. To be candid, despite having encountered countless pivotal moments, these 3 matches have left me in a state of wonder. No, it is more aptly described as a dreamlike experience. Jordan nodded thoughtfully, resting his chin on his hand. During the game against the 76ers, not only I but also Doug had given up. All of us, including the fans present and those watching from their televisions, had surrendered hope. Only Li persevered, rallying a group of substitutes to close the gap in the score. It was Li who pulled us back from the brink. It was Li who enabled me to triumph over the Lakers. It was Li who salvaged my career. Jordan's expression was one of astonishment, as he was once again struck by Li Hao's mesmerizing performance in his recollections. The reporters were taken aback by the basketball deity's astonishment. Throughout Jordan's illustrious career, he has never bestowed such high praise upon anyone, not even upon the legendary Pippen. Michael, perhaps you could discuss something else. It seems Li has been excessively lauded by your Wizards, joked the voluptuous female reporter. Kwame has performed splendidly, playing in accordance with his identity. Media outlets have criticized my judgment. Now, do you see the validity of my perspective? Is there nothing else you can articulate apart from praising them, Michael? Have you transformed into the Greek deity of flattery? For this, I must express my gratitude to Li. He has taught me a more effective means of communication. The voluptuous female reporter raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. Very well. Li, in today's match, You did not showcase your remarkable ability to navigate tight defenses with the ball. Instead, you devoted most of your energy to assisting your teammates. Have you sealed away your other skills? With other reporters falling silent, Jessica Johnson could hardly contain her eagerness to pose a question. As a seasoned veteran, speaking before such a multitude of media and global fans was particularly exhilarating for her. At the thought of this, Jessica's body trembled with anticipation as she, having forgotten past pains, was eager to initiate another challenge. Yes, Jessica, if I were to navigate tight defenses, the Spurs would be utterly unprepared. That would be far too mundane. Li Hao cast a fleeting glance at Jessica's enchanting, doe-like eyes before swiftly averting his gaze. She was a natural beauty. But should he engage in battle or refrain? Chapter 23, A Chance Encounter with Paris Hilton. Li, even I, an outsider, can discern that your assists are lacking. You must practice diligently. Will you be working late into the night to hone your skills? Jessica Johnson gazed at Li Hao with eager anticipation. Oh, no, Jessica. It is imperative to get a good night's sleep to ensure ample energy. The nets are formidable. Although Li Hao eagerly anticipates practicing his ball handling during leisure moments, he understands the necessity of restraint when juxtaposed with the gravity of competition. Excessive indulgence is one of the primary reasons for the swift decline of NBA players. Jessica, although filled with disappointment, nonetheless inquires, how many games will you persist against the Nets? They are leading the Eastern Conference with a remarkable performance. They concluded the regular season with a record of 52 wins and 30 losses, achieving an impressive winning percentage of 63.4. Oh, Jessica, I am truly disheartened by your lack of faith. How could you possibly think we would lose? I unequivocally assure you and everyone else that we shall triumph over the Nets, and we shall orchestrate a miraculous upset. Even in the face of one of the greatest point guards in history, Jason Kidd, we shall emerge victorious, for we possess the basketball deity. And of course, alongside me is Kwame. Li Hao nonchalantly uttered the most ostentatious words. Throughout the illustrious history of the NBA, spanning over 50 years, the occurrence of the Black Eight has been limited to no more than 5 instances, underscoring the formidable challenge it presents. The arena erupted in astonishment. Every mouth gaped in disbelief. Previously, whispers of Li Hao's penchant for grandiosity had circulated, and the audience had developed a certain psychological resilience. Nevertheless, they were once again astounded by Li Hao, who outshone even the legendary Larry Bird in his audacity. Everyone had assumed that the Wizards reaching the playoffs would be commendable. The notion of a Black Eight seemed utterly fantastical, an impossibility. Even Michael Jordan gazed at Li Hao in astonishment, recognizing his audacity eclipsed even his own in his prime. Li Hao remained unfazed by the astonishment of the crowd as he rose from his chair. Jessica, please capture a photograph for us, immortalizing their expressions of shock and skepticism. Interview me after I vanquish the Nets, but do not forget to bring this photograph. How audacious. The reporter, whose balding chin had been metaphorically unhinged by Li Hao's bravado, could hardly contain his disbelief. Yet, amidst the astonished onlookers, one individual remained unperturbed, Brown, who harbored unwavering faith in Li Hao. Kwame, I see you are utterly unfazed. Do you believe you can achieve an upset? Jessica inquired, glancing at the composed Brown. Of course. If Li says it's possible, it is indeed possible. Brown's gaze was resolute, resembling that of a devout believer. Are you satisfied with your performance? Not at all. I can certainly improve. The sky is merely my limit. And Li is my ultimate aspiration. Jessica covered her face, realizing that Brown had been thoroughly influenced by Li. She remembered the task assigned by Li Hao and diligently recorded the moment with her camera. Regardless of the outcome, Li Hao's words were sacrosanct. After the press conference, an exuberant Jordan waved his hand, ushering all the players to the nightclub, Penny. He exuded an unparalleled charm, particularly as he showcased his suave demeanor while smoking a cigar and engaging with the cashier. In stark contrast to others who were surrounded by companions, Li Hao discreetly retreated to a corner, sipping his drink. Immune to alcohol, he found that rather than intoxication, he became increasingly alert. Having indulged in the refined company of someone like Jessica Johnson, Li Hao's palate had become rather discerning. As he observed his teammates departing with their dates, he decided it was time to excuse himself for a brief respite. However, as he reached for his phone, he was taken aback by the sight of a stunning blonde woman, her striking blue eyes fixed upon him from the shadows. This captivating beauty seemed to have lost her way. Hi there, miss, you appear to be on the wrong path. Do leave. Li Hao cast an unkind glance at the blonde woman, feeling that causing Xiao Li Hao distress was akin to slapping his own face. Xiao Li Hao was Li Hao's Achilles heel. Yet, As he observed her, a playful expression began to emerge on Li Hao's face, for he recognized this woman. Before his journey across time, he had preserved a video of her on his computer, an extraordinary piece that had sent the world into a frenzy. In the video, a pair of athletes engaged in a fierce duel on the court, their skills undeniably at the pinnacle of excellence. The female player displayed a rare blend of offensive and defensive prowess, her serpentine waist enabling her to execute astonishing moves with ease, while her youthful vigor allowed for seamless transitions between offense and defense. The male counterpart, though skilled in his own right, fell short in comparison to her holistic approach. This intimate duel video had unexpectedly surfaced online, igniting a media storm. The instigator of this exposure was none other than the very woman before him, the formidable female athlete, Paris Hilton. Born in 1981, she was merely 20 years of age and one of the heirs to the Hilton empire. Her short skirt barely concealed her modesty, while her pink crop top offered a tantalizing glimpse, teasing yet coy. Americans tend to mature early, and at 20, she exuded a sensual allure that far surpassed her years. "Wow, you are Li from the Wizards," Hilton exclaimed joyfully as she bounded over, and Li Hao found himself privy to sights he ought not to witness. "Do you know me?" Li Hao was taken aback by the magnitude of his own fame. Even Paris Hilton recognized him. Naturally, he was well known among the American populace. He had ascended to become the reigning king of the court, following in the footsteps of Larry Bird, and was one of the most celebrated players in the NBA. "Indeed, many of my friends are also familiar with you, as your striking handsomeness is undeniable." Hilton tilted her head, scrutinizing Li Hao from all angles, finding him even more dashing in person than on television. Coupled with his towering height of 207 centimeters, she felt an overwhelming sense of intimidation. She wondered what it must be like to play basketball with such a formidable physique. Would he be as effective as he appeared? "Thank you, Paris. But could you please step outside? My friend is about to be sick," the young Li Hao protested. Hilton, with her head held high, provocatively gazed at Li Hao, her long, porcelain-like legs remaining motionless. "What do you have to fear? I, a mere girl, am not intimidated by you. Are you worried I might uncover something?" "Huh." Li Hao, a robust man, is utterly unconcerned. "Oh my goodness gracious. Li, you have completely overturned my perception of Asians." Hilton, in shock, covered her mouth, startled just like Jessica. The well-traveled Hilton found herself at a loss for words, taken aback by Li Hao. "You certainly align with my understanding of Americans. Farewell, Paris. I must return home to rest." Li Hao was preparing to return home, feeling utterly fatigued. Hilton anxiously blocked his path, resembling a mother tiger chasing her prey. "Li, am I truly that terrifying? Do I appear unattractive?" "No, you are quite beautiful, Paris. However, I am exhausted and in need of rest." Li Hao candidly expressed that Paris, in terms of both appearance and fame, aligns perfectly with his aesthetic standards. "Am I more beautiful than that journalist named Jessica? You must have been practicing with her, right? Let me tell you, my skills on the court surpass hers." "Ah, what?" Li Hao was taken aback. He and Jessica Johnson were merely playing ball in the car. They had not ventured to a hotel, thus eliminating any possibility of being secretly photographed. How, then, did Hilton know? Chapter 24. The Injured Paris Hilton. Hee. Your expression betrays you. You must have been quite the bullfighters. However, fret not, for I shall not only keep your secret, but also safeguard your reputation. Li, you are my idol, bravely driving before the eyes of fans worldwide. Your audacity is unparalleled. Your boldness knows no bounds. Your madness is truly remarkable. Yet, I find it exhilarating and yearn to be part of it. I aspire to engage in a duel with you. With both hands gripping the ball, I can break through the tight defense. A single-handed jump shot will leave an indelible impression. These simple maneuvers cannot dismantle my counter-defense. In the recent post-match interview, you declined Jessica Johnson's invitation. Now, in your inebriated state, I can only imagine your eagerness for extra practice. The game against the Nets is imminent, and for your team, I am willing to sacrifice a bit of my sleep. My defensive prowess is formidable. You shall not score easily under my watchful guard. Paris, we shall battle another day. I am truly exhausted today." Noticing Li's indifference, Hilton felt a twinge of embarrassment, for the first time questioning her own allure. Undeterred, she arched her slender golden brows defiantly. Resting a hand upon Li's shoulder, her large, glistening eyes swirling with tumultuous emotions, she unleashed her ultimate weapon. "You can't do it, can you? You dare not, do you? You are afraid, aren't you? Oh, Paris, how dare you challenge my dignity as a man? You shall pay dearly for your words. For I shall teach you the peril of speaking recklessly." Li Hao bent down and tenderly lifted the kitten-like Paris Hilton into his arms. Do not merely put on a faade, Li. I am not fond of men who are all talk. I prefer those whose actions speak volumes. Paris Hilton then leaned in and kissed Li Hao directly. Li Hao did not respond, directly embracing Paris Hilton as he made his way toward the exit. Where are you going, Li? Paris Hilton reluctantly murmured, her words slurred. To my house. Don't go that far. I can no longer contain the power of basketball within me. I am about to play against you right now, and I will defend you so thoroughly that you won't know which way is up. You won't score a single point. 2 hours later, Paris Hilton emerged, her face a mask of terror. The bold words she had just uttered had swiftly transformed into a boomerang, striking her flushed cheeks. Trembling and shivering, she struggled to rise from the ground, her gait resembling that of a wounded creature. Hilton could no longer continue. A visit to the hospital was imperative, as she felt she might perish if the game persisted. Dear Paris, why did you concede after just one overtime? From now on, be more discreet. If you can't handle it, don't boast. Hilton, her cheeks burning with embarrassment, quickened her pace. What does boasting mean? Upon returning home, I must conduct a thorough investigation. As of April 17, 2002, the regular season of the 01-02 season has concluded, and the list of teams advancing to the playoffs has been finalized. The standings in the Eastern Conference are as follows. 1. New Jersey Nets 2. Detroit Pistons 3. Boston Celtics 4. Charlotte Hornets 5. Orlando Magic 6. Philadelphia 76ers 7. Toronto Raptors 8. Washington Wizards. In the Western Conference, the rankings are 1. Sacramento Kings 2. San Antonio Spurs 3. Los Angeles Lakers 4. Dallas Mavericks 5. Minnesota Timberwolves 6. Portland Trail Blazers 7. Seattle Supersonics 8. Utah Jazz. Given the prevailing disparity between the strength of the Western and Eastern teams, numerous experts predict that this year's championship will be claimed by either the Lakers, Kings, or Spurs. As for the Eastern teams, their role appears to be that of mere participants. The champion of the West is likely to be crowned the overall champion. The Wizards' first opponent is the Eastern Conference's top-seeded New Jersey Nets. This season, the Nets have dominated the East, achieving an impressive record of 52 wins and 30 losses. Only 4 victories shy of the Lakers. The balanced roster of the Nets is a primary reason for their success. Point guard Jason Kidd is regarded as one of the finest playmakers in NBA history, possessing an extraordinary basketball IQ and organizational skills that rank among the best ever. Prior to the emergence of Russell Westbrook and James Harden, Kidd was one of the most formidable triple-double machines. His only drawback lies in his contentious demeanor, which has hindered his relationships with teammates, coaches, and even management, not to mention his fierce competitiveness against opponents. The athletic forward Kenyon Martin, standing at 6 feet 9 inches and weighing 240 pounds, was the first overall pick in 2000. After a season of maturation, Martin has averaged 14.9 points and 5.3 rebounds this season, showcasing his significant defensive impact and remarkable athleticism. The Nets' leading scorer is Keith Van Horn, often compared to a second Larry Bird due to his shooting prowess and fair complexion. Van Horn is composed on the court, and many believe it is merely a matter of time before he achieves that comparison. His lofty expectations led him to be selected second overall in the 1997 draft, just behind Tim Duncan, initially chosen by the Philadelphia 76ers before being traded to the Nets. With the Nets, he averages 22.5 points and 9 rebounds, consistently coming through in critical moments. Richard Jefferson has made an impressive debut as a rookie. This 6'6" small forward has injected vitality into the Nets with stable scoring and defense, proving to be a significant challenge for opponents. Kerry Kittles was selected by the Nets in the first round, 8th overall, in 1996. Although he has not fully realized his potential, he still averages 13.8 points, 4 rebounds, and 3 assists. 2 days later, on April 19th, the playoffs officially commence. The first 2 games will take place at the Nets' home arena, the Rutgers Athletic Center. As the Wizards players enter, they are met with unprecedented boos, reaching a crescendo when Li Hao takes the court. The internet has a long memory, and Nets fans vividly recall Li Hao's audacious claim of an upset after defeating the Spurs. In the eyes of Brooklyn Nets fans, Li Hao is not merely a disappointment. He is perceived as a naive fool. After a few extraordinary performances, he seems adrift, oblivious to the intricacies of the game. It is crucial to recognize that throughout the illustrious history of the NBA, many players akin to Li Hao have shone brightly for a fleeting moment, only to be engulfed by the sea of talent that characterizes the pinnacle of basketball. Amidst the cacophony of boos, Li Hao offers a slight smile. defiantly cupping his left hand to his ear as if to listen to the jeers. Pointing at the most vociferous of the heckling fans, he boldly declares, "I am determined to defy the odds." The crowd erupts. Never before has such audacity been witnessed in the annals of NBA history. As insults rain down and boos cascade like a tidal wave, Li Hao remains unfazed, engaging in a calm conversation with Michael Jordan. Yet, not all fans harbor disdain for Li Hao. Among the front row spectators is the fair-skinned, golden-haired Hollywood star Kate Winslet. As the leading lady of Titanic, Kate has achieved global stardom, swiftly eclipsing Monica Bellucci to become a new icon admired by countless men. Her large, unblinking eyes are fixed upon Li Hao, and his effortless demeanor casts a shadow over his teammates, with only Jordan able to rival his presence. However, even Jordan's charm pales in comparison to Li Hao's. Despite the former's undeniable handsomeness, on Sports Channel 5, Su Kun and Zhang Weiping exchange amused glances. Little Li is adapting to American culture quite rapidly. Just look at how he's riling up the fans. Su chuckles. 2 fans attempting to confront him have been escorted out by security, and a hefty fan was carried away on a stretcher. I hope he is all right. Su continues with a grin. Little Li certainly knows how to stir the pot. I advise anyone with heart conditions to avoid watching his games. It could be quite overwhelming. Zhang Weiping concurs. What are your thoughts on this series, Coach Zhang? Little Li's confidence is commendable, yet achieving the impossible seems daunting. Su Kun poses the question. If Jordan were still 36, then defying the odds would be much easier. However, even the basketball deity cannot escape the ravages of time. Thus, the challenge remains immense. While Little Li possesses talent, he is still in the nascent stages of his development. As those of us who have been through it know, both skill and experience require time to cultivate. Facing the top-seeded Nets, it is clear that Little Li is running out of time. This series will be arduous. I believe that securing even one victory would be a success. Zhang Weiping wore a grave expression, hoping that Li Hao would advance further in the playoffs. However, as a commentator, he must objectively analyze the situation for the fans. The Wizards, from any perspective, simply cannot compete with the Nets. Chapter 25. Barkley doesn't love money, but he enjoys donkey rear. On this matter, we share a consensus. I believe it suffices if the Wizards manage to steal a victory from the Nets. Winning 2 would be a bonus. The disparity in the roster configurations between the 2 teams is stark, particularly in terms of the bench. The Nets boast the versatile Jason Collins on their sidelines, who possesses exceptional rebounding and defensive capabilities, along with a reliable scoring touch on the offensive end. Nevertheless, our young Li has ample time ahead of him. The future belongs to us. Su Kun also harbors skepticism about the 8th seed, which aligns not only with the thoughts of Su Kun and Zhang Weiping, but reflects the sentiments of people worldwide. No one believes the Wizards can achieve an upset. They consider merely reaching the playoffs as having exhausted their luck. Yet, in competitive sports, luck is but one facet. The primary reliance must be on skill. Indeed, the future is not solely Li's, but also belongs to the Chinese team. The 14th FIBA World Championship will commence on August 30th. And I eagerly anticipate the formidable inside combination of Li and Yao. The Chinese national basketball team has lingered in obscurity for too long. It is high time to showcase their true prowess. Zhang Weiping exclaimed enthusiastically, waving his withered arm. As a former member of the Chinese national basketball team, he yearns more than anyone for China to ascend to the pinnacle of the basketball world. In the TNT studio, Kenny Smith was conducting a solo pre-game analysis. His esteemed partner, Charles Barkley, had been summoned away by the president's secretary. Charles, I've heard you no longer wish to kiss donkey rear. What a pity. You and Kenny have set viewership records for TNT. It would be a shame if you ceased to do so. Opposite Barkley sat a lean and capable elderly gentleman, the renowned media magnate Ted Turner, who founded TNT in 1988. Oh, boss, the taste of donkey rear is far too sour. I wish to have no further dealings with it. If you desire viewership, you may indulge yourself. You know, I'm not in need of money. My work is purely out of love for basketball. My career earnings amount to a staggering $44 million. Charles detected the underlying implications in Ted Turner's words. He yearned for Barkley to continue kissing donkey rear. The NBA salaries are substantial, and Barkley's earnings are sufficient to support him for generations. As for this job, it is optional. He cannot tolerate even a hint of his boss's displeasure. If it comes to that, he could simply dismiss Ted Turner. Barkley possesses the means to do so. $44 million is indeed a considerable sum, Charles. It represents what many ordinary people would earn over several lifetimes. However, if I employ this tactic, how shall you respond? Ted Turner leisurely lit a cigar and then pushed an A4 sheet of paper across the table to Barkley. "Boss, have you also begun to adopt a Chinese accent?" he inquired. "Because Chinese culture is vast and profound, and China is undoubtedly a market of immense potential in the future." "I am well aware of its profundity," Barkley replied nonchalantly as he picked up the A4 paper from the table. It was a contract, and upon seeing the amount listed, he could no longer maintain his composure. He was utterly astonished by the piece of paper in his hand. To ensure he had not misread, Barkley's round eyes widened in disbelief. His thick, dark finger repeatedly counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There were a total of 8 zeros, preceded by a 2. Barkley, filled with skepticism, cautiously glanced at Ted Turner. "Boss, are you certain you haven't had too much to drink?" Ted Turner was quite pleased with Barkley's reaction, and he utilized his financial prowess to handle the troublesome fellow. "Dear Charles, you have not misread. It is indeed a 10-year contract worth $210 million. But I know you are not short on cash. Whether you sign or not is of little consequence to you." Barkley swiftly retrieved a pen from his suit pocket and signed his name. "Oh, boss, to be honest, I truly speak for love in this line of work. Money does not entice me. However, I have developed a fondness for donkeys' behinds. I have fallen in love with a Jenny." "Ha ha ha, Charles, you are a natural commentator. Hurry back to the studio. The game is about to commence." Following the entrance ceremony, both teams retained their main players on the court. The Wizards starting center Kwame Brown, power forward Lee Howe, small forward Michael Jordan, shooting guard Richard Hamilton, and point guard Eric Rue took their positions. The Nets starting center Kenyon Martin, power forward Keith Van Horn, small forward Richard Jefferson, shooting guard Kerry Kittles, and point guard Jason Kidd also prepared for the match. After the referee's whistle, Lee Howe received a task issued by the system. Ding. It has been detected that the host is about to commence the playoffs, and the following tasks have been assigned. 1. Win the series. 2. Insult Jason Kidd. His pre-free throw routine is utterly distasteful. 3. Block Kenyon Martin. Lee Howe found himself at a loss for words. He had already categorized the system as an utterly reckless and unscrupulous entity that thrived on chaos. None of the 3 tasks were remotely easy, with the Black 8 surprisingly deemed the least challenging. The second task posed a risk of confrontation, given that Kidd was a notorious troublemaker. His history of discord with teammates, coaches, and management suggested that provoking such a volatile personality would yield unfavorable outcomes. Securing a rebound was inherently difficult, especially when the target was the athletically gifted Kenyon Martin, making the challenge all the more formidable. Amidst Lee Howe's lamentations, the game commenced. Kwame Brown and Kenyon Martin leapt for the tip-off. Although Martin stood 5 centimeters shorter than Brown, his astonishing explosiveness allowed him to seize victory in the jump. After acquiring the ball, Kidd swiftly advanced it forward, with Martin providing a high-quality screen before sprinting down the court. Kidd effortlessly lofted the ball high above the rim. Martin transformed into a force of nature, soaring through the air to deliver a thunderous dunk. The arena erupted in jubilant roars as Martin's aerial acrobatics ignited the Rutgers Athletic Center. This was a signature scoring method for Kidd and Martin, a resounding declaration of their determination to secure victory. The Wizards initiated their offense. Rue pushed the ball into the front court before passing it to Jordan. Rue's contribution ended there, as the Wizards lacked a competent point guard. Jordan lobbed the ball to Brown, who was stationed at the left baseline, ready to respond to Martin's earlier feat. Brown established his position against Martin, using his back to shield the ball, with his right foot serving as the pivot while his left foot faked to the right before quickly shifting back to the left. In a seamless motion, he executed a low layup as he spun to the right. Martin, unyielding, maintained his physical presence against Brown, providing ample resistance. Just as Brown released the ball, Martin leapt with astonishing height, snatching the shot from the air. The crowd erupted in exclamations, a testament to the notion that a poor performer is indeed just that. The verdict delivered. Martin arrogantly shouted at Brown, overwhelming him with a fierce offensive and defensive display. In response to the roaring crowd, Martin triumphantly tossed the ball to Kidd. Swiftly advancing, Kidd, with his exceptional court vision, immediately passed the ball to the sprinting Richard Jefferson in the corner. Jefferson, the most delightful surprise for the Nets this season, was averaging 16 points and 9 rebounds as a starter. Without hesitation, Jefferson launched a three-pointer, the ball tracing a beautiful arc through the air. It swished through the net, 5-0. As the Wizards launched their offense, Jordan recognized the urgency to respond. Failure to do so would result in a catastrophic downfall. With everyone spread out, Jordan backed down the equally 198 centimeters tall Jefferson. After a few decisive moves, He spun and executed a graceful fadeaway jumper. However, the sound of the ball clanging was jarring. Jordan hadn't found his rhythm yet. The ball ricocheted into Kid's hands, who had astutely anticipated its trajectory. This is Kid's formidable prowess. Beyond scoring, his skills and assists, rebounds, and steals are unparalleled. Chapter 26, Martin's block. Kid's pass. Kid, having secured the rebound, raced down the court and quickly passed to Keith Van Horn before the Wizards could establish their positions. Van Horn received the ball comfortably, without needing to adjust, and executed a smooth jump shot. The ball swished through the net effortlessly. Van Horn gave Kid an approving thumbs up from afar, a testament to the value of a top-tier playmaker. 7-0. The crowd erupted in jubilation, celebrating fervently. Especially the hefty player who had just been carried off on a stretcher. He had returned, fervently taunting Lee Howe. Damn you, Lee. I'll crush you. Black 8? More like a black maiden. I'll play so well that even the black maiden won't recognize you. Collins decisively called a timeout, interrupting the Nets' rhythm. Pass me the ball. I'll sink that damn shot. Jordan's eyes glinted with fierce determination. No, Michael, the game has only just begun. You are 39. Your energy must be conserved for the latter half. Pass the ball to Lee. Once his skyhook is unleashed, the space will open up. Go, go, go. We have nothing to lose. Winning is a bonus, losing is expected. Collins declined Jordan's suggestion, although he didn't voice it. He understood that defeating the Nets was an unattainable feat. Don't be disheartened, Kwame. There's an old Chinese saying, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Martin blocked you. Just return the favor. Watch how I dominate him. Damn it. Lee Howe encouraged the silent Brown, emphasizing that in their battle against the Nets, every detail must be meticulously considered. His strength, along with Jordan's, was far from sufficient. I'm fine, Lee. I'm just figuring out how to render him a mere shadow of a former first overall pick. Damn. The Wizards initiated their offense, with Lee Howe securing a position in the right elbow area before receiving the ball. With his strength elevated to 6'9", he possessed a commendable level of resilience. After a brief dribble, he decisively shot over Van Horn. The basketball traced a beautiful parabola through the air. Swish. It cleanly swished through the net. This exemplifies why Jabbar was able to clinch 6 championships and why he holds the top position on the all-time scoring list. As long as he wishes it. No one can block him. This is the essence of the skyhook's value. The Nets commenced their offense, with Kid advancing to the front court before passing to Van Horn. Van Horn's fundamental skills were remarkably solid. After a deceptive feint to the right, he leapt for a jump shot. The basketball soared toward the hoop like a guided missile, and it went in. 9-2. The Nets surged ahead by 7 points once more. As the second half commenced, Lee Howe requested the ball again. This time, he did not adjust. He simply pivoted and executed a hook shot. The ball went in. Van Horn shrugged at his coach, indicating he had done his utmost. The skyhook was virtually indefensible. The only recourse was to hope for an off night from Lee Howe. In the Nets' offense, seeing an unfavorable opportunity, Kid opted to shoot himself rather than pass. He executed a step-back three-pointer, the basketball traveling in a perfect arc swish. The Nets scored again. From the outset until now, the Nets' shooting percentage had soared to an astonishing 70%. With 8 minutes elapsed in the first quarter, the Nets had established an 11-point lead. Were it not for Lee Howe's relentless hook shots, this game might have been decided in the first quarter. Reluctantly, Collins called for a timeout once more. Their shooting percentage could not remain this high. It was simply unreasonable. What we need to do is persevere, remain undeterred, for ultimate victory shall undoubtedly be ours. The Wizards initiated their offense, as Rue passed the ball once more to the most reliable Lee Howe after crossing half court. Lee Howe glanced at his teammates, who were all standing with their hands on their hips. This situation was untenable. He needed to invigorate their spirits to seize any opportunity. Thus, at the moment he received the ball, Lee Howe smoothly executed a hook shot feint, leaving Van Horn off balance as he penetrated the paint. Martin decisively abandoned his assignment on Brown to provide assistance. Unaware of his own limitations, he was nothing but a novice, a mere pretender. Your brother Kwame has already tasted my shot-blocking prowess, and now you, the ineffectual duo, are about to face the same fate. Martin harbored strong opinions about Lee Howe. Confidence is commendable, yet excessive arrogance borders on pretentiousness. Before Martin's taunts could settle, he felt a sudden chill sweeping through his lower body, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of clanging metal. Lee Howe, seizing the opportunity presented by Martin's unguarded net, decisively executed a through-the-legs pass. The basketball gliding past Martin's 2 smaller spheres and landing in Brown's hands. Upon receiving the ball, Brown soared from his spot, delivering a thunderous dunk with both hands. You ought to know, Li, we are not to be trifled with. Even Shaquille has fallen to my brother's prowess. Cross us, and you shall await your misfortune. The so-called bust draft pick, I shall undoubtedly dominate you in the next round. Martin, feeling a chill between his legs, was humiliated and fury ignited within him. That's the way of Kwame. The only adversary capable of defeating you is yourself. The words of others are mere nonsense. Fall back, defend the shot. As the tide of play shifted, Martin fervently demanded the ball. To be insulted by a so-called bust was the utmost affront to his status as a legitimate top draft pick. Grinning maliciously, Martin positioned his formidable physique against Brown, initiating a post-up. With a rhythmic thud, he pushed Brown into the paint before gracefully executing a hook shot. Awaiting the perfect moment to swat the shot, Li Hao, like a majestic bird, ascended and snatched the spinning basketball from the air with fervor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accomplishing the block task. Li Hao had no time to pay attention to the astonished Martin. He surged forward with the swiftness of a leopard. The Nets' defensive response was rapid, yet they could not match the relentless pace of Richard Hamilton, who had just outpaced both Kobe and a dog. Hamilton received Li Hao's pass and executed a layup with precision. Swish! The ball found its mark. As the Nets initiated their offense, an irate Martin once again demanded the ball. After casting a stern glance at him, Kid instead requested a pick from Martin. Faced with the leader's command, Martin reluctantly complied. After setting a high-quality screen, he swiftly dashed forward and leapt high into the air. Kid, in perfect sync, lofted the ball, hoping to replicate their former aerial connection. Suddenly, a nimble figure appeared before Martin, as Li Hao anticipated Kid's intentions and executed a steal midair. Upon landing, Li Hao immediately passed the ball to Hamilton, who, in a rare display of athleticism, executed a one-handed dunk, allowing the Nets to reclaim 2 points. An utter failure, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Kid, possessing remarkable basketball intelligence, felt humiliated by being seen through by the so-called failure. Yet Li Hao, insulted, merely smiled. Jason, spare yourself the effort. Your repetitive tactics hold no value against me. By the way, your pre-free throw ritual is utterly distasteful. Ironically, Kid, who would kiss his wife from afar before each free throw, found himself estranged from her due to domestic violence issues. Curse it, Kid, you've provoked me. And not even Jordan can save you now. Kid was furious. I, Li Hao, will not change my name or my character. I need no one else to protect me. I am my own greatest ally. Not only have I enraged you, but I shall also bring ruin to your team. You will become the leader who fell to the 8th seed, eternally etched on the NBA's wall of shame. Faced with Kid's fiery gaze, Li Hao responded with equal fervor. He was not one to be cowed or submit. For every insult hurled at him, Li Hao would retaliate tenfold. For every drop of kindness received, he would repay with a veritable fountain of gratitude. Chapter 27. Martin under siege in the Nets' possession. Kid, red with fury, sought opportunities at the three-point line. The Wizards' defense was tenacious, prompting Kid to pass to the most reliable player on his team, Van Horn. Upon receiving the ball, Van Horn opted for a back-to-the-basket play against Li Hao, as it was a common belief that Asian players lacked physicality in the NBA. Van Horn rhythmically backed Li Hao down, the sound of dribbling echoing. However, to his astonishment, he found himself unable to budge Li Hao an inch. Had he not eaten? After your defeat, I invite you to indulge in a delightful feast of iron pot braised goose in Chinatown. The formidable Li Hao, with a strength rating of 6'9", is no longer intimidated by technical forwards like Van Horn. Oh, Li, I have a penchant for Chinese hot pot. I must respond to you, lest my reputation as Larry Bird's heir be tarnished. Just as Van Horn was halfway through his words, he abruptly turned and released a shot. His touch was remarkably gentle, and the basketball traced a graceful arc through the air. Swish. Van Horn ended the scoring drought for the Nets, bringing the score to 25-18. As the Wizards launched their offense, Rue made his way past half-court and directly sought out Li Hao. Van Horn decisively moved to defend, determined not to allow Li Hao an easy opportunity for a hook shot, as that would be tantamount to giving away points. In regard to Li Hao's drive, Van Horn remained unperturbed, confident that Martin would cover for him. Faced with Li Hao's extended reach, Rue opted for a high lob. As Li Hao received the ball, he found himself near the basket, while Martin swiftly moved in to defend. Are you trying to turn me into a bust of a #1 pick? Come on. Let's see it. Bust. Martin provocatively showcased his biceps. Li Hao contemplated passing the ball, yet he soon realized that Jefferson had already positioned himself defensively in front of Brown. Taste my skyhook. Li Hao ensnared Martin with his words, simultaneously making a gesture of a hook shot. You can't even taste it. Martin, acutely aware of the devastating power of the skyhook, jumped without hesitation, using his body to press against Li Hao, knowing that such confrontation would inevitably distort his movements. As Martin began his descent, Li Hao propelled himself off the ground, executing a one-handed slam dunk. In that fleeting moment, their gazes met in midair, and Martin perceived a sense of mockery. Recalling the harsh words that had just been exchanged, he felt as though his face was about to be bruised by his own hand, no less. The ball swished through the net as the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling an additional free throw. Amidst the cacophony of boos, Li Hao raised his arms in defiance, once more placing his left hand to his ear to listen. The fury of the home crowd was completely ignited by him, particularly the hefty individual who had been carried off on a stretcher at the start of the game was now pinching his own upper lip while belting out an anthem of disdain. He risked everything to hurl insults at Li Hao. It's all right, Kenyon. Next time don't jump so easily. The process is insignificant. Winning is what truly matters. Van Horn patted the disheartened Martin, imparting defensive wisdom. I understand, Keith. I won't leap so readily next time. Martin etched Van Horn's teachings into his memory. Li Hao approached the free throw line, besieged by a cacophony of boos reaching a staggering 100 decibels. His shot fell short, the basketball ricocheting off the front of the rim. The spectators erupted into laughter. Yet their amusement was short-lived, for the ball, having struck the rim, rebounded directly back into Li Hao's hands. Elated, he swiftly passed the ball to Brown in the paint. Martin, displaying remarkable lateral speed, quickly positioned himself in front of Brown. Undeterred, Brown nudged Martin aside and executed a powerful dunk. Meanwhile, Martin stood frozen, caught in a moment of bewilderment. Kenyon, you fool. Jump up and defend. He thought in frustration. You jump at the wrong times and fail to leap when it matters. Kid, too, found himself exasperated, unable to contain his discontent. That's just who you are, Keith, Martin lamented, pointing at the swiftly retreating Van Horn, who darted away like a rabbit. The score tightened to 25-22, with the Wizards narrowing the gap to just 3 points. Upon landing, Brown unleashed a furious shout at the beleaguered Martin. For heaven's sake, Kenyon, you're a complete bust of a first-round pick. Martin, utterly stunned by the consecutive dunks over him, found himself at a loss for words. Kate Winslet, brimming with excitement, leapt from her seat, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. Lee's performance and charm have completely captivated this highly sought-after Hollywood star. Winslet, once a fan of the Nets, has now switched her allegiance to the Wizards. By the way, the fervent fans are quite overwhelming. The Sports Channel 5 exclaimed, "What a beautiful play." With a dunk and an assist, Lee has forced the Nets to call a timeout. Sympathy for Martin lasts only 60 seconds. The duo has rendered him ineffective. Zhang Weiping chuckles heartily. Martin was overly boisterous at the start. Yet Lee specializes in taming the unruly. I've tallied his contributions: 2 assists, a blocked shot, a steal, and 2 rebounds. He is truly versatile, dominating both offense and defense. The Wizards have clawed back 10 points, all thanks to Lee's influence. Soo Koon, observing the statistics, is once again astonished by his all-around capabilities. Scoring, rebounding, assisting, and defending, he excels in all aspects. The Wizards now prioritize initiating their offense through Lee, who has evidently become the tactical nucleus of the team. Under his leadership, the Wizards are united in their efforts. Jordan is finally free from being double-teamed, likely waking from dreams with a smile. Zhang Weiping is perpetually grinning. It is a joy to commentate on Lee's games. To date, Li Hao has never disappointed his fans. The Wizards' offense revolves around him. If faced with single coverage, he executes a skyhook. If double-teamed, he passes to an open teammate. Fortunately, other players also possess mid-range shooting skills, but what if the opponent employs his own defense? The Wizards' three-point shooting is at the bottom of the league. Only the three-pointer can break through a zone. Soo Koon suddenly expresses concern. You've forgotten that Lee also possesses a crossover. Driving to the basket is another means to breach a zone, though not as effective as a three-pointer. Zhang Weiping remains unperturbed. I had forgotten. Primarily, Lee's skills are simply abundant. Is insufficient. It's understandable to forget. Lee evolves daily, growing stronger by the day. It's truly remarkable. Does he not sleep at night? Only through relentless practice day and night could he improve so drastically. I ought to remind him to take care of his health. We rely on him for the World Championships and the Olympics. I recall him mentioning at a post-game press conference that he practices extra at night. honing his dual-handed ball handling against tight pressure and mastering one-handed pull-up shots. Such diligence is indeed a benchmark for domestic athletes. If everyone trained like him, Chinese basketball would already be the best in the world. However, we do not seek a fleeting glimpse of Li. We desire his lasting presence. We must resolutely avoid exhausting his future potential. Yao Ming has Li's contact information and should remind him to rest at night and limit his dual-handed ball-handling drills against pressure. Su Kun chuckled in agreement, while Zhang Weiping articulated his thoughts quite astutely. Chapter 28. Barkley wagers that Li Hao will fail to make 3 three-point shots in the TNT studio. Oh my god. Is this still the underperforming first overall pick from the beginning of the season? Just observe Brown's gaze. It resembles that of a majestic lion on the prairie. Smith, in disbelief, covered his mouth. What has caused such a transformation in Brown? Is it not due to Li's assistance? Haven't you heard the two of them incessantly shouting grass? Grass, grass? The player Li is truly extraordinary. Not only does he excel himself, but he also elevates those around him. It is indeed a situation where everyone thrives together. After so many years of playing, I have never encountered such a remarkable athlete. Barkley, having signed a lucrative contract, is elated, and his enthusiasm for work has reached an unprecedented peak. Li is even more astonishing than a magician. Just look at Martin's helpless gaze. Enduring relentless training from the Water Brothers, he is truly pitiful. Haha. Kenny, there is something I must correct you on. Li and Kwame have completely shed the moniker of the Water Brothers. I believe they deserve a new nickname. For instance, what shall it be? I have yet to decide. Perhaps we could crowdsource a nickname? A reward of $1,000 for the chosen one. This is a splendid idea. Collective wisdom is powerful among fans. However, I sense that the fans are keener on seeing the two of us engage in some humorous antics. Just look at the flood of comments. Barkley kisses a donkey's rear. The fans are indeed our benefactors. In light of their wishes, shall we wager once more? This time, I shall allow you to choose first. You surely won't be able to kiss the donkey's rear this time. Dear Charles, Smith gradually entices Barkley. Haha. I must have been a male donkey in a past life, hence my peculiar affinity with female donkeys in this life. No more bets. I have had my fill of the odor of donkey dong. The girlfriend you found for me doesn't even wipe after using the restroom. Barkley resembles a courtesan, well-versed in the art of allure and retreat. The more he resists, the more the fans desire him to engage, driving the viewership to new heights. When enthusiasm peaks, he will acquiesce, creating the illusion that he was compelled to do so. Yet, Barkley will undoubtedly select a wager that favors him. And this time he intends for Smith to experience the taste of a donkey's rear. Charles, you are indeed a coward. Smith's beady eyes fixate on Barkley, filled with disdain. Oh, come on. Dear Kenny, who do you deem a coward? No one ever labeled me a softy while I soared across the court, commanding attention with my robust presence. I'm a tough man. Barkley rises, and the atmosphere in the studio becomes tense. Charles, I concede that you were tough on the court, but in this studio, you are a coward because you no longer dare to wager. You fear the donkey's rear. Oh, come on. Kenny, if I participate in a wager, does that not mean I am no coward? Then I shall wager with you. Barkley scoffs internally. Smith is resorting to provocations. For the sake of those 200 million, Barkley readily plays along. What shall we bet on? Speak. For I can hardly bear to witness you kiss a donkey's rear again. This time, I bet that Michael will score over 20 points, Barkley proclaims. Oh, come on. Isn't that rather ordinary? It is quite normal for the aging basketball deity to score 30 points. Smith was both amused and exasperated, unable to fathom such opportunism. Since you disagree with this, how about we engage in a different sort of game? I wager that Li will not make 3 three-point shots in this match. Barkley, filled with self-satisfaction, held up 3 thick fingers, confident that he would not lose this bet, for Li is utterly incapable of shooting three-pointers. Oh, how cunning you are, Charles. Your trickery knows no bounds. As a power forward, Li has consistently operated within the arc, rarely attempting 2-point shots, and not having taken a single three-pointer this season. Yet, you audaciously wager that he cannot sink 3 three-pointers. I could have tolerated a bet on him not making even one. But your brazen claim that he wouldn't score 3 is utterly preposterous. Goodness, you might as well have me kiss a donkey's rear. I have already taken a step back. Do you wish to appear cowardly as well? Barkley, with an air of indifference, seems unfazed by the stakes. Fine, it's settled. Damn. Smith, too, has adopted this Chinese phrase, incessantly cursing, his furrowed brow revealing his dismay at the absurdity of the wager. Meanwhile, Barkley revels in his triumph, having secured a lucrative contract without the need for such indignities. Mark this date. Barkley declares it his future lucky day. In the years to come, he shall toast to this occasion. In stark contrast to Barkley's jubilance, Nets head coach Byron Scott bellows, "This game is unwinnable for them. I have discerned the Wizards' vulnerabilities. Their three-point shooting is abysmal. In critical moments, we shall deploy a zone defense to dismantle them. Kenyon, you, the deserving number 1 pick, have been utterly outclassed by a supposed bust. Are you truly as ineffective as they say? Unleash your strengths. Your physicality demands fierce confrontation. And why did you not leap just now? Why allow Brown an unchallenged dunk? Damn. Jason, the team requires your vigor. Do not be enamored with the allure of 10-10-10 alternative statistics." During this timeout, Collins substitutes Bobby Simmons for Jordan, who needs to charge into the fray in the second quarter. When Michael takes a breather, he will pass the ball to Lee, who will utilize his gravitational pull to create open shooting opportunities for the team. Upon the resumption of play, the Nets initiate their offense with a lackluster drive. Kidd sidesteps Rue and halts for a jump shot. Coach Scott hopes to bolster their offensive efforts, and the team as leader must show respect to the coach. Bang. Yet, the basketball shows no favor to Scott. Kidd's offensive prowess is undeniably mediocre. After Brown secures the rebound, he passes to Rue, who, as the designated ball handler, advances past half-court before passing to Lee Howe. As Lee Howe noticed the absence of defensive pressure, he executed a casual hook shot. With a resounding clang, the ball struck the rim. Lee Howe believed this shot was destined to succeed, thus his approach was somewhat nonchalant. This served as a wake-up call. One must never underestimate the intensity required in competitive sports. Just as a lion exerts its full strength even when hunting a rabbit, one must apply equal fervor, especially against a formidable opponent like the Nets. Although he possessed the strategic advantage of Robert Horry's clutch three-point experience card, he could not afford to be complacent. A deeper reason lies in the understanding that even the most formidable techniques cannot guarantee success every time. As the Nets initiated their offensive play, Kidd refrained from passing the ball. After requesting a screen at the arc, he swiftly penetrated towards the basket. Confronted by the help defense of Bobby Simmons, Kidd deftly flicked his wrist, delivering the ball to an unguarded Richard Jefferson. The latter decisively bent his knees and leapt, releasing the shot. Another clang echoed as the basketball ricocheted off the rim. Brown seized the rebound and passed it to Hamilton, who sprinted down the court before attempting a jump shot. Yet again, the sound of failure resonated, a stark indication that the decline in stamina had led to a drastic drop in shooting accuracy for both teams. By the conclusion of the first quarter, the two sides had entered a relentless contest of missed shots. The rim trembled in protest, as if to say, "You are aiming for the net, yet you shoot at me. Where's your aim? Can't you even find the hoop?" Chapter 29. Everyone eagerly anticipates Lee Howe's re-emergence with his crossover. As the second quarter commences, both head coaches implement adjustments to their lineups. The primary players require respite, and the purpose of the rotation squad is to ensure a seamless transition until the starters return. The efficacy of the rotation is a critical measure of a team's strength. No matter how formidable the starters may be, if the bench is overwhelmed, victory becomes elusive. To maximize efficiency, the intensity of the NBA eclipses that of any other basketball league globally. The grueling 82-game regular season has derailed many extraordinary talents. Penny Hardaway, who once collaborated with Shaquille O'Neal, was instrumental in thwarting Michael Jordan's first comeback. The gentleman of the court, Grant Hill, once heralded as Jordan's successor, saw his career marred by recurring ankle injuries. The likes of Brandon Roy, known as the Black Mamba, and Derrick Rose, the pride of Chicago, stand as cautionary tales for coaches, underscoring that over-reliance on starters is a perilous gamble. Wizards lineup: point guard Eric Rue, shooting guard Hubert Davis, small forward Michael Jordan, power forward Eric Whitney, center Brendan Haywood. Nets lineup: point guard Jason Kidd, shooting guard Lucius Harris, small forward Richard Jefferson, power forward Jason Collins, center Todd McCulloch. Faced with the somewhat inexperienced Jefferson, Jordan took the opportunity to impart a valuable lesson. He consistently scored for the Wizards with his jump shots. Regrettably, his teammates, akin to CBA players, offered little support. Only Haywood contributed defensively, while offensively, it was a one-man show for Jordan. In contrast, the Nets displayed a well-structured offense under Kidd's orchestration. Notably, Jason Collins repeatedly succeeded with his layups, demonstrating his versatility to oscillate between center and power forward. Though he possessed starting potential, he willingly contributed from the bench for the sake of the team's triumph. As the second quarter reached the 4-minute mark, the score stood at 35-26, with the Wizards bench thoroughly overwhelmed. Collins promptly called a timeout to substitute the troublesome bench players. while other teams boast a bench mob. Collins lamented that his own could only be termed a bench of woes, perpetually outmatched and overrun. He vowed to enact significant changes during the offseason. In stark contrast to Collins's frustration, Scott exuded confidence, fervently scribbling on the tactical board. Our upcoming defensive strategy will employ a 2-3 zone. Their penetration and three-point shooting capabilities are nearly non-existent. This zone will serve as the final straw to crush them. We must seize the moment and dismantle them in this quarter. The only concern is Lee's crossover. Jason and Keith must be vigilant in closing the door. The pause has concluded, and both teams have re-emerged to take the court. The Nets initiate their offense, with Kidd calling for a pick and roll at the top of the arc, driving relentlessly towards the basket. With deft finesse, he fakes a pass and skillfully eludes Rue, executing a smooth shot. After scoring, Kidd taunts Lee Howe, who is retreating on defense, with a fierce retort. How's that shooting form for you, Kidd? For Lee Howe, who cannot let such verbal jabs slide, it feels unbearable to remain silent. In his homeland, such a demeanor might be labeled as contrarian or lacking in vision. However, in America, it is perceived as a display of toughness, cool, far more appealing than your ugly free throw. You'll regret your bravado after this loss. We've already discerned your vulnerabilities. Relying on your non-existent scoring ability? 10-10-10? What good is a player who won't score themselves? In essence, you lack offensive prowess. To be precise, you are not Kidd who won't shoot. Rather, you are Kidd who cannot shoot. And you are the one who truly cannot shoot, damn it. Kidd stands resolutely at the right side of the free throw line, his anger palpable, while his teammates swiftly position themselves in a 2-3 zone defense. 2 players occupy the top, while 3 guard the baseline. Upon witnessing this defensive setup, Collins feels a chill, realizing that Byron Scott has pinpointed the weaknesses of this Wizards team. Their ability to penetrate, shoot threes, and their rotation are among the worst in the league, but fortunately, they still have Lee Howe's crossover. With this thought, Collins relaxes slightly, comforted by Lee Howe's presence. As Jordan's era fades, Lee Howe has unwittingly become Collins' anchor. Rue dutifully passes the ball into Lee Howe's hands, while Martin simultaneously moves, teaming up with Van Horn to sandwich Lee Howe. Lee Howe instinctively aimed to pass the ball to the unguarded Brown. However, Jefferson, positioned at the left baseline, had already moved into cover. Lee Howe could only pass the ball to Hamilton on the left side of the free throw line. Hamilton, under the defensive pressure of Kidd, received the ball and took a shot. The basketball circled the rim before bouncing out. After securing the rebound, Kidd swiftly initiated a counterattack. After executing a pick and roll with Van Horn beyond the arc, he quickly launched a jump shot. The ball traced a graceful parabola. Swish. The ball went in. Immediately after scoring, Kidd rushed to Lee Howe. Kidd can't shoot. Kidd just chooses not to shoot. Who doesn't enjoy a hearty meal during the new year? If you can, get yourself 20-10-10. As the Wizards initiated their offense, Rue passed the ball to Jordan, positioned just inside the three-point line on the left wing. Jordan sought an opportunity, but Kidd closed in for tight defense. He was unconcerned about being beaten, as Jefferson was there to provide support. The Nets' strategy was to deny the Wizards easy 2-point shots, allowing 3-pointers instead. However, the Wizards were not particularly adept at shooting from beyond the arc. Their only reliable 3-point shooter was Jordan, whose career 3-point shooting percentage was a meager 32.7. After faking Kidd with a triple threat move to the right, Jordan unexpectedly fired a shot. Thud. The ball ricocheted off the rim. Jefferson, seizing the rebound, sprinted to the 3-point line and launched a precise shot. Swish. The Nets scored another 3 points. On Sports Channel 5, Zhang Weiping furrowed his brow, anxiously observing the statistics. 42-26, a deficit of 16 points. Your ominous predictions have come true, Sue. Scott has indeed uncovered the Wizards' weaknesses. If they cannot break through this zone defense, defeat is inevitable. Sue Kuhn shared the concern. This is Scott's second year as a coach, and achieving such results already demonstrates his capability. By limiting the Wizards' scoring while still managing to score themselves, the point differential will only widen. Little Lee's hook shot was unable to alter the situation. Whenever he received the ball, Martin underneath or Kidd on the right wing would converge to double-team him. Little Lee found himself completely stifled. Although such defensive attention also underscored his prowess, this was a privilege reserved for all-star starters. Suddenly, Zhang recalled something and his expression brightened. Little Lee's skill level is undoubtedly that of an all-star starter. However, the Wizards' inability to shoot 3-pointers is not a dire issue. Have you forgotten that Little Lee can also penetrate? In that game against the Lakers, Little Lee's crossover almost left me dizzy in front of the television. In this crucial match, I have faith that he won't opt to forego his crossover just to increase the game's difficulty. Sukun was elated, excitedly slapping his thigh. I can't believe I forgot about this. Shally can indeed execute a crossover. Now I can rest easy. As the big-picture thinker, Shally will certainly employ the crossover. Chapter 30. The transformation of Kwame Brown. The Nets caught the Wizards off guard with their 2-3 zone defense. Simultaneously, they unleashed a relentless offensive barrage. Richard Jefferson ignited the game with his three-point shots, boldly sinking 3 consecutive three-pointers in the face of Jordan. On the other hand, the Wizards relied on Jordan's challenging fadeaway jumpers for support. Nevertheless, the score continued to widen, and by halftime, the Nets held a commanding 20-point lead over the Wizards. Upon returning to the locker room, Collins held the tactical board, inspiring his players with motivational words. The playoffs not only test the stars but also challenge the coaches. Their experience and adaptability often prove to be decisive. Collins patted the panting Jordan on the back. Are you all right, Michael? You were the key to freeing Lee. He is now enjoying the privileges you once had. Breathless, Jordan struggled to catch his breath. His determination and fighting spirit were undoubtedly resilient. Yet his legs could not keep pace with his mind. Rest during the third quarter. Save your energy for the crucial fourth, Collins advised Jordan before turning to Lee Howe. Lee, it's time to stop holding back. You will be our primary offensive force in the upcoming third quarter. Now is the moment to showcase your crossover. It will be the most effective means to break through the zone defense. Lee Howe was instantly drenched in cold sweat. What did he know about crossovers? The time for preemptive plays had long since passed. Robert Horry's pivotal three-point prowess could indeed dismantle a 2-3 zone defense, and it was far more suitable than a drive. However, the timing was evidently ill-fated. A fine blade should be wielded at the right moment. Yet, the coach's words were not to be disregarded. Just as Lee Howe was about to grit his teeth and acquiesce, a voice as angelic as a choir descended upon him. Brown, the one who understood Lee Howe best, despite his rugged appearance, possessed a delicate heart. As he discerned Lee Howe's predicament, he swiftly came to his aid. Coach, pass the ball to me. Although I may not be proficient in three-point shooting, I have diligently practiced my mid-range shots in private. The Nets are unaware of my capabilities from that range. They will surely underestimate my defense in the initial plays. I am certain I will make the shot. Brown pressed his lips tightly together, his gaze resolute and unwavering. Expressing his opinion in front of such a multitude sent waves of anxiety through him. Collins hesitated. The primary reason Brown was labeled a bust was his lack of offensive skills. As a newcomer to the league, he largely relied on his physical gifts, excelling in drives, fast breaks, or opportunistic scoring beneath the basket. His low-post techniques were notably crude, and he had never attempted a mid-range shot. Noticing Collins' indecision, Jordan directly intervened. Fine. Just pass the ball to him. Kwame, I once predicted that you would become a superstar. Now you possess the qualities necessary to fulfill that destiny. Do not let me down. Jordan emphatically pounded his fist against Brown's chest, his gaze softening, losing its earlier intensity. Well, if Michael is joining in the folly, I shall partake as well. Let the chips fall where they may. Collins patted Brown on the shoulder in a gesture of encouragement. I will definitely sink that damned ball. Brown's hand, hanging over his thigh, clenched into a fist, both a statement directed at Jordan and a silent vow to himself. Within him, Lee Howe silently exclaimed, alarmed and drenched in cold sweat. This erratic system had drawn countless enmities and stirred up an abundance of troubles. Yet, the thought of being able to leverage Horry's pivotal three-point shooting ability led Lee Howe to forgive the system. The three-point capability was crucial for victory in this match, provided that his teammates could endure until the final 3 minutes of the fourth quarter. The choice to activate it in those last moments stemmed from the frequent timeouts during that period, which would otherwise squander the precious pre-advance time. You must show your mettle. Kwame, Lee Howe encouraged him internally as the game pressed on. The Nets, having tasted success, continued with their 2-3 zone defense. After bringing the ball past half court, Rue passed it to Brown on the left side of the paint. Jefferson immediately closed in, while Martin lurked below, ready to provide support. Jefferson, with arms outstretched, confidently positioned himself in front of Brown, unperturbed by the fact that he was a head shorter, knowing full well that defending Brown's passing lanes was sufficient. As it was common knowledge that Brown lacked shooting prowess, Brown swiftly dribbled to adjust his rhythm, inhaling deeply. With a devout gaze, he sprang into action upon hearing Lee Howe's internal shout. Cradling the ball with his left hand and supporting it with his right, he lifted it to its zenith. Flicking his wrist delicately, like a lover's caress upon the sphere, the basketball traced a graceful arc through the air. Swish! The most enchanting sound of the court resonated throughout the arena. Brown, exhilarated, turned to Jordan, only to meet his gaze, which bore a thumbs up. An airball. Making a mid-range shot feels like celebrating Christmas. He taunted, a hint of challenge in his tone. Dare you to dunk on me again? I'll send you into existential doubt. After being humiliated by the consecutive dunks from Lee Howe and Brown, Martin felt his pride wounded, but now, with the Nets leading significantly, he regained his composure. I shall grant you this wish. Inspired by Lee Howe, Brown's trash-talking skills flourished remarkably. As the Nets launched their offensive, Kidd and Van Horn executed a pick-and-roll at the arc before returning the ball to Van Horn. Demonstrating exceptional shooting ability, Van Horn confidently sank a long two-pointer. The Wizards' offense resumed, and the ball found its way back to Brown's hands, this time with Jefferson adopting a more cautious stance. He extended his long arm to disrupt Brown's shot. Richard, you are far too short to contest my shooting, Brown declared, lifting the ball above his head, feigning another shot. Jefferson, deceived by Brown's feint, leapt into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Brown dribbled swiftly towards the basket. Faced with Martin's impending defense, Brown halted and once more executed a shooting feint. Martin, still reeling from the earlier insults hurled by Kidd and Scott, leapt to block without hesitation. Brown smirked, timing his move perfectly as Martin descended. With an elegant stretch of his long arms, he delivered a breathtaking dunk. Bang! Drip! The whistle sounded, and the ball went in as Brown decisively dunked over Martin, simultaneously drawing a foul from the latter. In a moment of release, Brown let out a long, anguished cry. The weight of his expectations had become unbearable, while the title of the first overall pick had bestowed upon him both wealth and recognition. It had also brought an overwhelming burden of pressure and scorn. Collins nodded with satisfaction, recognizing that Brown was finally beginning to harness his prodigious talent. And then there was Lee Howe, this extraordinary talent hailing from the enigmatic East. It was he who had transformed the once struggling Brown, who had been stifled by Jordan's rigorous tutelage. It was he who had altered the obstinate Jordan himself. It was he who had salvaged his own career and revitalized the Wizards. Collins couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for not exhibiting greater patience with Lee Howe. Had Lee Howe risen to prominence sooner, the Wizards' playoff ranking surely would have been higher, sparing them the challenge of facing the formidable Nets, the top team in the East. The experience of an early exit was undeniably disheartening. In the minds of Collins and many others, the Wizards' strength paled in comparison to that of the Nets. Elimination was merely a matter of time. Any outcome that spared them from a sweep would be deemed a success. Kenny, I just told you not to jump too easily. Van Horn chided as he patted Martin's head, once again imparting his wisdom. It was Jason and Byron who made me jump, Martin protested, pointing at Kidd, only to find Kidd feigning ignorance as he lowered his head to defend. You must trust your own judgment. Do not heed the opinions of others. So should I jump or not? Damn it. Martin was thoroughly perplexed. Swish. Brown's free throw found its mark. In a swift transition, he executed a magnificent block on Kidd Ells, who attempted to penetrate the paint. The Wizards' offense surged as Brown's hook shot kept their hopes alive. The entirety of the third quarter became a showcase for Brown, who provided immense support on both ends of the court. The Wizards managed to recover 10 points in that period, trailing 65-75 as they entered the decisive fourth quarter with a 10-point deficit. Chapter 31. A double block against Kidd as the fourth quarter commenced. Collins arranged for Lee Howe to lead a rotation of substitutes. He found himself in an awkward predicament akin to Jordan's, as he was thoroughly outmatched by Jason Collins. Meanwhile, his four teammates were similarly overwhelmed by Collins' counterparts. Instead of narrowing the gap, the score widened, leaving Lee Howe to experience the agonizing absence of a guiding force reminiscent of Kobe. After enduring 4 grueling minutes of rotation, the score stood at 88-75, with the Wizards trailing by 13 points. With 8 minutes remaining in the game, both team starters returned to the court, and the battle intensified. The Nets' offense unfolded as Kidd exhibited the poise of a top-tier point guard, patiently dribbling to find an opening. Martin set a quality off-ball screen for Jefferson, and Kidd, with a flick of his wrist, swiftly delivered the ball to the unguarded Jefferson. Jefferson received it comfortably, launching without hesitation. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, swishing through the net. The score read 91-75, with the Nets holding a 16-point advantage. Kidd clenched his fist. This basket was crucial. The Wizards, barely clinging to a playoff berth, felt the mounting pressure. Like an indomitable cockroach, there was always someone stepping up to respond. On the Wizards' offense, Jordan posed a 3-threat from the left wing. Kidd Ells applied tight defense, expanding the Nets' 2-3 zone significantly. Their strategy was straightforward. concede the three-point shot while staunchly defending the two. Ironically, three-pointers were the Wizards' Achilles heel. Jordan took a tentative step left before driving in and launching a jump shot just inside the arc. His shot was a masterpiece of elegance. Swish. The crisp sound of the net was the highest compliment to this art form, bringing the score back to a 14-point margin. As the Nets advanced, Kidd crossed half court and faced Rue with a deft fake, easily evading him to penetrate the elbow area. Rookie, open your eyes and witness my shooting prowess. Facing Lee Howe's impending defense, Kidd released a shot with unwavering confidence. The trajectory was perfect. It was bound to go in. Just you wait. Lee Howe unhesitatingly advanced Tim Duncan's shot-blocking prowess, leading to a swift scoring opportunity for the Nets in the game. Lee Howe's feet transformed into springs, executing a thunderous volleyball spike that reverberated across the court. The basketball ricocheted back at a greater velocity, striking Kidd's head with unanticipated force. Bang! Caught off guard, Kidd was sent sprawling to the ground. In that fleeting moment, he experienced a sensation akin to standing before the divine. Lee Howe's leap was nothing short of astonishing. Though he harbored disdain for his opponent, the dazzling young Chinese player appeared to evolve with each passing moment, radiating brilliance. Kobe had found a formidable rival, and American players now faced a worthy adversary. At this instant, Kidd's singular resolve was to thwart Lee Howe. Otherwise, this fledgling talent would surely soar to unprecedented heights. As Kidd momentarily lost his focus, Jordan seized the rebound from the perimeter and swiftly initiated a counterattack. Confronted by Kittle's defense, the basketball deity boldly penetrated to the left wings, executing a powerful fadeaway jump shot despite the opposition's pressure. Swish. Jordan scored again, narrowing the gap to 12 points with just 6 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in the match. As the Nets launched their offense, the felled Kidd regained his composure. Individual victories paled in comparison to the ultimate outcome. Years hence, no one would recall his defeat at the hands of the basketball. Rather, they would remember his triumph over the Wizards. Kidd deliberately managed the clock, ensuring that they utilized the full 24 seconds in the ensuing possession. With 7 seconds remaining on the shot clock, he sprang into action, deftly maneuvering past Rue's defense with a deliberate yet rhythmic change of direction before once again infiltrating the paint. Lee Howe ascended once more to bolster the defense. The astute Kidd, possessing an exceptional basketball IQ, would not fall into the same trap twice. Having learned from his previous experience, he executed a feigned jump shot before lofting the ball high into the air. Martin, understanding the cue, deftly maneuvered to push Brown aside. Grinning as he soared into the air, he was poised for a one-handed slam dunk, with his celebratory roar already prepared. Dare one assert that the leader cannot shoot? He simply chooses not to, for he can vanquish you all with his assists. Lee Howe had no time to retort. He swiftly turned and soared high into the air. With the grace of a full moon drawing a sculpted bow, he aimed towards the northwest, targeting the celestial wolf. Crack! The latecomer, Lee Howe, once again delivered a formidable volleyball block, causing the basketball to slam against the backboard before rebounding forcefully. Martin was momentarily stunned. Even the basketball emperor, Wilt Chamberlain, could hardly compare. Lee Howe's leap was even more ferocious than at the beginning of the match. Is he powered by solar energy, charging while he plays? Or perhaps he is concealing his true strength, which is quite plausible. The Chinese are known for their martial arts and inner strength. Even O'Neal dared not retaliate against him. Even the notorious Horry was left with broken bones from his blows. The more Martin contemplated, the more dread he felt, realizing he could no longer provoke this formidable force. Suddenly, a bemused expression transformed into uncontrollable laughter on Martin's face. He chuckled inappropriately, only to realize that such mirth was ill-timed. He strained to suppress his laughter, but the effort only intensified his urge to laugh. His face flushed crimson as his body trembled. Upon witnessing Jefferson and Van Horn laughing, he succumbed to a hearty guffaw. Damn it, I can't hold it in any longer. Let me finish laughing first. It turned out that the basketball, having rebounded, struck Kidd's head, which was still recovering from the earlier incident. With a thud, Kidd collapsed once more, his eyes reflecting utter despair. The Wizards players erupted in laughter. While the Nets players found themselves in discomfort, the rookies too timid to laugh at Kidd. The audience, however, was unbothered by such concerns, as the Rutgers arena transformed into a sea of merriment. Having restrained his laughter once already showed great respect for Kidd, but this time, he could no longer contain himself. With a flushed face, Kidd lifted his head from the ground, just as he crossed paths with the fast-breaking Lee Howe. If I were you, I would feign an injury and exit the game. This is too embarrassing. Kidd's face reddened further. With the score at 91-81 and only 5 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in the game, The Nets were on the offensive. One must acknowledge Kid's mental fortitude. Despite such an awkward predicament, he managed to regain his composure and patiently orchestrated the team's offense. After several passes, the ball returned to his hands. Bending his knees for a jump, he flicked his wrist, and with a graceful arc, he sank a buzzer-beating three-pointer. What a shot! In competitive sports, victory is paramount. I just made a game-winning three-pointer. Can you do that? Oh dear, I forgot. You can't shoot threes at all, with a career three-point shooting percentage of 0. Kid caught up with the retreating Li Hao, hurling some trash talk. After delivering his remarks, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Jason, in this game, I will defeat you with a three-pointer. Ha, that's the funniest joke I've ever heard. You, who have never made a three-pointer, audaciously claim you will defeat me with one? If you actually manage to do that, I'll eat the ball. Kid's voice resonated loudly, deliberately ensuring that all present heard his words. As the game drew to a close, he intended to humiliate Li Hao with this statement. At this moment, with 5 minutes and 26 seconds remaining, the Nets held a commanding 13-point lead and could believe victory was assured. Chapter 32. Li Hao attempts his first three-point shot in the NBA. The Wizards initiated their offense, but Li Hao found it exceedingly difficult to receive the ball in the paint. Even when he did, he was met with tight double coverage. Jordan stepped up, fighting valiantly with unwavering determination. Utilizing a screen set by Hamilton, Jordan rose to shoot. The ball clumsily made its way into the basket, much like his aging legs. In the Nets' possession, with merely 3 seconds left on the shot clock, Kittles effortlessly executed a jump shot. Rainbow. As the transition unfolded, a sweat-drenched Jordan, with the aid of a screen, struggled to penetrate the paint. Confronted by the tenacious Martin, Jordan launched himself into the air, attempting a shot. Lacking the extraordinary hang time of his prime, he crashed heavily to the floor. Beep, beep, beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air. The Nets had accumulated more than 4 fouls. Jordan, risking injury, earned himself 2 free throws. Li Hao felt a stir within. The accomplished Jordan had no need to exert himself to such lengths. He could easily bask in the glory of his accolades, living out his days in comfort, with wealth sufficient to last for generations. Yet, his passion for basketball was profound, and his desire to win was palpable. Gazing affectionately at the hoop, his devotion rivaled that of a son for his mother. As he released the ball, even the simplest act of taking a free throw seemed imbued with artistry, evoking endless reminiscence. Swish. Both free throws were successful. With a score of 96-85, the Nets led by 11 points, and only 5 minutes and 14 seconds remained in the game. As the Nets initiated their offensive play, Kidd orchestrated the tempo from beyond the three-point arc. With just 5 seconds left on the shot clock, Kittles surged forward to set a screen. Without hesitation, Kidd launched a three-point shot, the ball tracing a beautiful parabola. Rainbow! Kidd roared triumphantly, his bald head shimmering under the arena lights. He caught up with the retreating Li Hao, exclaiming excitedly, "Missed again. I've just sunk another three-pointer. We're ahead by 14. I'm waiting for you to hit a game-winner three-pointer. Ha ha ha. Just wait for your turn to eat the ball." Possessing the critical three-point prowess of Robert Horry, Li Hao felt a surge of confidence. He glanced at the clock. Only 4 minutes and 40 seconds remained in the game. There was no time to waste. This offensive possession had to be executed immediately. Ha ha ha, I've lost my mind. Kidd looked at Li Hao with a bemused expression, realizing that this young man had been rattled by his own defense. The Wizards took to the offensive, with Jordan seeking an opportunity beyond the three-point line. While Li Hao hastily rushed forward to request the ball, Jordan chuckled as the young man had finally remembered his ability to crossover. However, to Jordan's astonishment, Li Hao did not perform a crossover. Instead, he merely dribbled once before gathering the ball. What was going on? Li Hao could no longer dribble. His movement suggested he intended to attempt a three-point shot. Jordan, in a fit of urgency, felt his defenses crumble. Li Hao's choice was utterly disastrous. He refrained from admonishing him, but recalled the lessons on appreciation he had learned from Li Hao. With a grimace that was more pitiable than a frown, he earnestly advised, "Li, do not act impulsively. Pass the ball to me. Do not let Jason affect your mindset. Remember, you are not proficient in shooting threes. Steady yourself. We still have a chance. A crossover is a far better choice than this three-point attempt. Remain calm. First, pass the ball to me. Then execute your crossover." Kidd, with a mocking grin, derisively pointed at Li Hao and taunted, "Your mindset has crumbled under the pressure of my three-point shot, yet you shamelessly attempt another. If that shot goes in, I won't even need to wait for his three-point buzzer beater. I'll devour the ball right now. Boss, save half for me." If this pretender makes a three-pointer, I'll also be feasting on the ball. Martin joyfully chimed in. Van Horn, too, doubted Li Hao's ability to score. Offering no semblance of defense, Li Hao remained unfazed by the jeers surrounding him and prepared to unleash his potential. He bent his knees and leaped, extending his arms to propel the ball. Amidst a chorus of skepticism, the basketball soared resolutely towards the hoop. This was Li Hao's inaugural three-point attempt since joining the NBA. On Sports Channel 5, Su Kun covered his eyes, unable to bear the tension. Stay calm, young Li. Do not act rashly in a moment of desperation. You must remember, three-pointers are not your forte. Zhang Weiping chimed in anxiously. Young people inevitably make mistakes. If they never err, how can we call them young? It was of little consequence. For tomorrow would bring another chance. Today, however, it seemed certain that failure awaited, leaving Li Hao's composure in tatters. In the TNT studio, Barkley doubled over in laughter. Li has taken a three-pointer. My dear Kenny, if he makes three, I shall lose. Allow me to cheer him on. Barkley, fully aware of Li's struggles with the three-point shot, took delight in mocking Smith. Smith, disheartened, had hoped throughout the game for Li Hao to succeed in his three-point endeavor. Yet alas, the sentiments of the heart did not align with the whims of fate. Li Haogun had no intention of attempting a three-pointer. Were it not for the pursuit of viewership, he would never have engaged in this futile wager with Barkley. With just over 4 minutes remaining in the match, what purpose would a three-point shot serve? Given Li Hao's proficiency from beyond the arc, making even 1 out of 10 attempts would be commendable. However, time no longer permitted him the luxury of attempting 10 three-pointers. Oh, for heaven's sake, Charles, you opportunistic fool, Smith exclaimed with irritation. Ha ha ha, a fool indeed. As long as you don't go kissing a donkey's behind, all is well. Barkley's boisterous laughter reverberated throughout the studio. The crowd was ignited by Li Hao's three-pointer, showering him with a cacophony of boos and jeers. Particularly, the overweight individual who had previously been rendered unconscious by Li Hao's prowess was incessantly shouting, Fuck! Fuck! Collins! Much like Jordan, wore a visage of despair, his face resembling a mask of anguish. Li is still too young. He requires further growth. In his impotent rage, he can only furiously pound the air. Just as Collins's hand had yet to descend, an astonishing scene unfolded that left everyone in shock. The ball launched by Li Hao resembled a precision-guided missile, destined to reach its target as it plunged directly into the hoop. Swish. The basketball effortlessly found its way through the net. All but Li Hao wore expressions of utter astonishment. Collins, quick to react, swiftly clenched his fist in triumph. The mask of pain transformed into one of elation in an instant. Well done, Li. Keep it up. That shot was magnificent. The jeers from the audience faded into silence, captivated by this stunning three-pointer. Incredible shot, Li. Kate Winslet leapt from her seat, bouncing with enthusiasm as she cheered for Li Hao. We are still trailing by 11 points. Let us defend against this next play. Li Hao swiftly retreated, with merely 4 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in the match. Observing Kidd and Martin of the Nets, Li Hao taunted, Come on, Jason. And you too, Kenyon. You just said to leave half for you. Chapter 33. The resounding call of the counterattack. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, Kidd nearly stumbled, his face flushed as if he were experiencing a sudden surge of embarrassment. It was a moment of swift retribution. What on earth was happening? Kidd found himself perplexed. In all his years within the league, he had never faced such humiliation as he had in this single game. Could it be that this young man was indeed a wolf in sheep's clothing, concealing a remarkable three-point shooting ability? Unthinkable. If that were the case, he would not be labeled a bust, nor would he have spent half a season languishing on the bench. Thus, Kidd concluded that Li Hao's three-point prowess must be a mere fluke. With this thought, he felt somewhat reassured. Pretending not to have heard Li Hao's taunt, he began to orchestrate the play from the top of the arc. The Nets aimed to exhaust the full 24 seconds of the shot clock during this offensive possession. As the clock dwindled to 8 seconds, Kidd sprang into action. After executing a screen with Van Horn, he swiftly passed the ball to the advancing Van Horn, who, without hesitation, launched a jump shot that arced gracefully through the air. Li Hao swiftly emerged from the side, and although there were merely 7 seconds remaining on the Duncan block experience card, it was ample time for a formidable rejection. A volleyball-style block was delivered to Van Horn, who felt the paralyzing dread reminiscent of Kidd and Martin. He found himself at a loss for words to describe the explosive nature of this block. Following the rebound, Hamilton quickly seized the opportunity to initiate a counterattack. Li Hao positioned himself beyond the three-point arc on the left wing, calling for the ball. Pass it to Richard. This predicament left Hamilton in a quandary, as the team star, Jordan, was also demanding the ball. Weighing the two evils, Hamilton concluded that passing to the season leader was undoubtedly the safer choice. With a crisp motion, he delivered the pass. Li Hao dashed into the trajectory of Hamilton's pass, intercepting Jordan with precision. He glanced at his feet to confirm he was beyond the three-point line, then bent his knees and leapt, drawing his bow and knocking the arrow. Jordan shook his head in exasperation, a wry smile playing on his lips. Damn it, Lee, you're going to give me a heart attack. That last three-pointer of yours was sheer luck. Even a 3-year-old could stumble into one with that kind of fortune. Don't mistakenly think you've mastered this. Play it safe. No more threes. We still have a chance. Before Jordan could finish his admonition, Li Hao had already released another three-pointer. Damn. Jordan couldn't help but exclaim, his heart racing. Under Li Hao's influence, the entire Wizards team had adopted this colorful expression. However, Jordan's frustration soon transformed into sheer exhilaration. Li Hao's second three-pointer has found its mark, narrowing the gap to 8 points with just 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in the game. Michael, I grew up watching your games. I learned to be confident and to seize the moment. You rascal. Jordan affectionately patted Li Hao on the head, seemingly aware that he himself may not possess the same level of confidence as the young player. Meanwhile, inside the TNT studio, the atmosphere was a stark contrast. Smith erupted in jubilant laughter, incredulously covering his mouth as he gazed intently at Li Hao on the big screen, utterly enamored with this Eastern player. Li Hao consecutively sank 2 pivotal three-pointers. How far can the third one be? Ha ha. Dear Charles, I must reluctantly part with the donkeys behind to give it to you. Li is truly remarkable. He possesses an exquisite ability to shoot three-pointers. I am genuinely curious about what else Li is incapable of. Ha ha. Barkley, with his round head drooping like a frostbitten eggplant, exclaimed, What on earth is Li doing? Is he perhaps the embodiment of my nemesis? Oh damn. I am about to lose a bet that seemed almost certain. I am utterly impressed by Li. Ha ha ha. Charles, keep laughing. Just keep laughing. Ha ha. Director, could you please ensure the donkey's rear is cleaned up a bit? It would be ideal to spritz a touch of the Chanel fragrance that Charles adores. Ha. The world operates on the principle of cause and effect. However, neither Smith nor Barkley anticipated such a swift return. Jason, my reluctance to shoot three-pointers stems from the lack of challenge and scoring without opposition. Three-pointers hold no intrigue for me, but for you, they seem devoid of talent. In response to the Nets' offense, Li Hao began to adopt Kid's mentality. Wait until you make that game-winning three-pointer before you act so arrogantly. Kid swiftly evaded Li Hao's auditory range, ensuring he could not be heard. At that moment, Kittles executed an off-ball screen with Jefferson. True to his status as a top-tier point guard, Kid's passing speed remained unaffected by the slap in the face. He deftly delivered the ball to the open Kittles. With no defender in sight, Kittles unhesitatingly launched a three-pointer. His shooting form was elegant, and the arc was flawless. Dueling. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Li Hao exerted himself to seize the defensive rebound, and, opting against passing, he dribbled the ball across half-court. Noticing that Van Horn had failed to keep pace with his speed, Kidd swiftly advanced to provide support on defense. Jason, I am poised to launch a three-pointer from the left wing at a 45-degree angle, exerting every ounce of strength in my defensive efforts. Li Hao dribbled towards his designated spot, executing a jump shot in the face of the towering Kidd, who stood at 193 centimeters, desperately leaping to disrupt the shot. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, resembling a rainbow. Jason, your defensive lineup is severely lacking, he remarked. The score gap had narrowed to 5 points with only 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in the match. The Nets fans were utterly bewildered, recalling Li Hao's bold declarations prior to the game. The 8th seed, Li Hao had proclaimed his intent to conquer, and the script seemed to unfold precisely as he had envisioned. The incessantly vocal chubby commentator began to convulse, overwhelmed by Li Hao's barrage of three-pointers. Apply pressure, apply pressure. Perform artificial respiration. Without hesitation, Nets head coach Byron Scott called for a 60-second timeout. Li Hao's three-point barrage brought the Nets to a standstill. On the sidelines, Scott could palpably sense the terror emanating from Li Hao. His relentless volleyball-style blocks, exceptionally high shooting percentage hooks, and perfect three-point shots rendered him nearly omnipotent in this game. Apart from his breakthroughs and passes, Scott patted Kidd's head in a gesture of consolation. It was indeed embarrassing for a league superstar to be so thoroughly outplayed by a rookie. Do not be anxious, we are still in the lead by 5 points. Jason, regain your composure, we will abandon the zone defense. Van Horn, you will go out and closely guard Li, ensuring he receives the ball as little as possible. This next shot must go in. Van Horn, you are the one to execute it. In stark contrast to Scott's intricate strategies, Collins didn't even bother with a playboard. He glanced at Jordan, and upon receiving a nod, declared, "Pass the ball to Lee. Do whatever it takes to get the ball to Lee. Doug." "I will make the shot," he insisted. "Do not call a timeout. Do not call a timeout. Do not disrupt my rhythm." Lee Hao repeatedly emphasized that his heart was bleeding. The lengthy timeout called by the Nets had squandered a precious minute of his time. He prayed that Scott would refrain from calling another timeout, fully aware that the hope was slim. In the final minutes, calling a timeout is a fundamental strategy. For a coach who neglects to do so is not a competent one. Chapter 34. Turnaround fadeaway three-point shot upon the resumption of play. With 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining, the Nets held a 5-point lead, and Lee Hao's remaining time was 2 minutes. The Nets initiated their offense, with Kidd controlling the pace just beyond the three-point line. As the shot clock ticked down to 14 seconds, he suddenly changed direction, maneuvering past Rue to drive towards the basket. Simultaneously, Jefferson executed a high-quality off-ball screen for Van Horn, effectively blocking Lee Hao from the play. Confronted by Brown's defensive recovery, Kidd delivered a stunning behind-the-back pass to Van Horn. Uncontested, Van Horn leapt and released the ball, sinking a buzzer-beater two-pointer. The point differential widened once more to 7. With just 2 minutes and 21 seconds left in the game, Lee Hao has 1 minute and 36 seconds remaining on his advance time. The Wizards are on the attack. Rue passes the ball to Lee Hao after crossing half-court. Confronted by Van Horn's close defense, Lee Hao finds himself with no room to shoot. Jordan promptly rushes in to set a screen for Lee Hao. Everyone is astonished. Jordan is actually setting a screen for his teammate. This is a maneuver he has only executed during his high school days. Free from Van Horn's grasp, Lee Hao rises for a jump shot. Swish. The basketball effortlessly finds its way into the hoop. Lee Hao and Jordan roared in unison, their hands crashing together with fervor. The score gap narrowed to 4 points. With just 2 minutes and 5 seconds remaining in the game, the remaining timeout lingered at 1 minute and 20 seconds. The Nets initiated their offense once more, resorting to their familiar strategy by passing the ball to Van Horn. An opportunity presented itself, yet this time, Van Horn faltered under pressure, the shot failing to find the net. Nevertheless, it is worth noting that he had performed admirably throughout the match, having successfully landed several crucial shots. With 1 minute and 41 seconds left on the clock and 56 seconds of experience left, the imperative was clear: double-team Lee, prevent him from obtaining the ball. Scott, drenched in sweat, fervently directed from the sidelines. "Pass to Lee. Double-team him." Collins promptly responded. Under Jordan's screen, Lee Hao regained possession of the basketball, only to find himself encircled by the vigilant Kidd and Van Horn, their 4 hands and feet forming a cage around him. Lee Hao, rather than advancing, unexpectedly retreated, dribbling the ball back towards his own half amidst the astonished gazes of all present. Sensing the absence of footsteps behind him, he abruptly pivoted and executed a backward jump shot. The basketball soared through the air like a comet, and before it had even swished through the net, Lee Hao had turned to raise his arms in celebration. He was reminded of Arenas' iconic celebration after his game-winning shot against the Jazz while playing for the Wizards. At that moment, Arenas, still with the Warriors, was taken aback by the shot, etching that celebration into his memory. Oh my goodness, Kidd was left utterly stunned. How audacious. He had witnessed arrogance before, but never of this magnitude. He glanced at Van Horn beside him and exclaimed, "If that shot goes in, I will eat the ball." Oh my goodness. Kidd could hardly contain himself, and before he could finish his sentence, the ball had indeed gone in. His mouth was agape, large enough to fit an ostrich egg, as he stared in terror at Van Horn, whose expression mirrored his own astonishment. Reggie Miller was never this remarkable, was he? Kidd lamented, feeling utterly aggrieved. One more such shot and his visage would be irreparably marred. To my knowledge, even Peak Miller never attempted a shot this audacious. Only a deity could execute such an exaggerated three-pointer. Oh my God. Initially, Van Horn had mocked Kidd in his mind, but soon he grasped Kidd's sentiment, ultimately becoming akin to him. On Sports Channel 5, Zhang Weiping's face flushed as he was bewildered by Lee Hao's three-pointer. Little Lee truly possesses unparalleled endurance. He can withstand more than Go Jian, Sima Yi, and Guo Baiting combined. To hold back such a formidable three-pointer for an entire season is incredible. If Kidd had possessed such three-point prowess, he would have long been unable to contain his flamboyance. Even without 2 defenders, he could soar to great heights. Su Kun stared intently at Zhang Weiping, stammering, "Director Zhang, pinch me. I can't be dreaming, can I?" Celebrating before the shot even goes in. What confidence! With a loud exclamation, Su Kun let out a howl, prompting Zhang Weiping to pinch him firmly. It's real, it's real, it's real. Little Li is magnificent. However, Su Kun added, Director Zhang, could you please be gentler next time? In the TNT studio, Charles Barkley gaped like a fish out of water. He hoped Li Hao wouldn't sink the three-pointer, for that would mean he would have to kiss a donkey's backside. Yet, he couldn't deny the brilliance of the shot. It was astonishingly exquisite. Smith was utterly ecstatic. This is the most mind-boggling three-pointer I have ever witnessed, bar none. The backward, leaning three-point jump shot, Li was at least 6 or 7 meters beyond the arc. My goodness. Li has turned me into one of his ardent fans. Li, I adore you. I want to bear your children. Kate Winslet can no longer remain idle. Li Hao perfectly embodies all her fantasies of a hero. She is eager to engage in a confrontation with Li Hao on the field. Li Hao consecutively sank 4 three-pointers, narrowing the score to 101-100, leaving the Wizards trailing by a mere point. With just 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining in the game and 35 seconds left on the shot clock, Scott felt the agonizing pressure reminiscent of Kidd's former struggles. Li Hao is proving to be an exceptionally formidable opponent. In exasperation, he once again called for a 20-second timeout. Li Hao felt a sudden jolt in his heart as the Nets offense paused, with merely 15 seconds remaining on the shot clock, leaving little chance for a three-point attempt unless a foul was committed beforehand. Jason, pull yourself together. How can we let a rookie perform like this? Li's shot must have been a stroke of luck, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. To ascend to the ranks of the greatest point guards in history, he must exhibit the prowess befitting a top-tier player and secure a championship title. This basket is imperative. Once again, it will be Van Horn executing the final shot. We shall do everything in our power to prevent Li Hao from receiving the ball. Scott patted Kidd's still flushed head, offering words of encouragement. As a coach, inspiring the team is an essential skill, one that involves both motivation and fervor. The ball was passed to Li, and everyone braced themselves to set screens for him. In contrast to Scott's palpable tension, Collins leisurely sipped his water while meticulously devising strategies. He felt confident of victory, believing that with Li's impeccable three-point shooting percentage, a loss was nearly impossible. Collins' tactical discussion startled Li, causing him to spit out the water he had just sipped. When it was the Wizards' turn to attack, the moment had long passed. At that time, Li's three-point shot would resemble Shaquille O'Neal's shooting form. Coach, I will draw the defense with my unparalleled ability to create opportunities, allowing my teammates to take easier shots. Pass the ball to them. The stage belongs to everyone. I do not seek the limelight for myself. Mutual success is the ultimate goal. Chapter 35, Alley-oop three-pointer. A tense match, Li. You Chinese are so humble. This shot is one that others cannot make. Remember, you have already made 4 consecutive three-pointers. Be decisive in your attempts. Shoot boldly without any psychological burden. If you miss, it matters not. Victory is a shared honor, while defeat is my responsibility. Collins chuckled as he patted Li Hao's shoulder in encouragement, growing increasingly fond of the young man. Coach, don't forget to share the opportunity with others. Jordan observed as Li Hao hesitated, understanding this unique humility characteristic of the Chinese. Shoot decisively, Li. Do not concern yourself with my feelings in critical moments. The one who is in rhythm should take the shot. I have complete faith that you will succeed, and I will focus all my energy on defense, of course. I will set screens for you. Rest assured, I will make it. Li Hao appeared confident on the surface, yet internally he felt overwhelmed, compelled to rise to the challenge. However, he refused to be a blind participant. Instead, he devised a strategy for himself. Committing fouls to gain time, he aimed to secure another three-point shot. Upon resuming play, Jefferson delivered the ball to Kidd from the baseline. Li Hao lunged at Kidd like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, his right hand striking the basketball with precision and force. His primary intention was to steal the ball. Should that fail, he would resort to a foul. Kidd, possessing a wealth of experience, lowered his center of gravity and shielded the ball with his chest and head. With a resounding slap, Li Hao's hand landed on Kidd's head, producing a series of echoes that reverberated throughout the arena. Kidd was on the verge of a breakdown, rushing towards the referee in a frenzy, protesting vehemently that it was a deliberate foul, without a doubt, a malicious foul. Li Hao's reaction was swift. He immediately stifled a laugh and raised his hand to indicate that he had committed a foul, insisting that it was unintentional. Observing the referee's indifference, Kidd seized the opportunity to exacerbate the situation. Li undoubtedly struck me on purpose. He broke Horry's bones against the Lakers, and O'Neal was too intimidated to retaliate. Therefore, it must have been intentional. He should be penalized for a malicious foul. The referee, however, merely glanced at Li Hao, who was admitting his mistake, and disregarded Kid's protests entirely. Kid's nostrils flared in frustration, on the verge of an explosion. Meanwhile, the architect of this turmoil, Li Hao, was smiling at the referee behind his back, teasing, "Jason, your fruit is ripe." Hee. With his face as red as a tomato, Kid approached the free throw line. Taking a deep breath, swish, he converted one of his 2 free throws, bringing the score to 102-100, with the Nets leading by 2 points. Only 1 minute and 15 seconds remained in the game, with 5 seconds left on the shot clock. Quick, big brother, pass it to me. Upon hearing Li Hao's call, Jordan swiftly tossed the ball in his direction. Simultaneously, Van Horn and Kid tightly guarded Li Hao at the 3-point line in the corner. With only 0.5 seconds left on the shot clock, there was no time for adjustment. Li Hao leapt high into the air to catch the ball, simultaneously executing a 3-point shooting motion, flicking his wrist in a graceful release. In a stunning display of skill, he executed an alley-oop 3-pointer, defying the relentless defense of Kid and Van Horn to deliver an astonishing shot. Li Hao's boundless imagination, coupled with his extraordinary courage, has left everyone in awe. His overwhelming emotional value, flamboyant personality, exquisite shooting skills, and striking appearance have captivated a portion of the Brooklyn Nets female fans, who find themselves utterly enchanted. Unable to contain the fervor for basketball that stirs within them, Li Hao plays basketball with a charm that mirrors his striking appearance. Being one of his admirers must be exhilarating, and playing alongside him would undoubtedly be even more thrilling. Their cheeks flushed with excitement, the girls' imaginations ran wild. Untamed like a galloping steed, Jordan stared blankly at Li Hao, the man known for astonishing others, revealing that even he was taken aback by this move. Whoosh! Li Hao, with a spectacular alley-oop 3-pointer, once again silenced the arena. The score stood at 103-102, with the Wizards having taken a 1-point lead. Leaving just 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock, the Nets commenced their offensive, with Kid patiently surveying the court from the top of the arc. Victory was his sole redemption. Otherwise, his performance in this match would be forever remembered as a monumental failure. With 7 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Kid called for a screen and drove towards the basket. As he faced Brown's defensive challenge, he launched himself into the air, evading the latter's outstretched arms, and made a desperate attempt to release the ball. Kid crashed heavily to the ground, raising his arms in triumphant fury as the Nets reclaimed the lead, bringing the score to 104-103, with just 46 seconds left in the game. Collins immediately called a timeout to strategize. The offense needed to be executed within 10 seconds, after which the Nets would have approximately 10 seconds remaining. Pass the ball to Lee. Pass the ball to Lee. Whatever it takes, get the ball to Lee. Byron Scott bellowed. We cannot allow Lee to receive the ball. We cannot allow Lee to receive the ball. We cannot allow Lee to receive the ball. If 2 defenders were insufficient, then 3, or even 4. It was preferable to allow others to score than to let him shoot. His 3-point shooting was utterly terrifying, hitting 5 out of 5 attempts, including alley-oop 3s. By all that is holy, I have never witnessed such an astonishing display of shooting, from player to coach. As the timeout concluded, the Wizards resumed their offensive. Li Hao was in a state of panic, his 3-point shooting ability seemingly vanished, leaving him hesitant to receive the ball beyond the arc. However, he soon realized that the Nets were even more flustered, having been rendered skittish by his previous shots. Kid, disregarding Rue, joined forces with Van Horn to defend against Li Hao, while Keatles remained vigilant, poised to provide assistance. Determined to counter their defensive strategy, Li Hao feigned a sprint towards the 3-point line before swiftly retreating towards the basket. At the opportune moment, Jordan delivered the ball to Li Hao, who, confronted by the approaching Martin, executed a quick skyhook. Swish. The score stood at 105-104, with the Wizards once again taking the lead by a single point. Just 32 seconds remaining in the game. This possession was critical to defend. Jordan took charge at the top of the arc. The Nets displayed remarkable patience, continuously circulating the ball in search of an opportunity. With just 10 seconds left on the shot clock, the ball found its way to Van Horn in the right elbow area. Van Horn opted for a back-to-the-basket move against Li Hao. Li Hao stood firm, chest out, as he extended his arms to incessantly disrupt Van Horn's dribbling rhythm. Van Horn, seasoned and experienced, straightened his right arm to control the ball, deftly maneuvering to evade Li Hao. In a sudden twist, he sidestepped Li Hao and charged toward the basket. Faced with the defensive Brown, Van Horn opted to pass the ball to the unguarded Martin. Much like Kid, Martin, filled with pent-up frustration, exerted all his strength to slam the ball through the hoop. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers. "Rookie, what use is it for you to dominate the game if you still fall prey to my game winner? Do you comprehend what a game winner truly signifies? People will only remember my triumph over you, Martin, while the journey to that moment is inconsequential." A flop is ultimately just that. Martin stormed up to Li Hao, unleashing his fury. His frustration in this match was second only to Kid's. Fortunately, fate smiled upon him at last, allowing him to vent his grievances. With the score at 105 to 106, the Nets had reclaimed the lead. With merely 8 seconds remaining in the game. Chapter 36, a self-assist game winner. Kinong, with only 8 seconds left, this is not what you call a game winner. Li Hao's gaze was resolute. After exerting himself for an entire match, he could not falter at this critical moment. He was determined to make the final shot. A near game winner would suffice, wouldn't it? Those who nitpick words. That won't do either, for I shall secure the victory. Collins promptly called for a timeout to strategize the final offensive play. Kwame initiated the inbound pass, with Michael and Lee positioned on either side of the court. The other 2 players were tasked with screening for Lee, ensuring he received the ball. Scott bellowed fiercely, "Do everything possible to prevent Lee from getting the ball." As the timeout concluded, Li Hao and Jordan positioned themselves on either side of the elbow area. Jordan's defender was Jefferson, who could not relent. The atmosphere around Li Hao was charged with excitement, as Van Horn and Kid closed in on him. Rue and Hamilton poised themselves to set screens for Li Hao, while Kid Els kept a vigilant watch, ready to assist defensively. The moment the referee placed the ball in Brown's hands, all 10 players on the court heightened their focus. For the decisive battle was at hand. Beads of sweat cascaded down Brown's forehead. Executing the sideline throw-in was a timeless conundrum. Martin incessantly leaped in front of Brown, obstructing his line of sight. Li Hao sprang into action, sprinting towards the 3-point line with the speed of a 100-meter dash. Meanwhile, Rue and Hamilton obstructed Van Horn and Kid. Kittles positioned himself in front of Li Hao, forcing him to decelerate and maneuver around him. At that moment, Van Horn and Kid also closed in, with Li Hao leading the way and the 2 trailing closely behind. Just as Brown was about to incur a violation for delay of game, he released the ball at the last possible moment. Li Hao leaped effortlessly to receive the ball, executing a graceful turn before launching a backward 3-point jumper. Kid and Van Horn were utterly paralyzed with fear, unwilling to endure such trepidation once more, and resolutely determined not to become mere props in Li Hao's climactic finale. The 2 brothers, united in their plight, sprang into action without hesitation, stretching their arms in a desperate attempt to disrupt the shot. Van Horn, nodding fervently, wished his long hair could serve as a defensive tool. He envisioned the wind generated by his flowing locks creating a butterfly effect that might alter the trajectory of the basketball. He hoped that the fluttering strands would obscure Li Hao's line of sight, drawing his focus away and diminishing his accuracy. He would rather be the first to employ hair as a form of defense than to be ridiculed as the victim of a last-second defeat. Kid, ever perceptive, instantly grasped Van Horn's intent. Van Horn's clownish antics were designed to capture Li Hao's attention. With this realization, Kid enthusiastically nodded, as if his head were a light bulb flickering before Li Hao. Nearby, Kid Les observed the diligent efforts of his leaders and prepared to feign his own leap of exertion. Yet, a sudden gust of wind interrupted Keidel's endeavor, and he was taken aback to find that Li Hao had swiftly passed him by. It turned out that the seemingly elaborate backward 3-point shot had merely been a ruse. Li Hao once again played with his older brothers. Upon meeting his gaze, they immediately ceased their nodding, their faces flushing with warmth. Li Hao propelled himself towards the elbow area with remarkable speed, the seconds slipping away with relentless urgency. 5, 4. A misfire. I am not so easily deceived as Kid. You shall not thwart my impending game winner. Martin spread his arms wide, resembling an impenetrable wall before Li Hao. 3, 2.5. Li Hao, undeterred, launched the basketball toward the backboard. Simultaneously, he deftly maneuvered around Martin's defense and surged toward the rebounding ball, leaping high into the air. 2, 1. Soaring through the atmosphere, Li Hao transformed into a resplendent Chinese dragon, executing a breathtaking slam dunk that left everyone in awe. The Rutgers arena fell into a profound silence, with only the reverberation of the hoop narrating Li Hao's miraculous triumph. In a dramatic final moment, the Wizards overturned the Nets with a score of 107 to 106. Li Hao executed a self-throw and self-rebound to deliver a decisive victory against the Eastern Conference leading Nets. They celebrated a triumphant start to the series, securing the advantage of playing on their home court. In this match, Li Hao showcased an extraordinary performance, amassing 39 points, 10 rebounds, 4 assists, 4 blocks, and 1 steal, thereby dominating both ends of the court. Jordan contributed 27 points, 6 rebounds, and 8 assists, while Brown delivered a commendable double-double with 25 points, 14 rebounds, 1 assist, and 3 blocks. Brown's impressive display, particularly his vigorous performance in the third quarter, kept the Wizards closely contesting the scoreline, earning him the trust and respect of all. Beyond these three, the Wizards saw Hamilton as the only other player exceeding 10 points, scoring 13. The dismal statistics of other players underscore the arduous nature of their performance, revealing a significant disparity in roster depth compared to the Nets. Had Li Hao not exhibited Horry's three-point prowess in this match, it is highly probable that the Wizards would have succumbed to defeat. In contrast, the Nets had all 5 starters scoring in double figures, with impressive contributions from their bench players as well. Despite the loss, they garnered greater optimism, as Li Hao's performance was truly exceptional and such extraordinary displays cannot be expected consistently. The Wizards fans in attendance erupted in fervor, celebrating wildly and reluctant to depart. Conversely, the Nets supporters left without sentiment, eager to escape the anguish of defeat. On the sidelines, Kate Winslet was left in disbelief, her mouth agape in astonishment at Li Hao's heroic display, which had completely captivated her. She yearned to rush over and celebrate with him, only to be restrained by security. Disheartened, Kate departed, but was unwilling to conclude this enchanting evening so hastily. Her newfound affection for basketball, sparked by Li Hao, ignited a desire to play. Particularly wishing for Li Hao to join her, she promptly instructed her assistant to purchase a number 7 jersey of Li's. With anticipation, Kate exited, her heart full of excitement. The Wizards players were equally ecstatic, surrounding Li Hao in jubilation. Kwame Brown took the lead, exclaiming, "Chow." His teammates immediately echoed, "Chow." The fervent Wizards fans in the stands, unwilling to leave, joined in chorus, "Chow." An increasing number of attendees embraced Li Hao's catchphrase, creating a resounding wave of "Chow" that reverberated throughout the Rutgers arena. In the TNT studio, Smith exuberantly addressed the large screen, exclaiming "Chow" for nearly a minute before he fell silent, his voice hoarse. He had become enamored with Li Hao, considering him a true blessing. "Dear Charles, it's not my team as cunning. Rather, it's your team as ineptitude. Even if given the first pick, you would still falter. Li has hit 4 consecutive three-pointers. Oh, my goodness, Li is indeed my nemesis. We made a bet on the show. He couldn't possibly know and intentionally play me. The only possibility is that he is my nemesis." Barkley helplessly covered his large round head. This was the 4th time he had kissed the donkey's backside. "Should we still place bets?" Smith said disdainfully, now brimming with confidence. "Yes, we must bet. One must rise where one has fallen. This time, I wager that Li will make at least 3 three-pointers in G2. They will return to the Wizards' home court with a 2-0 advantage. I have faith in Li's three-point shooting. Even Reggie Miller would struggle against this prowess. All right, it's settled. Now, let us welcome Charles' girlfriend to the stage, ha 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 ha." For some reason, Smith was inexplicably confident about not kissing the donkey's backside, despite Barkley's choice being exceedingly disadvantageous to him. Barkley forced a smile that was more grotesque than crying for the camera. Then, he kissed the donkey's backside for the 4th time. Chapter 37. Li's three-point shooting is deemed unpredictable. On Sports Channel 5, Zhang Weiping's face was flushed with excitement. Little Li has clinched the game. He executed a stunning self-alley-oop to secure G1. His three-point shot was a sight to behold. Kidd and Van Horn were utterly bewildered by Little Li's shooting. If this continues, the Wizards could very well achieve an upset. Sukun's voice trembled. No wonder Little Li confidently claimed they would pull off an upset. He possesses a secret weapon. This three-point shooting ability. This step-back jumper. How late must one practice to master such a skill? I am in awe. Kobe is like the moon at 4 in the morning, while our Little Li practices from evening until 4. Ha ha ha. Practicing until 4 is well said. Our Little Li truly is a role model for our generation. Dear viewers, I know you haven't had enough yet, but today's commentary must come to an end. Let us meet again at 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow, and together witness Little Li's miraculous performance. Li Hao exited the player tunnel, greeted by the enthusiastic cheers of the fans. Without hesitation, he removed his jersey and offered it to them. Noticing the fans' attention was drawn to his shoes, he then took out the insoles and graciously bestowed them as well. Li Hao's sneakers are not from an internationally renowned brand, but rather from an obscure domestic label at this time. Little did that fortunate fan know that, 2 decades later, These shoes would fetch an astonishing price of $500,000. At the post-match press conference, the expansive hall was teeming with reporters. "Collins, you executed an incredible buzzer beater. How do you feel?" inquired an exuberant journalist, still reeling from Li Hao's miraculous performance. "I feel quite calm. When you have both Jordan and Li on your team, even a dog could coach us to victory." Indeed, he often repeated the simple directive to pass the ball to Li. "Michael, in the final quarter, you scored 4 crucial points consecutively. Especially that foul you drew. Your determination was evident," remarked an older journalist with a touch of sentimentality. "Paul, I remember you. You chronicled my entire career. Now, you two are balding, and we have both aged. Yet I must say, an old man can still dream youthful dreams. My 3rd consecutive championship does not seem out of reach." "Wow, Michael, you actually remember my name. But objectively speaking, achieving a 3rd consecutive title is exceedingly difficult." The elderly reporter wiped his eyes, moved to tears. Jordan turned to Li Hao beside him and remarked with admiration, "Li is a remarkable player. Without him, we wouldn't even reach the playoffs. Without him, this game would have been a crushing defeat. With him, everything becomes possible. He is not merely my Pippin. He is a younger version of myself." Wow, wow, wow. Everyone was astounded. To be compared to the younger self of the basketball deity is perhaps the highest accolade for this player. Li, you are incredibly versatile. You are practically the professor of the basketball court. Crossover, skyhook, three-pointers, your excellence must require arduous practice at night, doesn't it? Jessica Johnson could barely contain her excitement as she posed her question. Under the bright light of day, addressing the world made her both nervous and exhilarated. That evening's experience would be etched in her memory forever. She wished she could instantly leap into Li Hao's Chevrolet. Of course, a talent who does not strive will be abandoned by time. So whenever I have time, I diligently practice my ball handling under pressure. Li Hao gazed into Jessica's eyes, momentarily appeasing her. Will you be practicing tonight? After all, you have just emerged from a fierce battle. No. I require a proper rest to prepare for G2. He resolutely declined, noting the anticipation in Jessica's gaze. While he currently possessed boundless energy, he recognized the importance of moderation. Li, you had foreseen the possibility of an 8th seed upset before the tournament began. Is everything within your control? Jessica, albeit disappointed, remained focused on her responsibilities. Indeed, I must reiterate, we are destined for that 8th seed triumph. Li confidently pointed at Jessica with his index finger. After the game, Brooklyn Nets head coach Byron Scott and team leader Jason Kidd participated in an interview. Byron, what is your assessment of this match? Scott shrugged helplessly, stating, as you have observed, there were no issues with our tactics or player performance. We maintained control throughout the game. The only variable was Li's three-point shooting, which I understand he had not attempted all season. Remarkably, he hit 4 consecutive three-pointers to turn the game around. It was simply magical. If he were to consistently perform at such an extraordinary level, the Lakers would struggle against them. However, as you know, it is common knowledge that such performance from Li cannot be sustained. He is merely an occasional wild card. The reporter then inquired about any specific adjustments for the next game. No, we will continue to play at the pace established in Game 1. I have identified the Wizards' fatal weaknesses. Although Scott had lost the first game, he was confident. Can you share any details? Haha, let's wait and see for the next match. Jason, according to my statistics, Li has taunted you 7 times, scored on you 5 times, blocked you twice, and once committed a foul by hitting you on the head. You certainly have a high tolerance. How do you plan to respond in the next game? The ESPN reporter, seeking to amplify the interview's impact, posed a challenging question. What caliber is he to warrant my response? Just a wild card. I have encountered many fleeting players like him, while I remain firmly seated as the league's premier point guard. In competitive sports, results are paramount. There is no doubt we will defeat the Wizards. Kidd responded fiercely, his brow furrowed, reflecting the embarrassment he felt from the game. With every moment feeling like a top embarrassment. Although he would never admit it publicly, Kidd's inner self had begun to fear Li Hao with his stable hook shots, extraordinary blocks, and mind-bending three-point shooting. Li Hao is merely in the 1st grade. It is truly unfathomable to envision the heights he might reach in the future. Could it be that the league is on the verge of witnessing the emergence of another basketball deity? Will the Eastern Conference inevitably find itself overshadowed by his brilliance? A nearby fan, upon overhearing your comment about Li's three-point shooting, jestingly inquired whether you had consumed the ball. Did you, in fact, eat the ball? That fan must have misheard. How could I utter such a foolish remark? Kidd's expression grew darker. That fan has already posted a video online. I have heard it myself. You indeed said eat the ball, and it seems that fan harbors a grudge against you. He even shared footage of you being struck in the head by a basketball twice and falling, as well as the clip of Lee Hao tapping your head, which has also found its way onto the internet. The ESN reporter, with a teasing glint in his eye, sought to provoke Kid for more sensational material. You are mistaken. It is not that fan who bears animosity towards me. It is you who holds a grudge. Just wait. With a scowl, Kid stormed off. What does it mean to nod in defense? To shake one's head in defense? To rely on Kid's head for defense? To sway in defense? The ESN reporter was merciless. Kid nearly stumbled, quickening his pace. At this moment, only alcohol could dull his senses. For games were held tonight. And the matchup between the Wizards and the Nets undoubtedly captured the most attention. Lee Hao once again captivated fans in America and across the globe with a mesmerizing performance. His name graced the front pages of sports newspapers in various countries. Confidently, he tilted his ear to the jeers, his rebellious image circulating wildly around the world. With his gentle yet handsome visage and an audacious spirit, Lee Hao won over a multitude of admirers, particularly among female fans. Even Barkley and Kid found themselves swept up by Lee Hao's charm, albeit their headlines were somewhat embarrassing. Barkley was humorously dubbed the Greek god presiding over donkey posteriors, while Kid was labeled the Greek god of consuming basketballs. Chapter 38. Kate Winslet requests an autograph from Lee Hao. When Lee Hao returned to the hotel, it was already midnight. Eagerly, he activated the system for a moment of exhilaration. Although G1 had yielded no rewards, the sight of those figures brought him joy. The series against the Nets was classified as a medium-level task, and he was uncertain of what rewards awaited him should he emerge victorious. Lee Hao was filled with anticipation, having already savored the sweetness that came with the surge of power. However, following the exhilarating experience, he found himself in a state of worry. Although the Wizards triumphed in Game 1, the victory was arduous, heavily reliant on a pivotal three-point card that seemed to alter fate itself. What path lay ahead in Game 2 without the benefit of such a card? It was undoubtedly poised to be an exceedingly challenging match. Suddenly, the shrill ringing of the landline pulled Lee Hao from his melancholic reverie. Hello, Lee. There is someone very important in the lobby seeking your presence. Came the saccharine voice of the receptionist through the receiver. Lee Hao glanced at the clock. It was already past midnight, and he would not accept any guests, regardless of their importance. Please inform him that I have already succumbed to slumber. Thank you. It is quite absurd to entertain visitors at such a late hour. Unless one has lost their senses, for working overtime yields no additional reward. Ever since rising to fame, Lee Hao has been incessantly besieged by the affectionate yet overwhelming attention of fans, particularly from the female admirers who inundate him with notes and phone numbers. Nevertheless, Lee Hao remains steadfast in his self-discipline. Indulgence is akin to a razor-sharp knife, and welcoming every approach would only serve to diminish his career. Thus, he has declined the majority of female fans who wish to practice basketball with him. I am sorry, Lee. She is right beside me. And she has heard that you are awake. This individual is somewhat exceptional, and we hope you will consider coming down to meet her. The server's voice was both troubled and resolute, for she clutched a $500 tip in her hand. Even if the president were to arrive, I would still refuse to meet. Goodbye. Lee Hao had lost his patience and was on the verge of ending the call. Hello, Lee. I am one of your admirers. Would you be so kind as to grant me an autograph? I promise I will leave right after. A melodious rustling voice suddenly echoed through the phone. Noticing Lee Hao's hesitation, the caller swiftly added, just a minute of your time. I assure you, it won't take long. Lee Hao is a person who responds better to gentle persuasion rather than force. The other party's submissive tone softened his heart. Perhaps he should meet her, after all. She seems to be yet another woman enticed by his charm. As soon as Lee Hao exited the elevator, he was enveloped by a soft, plump figure. The individual stood around 7 meters tall, her head barely grazing Lee Hao's neck, and the fragrant breath escaping her lips sent delightful shivers down his spine. She was exuberant, holding him in a warm embrace for a full half-minute before reluctantly letting go. Lee, your last goal was simply magnificent. It was the most stunning last-minute victory I have ever witnessed. By the way, you are as handsome as your appearance suggests. To his astonishment, the person was none other than Kate Winslet, gazing up at him with her enchanting, large eyes filled with admiration. The oversized number 7 jersey subtly accentuated her figure, while her skin, as radiant as sheep-fat jade, gleamed brighter than the crystal chandelier above. Observing Lee Hao in a state of bewilderment, Kate gently shook his arm and said, Lee, I am your fan. Would you be so kind as to grant me an autograph? Lee Hao awakened from his astonishment. his face betraying an uncontrollable excitement. In reality, Kate Winslet outshone her cinematic portrayal 1,000-fold. At the age of 26, she radiated a luminous whiteness, resembling a budding white rose. Of course, Kate, but you must grant me an autograph as well. I am also your admirer. This declaration was not merely a nicety. Titanic is Lee Howe's favorite romantic film, and its theme song, My Heart Will Go On, is his most cherished movie melody. Titanic is also the only film that has ever brought him to tears. For years ago, he was still an innocent young man. The image of Winslet drawing on the rear window of the car is etched in his memory for eternity. Now, for years later, Winslet stood before him, radiantly awaiting his autograph, as if in a dream. So, it seems we are both pursuing each other. Winslet exclaimed joyfully, bouncing on the floor like a young girl, circling around Lee Howe again and again. Ha ha ha, perhaps mutual affection is a more fitting expression, isn't it? Indeed, the moment I laid eyes on you, I switched my allegiance from the Nets to the Wizards. To be precise, I became your fan. Please, grant me your signature right here. Kate proudly puffed out her ample bosom. Noticing Lee Howe's embarrassment, she smiled triumphantly. Sign on my t-shirt, right here on my chest. After Lee Howe signed, he passed the pen to Winslet, and in the process, he took the opportunity to indulge in a bit of starstruck admiration. Following their mutual flattery, a brief silence enveloped them, as time gradually slipped by without either party speaking. Winslet parted her crimson lips, hesitating momentarily before gazing at Lee Howe with deep affection. The spring-like glimmer in her eyes had already coalesced into an ocean of emotion. Lee, will you not invite me to sit with you? Lee Howe blurted out his willingness to agree, for Winslet was simply irresistible. She epitomized the pinnacle of allure. Kate, I hold you in high regard. Yet I have a crucial match the day after tomorrow. G2 is of utmost importance to us. This places me in quite a dilemma. Perhaps another time. Lee Howe clenched his fists, resolutely rejecting Kate Winslet. Oh, Lee, you are the first to turn me down. No one can resist my charm. Are you truly a timid soul? Or have you succumbed to fear? I have heard that individuals of Asian descent lack physical prowess. And your performance seems to confirm that notion. Kate blinked her large eyes and playfully glanced in a certain direction. Oh, Kate. That statement does not apply to me at all. I shall enlighten you on the profound depth of 5,000 years of cultural heritage. It is permissible to speak ill of Lee Howe, but to suggest that he is incapable is utterly unacceptable. This is Lee Howe's Achilles heel. Whenever he faces doubt, he must engage in an exhaustive battle of wits until his opponent is thoroughly convinced. Amidst Kate's exclamations of surprise, Lee Howe effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Observing the handsome couple as they ascended in the elevator, the female receptionist was filled with envy and resentment. How wonderful it would be if Lee Howe were holding her instead, a quintessential example of a wealthy and handsome man. Alas, the moment one is born, their label is already inscribed, born as a mere beast, destined to remain so for life. Upon returning to Lee Howe's room, the two swiftly embarked on a fierce battle of offense and defense. To Lee Howe's astonishment, Kate's skills in ball games were rather mediocre. It seemed she rarely played. Chapter 39 G2 opened. Ah, Lee, why are you so? Kate gazed at Lee Howe with trepidation, clearly astonished by him. What is wrong? You seem remarkably uninformed, Kate. Lee Howe looked down upon Kate from a lofty height, exuding absolute confidence. Lee, I admit my ignorance. Please ease up on the dunking. At 2:30 in the morning, Winslet panicked and fled from Lee Howe's side. She playfully flung herself onto the bed, concealing the hoop for better defense. Lee, I'm done. I want to go home. I really don't want to play anymore. Is it not enough that I've acknowledged my mistake? Kate pleaded for mercy. Didn't you just say my silver gun was a toy? Lee Howe's wicked smile gleamed. No. You are the silver gun, little overlord. Kate observed Lee Howe, who gazed at her with keen intensity, and she nestled in even more tightly. With an alluring grin, Lee Howe remarked, Kate, do you know the ancient saying to look both ways? It is quite perilous for you to be in such a position. One might steal away. Ah, you are too wicked. Lee, I don't want this. I command you to stop. Ah, you are so naughty, Lee, yet I find it utterly delightful. Winslet succumbed once more to Lee Howe's charm. 2 hours later, Kate Winslet curled up like a little kitten beneath Lee Howe's arm. Tears glistened beneath her lashes, and her entire body felt limp and weary. She fell into a deep slumber almost instantly. Lee Howe tenderly kissed Kate's smooth forehead. Beneath the covers lay her exquisite form, even more enchanting than that of any cinematic portrayal. At 9 o'clock, Lee Howe was roused by the blaring alarm, for he had a training session at 10. Kate, languidly turning over, wished to continue her slumber, yet Lee Howe had no intention of allowing her to do so. As a spirited young man, he He believed that a trifecta of playful antics was essential before sleep, during the night, and upon awakening in the morning. Instantly, Kate found herself wide awake. Regretting her decision to stay over, she yearned to flee. Seizing the moment while Li Hao was momentarily distracted, she swiftly sprang from the bed and made her escape. Li Hao's long arm abruptly pulled Kate into his embrace. "Li, I was wrong. Please let me go. I beg you. I implore you, is that not enough? I cannot compete with you. Is that not clear? I was mistaken. I want to find my mother." A day later, the Wizards faced the Nets in Game 2 at the Rutgers Athletic Center. Following the entrance ceremony, both team starters remained on the court. The Wizards starting center, Kwame Brown, was joined by power forward Li Hao, small forward Michael Jordan, shooting guard Richard Hamilton, and point guard Eric Rueda. The Nets countered with center Kenyon Martin, power forward Keith Van Horn, small forward Donnie Marshall, shooting guard Kerry Kittles, and point guard Jason Kidd. Collins furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the Nets starting lineup. Scott had benched the outstanding Richard Jefferson from the previous game, opting instead for the rather average Donnie Marshall in the starting role. Scott seemed poised to exploit the rotation strategy. Collins discerned the opponent's tactics but found himself lacking effective countermeasures. Aside from the 5 starters, the Wizards had little to boast about on the bench, save for the blue-collar center Haywood. This was one of the reasons the Wizards struggled to reach the playoffs. Their rotation scoring was the lowest in the league. As the referee's whistle blew, the confident Brown easily passed the ball to Rueda. The dribbling facilitator Rueda advanced to the front court and swiftly passed to Li Hao beyond the three-point line. Van Horn, fully alert, immediately applied tight defense. Li Hao's lethal three-pointer from the previous game haunted his thoughts. Shaking Head, the founder of basketball shaking. The gleeful Wizards fans jeered. Van Horn felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Was it truly the case that all of Li Hao's opponents suffered so grievously? This dashing figure found himself relegated to the second most ridiculed player online, just behind Kidd and Martin. The video of O'Neal being struck on the head by Li Hao had been overshadowed by their antics. His own clips of shaking defense with Kidd went viral, with mischievous netizens creating amusing J.G. GIFs featuring their shaking heads, captioned, "The strongest background player, the bewildered older brothers, the founder of shaking defense." The top 2 in shaking heads. Upon seeing Li Hao receive the ball beyond the arc, Kidd, sporting dark circles under his eyes, hurried over to double-team him. As the internet's foremost laughingstock, he admitted to having had a sleepless night. Lacking the three-point experience card, Li Hao unhesitatingly passed the ball to the open Rueda. Rueda decisively took a jump shot. The ball's arc was low, but it clumsily rolled into the basket. Kidd and Van Horn exchanged gleeful glances, relieved that as long as Li Hao did not score, it did not matter who did. Click. This scene was captured by a journalist, raising questions about the depths of their humility. "Jason Kidd, what are you laughing at? The opponent scores, and you still chuckle," Scott shouted furiously from the sidelines, expressing his frustration at the team's leaders. As the Nets launched their offense, Kidd passed the ball to Van Horn, gritting his teeth. Van Horn was determined to reclaim his standing. After a feint to the right, he swiftly broke to the left and released a jump shot. A perfect arc, the score was tied at 2-2. In response, the Wizards advanced, with Jordan orchestrating the play as they settled into their formation. From beyond the three-point line, Li Hao made a sudden cut towards the right side, near the free throw line. Jordan's pass was quick, and upon receiving it, Li Hao executed a swift hook shot. The basketball traced a graceful parabola, finding the net for 2 points. As the Nets resumed their offense, the ball found its way back to Van Horn. Receiving it, he faced Li Hao's defense and took a direct jump shot, which also found success. The Wizards took to the offensive once more, with Li Hao positioned at the right wing, 45 degrees from the basket. Confronted by Kidd's defensive maneuvering aimed at thwarting his hook shot, Li Hao opted to pass to the open Ru. With determination, Ru launched a jump shot. At that moment, passing the ball again would have been ill-advised. Bang! Brown seized the offensive rebound and executed a powerful putback dunk. The Nets initiated their offense again, as Van Horn deftly evaded Li Hao and positioned himself beyond the three-point line to receive the ball. Crouching low, he leaped to redirect it, the basketball soaring through the air in an elegant arc swish. Van Horn scored all of the Nets' first 7 points, exhibiting an extraordinary performance. Under his influence, the Nets surged forward with an astonishing shooting percentage of 70. The Wizards also showcased commendable skills, with Li Hao and Brown's remarkable efforts keeping the score closely contested. As the first quarter reached the 9th minute, the score stood at 18-23, with the Wizards trailing by 5 points. Following a stoppage in play, Both head coaches adjusted their lineups, leading to a battle of rotating rosters. For the Wizards, Bobby Simmons replaced Jordan, while Hubert Davis took the place of Rue. Collins sought to rest Lee Howe and the others, but the depth of the roster did not permit it. In contrast, the Nets unleashed Richard Jefferson and Jason Collins onto the court with great intensity. Both players possessed the capability to start, and their status as substitutes left them frustrated, eager to unleash their pent-up energy upon the Wizards' basket. Chapter 40. After a defeat in Game 2, Game 3 commences. Scott's strategic maneuvering proved to be remarkably effective. The invigorated Jefferson was virtually unstoppable, scoring in tandem with Collins. By the conclusion of the first quarter, the Nets had established a commanding lead of 10 points over the Wizards. As the second quarter began, Collins substituted for Lee Howe, allowing the trio a moment of respite. Jordan, accompanied by Haywood and other reserves, continued the battle. Although Jordan managed to overpower his counterpart Jefferson, the other four positions were overwhelmed by the Nets. For minutes into the second quarter, Collins called for a timeout once more, reinserting all the starters as the Nets had extended their lead to a daunting 14 points. In the TNT studio, Barkley anxiously urged the Wizards, "Shoot the three-pointer, Lee. Only the three-point shot can save you." While he had agreed to a wager involving an unusual scenario, he was reluctant to follow through, pondering why he had never emerged victorious. Was it truly the case that Lee was destined to fail? Indeed, the Wizards found themselves in a precarious situation, with too few players capable of contributing. Scott played astutely. While Jefferson's impact proved to be nothing short of remarkable, today Lee did not attempt a single three-pointer. Is he perhaps waiting for the final 5 minutes? Smith appeared somewhat anxious, fearing that Lee might unleash a flurry of three-pointers in the closing moments. Zhang Weiping, displaying concern, remarked that this illustrates the disparity between the first and 8th seeds in the Eastern Conference. Ultimately, the issue of bench depth has been laid bare. Alas, this is an unsolvable conundrum. Soo Koon maintained a serious demeanor, expressing that the Wizards' starting lineup might even surpass that of the Nets, yet their bench players are exceedingly lackluster. The reason for their victory in Game 1 was Lee's miraculous performance in the last 5 minutes. However, one cannot expect Lee to perform heroically in every match. I suspect the Wizards will struggle to overcome the Nets. Alas, they should take this offseason to make adjustments and, when the free agency period commences, sign several formidable role players. Next season, they will undoubtedly possess championship potential. For now, let us look forward to the 14th FIBA Basketball World Cup. As anticipated, the fully prepared Nets triumphed over the Wizards. The Nets had 6 players scoring in double figures, with the highest scorer, Van Horn, tallying merely 18 points. In stark contrast, the scoring from the Wizards was exceedingly lopsided. Lee Howe achieved the remarkable feat of scoring a team-high 29 points, while Jordan contributed 25 points. Brown amassed 20 points along with 13 rebounds, and Hamilton added 14 points. Beyond these 4 players, the scoring from the remaining team members was dismal. Only the starting player Rue managed to secure a meager 7 points, and that was only achieved under completely unguarded circumstances. In the TNT studio, Barkley appeared dazed. Having comically kissed the donkey's rear end for the 5th time, Smith chuckled heartily. "Dear Charles, will you dare to place a bet next game? Even if you choose not to wager, fret not. I shall not mock you, nor will the audience, considering you have now kissed the donkey's rear 5 times in succession." Barkley, with a firm slap on his round head and a futile attempt to grasp non-existent hair, lamented, "Betting is not something I, Barkley, shy away from. However, this time I shall refrain from making the first choice. My selections have consistently led to misfortune. I must have been a donkey in my past life. How else could I be so inexplicably connected to a donkey's rear?" Barkley cast a pitiful and helpless glance at Smith. After a moment of sympathetic consideration, Smith erupted into laughter. "Dear Charles, you are a flying pig, not a flying donkey." "Fine, Kenny, the choice is yours. Please proceed." "In that case, I shall not hold back. I bet that Lee will score at least 25 points in the next game," Smith cunningly declared. 25 points for Lee is as effortless as slicing through vegetables. No. Barkley vehemently shook his head. "Once you wagered on Lee scoring over 20 points. How can I not bet on him exceeding 25? Smith retorted. "Oh, fine. How about 30 points? Will you bet on Lee scoring over 30? Barkley pleaded pathetically. "Ha, splendid. It is settled then," Smith declared with unwavering confidence, convinced that Barkley was destined to lose. The Wizards swiftly returned to Washington overnight, where they would next face the Nets at home. Collins granted the players a day of rest, believing that what they required was not training, but rather a recuperation of their energies. Truth be told, he was quite satisfied with the players' performance. Li Hao, through his personal prowess, snatched a victory from the nets, bestowing upon his team the advantage of playing on home turf. Upon disembarking from the plane, Li Hao made a beeline for the arena, as this marked his inaugural defeat since his transcendence. For someone with a competitive spirit akin to that of Michael Jordan, the agony of this loss was profound. The only solace he found lay in the rhythmic thud of the basketball against the hardwood and the crisp sound of the ball swishing through the net. Despite the presence of a system, Li Hao remained diligent, understanding that with a little more effort, he could elevate his skills beyond the foundation provided. The beauty of basketball resides in its unwavering affirmation of hard work, rewarding the diligent with unequivocal returns. He had taken 100 three-point shots, yet his success rate lingered below 30%. Li Hao lay exhausted on the floor, pondering how G2 could have triumphed had they possessed Robert Horry's clutch three-point shooting prowess. Unfortunately, after the conclusion of G1, Li Hao found himself depleted, having exhausted all the preordained abilities granted by the system. Unwilling to concede defeat, he began to seek communication with the system, placing his hopes upon Brown's long-term mission. Brown had consistently achieved a remarkable tally of 20 points and 10 rebounds in the last 4 games, demonstrating performance worthy of an all-star. Yet, he could not fathom why the system had yet to bestow any rewards. Li Hao, filled with frustration, questioned the system, yet it remained utterly silent. In his discontent, he even declined the invitations to play basketball from Paris Hilton and Jessica Johnson. 3 days later, the Wizards faced the Nets in Game 3. Confronted with the Nets' deep bench, Collins made specific adjustments. After obtaining Hamilton's consent, Collins relegated him to the bench. This alteration also benefited Hamilton, as he had become merely the 4th offensive option among the starters. It was a frustrating position for someone as capable of scoring as Hamilton. His opportunities did not reflect his true potential. However, from the bench, he would wield unrestricted authority to shoot. Considering Li Hao's dismal three-point shooting, missing all 3 attempts in the previous game, the Nets promptly reverted to a 2-3 zone defense. They had categorized Li Hao as an unpredictable player, his three-point shooting lacking any semblance of consistency. As the entrance ceremony concluded, both teams' main players remained on the court. For the Wizards, Kwame Brown, Li Hao, Michael Jordan, Hubert Davis, and Eric Rue. For the Nets, Kenyon Martin, Keith Van Horn, Donnie Marshall, Kerry Kittles, and Jason Kidd. With the referee's whistle signaling the start, Brown passed the ball to Jordan. After a few decisive strides into the frontcourt, Jordan disregarded Donnie Marshall's defense and effortlessly executed a mid-range jump shot. Jordan's jump shot is considered one of the most graceful and coordinated in NBA history, with an extraordinary hang time that makes one wonder if he had propulsion devices hidden beneath him. At the beginning of the game, he was unmatched. Swish. The two-pointer found its mark with ease. As the Nets initiated their offense, Kidd dribbled past half-court before lobbing the ball to the awaiting Martin. Having been thoroughly challenged by Brown, Martin was filled with determination. He made several forceful attempts, but found himself only moving a few centimeters. Brown's defense was too formidable. To mask his embarrassment, Martin sought to alleviate the situation through scoring, yet his awkward hook shot only intensified the awkwardness. Thud. After Brown secured the rebound, he swiftly passed to Jordan, who thundered down the court and, in a fluid motion, scored another 2 points. The basketballs are a beautiful blend of elegance and force. Swish. In the initial quarter, the strategic focal point for the Wizards was none other than Jordan, the indefatigable basketball deity, an unparalleled presence on the court. As the clock ticked to the 9th minute, Jordan single-handedly amassed 15 points through a combination of shooting and driving to the basket, employing a beautifully simplistic offensive approach that rendered the Nets momentarily immobilized. The score stood at 20-14, with the Wizards leading by 6 points. Chapter 41. Defeat in Game 3, on the brink of elimination. Upon resuming after the timeout, both teams opted to deploy their bench players. Hamilton, alongside center Haywood and 3 substitutes, took to the court, while the Nets' rotation continued to be spearheaded by Richard Jefferson and Jason Collins. Utilizing his physical advantage, Hamilton consistently found open spaces to sink mid-range jumpers. The Nets, however, were always poised to retaliate. Jefferson nailed a three-pointer, and Collins dominated the paint, showcasing his versatility and overwhelming Haywood on both ends of the floor. Despite Hamilton's commendable performance, he found himself outmatched, as his teammates struggled to contend with the relentless pressure. Basketball is inherently a team sport, No individual, no matter how exceptional, can bear the weight of the entire team alone. Even during his prime, Jordan could not clinch a championship without the support of Pippen. Li Hao sat uneasily, feeling the discomfort as their lead was gradually eroded. The manner in which it was being consumed mirrored the distressing loss in Game 2. As the second quarter reached its third minute, the Nets unleashed a formidable 16-6 offensive surge, overtaking the Wizards and establishing a 4-point lead. Following a tactical timeout, both teams reintroduced their starting lineups. The Wizards relied on individual prowess to score, while the Nets countered with fluid teamwork and a well-honed system, engaging in a back-and-forth contest. As the first half concluded, the score stood at a deadlock of 47. In the latter half of the third quarter, the reserves returned to the court. The energetic Jefferson played with abandon, showcasing his ability to score from anywhere, shooting, driving, and beyond. Under his leadership, the Nets surged with a remarkable 18-5 run. As the third quarter ended, the score reflected a commanding 75-52. The fourth quarter commenced with the Wizards mounting a fervent counterattack. Li Hao continuously executed backdoor cuts and scored with his signature hook shots, while Brown frequently attacked the rim with success. Van Horn, deserving of the moniker of Bird's successor, rose to the occasion during critical moments. It was he who, with a series of mid-range jumpers, staved off the resurgence initiated by Li Hao. As the fourth quarter reached the 11th minute, the Wizards found themselves still trailing by 10 points. It seemed as though the outcome had been sealed. With the Nets having conquered the Wizards' home court, Collins called for a timeout and opted to substitute the starters, but Li Hao declined his benevolent offer. He was unwilling to concede defeat, believing that as long as time remained, anything was possible. Li Hao has persistently endeavored to narrow the score gap. Yet amidst kids' mocking laughter, he repeatedly missed his three-point attempts. As the final whistle of the game echoed, the Wizards faced yet another defeat. However, Li Hao remained unperturbed, embracing the life philosophy of doing his utmost and leaving the rest to fate. He had exerted himself to the fullest, rendering the ultimate outcome inconsequential. In this match, the Wizards' starting lineup continued to exhibit commendable performance, with all four core players surpassing 20 points. Li Hao achieved the highest score of 28 points for the team, while Jordan contributed 27 points. Hamilton added 20 points from the bench, and Brown recorded 21 points along with 12 rebounds. Li Hao specifically examined Brown's statistics, which are undoubtedly of all-star caliber. Is this system excessively discerning? Must one achieve a double 20 to deem the task accomplished? Li Hao is currently feeling quite distressed, as the G4 match is set to commence in 2 days. If the current momentum continues, the Wizards are certain to succumb in the series. The first round of the playoffs follows a best-of-5 format, where the first team to secure 3 victories emerges triumphant, and the Nets have already attained match point. Thus, Li Hao is in dire need of Brown's long-term task rewards. He must become stronger. Li Hao anxiously communicated his grievances to the system within his mind. Yet he found himself in a fruitless dialogue, for the system seemed to have succumbed to silence. Inside the TNT studio, Barkley wept with a sense of injustice, repeatedly kissing the donkey's rear in despair. Smith, amused, patted his shoulder and mocked him. Dare you to continue betting, O deity of the donkey's backside from ancient Greece? I refuse to believe that I can persist in this. He declared, this time, I wager that the Nets will triumph over the Wizards and advance to the next round. Though Lee's skyhook is remarkably consistent, his other offensive skills remain rather erratic. Barkley wiped away a tear, opting for the most prudent wager this time. Dear Charles, you are exceedingly astute. Everyone believes the Nets will advance. Their roster is simply too formidable. They are undoubtedly a championship caliber team. I too believe the Nets will progress, but I wager that the Wizards will make it through. After you've kissed a donkey's rear 6 times, it is my turn for a peck. Smith spoke earnestly, as he genuinely did not believe the Wizards would prevail. Following the game, Li Hao and Jordan participated in a post-match interview at home. The sports media, fickle as the wind, lavished praise on stellar performances while ready to unleash scorn upon the underperformers. Lee, do you remember having Jessica take a photo for you? You claimed that picture was your evidence for the Black 8. A reporter from the New Jersey Sports Journal inquired with ill intent. Of course I remember. I now request you to take a photo for us as evidence, for we shall certainly achieve the Black 8. Li Hao pointed at the journalist with an air of undeniable authority. His life creed was to be proud rather than to succumb to inferiority. Very well. I eagerly anticipate the press conference in 2 days, he declared. I shall bring along the photograph taken today. The corner of the journalist's mouth curled into a smirk, as he foresaw the moment 2 days hence when Li Hao would be confronted with the consequences of his own words. Michael, Your little brother has had too much to drink. He actually believes you will triumph over the Black Eight. You should set him straight and help him face the reality. The journalist from New Jersey aimed his criticism at Jordan. I do not believe Lee is merely boasting. Have you forgotten how we made our way into the playoffs? He asserted. I have faith in Lee. Jordan, with a stoic visage, felt it his duty to defend his younger counterpart. Yet, inwardly, he was apprehensive. For defeating the Nets seemed an insurmountable challenge, one even more daunting than securing his 6 championships. Well then, let us wait and see. It was not entirely unjustifiable for the journalist to express skepticism toward the Wizards, as the disparity in bench depth could not be reconciled this season. Media outlets across America and indeed the world anticipated a victory for the Nets, including the Sports 5 channel. While the Chinese community admired Lee, their admiration was not blind. They respected objective reality. Some sensationalist media outlets, in pursuit of clicks, quickly launched attacks on Lee Hao. They hurled insults such as arrogant fool, frog in a well, and unsophisticated rustic, all directed at him. As the walls crumbled, many media outlets, motivated by the desire for viewership, began to assail Lee Hao. Overnight, he transformed from a media darling into a pariah, vilified and scorned. Nonetheless, the media's scorn held no sway over Lee Hao. His sole concern was the long-term mission of Brown. Having traversed into this realm as an NBA broadcaster, Lee Hao possessed a diamond-like mental fortitude. Through experiences of being insulted, cursed, and threatened, he developed the remarkable ability to automatically filter out negative information. After bidding farewell to the crowd, Lee Hao drove his tank-like Chevrolet Suburban out of the garage. The massive Suburban was once again obstructed by a small car. The opponent's headlights outshone those of the Suburban, momentarily blinding Lee Hao. It was Jessica Johnson, once again attempting to rob him. Chapter 42. The 6 Meridians Divine Sword presented to Jessica, G4 engaged in battle. Today, Jessica appeared in an eco-friendly attire, her figure shrouded in an alluring haze. Lee, I regret to inform you that you have lost. Your basketball skills still require refinement. Shall I accompany you for a 3-point practice tonight? Jessica effortlessly opened the car door and settled into the expansive Suburban, her ample form filling the vehicle. Not today, Jessica. Perhaps another time. The match the day after tomorrow is of utmost importance to me. As you have seen, the world believes I will lose. And I need to prove myself. As the basketball approached him, Lee Hao firmly grasped it with both hands. He was not a man governed by base impulses. He understood the essence of restraint and moderation. Oh, Lee, what a pity. It feels as though I have awaited this day for an eternity. However, I respect your decision. You are always so right. Not everyone believes you will lose, for I have faith that you will triumph. Lee, I am convinced of your prowess both on and off the court. Only I truly comprehend the extent of your remarkable abilities. Even if the entire world casts doubt upon you, my faith in you remains unwavering. Jessica wept, her thoughts consumed by Lee Hao. Lee Hao's sorrow deepens her own, while his joy amplifies hers. Alas, Jessica, you have moved me. I find it unbearable to witness a woman's tears. To bring them forth is a testament to a man's inadequacy. If that is the case, then allow me to introduce you to my 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Lee Hao gently moved his slender fingers, recalling the ultimate technique of dueling. Lee, what is the 6 Meridian Sword? Is it a form of martial arts from your country? Jessica gazed at Lee Hao with tear-filled eyes, her expression brimming with affection. Indeed, it is a superior sword technique that channels inner strength through the 10 fingers to strike at enemies. Is that truly impressive? What can the inner strength projected from fingers achieve? I find it hard to believe. Hee. Jessica provocatively glanced at Lee Hao. You, the uninformed little girl, with your shallow knowledge and lack of depth, will never comprehend the vastness and profundity of our Chinese culture. Only after enduring prolonged study will you be able to grasp the extent of your ignorance. Oh dear, Chinese is too complicated, Lee, but I shall not give up. I will surely become knowledgeable. Perhaps you should buy a Chinese dictionary and learn at your own pace. Everything you acquire will be yours. Is the Xinhua dictionary acceptable? I bought one immediately after meeting you. Setting that aside, Jessica, your professional attitude is truly commendable. Enough chit-chat. Taste my Central Channel sword, followed by my Shaoxiang sword. Shangyang sword, Guanchong sword, Shaochong sword, and Shaoyang sword. Li, you truly are the most resilient person, capable of such grand techniques. 2 days later, amidst great anticipation, the G4 match between the talents and the Nets officially commenced. Go for it, Li. You must win. Paris Hilton, clad in thigh-high boots, a short skirt, and a crop top, with her golden hair flowing, resembled a spirited little lion. Having recovered from her injury inflicted by Li Hao, the dedicated Hilton could hardly wait to challenge him once more, eager to showcase her impressive basketball skills. Li Hao was taken aback by Hilton's unexpected presence at the venue. Cheering him on, he waved his hand in greeting. Upon seeing Li Hao acknowledge him, Hilton became even more exuberant, fervently waving his hand. This spectacle left other female fans envious, as they eagerly vied to greet Li Hao as well. In unison, they exclaimed his catchphrase, "Grass, grass, grass, grass." The once lively arena erupted into a cacophony of sound. As Lu Sun once remarked, 2 women are equivalent to 800 ducks. Thus, the thousands of women in the arena were akin to tens of thousands of ducks. Their incessant chatter threatened to lift the very roof of the stadium. Li Hao smiled wryly as he spun around to greet everyone, appreciating the attention from the women. Their enthusiasm surpassed even his own words. "Li, you have an abundance of female admirers. Could you possibly share a few with me? I am yet to find a wife." Brown lamented, tears of envy streaming down his face. "Li, pursuing romance is natural, but moderation is key. Having 7 companions is already pushing the limits. To maintain peak performance over time, one must exercise restraint. Magic Johnson exemplifies this, having simultaneously courted 10 women. Jordan chuckled as he patted Li Hao on the shoulder. Understanding the fervor of youth, having once been wild himself. "Boss, I hear you. I still have 4 more to go to reach my goal, and I shall strive diligently." Li Hao laughed, and Jordan also took action. With the referee's whistle signaling the start, Game 4 commenced. Brown confidently passed the ball to Ru, who advanced it to the front court and then relayed it to Jordan. Li Hao provided an exquisite screen for Jordan, shielding his lower body, allowing the unguarded Jordan to execute a decisive jump shot. With an elegant posture and graceful arc, swoosh, the ball found its mark. As the Nets initiated their offense, a revitalized Kid, bolstered by confidence, advanced to the front court with his short strides, preparing to set a screen. After Martin executed a protective maneuver, he swiftly transitioned down the court. Observing Brown closely tailing Martin, Kid made a prompt decision to release a delicate floater. Swoosh. The basketball traced a beautiful parabolic arc, swishing through the net. The Wizards took to the offense, with Jordan's desire to score palpable. After completing his defensive maneuver, Li Hao swiftly dashed towards the basket. Jordan, understanding the situation, lofted the ball high towards the hoop. Martin also realized that Li Hao was about to execute an alley-oop, but just as he was about to leap, he was obstructed momentarily by Brown. Bang! Li Hao executed a one-armed dunk, adding 2 more points for the Wizards. The enthusiasm of the home crowd was ignited by Li Hao's spectacular slam, as they tirelessly waved their arms in jubilation. The Nets initiated their offense, and Kid, aware of the Wizards' rising momentum, understood the necessity to respond vigorously. With a swift change of direction, he evaded Ru and penetrated the paint, where he deftly passed the ball to the unguarded Van Horn, knowing that an open shot was a gift for him. Swish! The ball found its mark. On the offensive end, Li Hao drove into the paint, drawing a double team, and executed a seamless interior pass to Brown, who soared for a 2-handed dunk. The Nets quickly retaliated, with Martin finally capitalizing on a pass from Kid under the basket. In a fit of rage, Martin unleashed his frustrations, as he had felt constrained throughout this series. The media had overwhelmingly suggested that he was being outperformed by Brown, the so-called bust of a first-round pick. Brown was averaging an impressive 23 points, 13 rebounds, and 2 blocks per game against the Nets, while Martin's own stats of 18 points, 9 rebounds, and 1 block felt disheartening by comparison, leading some to humorously suggest that the two had swapped identities. The Nets played with determination, intent on ending this challenging matchup on the road. However, the Wizards were equally resolute, unwilling to face elimination on their home turf. Both teams engaged in an intense back-and-forth battle. With 9 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the score was tied at 20. The lead changed hands multiple times, with 5 ties occurring within the first quarter alone. As the intensity grew, so did the physicality, particularly in the paint, where Kwame Brown and Kenyon Martin exchanged barbs and trash talk. The competition between the bust first-round pick had reached a boiling point. In Chapter 43, Michael, "You be second to me," the Nets offense called for a tactical timeout initiated by Scott. "Kenyon, you are doing exceptionally well. Continue to apply pressure on Brown. Everyone, give it your all and wear them down. Their rotation is exceedingly weak. If we can exhaust their starters, victory will be within our grasp." Scott, wielding the tactical board, roared with frustration as the Wizards, a team often dismissed as weak, had presented them with numerous challenges. Particularly, Li Hao's explosive three-point shooting had kept the Nets from advancing long ago. It was time to bring this farce to an end. He had no desire to be remembered for being defeated by an 8th seed. Collins, too, made strategic adjustments, opting to leave Li Hao on the court. Faced with the Nets' deep bench, he concluded that the only way to counteract the situation was to deny Li Hao any rest. Li Hao did not betray Collins' trust. He engaged in a fierce battle alongside Hamilton against the substitutes led by Jefferson. However, Haywood and the other two substitutes were easily overwhelmed by their opponents, unable to score or defend effectively. Were it not for the valiant efforts of Li Hao and Hamilton, the game would have been lost long ago. As the second quarter reached the 3rd minute, the score stood at 35-33. Both teams once again fielded their starting lineups, with Li Hao remaining on the court. Throughout the first half, Li Hao did not rest for a single minute. Amidst the intense back and forth, the half concluded with both teams tied at 50-50. After the intermission, the two well-acquainted teams engaged in a tightly contested struggle. With 3 minutes left in the third quarter, both teams swapped to their bench players. The score was tied at 80, marking the 18th deadlock of the match. To navigate this vulnerable juncture, Li Hao remained on the court, but he entrusted the primary scoring duties to Hamilton, conserving his energy for the fourth quarter. Despite their tenacity, Li Hao and Hamilton were unable to fend off the Nets, who capitalized on their stamina and depth to unleash a 10-4 scoring run. At the end of the third quarter, the score was 90-84, with the Nets leading by 6 points. Observing the exhausted Li Hao, Collins decided to grant him a brief respite. Brown entered the game with the rotation and played decisively, repeatedly securing offensive rebounds and distributing the ball to open teammates. Dueling, 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 dueling. His teammates responded with a chorus of dueling, dueling, dueling. Reluctantly, Brown had to take matters into his own hands. Jason Collins relentlessly increased the intensity. Although Brown managed to score, his stamina rapidly dwindled. The Nets, undeterred, relentlessly double-teamed Brown and Hamilton, knowing that the other players were unlikely to score. As the momentum swung, the Nets surged forward, and under Jefferson's leadership, their three-point shooting flourished. In a mere 3 minutes, the Nets unleashed a staggering 12-4 scoring barrage. As the fourth quarter reached the 3rd minute, the Nets had established a formidable 14-point lead, pushing the Wizards to the brink of elimination. Collins immediately called a timeout to inspire his players, emphasizing the need to rekindle their fighting spirit. Perseverance leads to victory. A mere 14 points is not insurmountable. Lee once led us to overturn a 26-point deficit. Defeating the Nets would propel us directly to the Eastern Conference Finals, for our upcoming opponents are not as formidable. Do you desire to make your mark in the Eastern Conference Finals? Do you aspire for lucrative contracts? Do you yearn for the company of starlets? With the right financial backing, anything is possible. For the sake of glory, give it your all. Jordan chewed vigorously on his gum, finding little solace in the motivational platitudes that held no value for someone of his experience. His unwavering conviction could effortlessly fulfill the tasks assigned by his coach. Yet his aging legs struggled to keep pace with his steadfast beliefs. Once again, he felt the weight of time. In his prime, rest was an unnecessary luxury. The previous night, he could gamble through the hours and still dominate the following day. But now, he could only chew his gum with increasing intensity. A futile attempt to channel his frustration. Glancing at the scoreboard, he noted that the Wizards trailed by 14 points, a daunting deficit to overcome, achievable only through a miracle. The rarity of miracles is precisely what grants them their name. Yet recent events have bestowed several upon the Wizards. The victory against the 76ers was a miracle, as was Li Hao's three-pointer that turned the tide against the Nets. It was Li Hao's perseverance that had salvaged the team from the brink of despair. Those two games had been far more challenging than this one, so why could this match not also be turned around? Jordan cast a sidelong glance at Li Hao, who was intently absorbing Collins' motivational speech. There was not a trace of negativity in his eyes, only a fierce and burning determination. Li Hao noticed Jordan's gaze and approached him with a playful demeanor. "Hello, boss. Have you lost your stamina? Hand me a piece of gum. Even your chewing exudes such dominance." "Oh, come on, Lee. I can still run 10 kilometers. Jordan retorted, unwilling to admit any limitations despite his competitive spirit. "Oh, if you find yourself unable, do let me know. A new king ascends while the old one steps down. I shall take the mantle of the Wizards' leader, and you shall be my second in command. The future of the league will be governed by me." Li Hao provocatively gazed at Jordan, intent on inciting his ire. For an enraged Jordan would undoubtedly surpass his usual prowess. "Lee, do you even comprehend who you are addressing? Do you grasp the gravity of your words? A mere rookie audaciously dared to demand the abdication of the most illustrious player in NBA history. How utterly audacious. Jordan abruptly rose, charging directly at Li Hao. With a resounding thud, their chests collided fiercely, neither yielding an inch as they faced off. Their eyes burned with a fierce determination, akin to two bulls vying for dominance in the realm of courtship. Despite Jordan's 9-centimeter disadvantage in height, his presence was unparalleled. Li Hao remained undaunted. As a man of discipline, he exuded confidence. His intention was to awaken Jordan's potential, yet he inadvertently ignited Jordan's competitive spirit. The other teammates were taken aback by Li Hao's actions. They dared not move, and the suffocating atmosphere left them anxiously swallowing hard. Li Hao audaciously dared to challenge Jordan, compelling the basketball deity to relinquish his throne. Such audacity is unparalleled, as no one has ever had the gall to converse with the god of basketball in such a manner. He shamelessly demanded that the basketball legend assume the role of his subordinate. Collins was left utterly flabbergasted, as misfortune seemed to rain down upon him. On the court, they were mercilessly dominated by the Nets, while off the court, the rivalry between the top and second was igniting. What a farce. Chapter 44. Conflict. Whoever strikes Li, I shall strike in return. To secure peace abroad, one must first ensure tranquility at home. Resolute in his decision, Collins immediately intervened. Yet, it was Jordan who made the first move, delivering a powerful punch to Li Hao's chest, his austere countenance illuminated by a glimmer of admiration. Li, you are beginning to embody the essence of a leader. However, the time is not yet ripe. I, Jordan, have yet to experience the role of a subordinate. Wait until my retirement. Boss, your recent gaze hardly reflects that of a leader. Unleash your true prowess. We require you. Li Hao retaliated with a punch at Jordan. The communication between men can sometimes be as straightforward and brutal as that. You little rascal, daring to provoke me. However, your reminder is indeed timely. It seems I have forgotten the taste of championship champagne. Jordan led the way onto the court. The fatigue in his eyes vanished, replaced by a fervent and blazing determination. Watching Li Hao's silhouette, Collins wiped the sweat from his forehead with a lingering sense of trepidation. Li Hao displayed remarkable courage, engaging with Jordan in a manner few would dare. Upon resuming, both teams fielded their primary players. Scott opted to keep Jefferson on the court, clearly determined to secure victory. The Wizards initiated their offense. Inspired by Li Hao, Jordan became an unstoppable force, effortlessly overwhelming Jefferson. With a series of fadeaway jump shots, back-to-the-basket plays, steals, and deft footwork, he scored 12 points within a mere 4 minutes, momentarily transforming into the omnipotent basketball deity. However, this prowess was fleeting. Drenched in sweat, his stamina was waning. Scott, an experienced coach, wisely called for a timeout to disrupt Jordan's rhythm. At this juncture, Jordan relied solely on sheer willpower, and the pause would undoubtedly diminish his momentum. The score stood at 99-107, with the Wizards trailing by 8 points and only 7 minutes remaining in the match. Jordan lacked the stamina to continue the intense competition. It was acceptable for the physicality to escalate. This was the playoffs, where officiating is less stringent than in the regular season. Keith diligently guarded Li, for he was the Wizards' only variable. Scott, arms crossed, calmly devised strategies, believing the victory was already secured. Aside from Michael, none of you have experienced the thrill of the finals. Would you like to immerse yourselves in the atmosphere that captivates fans worldwide? Li, do you yearn to seize a championship trophy? Brown, do you aspire to prove your mettle against O'Neal in the finals? We are left with but 5 minutes, a mere trifle in the grand tapestry of life, yet it possesses the power to alter the destinies of each and every one of you. It is your choice to either defy fate or surrender to it. Collins firmly patted Li Hao on the back, placing all his hopes in this extraordinary young talent from the East. He had once performed miracles. Surely, he could do so again. As the timeout concluded, the Nets commenced their offensive. Kidd advanced the ball to the front court, searching for opportunities beyond the arc, observing his teammates closely guarded. Kidd, undeterred by Rue's defense, unexpectedly launched a three-pointer. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark, narrowing the deficit to 11 points once more. Spotting Li Hao sprinting past him, Kidd, filled with bravado, taunted, "Rookie, take notes. This is how a three-pointer is executed, consistent and reliable, unlike your erratic shots. After the first game, you went 0 for 6 from beyond the arc. Keep shooting. If you actually make one, I'll eat my hat." Enough chatter. JG is on defense. Li Hao, presently disinterested in engaging with Kidd, refuses to concede this match. The Wizards initiate their offense, with Jordan positioning himself on the right wing. seeking the ball once more after establishing his spot within the three-point arc. With a rhythmic cadence, Jordan backs down his defender, executing a feint to the left that deceives Jefferson, then swiftly pivots to the right for a fading jump shot. Thud. Jordan's stamina is waning. Martin snatches the defensive rebound and promptly dishes it to Kidd, who unhesitatingly launches the ball forward. The lightning-quick Jefferson receives the pass and decisively executes a jump shot. The Nets score consecutively, extending their lead to 13 points. The Wizards advance as Jordan again demands the ball. He embodies the original Mamba mentality, having inspired Kobe's own. The more he misses, the more determined he becomes to shoot until he succeeds, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Thud. The fatigued Jordan misses once again. The Nets take to offense, with Kidd attempting another three-pointer. Thud. The fierce competition coupled with declining stamina transforms both teams into a collective of missed opportunities. Thud. 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 3 consecutive offensive possessions yield no points, with only 2 minutes and 18 seconds remaining in the match. Time is running short for the Wizards. The Nets push forward, with the seasoned Kidd managing the clock. With 7 seconds left, he sidesteps Rue and lofts the ball high into the air. Martin leaps, mouth agape, prepared to roar in celebration. However, a dark figure intervenes between Martin and the basketball. It's Lee Howe. With the ferocity of a wild stallion, Lee Howe sprints, racing against time, with the hoop as his singular target. Enraged, Martin pursues him relentlessly, as if he has lost everything. The limits of patience have been reached. Martin, in a fit of fury, forcefully shoves Lee Howe from behind. Taken by surprise, Lee Howe crashes out of bounds, colliding with a female fan. Damn it, Kenyon. You're asking for trouble. Upon witnessing the foul against Lee Howe, Brown, in a fit of rage, pushes Martin back repeatedly. To Brown, Lee represents his mentor, his most significant ally in this league, even more so than his own selection as the first overall pick over Jordan. The brute force of Martin is not to be underestimated. He rushes forward, engaging in a shoving match with Brown. The two hurl insults at one another, spitting venomous words. As the scuffle escalates, other players on the court quickly converge, suggesting that a minor spark could ignite a full-blown brawl. Kwame, do not let your emotions dictate your actions. Lee Howe seized Brown's arm, asserting that one must remain composed in critical moments. You may strike me, but if you dare to lay a hand on my brother, I will fight to the death. Brown, consumed by fury, resolved to retaliate against anyone who harmed Lee Howe. Thank you, Brown. You are my sole brother in the league. Though it seems you might face expulsion from the game. Lee Howe felt a surge of emotion. Lee, this season has come to an end. During the off-season, let us train together and return stronger next year. With merely 2 minutes remaining in the game, the Wizards trailed by 13 points, making victory appear utterly unattainable. Kwame, I have told you before that one must never concede defeat until the very last moment. The instant you entertain thoughts of surrender, you have already succumbed to defeat. Allow me to share with you a saying from our homeland. Anything is possible. However, how can one possibly close a 13-point gap in just 2 minutes? Even though I believe in you, it seems rather impractical. Lee, cease deceiving yourself. Although Jason's words may be harsh, your three-point shooting is indeed erratic. Brown has faith in you, yet he places greater trust in objective reality. Lee Howe did not contest. After all, he was resolute in his determination. Ding. The sound that the system's owner cherished most resonated, even more melodious than the defensive exclamations of a girlfriend. Chapter 45. Reggie Miller's three-point shot. The bald referee Crawford, with his authoritative presence, diffused the tense atmosphere. Without hesitation, he ejected both Brown and Martin, simultaneously assigning Martin a level 2 flagrant foul. The Wizards were granted 2 free throws and an additional possession. While Brown's ejection significantly impacted the Wizards, Lee Howe remained unperturbed, as he never troubled himself over matters beyond his control. However, a more compelling reason lay in the heavenly sound echoing in his mind. Ding. The detection of the host's completion of a long-term task revealed that Kwame Brown had evolved into an all-star caliber player. Was it truly that simple to accomplish the task by merely being ejected? Lee Howe, perplexed, inquired. Brown's statistics had already reached all-star levels. Yet he lacked the qualities of a leader. Having just stood up for his teammate, he had compensated for this shortcoming and had unequivocally reached all-star status. Now, rewards would be dispensed. Reggie Miller's signature three-point shot. Reggie Miller, one of the greatest three-point shooters in NBA history, had performed miracles in pivotal games, earning the reputation of a clutch player. His pinnacle moment, known as Miller time, saw him score 8 points in just 8.9 seconds to overturn the Knicks, marking one of the most remarkable comebacks in history. Upon successfully making consecutive three-point shots, there exists a certain probability of triggering a Miller moment. The long-term task was completed, yielding an additional reward of 0.5 ability points. Would you like to choose to merge now? Li Hao was elated as he seamlessly integrated. For Reggie Miller's three-pointer was precisely what he needed at that moment. This erratic system had surprisingly proven reliable for once. With a calculation of 6.90, 5 equating to 7.4, this power level was already above average within the league. Upon loading his ultimate move, Li Hao found himself unable to suppress his laughter while standing at the free throw line. Even as a rookie, I admire your spirit. How can you smile so brightly when on the brink of elimination? Should I commend your optimism or critique your lack of professionalism? Ultimately, a disappointment is merely a disappointment, incapable of making a mark, and I truly feel a sense of shame for Michael. With only 2 minutes remaining in the game, the Nets led by 14 points. Although the Wizards executed 2 free throws, it hardly influenced the overall outcome. Feeling confident of victory, Kid mocked Li Hao with abandon, wishing he could strangle him for turning himself into America's foremost laughingstock. Jason, if I sink this three-pointer, will you still be able to play? Li Hao responded loudly, completely missing the point, his voice resonating with many. Bold words. As long as you dare to enter, I shall consume. For everyone you bring in, I shall devour. A player with unpredictable prowess. Kid confidently accepted the challenge. On Channel 5 Sports, upon witnessing Brown's ejection, Zhang Weiping expressed his regret. What a pity. What a pity, truly a great loss. Brown is now pivotal for the Wizards, serving as the bastion of their interior defense. With his ejection, the Wizards' interior will be vulnerable to assaults from Kidd, Jefferson, and others. Youth is still on their side, albeit reluctantly acknowledged. The Wizards' season seems to have reached its conclusion. Though the Wizards faltered, young Lee did not. The future belongs to him. Soo Koon adjusted his glasses, his expression grave. Both Lee and Brown are still young, and time is on their side. Next season, their regular season ranking will undoubtedly improve. As long as they do not contend for the top spot, they are likely to advance. Given the considerable gap in strength compared to the Nets, we will soon broadcast the World Basketball Championship. I eagerly anticipate the collaboration between Lee and Yao. I truly look forward to their chemistry. Director Sue, your words invigorate me. This World Championship is indeed something to anticipate. I firmly believe Lee will lead the national team to unprecedented heights. In the TNT studio, Barkley beamed as he commented, Brown was too impulsive. His ejection sealed the Wizards' fate. I finally won have to kiss a donkey's backside. Kenny. There are still 2 minutes left. Charles. Lee is a player capable of miracles. Though Smith was reluctant to admit it, he too sensed the impending humiliation. I concede that Lee is an excellent player, but his unpredictable nature will inevitably hinder his journey. The Wizards desperately require his three-point shooting. Will he dare to shoot? The three-point barrage in Game 1 was merely a fluke. Without it, the Wizards are lost. Ha ha ha. Smith, with a sorrowful expression, found himself speechless, the imminent embarrassment overwhelming him. He silently engaged in self-affirmation. For the money, for the girls, for the money. For the girls, the Wizards fans in the stands were disheartened, realizing the miraculous run was coming to an end. However, they felt a sense of satisfaction, as merely reaching the playoffs was already commendable. The sorrows and joys of humanity rarely resonate with one another. Meanwhile, the Nets fans were exhilarated. Blackade, 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 clown, clown, clown. Though delayed, this boomerang has arrived. Li Hao's outrageous remarks have resurfaced, and simultaneously, they mock him by mimicking his gesture of leaning in to listen intently. Li Hao remained unperturbed by external distractions, his focus unwavering as he executed his free throws. Swish. Both shots found their mark, bringing the score to a 12-point lead. The Wizards prepared to inbound the ball, and Li Hao surged from the paint, eager to receive it. A glance at his feet revealed he was just beyond the three-point line. Shoot the three-pointer. Where has your long-range shot vanished? Come on, unleash it. Otherwise, you might as well go home and fish. Kids' taunts were at their peak. Jason, thank you for the reminder. I owe you one. Your contribution to our underdog victory is invaluable. Otherwise, I might have forgotten that I could shoot from beyond the arc. Remember to take your shot. Confronted by Van Horn, who stood just a step away to prevent any drives, Li Hao unhesitatingly bent his knees and leaped, releasing the ball. You're just a wild card. There's no way that will go in. Kid had complete faith that Li Hao's shot would miss. Swish. With 1 minute and 58 seconds remaining in the game, the Nets held a 9-point advantage. Jason, this is your 4th time. It's time to take your shot. If you can't handle the basketball, Then you might as well take a shot at Kid's. The slap in the face came swiftly, and the flush of embarrassment crept onto Kid's face as he instinctively glanced at Van Horn. The two shared a memory of that night when they had become mere background figures in their own defense. It's all right. It's all right. He's just a wild card. Kid patted Van Horn's shoulder, offering consolation, perhaps also to himself. Jason, do you know what being a wild card means? It means either you don't make the shot at all, or once you do, you keep making them. The ball is not for you to take. It belongs exclusively to my wife. Van Horn retrieved the ball and passed it to Kid, eyeing him with a hint of amusement. Oh, for heaven's sake, Kid. You know I don't enjoy playing with men's balls. As the Nets initiated their offense, Kid was not deterred by Lee Howe's three-point prowess, but rather by his incessant banter. Damn it, I can't believe I'm letting myself take Kid's shot. I'm not even gay. Chapter 46. Triggering the Miller moment. Fuming with indignation, Kid resolved to retaliate. He advanced the ball to the top of the arc, his frustration mounting. Rue was a mere meter away, conceding the drive and inviting the shot, clearly underestimating Kid's three-point capabilities. With anger surging from within, Kid leapt to shoot, releasing a three-pointer. Damn it. Time's running out, Jason. Scott shouted from the sidelines. Well done, Jason. If we win, I'll credit you with a significant contribution. Thud. The basketball ricocheted into the hands of Haywood, who had replaced Brown. Haywood swiftly passed to Rue. As Rue crossed half-court, he immediately sought out Lee Howe, but to his dismay, Van Horn was tightly marking him. Jordan quickly rushed in to set a screen for Lee Howe. Freed from his defender, Lee Howe dashed to the three-point arc to receive the ball. With decisive grace, he leapt and released his shot, the basketball tracing a beautiful arc through the air. Swish. As the clock ticked down, there remained just 1 minute and 30 seconds until the conclusion of the match, with the Nets holding a 6-point lead. Hurry up, Jason. Scott bellowed from the sidelines. Defend that damn ball. Collins paced nervously along the court, his excitement palpable. As Lee Howe unleashed another three-pointer. Could a miracle be on the horizon? In the Nets' offensive play, Kid bit his tongue, forcing himself to remain composed. The Nets were in the lead, and they still possessed the ball, enjoying a distinct advantage. As Kid monitored the shot clock and noted only 7 seconds remaining, he sprang into action. After executing a convincing pump fake, he passed the ball to Van Horn, who had cut towards the basket, with Haywood arriving a fraction too late. Van Horn leapt into the air and unleashed a powerful two-handed dunk. He roared in exhilaration, venting his frustration from being outdone by a three-pointer earlier in the game. With just 1 minute and 6 seconds left, the Nets extended their lead to 8 points once more. The Wizards took to the offense, and Jordan passed the ball back to Lee Howe. Without hesitation, could advance to double-team alongside Van Horn. Reggie Miller's three-point specialty did not yield the exaggerated success it once had. Lee Howe unhesitatingly returned the ball to Jordan, who then passed it to Hamilton, who had found space beyond the three-point line. Hamilton seized the opportunity without hesitation. Ecstatic, he celebrated with high fives from Jordan and Lee Howe. Observing the fervent performance of Lee Howe and Brown, he, as a sophomore, was determined not to be overshadowed. With just 50 seconds remaining in the game, the score had once again narrowed to a 5-point margin. The Nets launched their offensive, with Kid meticulously managing the clock, as he needed to exhaust the 24 seconds of the shot clock. Shoot it, Jason. I've already made 2 three-pointers. In response to Lee Howe's taunt, Kid appeared oblivious. His recent forced three-point attempt had placed the team in a precarious position. If they were to lose, the blame would undoubtedly rest on his shoulders. With 10 seconds left on the shot clock, Kid passed the ball to Van Horn at the right baseline. The latter opted for a back-to-the-basket play against Lee Howe. With a flurry of movements, Van Horn executed his maneuvers with impressive vigor, yet upon closer inspection, he found himself rooted to the spot. To his astonishment, he discovered that Lee Howe had become more formidable than during their previous encounters. His strength seemed to have paradoxically intensified as the game progressed. In their last exchange, Van Horn had managed to push Lee Howe back a few centimeters, but now he found himself retreating. With time slipping away, Van Horn was left with no choice but to hurriedly pivot for a jump shot. The ball struck the back rim and ricocheted high into the air. Jordan secured this crucial defensive rebound and, after bringing the ball past half-court, passed it to the sprinting Lee Howe. Lee Howe, undeterred by the formidable defense of Van Horn and Kid, boldly took his shot. Time was of the essence. Only 14 seconds remained in the game. Van Horn and Kid were nearly paralyzed with fear, their eyes filled with anticipation as the basketball traced an elegant arc through the air. Dueling. The two exchanged glances and smiled as the ball clanged off the rim. Clap. Kidd and Van Horn exuberantly high-fived in celebration. Li Hao, filled with frustration, clenched his fist. Even the formidable Reggie Miller could not achieve a perfect three-point shot every time, although his signature move was reliable. Its accuracy paled in comparison to that of a skill card. "We VE1. We VE1," Kidd exclaimed in exhilaration, celebrating with a 5-point lead and 14 seconds remaining, with possession still in the Nets' favor. Under such circumstances, even bringing along Shaquille O'Neal's grandparents would guarantee advancement to the next round. Scott, relieved, smiled broadly as the bench erupted in jubilation, their towels waving like banners of triumph. In their minds, only 14 seconds remained until victory was theirs. As the Nets initiated their offense, the seasoned Jordan quickly fouled Kidd, who had the ball. The Wizards had exceeded 4 team fouls, granting Kidd the opportunity for free throws. "Jason, did you have your fill of basketball? Were you feasting on Keith's shots? Your expression while defending my three-pointer was enough to scare anyone. Why didn't you shake your head in defense?" Kidd boasted an impressive free throw percentage of 83.3, making it highly likely he would sink both shots. In his quest for victory, Li Hao resorted to any means necessary to rattle Kidd's composure. After all, there was no chance of becoming friends with Kidd. So he figured he might as well embrace the chaos. Kidd shot Li a fierce glare, took a deep breath, and felt the weight of the pressure upon him. He once again performed the gesture of kissing the rim. Thud. He missed his first free throw. With determination, he dribbled the ball several times, kissed the rim again, and took another shot. The second attempt found its mark. The Nets now led by 6 points, with a serendipitous 9.8 seconds remaining in the game. Collins called a timeout, ostensibly to devise a strategy, but in truth, he felt there was no need to struggle any longer. It seemed only Miller had ever accomplished such an impossible feat pass the ball to Lee. Everyone set screens for Lee. Off-ball screens. Scott's strategy was equally straightforward. Do everything possible to prevent Lee from receiving the ball. Do not panic. Victory is ours. With 9.8 seconds left and a 6-point lead. Even peak Jordan could not turn the tide. As the timeout concluded and players returned to the court, the voice in Li Hao's mind surged with exhilaration, causing him to tremble with anticipation. Ding. With 9.8 seconds remaining, the moment of Miller was triggered, a homage to the classics. 8 points in 9.8 seconds. Everyone, pass me the ball. I will surely make that damned shot. Li Hao confidently issued commands to Jordan and the other 3 players. Everyone pass the ball to me. Without regard for my feelings, Jordan directed Hamilton and the other 2. As the timeout ended, Collins orchestrated for Li Hao to inbound the ball. Confronted by Van Horn's lengthy reach, Li Hao leaped to deliver the ball to Hamilton. Meanwhile, Haywood used his broad shoulders to shield Van Horn. Without hesitation, Hamilton swiftly returned the ball to the charging Li Hao. Faced with Kidd's defense, Li Hao resolutely launched a 3-point shot. The eyes of basketball fans around the world followed the ball as it traced a magnificent arc through the air. Swish. Li Hao once again sank a 3-pointer. At this moment, only 5 seconds remained in the game, and the Wizards trailed by 3 points. Steady, steady. The advantage is ours. We have already triumphed. Kidd reassured his anxious teammates, reminding them that as long as they consumed the remaining time, victory was assured. Chapter 47. The 3-1 buzzer beater. The Nets initiated their offense, with the towering Van Horn poised to pass. He was searching for Kidd, whose tenacity and free throw accuracy were both commendable. Spotting Kidd's position, Van Horn launched the ball with great force. 5, 4, 5. Like a poised leopard ready to pounce. Li Hao sprang into action, propelled by a speed enhanced by the system, making his ascent seem almost airborne. Li Hao distinctly felt the deceleration of those around him. His speed surpassed even that of the basketball soaring through the air. Li Hao deftly executed a steal, taking a moment to relish the astonishment etched on Kidd's face. With a swift dash beyond the 3-point line, he faced a bewildered Jefferson, pivoted, and unleashed a fading 3-point jumper. As the countdown reached its final seconds, the basketball, delicately manipulated by Li Hao's fingers, hung suspended in midair before plummeting towards the hoop. In a reflexive response, Jefferson leaped to contest the shot. A resounding slap echoed. Jefferson had committed a foul. The instant the ball was released, the game concluded. The referee's whistle pierced the tension, signaling Jefferson's foul. Time seemed to pause, as the entire arena held its breath, fixated on the descending ball. With a resounding thud, the basketball struck the right side of the rim, rebounding high before descending once more. It appeared to toy with the spectators, circling the rim repeatedly. At last, in a moment of surrender, the ball obediently fell through the net. The 3-pointer was successful, accompanied by an additional free throw. with no time remaining on the clock. The score was locked at 115 apiece. "Oh my goodness. I love you, Lee," Collins exclaimed, exuberantly bouncing on the bench, utterly overwhelmed by the spectacle. The three-point fadeaway jumper had made its triumphant return after a two-game hiatus. Lee Hao has demonstrated through his actions that he is not a reckless individual. Rather, he is a master who transcends the ordinary. Lee Hao has once again executed a breathtaking last-minute victory, and Collins, counting on his fingers, realizes that this marks the third time Lee Hao has achieved such a feat. During this period, he also assisted Brown in another last-second triumph. The Wizards' bench erupted in jubilation, fervently waving their towels in celebration. As Lee Hao stepped up to the free-throw line, the arena fell into an instant hush. Lee Hao took a deep breath, bent his knees, and propelled the ball. The basketball traced a graceful parabola through the air. Swish! Lee Hao's successful free throw clinched the victory against the Nets. The MC Center erupted in a frenzy, with resounding cheers echoing like a relentless tide beneath the dome. Lee Hao, filled with exhilaration, charged towards the half-court and leapt high into the air, vigorously waving his arms in a celebration reminiscent of Michael Jordan. In a frenzy, Jordan ascended as well, colliding with Lee Hao midair. Proud as ever, Jordan was unwilling to allow a third comeback to tarnish his legacy. At that moment, he firmly believed that Lee Hao was indeed the savior sent by the heavens to rescue him. On Sports Channel 5, Zhang Weiping gasped for breath, placing a hand on his chest to steady his emotions. "Young Lee is simply extraordinary. I can scarcely find words to portray his prowess." 7 points in just 9.8 seconds, culminating in a game-winning free throw against the Nets. This is a tribute to Miller, who scored 8 points in a mere 9.8 seconds to seal a victory against the Knicks. Sukun blushed like a ripe apple, expressing that he believed Xiao Li's performance held greater significance than Miller's. At one point, the Wizards trailed by 14 points, and during the comeback phase, only Hamilton managed to sink a three-pointer. All other points were solely attributed to Xiao Li, who scored 13 points in the final moments. Zhang Weiping grew increasingly animated, recounting how a viewer had commented that the two of them owed Xiao Li an apology, having previously declared the Wizards' fate sealed. The viewer was correct. An apology to Xiao Li is indeed warranted. He has proven everyone wrong. All believed the Wizards were destined to lose. His unwavering spirit of perseverance is a lesson for us all. In competitive sports, nothing is impossible. Xiao Li has taught us all an invaluable lesson through his actions. His performance tonight will undoubtedly leave a radiant mark in the annals of basketball history. An apology is essential. Xiao Li deserves it. However, Director Zhang, I still can hardly believe this is real. Pinch me. Surely we are not dreaming? It is indeed true. Without a doubt. Ouch, that hurts. Next time, could you pinch a little softer? You have awakened the slumbering giant. In the TNT studio, Smith wept tears of joy, relieved that he did not have to endure the embarrassment this time. His gratitude and admiration for Lee Hao flowed like an unending river. In this match, Lee Hao scored 38 points, grabbed 8 rebounds, dished out 5 assists, stole the ball twice, and blocked once, claiming 13 of the team's final 16 points. The last three-point play, a three-point play plus the foul, was nothing short of miraculous. To my knowledge, no rookie has reached such heights. Even the so-called greatest rookie, Magic Johnson, could not perform at this level. I would dare to label Lee as the strongest rookie. Barkley shrugged dismissively. Dear Kenny, you were too naive. The next game at home for the Nets will undoubtedly see a powerful resurgence. Moreover, Lee's three-point shooting is erratic. Brilliant one game, lackluster the next. In the following match, his shots will likely falter. Just wait and see, Kenny. You've sealed your fate. Let us await the outcome, dear Charles. Smith, brimming with confidence, felt that Lee Hao was his lucky star. Meanwhile, a middle school student with a cherubic face sat in front of the television, his excitement palpable as he watched Lee Hao. His name is Stephen Curry, and the brilliance in his brown eyes shone brightly. He had finally found his role model and inspiration. So this is how one can shoot a three-pointer. At that moment, he resolved to become an exceptional three-point shooter like Lee Hao. The conference rooms of all domestic sports academies erupted with jubilation, united in celebration of Lee Hao. Lee Hao has become a source of pride for the Chinese community, and the Wizards have evolved into the mother team for the Chinese people. Not only in China but across the globe, this match is being broadcast live. They initially sought to witness the final game of the basketball deity, but, by a fortunate twist of fate, instead beheld the emergence of a new legend. Lee Hao's football prowess has stirred a tempest across the globe. Complementing his skills is his strikingly handsome visage, rivaling that of male celebrities. With a gentle and refined Eastern countenance, an untamed spirit, and a gaze imbued with confidence, he captivates all. The female fanbase of Li Hao has experienced an astonishing surge, with hundreds, if not thousands, of women expressing their desire to bear his children. NBA Commissioner David Stern is also closely monitoring this match. Seasoned by numerous experiences, he too has been taken aback by this young man from China. As the individual responsible for introducing the NBA to China, Stern is acutely aware of the immense potential within the Chinese market. Li Hao's emergence has fortuitously become the bridge connecting the Chinese market, possessing all the qualities requisite to ascend to superstardom: skill, character, and charm. At this moment, Stern resolved that Li Hao would be the league's emerging star. Following a brief interview, the Wizards swiftly flew to New Jersey, where they are scheduled to challenge the Nets at the Rutgers Arena in 3 days. Game 5 will mark the final confrontation of the series, with the victor advancing to the next stage. The winner will face the Charlotte Hornets, led by the formidable Byron Davis. Although the Hornets have made significant strides this season, their prowess remains merely average within the league. Regardless of who faces the Hornets, the pathway to the Eastern Conference Finals appears relatively unobstructed. Amidst this immense temptation, the Wizards and Nets Game 5 promises to be a collision of titans, with both sides fervently eager to seize victory. An intriguing incident unfolded during their flight to New Jersey, as the alluring and enchanting flight attendant, Lucy, mysteriously beckoned Li Hao to the restroom to discuss a multi-million-dollar project. Li Hao resolutely declined, as he could distinguish between what was paramount and what was secondary. This also represents the delightful dilemma he currently faces, as numerous individuals yearn for his affection. Simultaneously, 3 women embarked on their own journeys, each unbeknownst to the others. Paris Hilton, who had hoped to converse with Li Hao following G4, found herself disappointed. Without hesitation, she booked the next available flight, determined to support the Nets during G5 as a dedicated fan. In Los Angeles, Kate Winslet similarly instructed her assistant to arrange a flight to New Jersey, eager to return to the court after her recovery. Jessica Johnson justified her trip with a solid reason, stating she was traveling to New Jersey on business, and what she chose to do during that time was entirely her prerogative. Chapter 48. The Monster Strikes with a Stick on April 30th, 2002. The highly anticipated G5 between the Wizards and the Nets commenced. The lights of the Rutgers Athletic Center dimmed completely, and players made their entrance amidst the elongated introductions by the DJ. Beams of light from various directions illuminated the players' serious faces, portraying a blend of determination and resilience. This was a match from which neither side could retreat. The loser would return home to fish. The Nets, in particular, felt an unprecedented weight of pressure, as the Eastern Conference's top seed found themselves cornered by the Wizards, who had barely squeezed into the playoffs. Being the 8th seed was a badge of honor, while being subjected to such a fate was a disgrace that would be eternally etched on the annals of NBA infamy. Could Kidd lead his team to avoid the shame of being the 8th seed? Would Jordan's playoff journey continue? Could the underperforming duo guide their team to avoid the 8th seed fate? Can Li Hao continue his extraordinary performance from the previous match? The allure of competitive sports lies precisely in this anticipation, as the outcome of this game intertwines with the fervor surrounding G5, heightening its allure. David Stern decreed that this match be broadcast nationwide, while simultaneously airing in over 200 countries across the globe. The Rutgers Arena was filled to capacity, but undoubtedly, the most captivating aspect was the star-studded front row. Kate Winslet emerged as one of the focal points of the event, illuminating the arena as a radiant luminary, cherished both in America and worldwide. She unabashedly embraced her identity as a fan of Li Hao, donning the number 7 jersey with a unique flair, her alabaster statuesque legs shimmering with an ivory glow. Lee, dunk it. Kate Winslet cheerfully bounced about, greeting Li Hao with the exuberance of a child. Li Hao waved in greeting, surprised to see Winslet once again attending the match. Paris Hilton, seated opposite Kate, was not to be outdone as she greeted Li Hao with enthusiasm. She too donned Li Hao's number 7 jersey, resulting in a striking similarity between the two women. Their eyes met, charged with tension, each sensing the presence of a rival. Li Hao was taken aback. He had not anticipated the presence of Paris Hilton. Observing the rivalry between the two, a faint smile crept onto his face. However, he remained indifferent, for he had not established a romantic relationship with either of them. Their interactions were merely a mutual enjoyment of the game. As the crowd recognized Li Hao's soaring popularity, the home fans unleashed a chorus of envious boos. In response to the jeers, Li Hao provocatively cupped his hand to his ear, eager to listen. Remember what I said in G1. I am determined to conquer this dark horse. Those who wish to avoid the pain should exit now, and as for the ticket costs, they could seek reimbursement from Jason, for he would be utterly overwhelmed by me. In the depths of Winslet's beautiful eyes, admiration sparkled like stars. Li Hao exuded an air of dominance. She recalled his formidable prowess during the bullfighting match and was eager to experience it once more. Paris was utterly captivated by Li Hao's individual heroism, and she expressed her admiration unabashedly. I love you, Li. Amidst the envious gazes of all the players, the starting lineups of both teams took the court. For the Wizards, the lineup included center Kwame Brown, power forward Li Hao, small forward Michael Jordan, shooting guard Richard Hamilton, and point guard Eric Rue. Hamilton's performance off the bench had been mediocre, prompting Collins to reinstate him in the starting roster. The Nets featured center Kenyon Martin, power forward Keith Van Horn, small forward Richard Jefferson, shooting guard Kittles, and point guard Jason Kidd. Scott, feeling the pressure of a do-or-die situation, similarly elevated Jefferson to the starting lineup. Nevertheless, the Nets bench remained formidable. As the referee tossed the basketball into the air, Game 5 commenced. Brown valiantly directed the ball to Rue, who swiftly advanced it past the half-court line before delivering a quick pass to Li Hao, positioned beyond the three-point arc. Li Hao, with a fluid motion, rose onto his toes to feint a three-point shot. Without hesitation, Van Horn, already rendered neurotic by Li Hao's prowess, leaped to defend. Alas, in midair, Van Horn could only lament as he watched Li Hao soar past him, having been thoroughly outmaneuvered by his adversary throughout the series. Li Hao dribbled with great strides into the paint, rising high to meet the challenge posed by Kenyon Martin's defensive intervention. Li Hao currently possesses a strength value of 7.4, and he needs to test his skills against Martin. Li Hao raised his right hand, igniting the heavens with fire, his body arched like a bow drawn taut. Gazing northwest, aiming at the celestial wolf, Li Hao had not forgotten Martin's malicious foul. He was a person who clearly distinguished between grievances and kindness. You brought this upon yourself, so do not blame me for being impolite. Martin sneered as he leapt high to confront him, his robust physique standing like a wall between Li Hao and the hoop. Bang! Their bodies collided violently, yet the anticipated scenario of Li Hao being blocked did not transpire. Instead, a remarkable scene unfolded as Li Hao, fueled by strength, momentum, and determination, executed a one-handed dunk. Bang! The ball swished through the net. Bang! The overconfident Martin clumsily fell to the ground, having been toppled by Li Hao's dunk. He scrambled to his feet with remarkable speed, his wide eyes still reflecting terror. If you can't shoot over you from beyond the arc, and you can't defend against you in the paint, how can one possibly play? Li Hao raised his arm and roared with fervor. Damn it! This time I shall avenge your push against me. If you do not behave, I shall treat you to a taste of my mighty staff. How magnificent! Kate Winslet leapt up to cheer for Li Hao. That dunk was exceedingly ferocious. I adore it. Paris Hilton, unwilling to be outdone, sent a flying kiss to Li Hao. Get back on defense, Kenny. This is trivial. Respond with another dunk. Van Horn consoled Martin, understanding that defending requires immense mental fortitude. As the Nets launched their offense, Martin, who had been knocked down, desperately needed a basket to alleviate his embarrassment. He was deeply troubled. Throughout the series, he had been relentlessly bombarded by the brothers of misfortune. If he failed to respond, his value would undoubtedly plummet. Martin's offensive skills were rather limited. Lacking finesse, he could only resort to backing down Brown. Upon entering the paint, he swiftly spun and executed a thunderous dunk, his hands gripping the rim with great force. Your dunk is mere child's play before me. Martin intentionally walked in front of Li Hao, spewing trash talk, feeling a surge of relief in his chest. If you wish to taste my golden staff, do not blame me. Li Hao resolved to employ a devastating tactic. Martin, the cornerstone of the Nets' interior defense, was a target whose defeat would equate to a third of his success. The memory of Kobe's dunk over Howard during the 2004 regular season loomed large, casting a shadow over Howard throughout that season. Fueled by confidence, Li Hao sought to replicate that moment with a strength rating of 7.4, drawing comparisons to the formidable Shaquille O'Neal. Surely, 0.74 of O'Neal's prowess was beyond Martin's capacity to withstand. As the Wizards launched their offense, Rue passed the ball to Li Hao, stationed beyond the three-point line. Confronted by Van Horn's staunch defense, Li Hao swiftly relayed the ball to Jordan, who in turn passed it to the position Brown. With newfound confidence, Brown braved the challenge, charging toward the basket against Martin. Just as he prepared to finish, Li Hao surged forward. Go! Upon hearing the cue, Brown immediately launched the ball high into the air, assisting his comrade. Martin, quick to react, instinctively raised his arms in an attempt to defend against Li Hao. The experienced Martin aimed to draw an offensive foul from Li Hao. Yet, soaring as if propelled to the heavens like a magnificent rock, Li Hao vaulted over Martin's body, emphatically slamming the ball through the hoop. Behold, the might of my staff. Chapter 49. The Madden unveiled. All were left in awe by Li Hao's breathtaking dunk upon the imposing power forward, Kenyon Martin. Amusingly, the two were entangled in a rather compromising position. Li Hao hung from the rim, his legs and abdomen pressing against Martin's face. The staff struck true. And just as Martin had exchanged banter moments before, he now bore the brunt of humiliation. Desperate to escape this disgraceful tableau, the two bodies entwined. Martin reluctantly ducked beneath Li Hao's legs, gasping for breath, his face flushed from the exertion. The mocking laughter from Wizards fans only heightened his embarrassment, rendering his neck crimson. Humiliation, disgrace, helplessness, and an unwillingness to accept defeat flooded Martin's heart, and for a fleeting moment, he felt the sting of tears. Yet, he held back. To weep after being dunked on would be an even greater embarrassment. Martin reflected on the truth of the saying that one must eventually pay for their actions. He had always been the one to dunk upon others, his explosive athleticism allowing him to dominate opponents. Yet today, he had suffered two humiliating dunks. First, he was knocked down, then, he was defeated in a powerful display. Struck by the staff of destiny, Martin's forehead throbbed faintly, a reminder of the immense power wielded by the golden staff. It was no wonder that Kate Winslet and Paris Hilton were fans of Li Hao. Now the reason was clear. Both of these women were goddesses beyond Martin's reach. Alas, what a shame that such fine prospects are squandered. Martin's inner turmoil was palpable, his mind reeling amidst such chaotic thoughts, teetering on the brink of madness. Little did he know that in the future, he too would have the opportunity to have a statue erected in his honor. The moment chosen by the Clippers to commemorate Li Hao would be that of his dunk over Martin. At that time, Martin would feel no shame. Rather, he would take pride in being the subject of such a memorable play, for it was during that period that Li Hao transcended Michael Jordan, becoming the greatest player in NBA history. By the way, the might of Li's golden staff was formidable. It was no surprise that so many female celebrities were enamored with him. If I were a woman, I would be captivated as well. Defend, Kenyon, Martin thought, reminding himself that as long as they secured the win, nothing else mattered. If he were to be honest, he had already let in 4 or 5 baskets. As long as he remained unembarrassed, the embarrassment would fall on others. His older brother, Kid, feigned sympathy as he consoled Martin, yet inside, he was elated. With this dunk, his own status as the first internet celebrity should rightfully be ceded to Martin. With a dazed expression, Martin fell back on defense as the Nets launched their offense. Kid passed the ball to Van Horn, who justly earned the title of Larry Bird's successor, expertly sinking a mid-range jumper to halt the Nets' decline. The Wizards countered, with Rue passing to Brown, who effortlessly maneuvered past the dazed Martin, scoring with a delicate layup. Clearly, Martin had yet to recover from the shadow cast by the golden staff. The Nets advanced again. Kid deftly outmaneuvered Rue with a graceful layup. The Wizards retaliated, with Li Hao receiving an open three-point opportunity thanks to Hamilton's off-ball screen. Jordan, quick-witted, delivered the pass, and Li Hao, steady in his aim, shot without hesitation. The basketball traced a beautiful arc, yet alas, it struck nothing but air. Of course, this was intentional. He aimed to disorient his opponents. If the Nets believed his three-point shooting to be erratic, then let them continue to harbor that misconception. In a critical moment, this erratic shooter could become the ace up their sleeve. Kid was the first to fall for the ruse, his forehead creased with laughter. Ha, splendid. An open three-point shot that misses entirely. Today, his shooting must surely be erratic. We are guaranteed to win. Let us take them down. In the opening moments, both teams displayed a commendable balance, with the score reaching a stalemate at 15 to 15-6 minutes into the first quarter. During the Wizards' possession, Coach Collins unexpectedly called a timeout and substituted Li Hao. This decision had been previously discussed with Li Hao, as Collins intended to allow him a brief respite before deploying him with the reserves during the most challenging phase of the rotation. Upon returning from the timeout, the Wizards initiated their offense. Jordan assumed the role of orchestrator, consistently delivering exquisite passes to Brown and Hamilton. Meanwhile, the Nets' offense, under the guidance of Kidd, operated with precision, as their three-point shots flourished once more. With 9 minutes elapsed in the first quarter, the score stood at 23-25, with the Wizards trailing by 2 points. Coach Scott called for a timeout, opting to substitute all of his starters except Jefferson. Li Hao re-entered the game for the Wizards, teaming up with Haywood and the other reserves. After a 3-minute respite, Li Hao exhibited remarkable prowess, frequently scoring with his hook shots in the absence of defensive pressure. The Nets promptly implemented a double-team strategy against him, prompting Li Hao to pass the ball to an open teammate. Unfortunately, his teammates, unfamiliar with the CBA, squandered numerous opportunities, which led the Nets to increase their aggressive double-teaming of Li Hao. Li Hao faced considerable challenges, yet he withstood the pressure. With 3 minutes remaining in the second quarter, the Wizards trailed by a mere 6 points. At this juncture, both teams reintroduced their starting lineups, and Li Hao continued to play. The Wizards' primary roster proved formidable against the Nets. During the second quarter, Brown and Hamilton exhibited remarkable performances, and at halftime, the score was once again tied at 49-49. During this period, Li Hao refrained from attempting a shot despite being open for a three-pointer, creating an illusion of hesitance to shoot from beyond the arc. Upon returning for the second half, Li Hao did not take to the court, as both team starters engaged in a fierce contest. With their backs against the wall, both sides intensified their defensive efforts, resulting in a significant drop in shooting accuracy. This was a deliberate strategy orchestrated by Scott, aiming to exhaust the Wizards' key players. The critical 6 minutes from the end of the third quarter to the beginning of the fourth would dictate the outcome of the match. However, Scott felt a twinge of unease as Collins kept Li Hao on the bench, presumably planning to unleash him against his rotation. Nonetheless, Li Hao, without his three-pointer, posed little threat, Scott reassured himself. With 9 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the score was level at 64. This marked the 14th tie of the game, with the lead changing hands 14 times. In the TNT studio, Collins displayed his acumen. His adjustments allowed the Wizards to withstand the onslaught from the Nets' rotation. Smith wore a serious expression. "You may be speaking too soon, Kenny. The next 6 minutes will be the true test of the effectiveness of this adjustment." Barkley confidently interjected. "I boldly predict that the forthcoming 6 minutes will be the death knell for the Wizards. They collapsed at this very juncture in the previous 4 games. Yet, let us not forget Lee's three-point prowess. It was his long-range shot that facilitated the comeback in the last match." Smith acknowledged the veracity of Barkley's statements. Yet he was reluctant to concede, unwilling to stoop to such depths. In this match, Lee's shot was an airball, and he hesitated to attempt 2 open three-pointers. It became evident that Lee was indeed an unpredictable player, his inconsistency firmly established. At last, there was no need for humiliation. "My girlfriend has graciously offered herself to you, dear Kenny." Barkley sipped his water, his spirits lifted. Indeed, Barkley spoke with wisdom, leaving Smith with no choice but to resort to expletives in defense. As the timeout concluded, the pivotal moment of rotation arrived. The Wizards lineup featured center Brendan Haywood, power forward Li Hao, small forward Bobby Simmons, shooting guard Hubert Davis, and point guard Eric Whitney. The Nets roster included center Jason Collins, power forward Steve Goodrich, small forward Richard Jefferson, shooting guard Lucius Harris, and point guard Anthony Johnson. As the Nets initiated their offense, Anthony Johnson advanced the ball past half court before passing it to Jason Collins in the paint. Collins, possessing an extensive repertoire of low-post moves, executed a sudden spin to elude Haywood and delivered a powerful one-handed slam. Collins pounded his chest in triumph, igniting the fervor of the anxious audience and his teammates alike. In the Wizards' offensive play, Whitney and Rue's contributions were akin. After crossing half-court, he passed the ball to Li Hao, who stood beyond the arc. Goodrich, aware of Lee's erratic tendencies, maintained a distance of half a meter, prepared to defend against both the drive and the shot. Li Hao smiled triumphantly, aiming carefully as the basketball arched gracefully through the air. Jason leapt for the rebound. It was inconceivable that the erratic player would score. Kid shouted commands from the sidelines. But before he could finish his sentence, the ball swished through the net, granting the Wizards a 1-point lead. How could one secure the rebound? Jason, the erratic player without finesse, is still a genius. I am destined to become the future god of basketball. Chapter 50. One man dismantles the Nets. Kid's face flushed with embarrassment. Instinctively, he sought to retort, yet he suddenly realized that Li Hao's words bore a semblance of truth. Li Hao truly deserves the title of a deity for his performances in both the first and fourth matches. The mere thought of his turnaround, fadeaway three-pointer sends shivers down the spine. Even in the second and third games, where the Wizards faced defeat, Li Hao's performance remained commendable. In the face of Li Hao's taunts, Kid found himself momentarily speechless. He finally comprehended the reason behind his team's dire situation in this series. He had chosen the wrong opponent. Kid had initially perceived Li Hao as a mere minnow, but now he realized that Li Hao was, in fact, a magnificent dragon. As the Nets initiated their offense, The determined Jefferson resolved to retaliate. He swiftly launched a three-pointer, the ball tracing a defiant arc through the air. With a resounding thud, Haywood fought fiercely to secure the rebound and passed it to Li Hao. Confronted by Goodrich's tenacious defense, Li Hao deftly maneuvered past his opponent and quickly propelled the fast break. His speed was an undeniable advantage against defenders of similar stature. Covering several strides to the arc's apex, he suddenly gathered the ball beneath him. With a poised bend of his knees, he leaped and flicked his wrist, his shot combining both elegance and power. The melodious swish echoed throughout the arena as the basketball once again found its way through the net. The defense tightened. They absolutely could not allow Li Hao another three-point attempt. A light drizzle of anxiety fell upon Scott's bald head as he recalled Li Hao's extraordinary barrage of three-pointers from the previous game. As the Nets continued their offense, Jefferson chose not to be reckless this time. He passed the ball to the strong inside presence of Jason Collins, whose low-post offensive skills were remarkably diverse. With a deceptive threat, he faked and executed a three-step drive into the paint, releasing a layup. With a resounding thud, Haywood's robust defense made its mark. On the offensive end for the Wizards, Li Hao struggled to receive the ball 5 meters away from the three-point line on the left wing. Positioned before him were Goodrich and Jefferson, while Lucius Harris lurked nearby, poised to provide assistance on defense. Li Hao passed the ball to the unguarded Bobby Simmons and dashed towards the left baseline. Simultaneously, Hayward set a screen to momentarily obstruct the approaching Goodrich and Jefferson. As the ball reached him, Li Hao received Bobby Simmons' pass and unleashed a jump shot. A perfect arc. Li Hao effortlessly sank 3 consecutive three-pointers, propelling the Wizards to a 9-point lead over the Nets. Under his formidable leadership, the Wizards surged ahead, concluding the third quarter with a score of 78-70. Marking an unprecedented 8-point advantage over their opponents. As the fourth quarter commenced, Li Hao continued to rally his bench players in a fierce contest against the opposing team. Scott, unable to remain passive, swiftly replaced the entire starting lineup. The double team against Li Hao had become a routine occurrence. However, he chose not to force a shot, instead passing the ball to Haywood beneath the basket. While Haywood's defense was commendable, his offensive efforts faltered as his awkward hook shot clanged off the rim. After Martin secured the defensive rebound, he swiftly relayed the ball to Kidd. Advancing into the front court, Kidd executed a pick and roll with Martin, driving towards the basket. Faced with Haywood's defensive challenge, Kidd lofted the ball into the air, allowing Martin, already airborne, to deliver a powerful two-handed dunk, an aerial feat that exemplified Martin's expertise. As the Wizards resumed their offensive thrust, the ball found its way back into Li Hao's hands beyond the three-point line. Confronted by the relentless pressure from Van Horn and Kidd, Li Hao found himself devoid of any opportunity to shoot. Li Hao executed a feint shot once more. Yet the two seasoned players, having been deceived time and again, remained unfazed. Just as they reveled in their moment of triumph, Haywood and Hubert appeared on Li Hao's left side to set a screen. Li Hao seized the opportunity, deftly maneuvering the ball to the left before decisively launching a three-point shot. The basketball transformed once more into a precision-guided missile, destined to find its mark. Swish. Li Hao consecutively sank 4 three-pointers, bringing the score to 81-72. The Nets managed to score 2 points, but Li Hao effortlessly responded with another three-pointer. Kidd and Van Horn exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring a sense of despair. They were utterly at a loss on how to defend against Li Hao. How could they counter such a threat? With the height of an interior player, the shooting touch and speed of an exterior player, and the physicality he had gradually honed, he proved to be a formidable adversary. Those taller than him lacked his swiftness, and those quicker than him could not match his height, resulting in mismatches against anyone he faced. Equally despondent were the Nets fans at the Rutgers Athletic Center. Even the most brazen supporters found themselves at a loss for words. Li Hao's performance was akin to a celestial being descending to earth, leaving everyone speechless. On Sports Channel 5, Zhang Wei-ping exuberantly exclaimed, "Wow, wow, wow. Little Li has mastered his three-point shot. This game is secured." Su Kun, her cheeks flushed, remarked, "Colin's strategic adjustments have proven effective. But it is undoubtedly our little Li who is commendable. This child is a pride of China. He must have trained rigorously." During an interview, he mentioned that he practices dribbling with both hands even while sleeping, showcasing his dedication. Indeed, if all CBA players could practice dribbling in their sleep, Chinese basketball would surely achieve remarkable success. Zhang Wei-ping nodded in agreement, both commentators now viewing Li Hao with increasing admiration. As the fourth quarter progressed, Li Hao, alongside a group of substitutes, bewildered the Nets. In an unexpected twist, he disrupted Scott's strategies. Scott had prematurely deployed his starters, inevitably leading them to face stamina challenges in the latter half of the fourth quarter. In contrast to Scott's furrowed brow, Collins radiated a smile that even AK could not suppress, feeling that coaching Lee Howe was akin to winning the lottery. There was no need for elaborate tactics. Simply passing the ball to Lee was sufficient, as he consistently repaid the veteran coach's trust with clutch plays. Collins objectively noted that even if rookie Jordan were placed in Lee's position, he might not accomplish such feats. This thought sent a chill down Collins' spine. Could it be that Lee surpasses Jordan at the same stage of his career? To claim who understands Jordan best, one must undoubtedly acknowledge Collins. During Jordan's initial 3 seasons in the league, he was under Collins' tutelage. In these 3 years, Jordan secured the title of Most Valuable Player, All-Star Game MVP, the Slam Dunk Contest champion, and the Defensive Player of the Year. Much like Magic Johnson, Jordan emerged at the pinnacle of his career, averaging an astonishing 34. 9 points, 6, 2 rebounds, 6, 2 assists, 3, 0 steals, and 1, 0 blocks per game, with a remarkable shooting percentage of 51. 6. Moreover, he was crowned the scoring champion for all 3 seasons. Despite Jordan's formidable prowess, Collins did not believe that Lee Howe was significantly inferior to Jordan during the same period, particularly regarding his resilience under pressure and clutch performance. His tenacious and self-assured demeanor seemed tailor-made for basketball. He was indeed a prodigy favored by destiny. As a spectator and participant on the basketball court, Collins was acutely aware of Lee Howe's significance within the Wizards team. Ignoring hierarchies, his impact was undoubtedly greater than that of Jordan. Had it not been for Lee Howe's sudden rise, the Wizards would likely be languishing at home. It was he who bore the weight of the team on his shoulders, propelling them forward against all odds. From the remarkable comeback of overcoming a 26-point deficit to defeat the 76ers, to triumphing over the championship-favored Lakers, and concluding the season by vanquishing the Spurs. In the series against the Nets, Game 1 saw him rain threes to equalize, followed by a dazzling move that left Kidd and Van Horn bewildered, culminating in a self-alley-oop over Martin's defense for the game winner. In Game 4, a deluge of threes salvaged the team, scoring 7 points in the final 9.8 seconds, clinching victory at the free throw line against the Nets. Upon reflection, it became evident that Lee Howe's performance appeared to surpass that of Jordan during their concurrent eras. Suppressing his astonishment, Collins shifted his focus to Scott, who was visibly anxious, having been compelled to call a timeout due to Lee Howe's relentless pressure. The Nets were trailing by 12 points with merely 7 minutes remaining in the game. Scott pointed at his players, seething, "Damn it. We are the top seed in the Eastern Conference, and the Wizards barely scraped into the playoffs. Losing to them would be a disgrace, an eternal stain on our legacy. I refuse to let that happen. Do you want this? Jason, do you want to be forever remembered as the guy who got schooled on the court? Keith, do you want your children to learn about your defensive shortcomings? Kenyon, the shame of being dunked on must only be washed away with victory. And you. Give it everything you've got. We must win." Collins, too, was rallying his players. The power of encouragement boundless. We are just 7 minutes away from the upset of the century. Michael, you have yet to experience such an upset. Let your legacy as the basketball deity grow richer. Lee, the future belongs to you. In the past, I held great expectations for Kobe as Michael's successor. But my perspective has shifted. Undoubtedly, you shall inherit Michael's legacy. As the game resumes, both teams return with their full roster, and the moment of reckoning has arrived. The Wizards lineup features Kwame Brown, Lee Howe, Michael Jordan, Richard Hamilton, and Eric Rue. The Nets counter with Kenyon Martin, Keith Van Horn, Richard Jefferson, Corey Kittles, and Jason Kidd. Rested and formidable, Jordan is unstoppable, delivering a series of precise mid-range shots that serve as a lesson to the Nets. Brown, under the basket, unleashes a fierce blow to Martin, who is left questioning his existence. Hamilton adds finesse with his reliable mid-range shots. In the face of such relentless offense, the Nets refuse to surrender. They are, after all, a top-tier team in the league. Under the leadership of Kidd and Van Horn, they launch counterattacks. Yet as the score tightens, Lee Howe strikes with a ruthless three-pointer. With just 2 minutes remaining, the Wizards hold a commanding lead of over 15 points. The game has descended into garbage time, and the 8th seed's victory is all but secured. Kidd, Martin, and the others sit with their heads bowed on the bench, white towels draped over their faces, masking their humiliation and disbelief at how the media will savage them. Particularly Martin, whose head hangs low, crushed under the dual blows of the formidable staff and the 8th seed's defeat. He longs to escape to a nightclub, seeking solace in oblivion, hoping that intoxication will erase his woes. As the final buzzer sounds, Li Hao exuberantly hurls the basketball into the air. The Wizards have triumphed. They have achieved the impossible. Ecstatic, Li Hao leaps onto the scorer's table, crossing his arms and casting a cold, disdainful gaze at the Nets fans. No man dares to meet Li Hao's defiant stare. Words are deeds. A mission fulfilled. This is the spirit of us Chinese. Li Hao's unparalleled aura instilled a sense of dread among the Nets fans, causing the male supporters to leave in discontent. The gaze of the female fans, filled with longing, signified their dual betrayal, both physically and psychologically, as if their feet were glued to the ground with an unyielding adhesive. Oh my goodness, his dominance is astonishing. Li is extraordinarily handsome. He surpasses Iron Man in strength. I wish to bear his children. I wish to give birth to a gorilla. Li, my phone number is. Please do not hesitate to contact me. I am available 25 hours a day, ready to serve as long as I remain on this planet. I can no longer contain myself. You, leave. I hereby declare you are no longer my boyfriend. I shall pursue Li. The female fans were utterly frantic. Kate Winslet and Paris Hilton felt an unprecedented pressure. Li Hao has become immensely popular. To avoid the risk of missing out in the future, both individuals made the same decision simultaneously. Snap, snap, snap. A reporter from Sports Channel 5 captured the proud silhouette of Li Hao. He penned an article that astonished Asia, proclaiming that a Chinese individual now commands respect in the highest echelons of global basketball. The sport is no longer the exclusive domain of Europe, America, and Africa. The Asian race shall undoubtedly carve out its own rightful place. Li Hao has captivated Hollywood actresses and top socialites with his uniquely Eastern male charm. According to an official NBA survey, Li Hao boasts the highest number of female fans among players. They eagerly aspire to assist Li Hao in passing on his remarkable genes. Li Hao, after the match, granted an interview to a well-known domestic media outlet. The young lady, adorned in a midriff-bearing top and a gray pleated skirt, complemented by striking red AJ1 sneakers, appeared even more exhilarated than Li Hao himself. Li Hao, congratulations. You have achieved the miraculous black 8 feet. And you have set a remarkable record for the Chinese in the NBA. Is there anything you wish to convey to the fans back home across the ocean? I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the fans in my hometown. When I was labeled as A-bust, when I faced criticism during my time in America, and when I contemplated giving up, our wonderful fans selflessly supported and encouraged me. Never once did anyone speak ill of me. Their unwavering tolerance allowed me to persist in my training. They provided me with the motivation to continue. It is no exaggeration to say that without them, there would be no me today. As a Chinese citizen, I take immense pride in my nationality, which has given me the confidence to venture abroad. I look forward to contributing my modest efforts to the national team in the upcoming World Championships. Though mountains and seas may separate us, I shall fulfill my mission. Li Hao bowed respectfully before the camera, expressing that Chinese fans are the most endearing and selfless in the world. The young lady's eyes glimmered with a hint of emotion, as she sensed the sincerity emanating from Li Hao. Li Hao, you have suddenly risen to prominence. Do you have any wisdom to share with the basketball players from your hometown? She inquired. 1 minute on stage is the result of 10 years of hard work behind the scenes. My ascent is built upon countless hours of sweat. There are no shortcuts to success. While luck certainly plays a role, effort is equally essential. My motto is to break through tight defenses with both hands on the ball and execute a one-handed jump shot with finesse. The young lady's cheeks flushed deeper, as she seemed to resonate with his experience. Thank you, Li Hao. In summary, it is to strive, and strive again. The key is perseverance. I appreciate your invaluable insights. Once the interview concluded, she joyfully extended her hand towards Li Hao. Hello, brother Li. My name is Xiaohua. It is a pleasure to meet you. Hello, Xiaohua. The pleasure is mine. Li Hao intended to withdraw his fingers from the delicate grasp of Xiaohua's fair hand. Yet he found himself unsuccessful as she firmly held on to his middle finger. May I join you for basketball practice this evening? Xiaohua boldly and gracefully proposed. Thank you. But I prefer to manage the ball myself during intense drills and can retrieve it without a ball boy. Li Hao waved his hand, politely declining, for his manner of interaction with his compatriots starkly contrasts with that of the Americans. Brother Li, I am well aware of what it means to hold the ball with both hands under tight pressure. I am your fan and also an experienced connoisseur. Xiaohua's enchanting eyes seemed to envelop Li Hao entirely. In Chapter 52, Collins remarked that Li Hao is comparable to Michael Jordan during his prime, to which Jordan himself acknowledged that in certain aspects, Li Hao even surpasses him. No, Xiaohua, the cannon must always be aimed outward, never inward. It is impossible for me to be a good boyfriend. Li Hao was taken aback by the seemingly innocent demeanor of Xiao Hua, who turned out to be quite audacious. Yet, I am willing. My companions are all eager to bear your offspring. They have already procured tickets to witness your basketball games and have devised plans to intoxicate you in the evening. Rather than allowing them to seize the opportunity, why not afford me the privilege? Xiao Hua tossed her pink hair, creating an irresistibly alluring silhouette. Xiao Hua, do not let them come. I shall not meet them. Basketball is my primary pursuit, while courting is merely a pastime. Should my leisure activities encroach upon my main vocation, I shall undoubtedly relinquish the former. Farewell, or rather, never to meet again. Li Hao has fled, and he has no intention of practicing basketball with the girls back home. The domestic media are quite stringent regarding such matters. Sports or entertainment stars are expected to be well-rounded individuals excelling in virtue, intelligence, physical prowess, aesthetics, and labor, leaving no room for flaws. After the game, Collins escorted Jordan and Li Hao to the press conference. A bespectacled journalist was the first to pose a question to Collins. Doug, you are the third team in history to achieve a Black 8 status. This Wizards team is destined to be etched in the annals of history. Does this align with the plans made at the beginning of the season? Collins cleared his throat, a joyful smile adorning his face. It is an honor to join the ranks of the Black 8. In the 93-94 season, the Denver Nuggets, as the 8th seed in the West, eliminated the first-seeded Seattle Supersonics. In the 98-99 season, the Knicks, as the 8th seed in the East, triumphed over the first-seeded Miami Heat. They were all remarkable teams. And to stand alongside greatness is itself a great honor. Of course, the reason for our success lies in our exceptional players. Michael Jordan needs no introduction. His accolades could take me 10 minutes to recount, and basketball fans around the globe are well acquainted with him. Additionally, we possess another player who was equally formidable as Jordan during his era, Lee. Our initial objective was to reach the playoffs, but as the season progressed, we abandoned the goal. It was Lee's emergence that rekindled our hopes. He has carried us to the playoffs, and he is the paramount contributor to our Black 8 achievement. Collins looked affectionately at his outstanding protege, cherishing him more with each passing moment. Had his daughter not been married, Collins would have eagerly introduced her to Li Hao. You dare to bestow such high praise upon Li? He is on par with Michael? The room erupted in astonishment. I believe I am entitled to speak on this matter. In my rookie season, I was eliminated in the first round of the playoffs by the Milwaukee Bucks. As you can see, Lee's contributions to this Black 8 status are monumental. He even foresaw this outcome before the series commenced. To be candid, I was quite anxious for him at that time, and I did not believe we would achieve Black 8. Yet, Lee has consistently proven me wrong, defying all expectations with each step he took. Lee's overall prowess may not rival mine during the same period, yet his hook shot, three-point shooting, and clutch performance have undoubtedly surpassed my own. The basketball deity picked up on Collins' remarks, and both mentor and protege showered praise upon the younger player. Li Hao, without reservation. Their words left the assembled journalists, encircled in layers, utterly astounded. It was astonishing to witness Jordan draw a comparison between Li Hao and his own contemporaneous self. This interview would surely send shockwaves throughout the world. Lee, prior to Game 1, you mentioned the possibility of an upset, and indeed, you have achieved it today. Did you foresee this outcome? Inquired the bearded reporter. When playing alongside the basketball god, anything is possible. This is the foundation of my confidence, Jordan remarked, basking in self-assurance, as one does in the spirit of reciprocity. Li Hao believed he was right, for Jordan's braised eggs sported a proud, smug smile. No matter the circumstances, flattery always prevails. My dear brother, I recognize you, the chap lurking in the corner. You questioned my assertions about the underdog's prowess before the series commenced. I took a photograph as evidence at that time. Have you brought forth your own? Li Hao pointed at the reporter, who was trying to conceal his intentions, and exclaimed loudly, when dealing with Americans, there is no need for subtlety. Directness is preferable, as any hint of delicacy would be perceived as weakness. Under the scrutinizing gazes of those around him, the reporter felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his face flushed crimson, wishing desperately for a hole to hide in. He had initially hoped to leverage Li Hao's fame to elevate his own notoriety, but he never anticipated encountering such formidable resistance. However, he was not one to easily concede. He harbored a desire for retribution. Lee, I have brought the photograph. Right here. Jessica Johnson, embodying Li Hao's devoted supporter, carefully retrieved the picture from her bag and presented it to the audience. Lee is a man of his word. Do not question his statements. for what he utters is the truth. Jessica, you are a responsible journalist and will undoubtedly become the most renowned sports reporter in America. Hearing Li Hao's praise, Jessica felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Yet, she did not lose sight of her professional duties and continued to inquire, Li, I find myself puzzled. With your exceptional three-point shooting ability, why didn't you showcase it in G2 G3? Our team suffers from severe polarization, with almost no depth in the roster. And the young players lack experience. We face numerous challenges, and they need to mature swiftly in adversity. Fortunately, my diligent efforts and strategic planning have borne fruit. Just look at the rapid development of Kwame and Richard. I am confident you will see them at next year's All-Star game. Furthermore, you know I relish challenges. I thrive on the exhilaration of bewildering my opponents in critical moments. Li Hao rested his chin on his hands, his gaze intense and brimming with confidence. As he spoke with a grave absurdity, in both competitive sports and society at large, it is a matter of triumph and defeat. To win is to be right. Even in error, to lose is to be wrong, even in correctness. Jessica, filled with admiration, inquired with curiosity, aren't you afraid of losing with such a strategy? What if you do lose? Is that a possibility? He responded, you have witnessed the truth. Just as I proclaimed before the series, the Black Eight stands unchallenged. Li Hao's words resonated with gravity. Though he relished in ostentation, his audacious proclamations had all materialized. Thus, it transcended mere bravado, it was genuine prowess. Scott and Kidd, albeit reluctantly, found themselves ensnared in the interview. Byron, you have astonishingly lost the series, succumbing to the 8th seed. Are you satisfied with your players' performances? A Mediterranean journalist pressed incisively. Scott, anxiously stroking his bald head, offered a wry smile in response. I do not believe my players exhibited any signs of underperformance. On the contrary, their display was commendable. They performed at their usual caliber. The sole issue lay with Li. He was simply formidable, altering the course of the series. His three-point shooting is fearsome and may well surprise you all in the future. Chapter 53. Winslet encountered Hilton and Johnson, who harbored similar sentiments regarding Li Hao. Do you hold such a high regard for this player? The Mediterranean journalist queried, astonished by Scott's elevated appraisal of Li Hao. If you were positioned oppositely, you would grasp his terrifying prowess. Each of his lethal three-pointers is sharper than a dagger, and my heart still aches from the encounter, Scott lamented. Albeit with a touch of relief now. The 8th seed defeat pales in comparison. Should the Wizards clinch the championship, their loss would hardly be unjust. Who can fault a team for falling to the champions? The Mediterranean journalist then turned his focus to Kidd, Jason. Li's grandiose proclamations prior to Game 1 have indeed come to fruition. He has humiliated you, scoring it well against you, and Keith. The experience of being dunked upon, how does it feel? Is he faring well? What are your thoughts on this meteoric rookie? Kidd furrowed his brow, mentally cursing the journalist's lineage. Yet, for the sake of the interview's impact, the questions were piercing. In the realm of basketball, scoring and being scored upon is commonplace. Did not Michael also suffer similar indignities? A center who has never been dunked upon is hardly a commendable one, and likewise, opponents have endured Martin's formidable shot-blocking prowess. Li is exceedingly audacious, perhaps even more so than the historically renowned trash talker, Larry Bird. Yet, objectively speaking, both his banter and basketball prowess are remarkably high. Had he not emerged so late, the Rookie of the Year accolade would undoubtedly have been his. To quote a line from the Shawshank Redemption, some birds cannot be caged. Their brilliance is simply too radiant. Our nets have been cut asunder by Li's wings, and henceforth, his journey in the Eastern Conference shall be unimpeded. With only the Western champions posing a challenge to him, Kidd was thoroughly impressed by Li Hao. When faced with an equally matched opponent, he would engage in fierce rivalry. However, against opponents of significantly superior caliber, continued trash talk seems rather foolish, and Kidd possesses the wisdom to recognize the moment. Following Game 4, an ESPN reporter directed a pointed question at Kidd. Did you eat the ball? Even if not, did you consume Kis Van Horn's ball? Why didn't you exhibit head-shaking defense in Game 5? Why not engage in some basketball shaking? Your hair has grown. Why not shave it all off? Are you planning to leave your hair for basketball shaking defense? Oh, for heaven's sake. Don't force my hand. Enraged, Kidd stormed off, seeking solace only in strong spirits and the company of beautiful women that night. Charles Barkley, too, bore the weight of disappointment. In the TNT studio, Barkley, devoid of hope, once again metaphorically kissed the donkeys behind. Keep it up, O ancient Greek god of donkeys behind. Will you wager again next time? Smith chuckled, never anticipating his victory. Indeed. Li Hao proved to be his lucky star. Barkley wiped the donkey's fur from his lips and, defiantly, continued to shout, "I'll bet. Damn it. I refuse to believe I will perpetually fall into this pit. So, will you choose first, or shall I?" Smith asked confidently. "The initiative must lie in my hands. I choose the Wizards to win the next game." "You are utterly shameless, Charles. Even a fool knows the Wizards will win. Pick another. Then I bet Lee will score over 10 points. Barkley, fearful of defeat, retorted, "Fuck you. Even a simpleton knows he will score above 10. In the series against the Nets, Lee averaged 32 points, 8 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. Then I wager that Lee will make 4 3-pointers in the next game. That seems reasonable, doesn't he it?" Barkley proposed. Lee's three-point shooting has become lethal. Provided he doesn't falter, he is bound to sink 4 shots. This wager seemed somewhat plausible, so let it be decided. Regardless of what you choose, you shall lose. Smith exuded an inexplicable confidence. On Sports Channel 5, Sue Kuhn could barely contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Little Lee has evolved once more. His three-point shooting has become his trump card. Little Lee has established the best record for a Chinese player in the NBA. And he is destined to be immortalized in history." Zhang Weiping promptly interjected, "Xiaoli has bestowed upon us numerous surprises, yet I believe this is merely the beginning. The Wizards' next adversary has already emerged, the Charlotte Hornets. Although they are formidable, there remains a discernible gap between them and the Nets. I am confident that the Wizards will advance directly to the Eastern Conference Finals, if not the NBA Finals. This year's NBA is increasingly exhilarating. Will the basketball deity Michael Jordan and his successor Kobe Bryant converge in the finals? The very thought is thrilling. Will the new god ascend? Or does the old god still wield his formidable prowess? Will the great Shaquille O'Neal overpower the disappointing first overall pick Kwame Brown? Or will the underwhelming top pick redeem himself? Can Li Hao emerge as a formidable disruptor in this series? Will he lead the Wizards to a miraculous championship victory? Let us await the unfolding events, dear viewers before the screen. Please continue to tune into this channel, as we shall reconvene in Charlotte in 4 days. Collins did not rush the players back to Washington. Instead, he thoughtfully allowed them to unwind in New Jersey for the night. Except for Li Hao. Everyone else diligently ventured to the nightclub to continue their revelry. The superficial allure of the nightclub's offerings paled in comparison to the likes of Kate, Paris, or Jessica. However, Li Hao's absence from the bar was not an endeavor to court their attention. Rather, he was simply fatigued. In Game 5, he had logged the most minutes, consistently facing intense defensive pressure. Thus, he opted to return to the hotel and relax while perusing the system's rewards, which he had yet to explore, finding even that prospect invigorating. As he stepped into the hotel lobby, 3 striking figures halted him in his tracks. He recognized all 3, as they were once close companions on the court. Yet, how did they all converge here? Was it a prearranged meeting? Or did they coincidentally gather to confront him? It seemed the latter, as the atmosphere in the lobby was palpably tense. The trio stood in a triangular formation, each wary of the others, their sharp gazes brimming with unspoken turmoil. There stood Hollywood's premier star, Kate Winslet, radiating a rounded beauty, America's elite socialite, Paris Hilton, exuding rebellious sensuality, and Washington's renowned media journalist, Jessica Johnson, embodying a delightful fullness. Each woman possessed her own exceptional charm, undeniably representing the pinnacle of beauty in their respective realms. Li Hao resolved to discreetly withdraw from this tumultuous arena, where 3 women played their roles, a drama he found himself unable to withstand. As Li Hao was about to turn away, the keen-eyed Paris Hilton spotted him. Lee. The 3 of them rushed over, with Hilton sprinting ahead. She swiftly grasped Li Hao's left arm, her entire form leaning against him. Winslet seized his right arm, determined to envelop him with her presence. With nowhere else to cling to, Jessica helplessly grasped the fabric of Li Hao's trousers, pressing herself against him. "Why are you running?" Hilton demanded imperiously. "Who are they?" Winslet interrogated. "Have you played ball with them?" Jessica pouted. Chapter 54. The 3 heroes battle Lu Bu. Li Hao's head buzzed as if it might explode. 2 women equated to 800 ducks, while 3 women amounted to 1,200. They incessantly chattered in his ears, issuing commands with an air of superiority, their self-proclaimed beauty rendering them unbearably arrogant. Li Hao would never indulge them. A tree cannot grow straight without proper pruning, and similarly, a person cannot flourish without guidance. His interactions with these women are merely for relaxation, a casual diversion during meals and conversations, a tacit understanding of mutual needs. Li Hao is not seeking a serious relationship or marriage. To engage in a relationship while being entangled with other women would be deemed as being unfaithful. However, having connections with multiple women without a defined relationship may not necessarily be considered as such. Li Hao deemed this explanation to be quite reasonable. However, should these fellow basketball enthusiasts become a burden or an impediment to the game, he would not hesitate to distance himself from them. Li Hao possesses a clear understanding of his priorities. His exceptional basketball skills naturally attract numerous admirers to join him on the court. However, should he indulge excessively and compromise his physical health, he would find himself relegated to solitary pursuits in the evening. In order to sustain a long-term practice regimen, Li Hao is adept at discerning what is essential. What gives you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Do I owe you any explanations for my actions? Are you attempting to instruct me? I am weary from playing. You may leave now. For I have no desire to extend my practice this evening. Li Hao lifted the three individuals affixed to him as if they were mere chicks. Don't move. If you do, I shall lose my temper. Upon witnessing Li Hao's stern visage, the three women found him even more captivating, exuding an undeniable masculinity. Never had anyone dared to speak to them in such an audacious manner, and oddly enough, it felt rather refreshing. They truly refrained from pouncing upon Li Hao again, instead forming a harmonious triangle to encircle him, wary of his potential escape. Li Hao has become a coveted figure among Americans, with countless individuals eager to bear his offspring. At this moment, retreat is not an option. Should one withdraw today, they may find themselves unable to secure a place in the future. I want to practice basketball with you. Hilton coos playfully. With the imminent game against the Hornets, one must ponder the consequences of insufficient preparation. Winslet casts a flirtatious glance. They fail to comprehend your prowess, but I alone recognize the depth of your basketball skills, just as you understand the intricacies of my defense. Jessica tugged at Li Hao's trousers. One should not strike those with a smile. The three ladies softened their demeanor, attempting to appease him. Li Hao, who prefers a gentler approach, found himself unable to maintain his usual firmness. You may leave. One can stay today, another tomorrow, and yet another the day after. Who remains and who departs is a matter of chance. Let us settle this with a game of rock, paper, scissors, and the loser cannot dispute the outcome. I am somewhat fatigued. Tackling three at once feels a bit overwhelming. Li Hao devised a tactical arrangement. At times, immense fame can indeed be a delightful burden. However, his seemingly inadvertent words appeared to unlock a new realm for the trio. After exchanging glances, the three women swiftly reached a consensus and simultaneously nodded in agreement. Li is an exceptional man. They have no right to monopolize him. Consequently, it is better to share joy than to revel in solitude. Thus, the outcome was that Li Hao, albeit reluctantly, was ushered into the elevator by the three women. Kate, well acquainted with the path, skillfully led them to the room where she had been injured previously. I had mentioned that one person should remain behind today, yet here we all are. Let us engage in a game of chance immediately. There is no time to waste. Li Hao felt a twinge of regret for his moment of weakness, as their exuberance resembled that of a cat spotting a fish. Are you frightened? Are you incapable? You must admit your inadequacy, and we shall depart immediately. Hilton, having keenly noted Li Hao's vulnerability, unhesitatingly provoked him. Damn it. It is you who have forced my hand. Once the arrow is loosed, there is no turning back. From this moment forth, your regrets shall come too late. 2 hours later, an astronomical project, the details of which are omitted, unfolded. They conceded defeat. They surrendered. They were terrified, crying out and pleading for their mothers. Li Hao grinned wickedly once more. The three women had initially planned to indulge in a rejuvenating slumber at his place, as they felt utterly exhausted, aging several years in an instant. However, Li Hao's formidable nature was daunting, instilling fear even within himself when he turned ruthless. The trio, overwhelmed with trepidation, hastily fled, realizing that if they lingered any longer, an ambulance would be summoned to rescue them. Li Hao gazed at the disheveled figures of the three women and proclaimed with grandiloquence, "Sisters, remember this, in the future. When you encounter me, do so with a touch of humility." Li Hao inhaled the lingering fragrance in the air with great satisfaction, reveling in the monumental transformations that had transpired across his past and present lives. These women, who once seemed unattainable, were of a caliber he could only have dreamed of before his journey through time. They were the kind of women he had only glimpsed on television, or dared to yearn for in his dreams. Yet now, they vied for his attention on the basketball court, eagerly attuned to his whims. This sensation was utterly exhilarating, indeed. A man endowed with a system could indulge in his desires at will. Remembering the system, Li Hao promptly recalled that he had yet to check his rewards. Ding. Congratulations. Host, on accomplishing the Black 8 miracle, you have earned 0 for ability points. Would you like to allocate them to a specific skill? Li Hao promptly allocated his ability points to strength, having already savored the thrill of competition during his matchup with Van Horn. Ding. Loading complete. Data is being updated. Name. Li Hao. Position. Power forward. Height. 2.07 meters wingspan. 2.17 meters weight. 107 kilograms. Physical attributes. Speed. 8 strength. 7. 8 explosiveness. 8 stamina. 8 offensive skills. 3-point shot. 10 jump shot. 5 low post offense. 5 ball handling. 6 passing. 6 dribbling. 6 driving. 7. 6 defensive skills. Defense. 7. 8 rebounding. 7. 8 blocking. 8. 8 stealing. 8. 8 signature moves. 1. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's skyhook. Unguardable in one-on-one situations. 2. Reggie Miller's three-pointer. With a 10 probability of triggering a Miller time moment, Li Hao gazed with satisfaction at the numbers before him, particularly the strength statistic. Unconsciously, it had risen to 7. 8. A remarkable leap from the initial 6. This level was certainly above average. To contextualize, the maximum score of 10 is epitomized by Shaquille O'Neal, one of the 4 dominant centers, thus a strength rating of 7. 8 equates to 0.78 of O'Neal's prowess, suggesting that he could excel in positions beyond that of a center. The next objective was to assist Jordan in clinching the championship, which would grant him the coveted crossover move from Allen Iverson. This crossover would significantly enhance his currently lacking ability to penetrate defenses. With a combination of jump shooting, his offensive threat would be exponentially more formidable. As the 14th World Basketball Championship approached, Li Hao intended to present a gift to the Chinese fans, for they were the most endearing supporters, selflessly backing him, especially during the challenging times when he was labeled a draft bust. The sole reason for this loyalty was the shared identity of being Chinese. Who could resist indulging such devoted fans? Let him first offer them a championship title to whet their appetites. Chapter 55. Louis Fei applies to be Li Hao's agent. The Wizards returned to Washington the following day by private jet. Collins granted the players a day off while he tirelessly reviewed game footage of the Charlotte Hornets with the coaching staff, strategizing for the upcoming match. Although the Hornets did not match the caliber of the Nets, their roster was robust, featuring young, dynamic players. Notably, their new core, Baron Davis, was a versatile point guard adept in both organization and defense. Li Hao's counterpart, Ru, was not his direct match, which could pose a potential risk. Meanwhile, Li Hao was equally occupied. His phone was inundated with messages. Brands such as Nike, Adidas, Converse, Under Armour, Peak, and Ta. And 361 Degrees were eager to establish deep collaborations with him. Even condom companies like Durex, Jispin, Giona, and Okamoto sought partnerships with Li Hao. Men using condoms endorsed by him would feel emboldened to slam dunk, just like Li Hao. Women, on the other hand, would associate those condoms with him when they used them. In an even more surprising turn, brands like 7 Degrees of Space, Sophie, Kotex, and Whisper were also seeking collaborations. As they put it, any product endorsed by Li Hao would undoubtedly be warmly received by female fans. After all, it was a recommendation from their dream lover, certainly a comforting and effective choice during their monthly cycle. Li Hao's mind buzzed. It was time to hire a manager. He decided to entrust professional matters to professionals. Opening a recruitment website, he discovered a striking Asian woman amidst a sea of golden-haired, blue-eyed Caucasians in a foreign land. Seeing someone of his kind brought Li Hao a sense of comfort. Given his current level of fame, hiring him would undoubtedly be a lucrative opportunity for a manager. The commission for a manager could reach 4%, while endorsement deals could yield up to 20%. Not one to let opportunity slip away. Li Hao clicked on the Asian woman's profile. Lu Xiaoli, female, 43 years old, with over 3 years of experience as a manager. For some reason, Li Hao felt a sense of familiarity with Lu Xiaoli, though he couldn't place it at the moment. He promptly picked up his phone and dialed her number. After a brief beep, the call was swiftly answered. "Hello, sir, may I assist you?" came a youthful voice, attempting to sound mature. "I need a manager," Li Hao stated directly in Chinese. "That's fantastic. I'm also of Asian descent, and managing is my forte. Where are you located? Can we meet for an interview?" "Ideally, with meals and accommodation provided." The excitement in her voice betrayed her youthful exuberance. "Washington. Wonderful. I'm also in Washington. Please provide me with an address, and I'll be there immediately." An hour later, Li Hao, accustomed to astonishing others, was himself astonished. Standing before him was a girl who seemed to have stepped out of a mural, a strikingly beautiful young woman with fair skin and black hair, pure and ethereal. She resembled a snow lotus high in the mountains, breathtakingly unattainable. The one who had come for the job was none other than the enchanting Liu Yifei. In 2002, Liu Yifei was just 16, brimming with youthful vitality. Little did she know that Li Hao was equally astonished, for he was now a globally renowned basketball star. In Chinese communities across America, China, and indeed the entire world, the name Li Hao is frequently discussed. Even those who did not follow basketball were aware of his illustrious name. Of course, it was not solely due to his skills on the court, but rather his extraordinary looks that had catapulted him into the limelight, far surpassing even many male celebrities. In person, Li Hao was even more handsome than in photographs, with a chiseled face, a prominent nose, and slightly thin lips. What captivated most was his eyes, which reflected a blend of confidence and depth, often sparkling with an enigmatic charm. As if sensing Liu Yifei's gaze upon him, Li Hao smiled warmly. Liu Yifei, feeling bashful, lowered her head to gaze at her toes, overwhelmed by the awkwardness of the moment. Just then, an even more embarrassing situation unfolded. At such a crucial moment, Liu Yifei's stomach growled audibly. "Let's go," Li Hao suggested. "Please don't send me away, brother. I'm really hungry, but I want to interfere with my interview. Just give me a chance. I truly need this job. As for the salary, a modest amount would suffice, or it could be waived during the probation period. As long as accommodation and meals are provided, that would be adequate." Liu Yifei was so startled that she burst into tears. Li Hao smiled gently, playfully brushing his fingers against Liu Yifei's petite nose. He took her arm and led her towards the door, saying, "Come, let me take you to the Chinese restaurant downstairs. There isn't much to eat at home." Liu Yifei, feeling a bit embarrassed, stuck out her tongue and followed closely behind him. Li Hao ordered 4 dishes: guobao rou, lao ma ti hua, stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots, and dry pot duck heads. Initially, Liu Yifei dined at a leisurely pace, but as she continued, her manner transformed into a ravenous haste. Chinese cuisine in America is rather expensive. One must make sacrifices to indulge in it. It was evident that she was quite famished. "You must still be a student. Return to your studies, and once you graduate, you may return to serve as my agent." Liu Yifei's fair complexion bore the marks of fatigue, her clothes wrinkled and disheveled, clearly a sign of having run away from home. No. I am not returning to school. I need this job." Li Hao, not brotherly, nor brother Hao, all sound rather unappealing. It is surrendering brother that is most melodious to the ears. There is no turning back. Everything is irretrievable. Liu Yifei gesticulated anxiously, tears welling in her eyes. "Why have you stopped attending school?" Upon hearing this question, the tears in Liu Yifei's eyes surged forth like an uncontrollable flood. She was rendered speechless, unable to utter a single word in response. "Forget it. Let us not speak of it." Li Hao gently wiped away Liu Yifei's tears, her delicate, ethereal beauty evoking a protective instinct within him. "Rest assured, I will excel in this role. My childhood dream was to become an actor. From an early age, I began to understand the responsibilities of actors and agents. Thus the role of an agent feels quite familiar to me." "All right, you are hired. But I have nowhere to stay. I can sleep on your sofa. I promise not to disturb you. If your girlfriend visits, I will keep out of sight. I won't cause you any trouble. Once I earn some money, I will rent my own place. Aren't you afraid of me? We have only just met." "Not at all. I have an uncanny ability to judge people, especially men. This is a skill that has aided me in leaving home." Realizing she had inadvertently revealed too much, Liu Yifei quickly stuck out her tongue. "It's settled then. Work well, and you shall reap the rewards of your commission. I can hardly recall how many brands have reached out to me. Here is my phone. Please return the calls one by one and report back after filtering them." "Understood. Brother, watch my performance. If I do poorly, deduct my salary." Liu Yifei's charming smile, accentuated by her dimples, was irresistibly sweet. "Now let us head home. My primary focus is basketball, and I shall leave the logistics to you." Chapter 56. The opening game against the Hornets. "Yes, sir. I can do laundry, cook, handle household chores, and be an agent. You will surely be satisfied." Liu Yifei cherished this opportunity immensely. Upon returning to her apartment, she immediately set about contacting brand representatives. She understood that with Li Hao's current level of fame, any contract signed would undoubtedly be in the millions, with commissions reaching up to 20%, over $200,000. It felt akin to receiving a windfall, allowing her to finally break free from her shackles. Li Hao is wholly devoted to basketball, as it is his foundation and the prerequisite for the sponsors to invest in him. With the conclusion of the last match of the first round, the 8 strong contenders have emerged. In the Western Conference, the top 4 teams are as follows: First place is the Sacramento Kings, led by Chris Webber, a team that unequivocally reigns as the king of the league this season. They boast an impressive lineup with Webber, Peja, Divac, Christie, and the White Devil Bibby, earning their starting roster the moniker of the Galactic Armada. The second place is claimed by the San Antonio Spurs, spearheaded by the Stone Buddha, Tim Duncan. While possessing Duncan signifies a promising future, the Spurs currently face challenges, navigating the transitional pains from their Twin Towers to a more dynamic game. Third place belongs to the Los Angeles Lakers, led by the formidable duo known as the OK Combination. The Lakers' prowess is undeniable, with either member of the duo regarded as a top-tier superstar in the league. Having already secured back-to-back championships, this year marks their quest for a third consecutive title. Fourth place is held by the Dallas Mavericks, led by the illustrious Dirk Nowitzki. The value of Nowitzki is self-evident, as his name alone embodies strength. In an alternate reality, though Nowitzki has only one championship, its significance far surpasses that of others with 2, 3, or even 4 titles. His valiant battle against the Heat's Big Three in the finals is regarded as one of the most thrilling matchups in NBA history, avenging the previous 2-0 lead that was overturned by Wade. Experts predict that this year's championship will undoubtedly emerge from the Western Conference's elite, as the path to victory is fraught with challenges. The long-standing disparity between the Western and Eastern Conferences remains unchanged. Even the top-seeded Brooklyn Nets can only rank 4th in the West. The Eastern standings are as follows. The Washington Wizards have supplanted the Nets to claim the top position, becoming the most scrutinized team in this year's playoffs. Second place is held by the Detroit Pistons, who have yet to welcome their starting 5, currently relying solely on Ben Wallace. The third position is occupied by the Boston Celtics, led by the dynamic duo of Paul Pierce and Anthony Walker, whose strength should not be underestimated. Lastly, the fourth spot is filled by the Charlotte Hornets, led by the first-generation bearded one, Baron Davis. While the West is wild and fierce as wolves, the East is docile and gentle as sheep. It is no wonder that experts predict this year's championship will be claimed by a Western team, as the disparity between the two conferences is evident in both roster strength and win-loss records. The road ahead is arduous for Lee Howe to attain his ultimate skill. He must assist Jordan in winning a championship, and the West is the hurdle he must overcome. However, the first step is to break free from the East, as the Wizards prepare to face the Charlotte Hornets in the next round, with media sentiment favoring the Wizards to create an upset. Lee Howe remains unperturbed by the media's adulation, fully aware that no NBA team should be underestimated. When lions hunt hares, they do so with unwavering vigor. Otherwise, the highly favored Nets serve as a cautionary tale. The Hornets are not as feeble as one might presume. In fact, their roster is quite formidable. Their star player, the versatile Baron Davis, embodies both playmaking and offensive prowess. He is the original of his kind, while the well-known James Harden represents the subsequent generation. Davis was selected 3rd overall by the Charlotte Hornets in the first round of the 1999 draft, standing at 191 meters and weighing 97.5 kilograms. His robust physique often leaves opponents disoriented. This season, he averages 1 points, 3 rebounds, and 5 assists per game. Thanks to Jamal Mashburn's injury, Davis has rapidly ascended to become the unequivocal core of the Hornets through his stellar performances. The Hornets' starting center, Jamal Magloire, was chosen 19th overall in the first round and possesses significant potential. This season, he averages 8 points and 8 rebounds, demonstrating average offensive capabilities but exceptional rim protection. He forms a formidable shot-blocking duo with power forward Jay Brown, who boasts commendable low-post offensive skills and has been named to the All-Defensive Second Team 3 times. Small forward Jamal Mashburn, nicknamed Monster Mash, is another key figure for the Hornets. Last season, he averaged 22 points, 4 rebounds, and 0 assists, showcasing remarkable scoring ability and athleticism. However, this season, Mashburn has been plagued by injuries, and his performance upon returning for the playoffs has been less than stellar. Shooting guard David Wesley is another essential source of firepower for the Hornets, with a diverse offensive arsenal that yields an average of 17 points per game. This youthful Hornets squad should not be underestimated, and the butterfly effect stemming from Lee Howe's presence remains to be seen. The only course of action now is to give their utmost effort, leaving the outcome to fate. 3 days later, the game between the Wizards and the Hornets officially commences in Charlotte. Following an elaborate pregame ceremony, both team starters remain on the court. The Wizards' starting lineup consists of center Kwame Brown, power forward Lee Howe, small forward Michael Jordan, shooting guard Richard Hamilton, and point guard Eric Rue. The Hornets counter with center Jamal Magloire, power forward Jay Brown, small forward Jamal Mashburn, shooting guard David Wesley, and point guard Byron Davis. Ding. It has been detected that the host is about to commence the second round of the playoffs. Thus, the following tasks are issued. 1. Critique Davis's appearance, likening him to a 45-year-old. 2. Secure victory in the series. Lee Howe has grown numb to the task at hand. The whimsical system, devoid of any semblance of activity, leaves him feeling utterly discomfort. It is likely that the rewards will be lackluster, especially considering the Hornets are devoid of a superstar. As the referee tosses the basketball into the air, the game officially commences. Brown effortlessly overpowers Jamal Magloire to secure the jump ball. After crossing half-court, the playmaker Rue swiftly passes the ball to Lee Howe, who is engaged in a fierce tussle with Jay Brown near the left baseline. It is evident that the Hornets have meticulously studied Lee Howe's skyhook, as David Wesley unhesitatingly abandons Hamilton to double-team Lee Howe. Lee Howe let out a cold chuckle, flicking his wrist to pass the ball to the unguarded Hamilton. The relentless double-teaming had significantly improved Lee Howe's passing skills. Hamilton received the ball comfortably and shot decisively. A magnificent rainbow arc. The Wizards scored first. Chapter 57. Lee Howe dominates the Hornets. The Hornets initiated their offense, with Byron Davis orchestrating the play from the top of the arc. Jay Brown promptly stepped up to set a high-quality screen for Davis. With unwavering determination, Davis charged towards the basket, his robust physique allowing him to withstand Brown's defense effortlessly. He leaped and, in a fierce confrontation, scored while bearing down on Brown. After the basket, Davis pounded his chest and let out a roar. The media's skepticism towards the Hornets irked him greatly, and he was determined to prove them wrong through his actions. The Wizards launched their own offense, and Brown called for the ball. He assertively backed down Jamal Magloire, bulldozing the latter into the paint before swiftly pivoting for a thunderous dunk. Brown's static and dynamic talents were both top-tier, and with his confidence soaring, he became an unstoppable force. Back to the Hornets' offense. Davis sought opportunities beyond the three-point line at the arc. Noticing his teammates heavily guarded, he decisively positioned himself against Rue, easily backing him into the elbow area before collecting the ball and executing a jump shot. Swish. Davis scored for consecutive points, proving Rue was no match for him. The Wizards resumed their offense, and the ball found its way back to Brown's hands. Positioned at a 45-degree angle outside the paint, Brown prepared to unleash a shot. A friendly signal caused Brown to tense up. He immediately passed the ball to Lee Howe, who was cutting towards the elbow area. Behind Lee Howe followed Jay Brown, while in front was the defensive reinforcement, Jamal Magloire. Lee Howe once again passed the ball to Brown, who soared high after cutting towards the basket, executing a magnificent alley-oop between the two towering players. After the dunk, Brown jubilantly ran to Lee Howe for a celebratory high-five. In response to his brother's exuberant display of camaraderie, Lee Howe fervently reciprocated. Meanwhile, Jordan silently observed the unfolding scene, the corners of his mouth curling into a proud smirk. As the Hornets initiated their offense, Davis executed a pick-and-roll with David Wesley, swiftly returning the ball to the unguarded Wesley. Before the defender could recover, Wesley launched a quick jump shot, the basketball tracing a graceful arc through the air. Swish. The ball found its mark. Wesley, an adept scorer and the second leading scorer on his team, displayed his prowess. Transitioning to the Wizards' offense, Jordan utilized his individual skill to score against Jamal Mashburn, securing a crucial 2 points. In the subsequent defensive exchange, Wesley made a successful drive to the basket. Both teams were eager to seize Game 1, showcasing an impeccable start with a back-and-forth scoring battle, alternating leads. However, compared to the Wizards' starting lineup, the Hornets appeared to be a tier below. Aside from Rue, the other 4 players on the Wizards possessed the ability to score independently, particularly Lee Howe and Jordan, for whom scoring was merely a matter of intent. Of course, Jordan's age imposed limitations on his stamina, which was his sole constraint. Conversely, the Hornets' offense appeared somewhat lackluster. Center Jamal and power forward Jay Brown were players whose strengths lay more in defense than offense. The scoring solely relied on the trio of Davis, Wesley, and Mashburn, though Mashburn had returned from injury. His form fluctuated, while Davis, despite having a scoring explosiveness above the league average, did not reach elite levels. As the game progressed, the Hornets struggled to maintain their offensive firepower, while the Wizards flourished with a diversified scoring attack. With 6 minutes elapsed in the first quarter, the score stood at 13-8, with the Wizards leading the Hornets by 5 points. Hornets head coach Steve Clifford promptly called a timeout to make adjustments. Collins seized the opportunity to substitute Lee Howe, who had proven most effective in leading the rotation. Following the timeout, the Hornets resumed their offense. Coach Clifford's motivational speech appeared to have worked, as Mashburn utilized his speed to evade Jordan, driving to the basket for a thunderous dunk. Mashburn pounded his chest in triumph, reveling in the achievement of dunking over Jordan. Jordan, without uttering a word, shot him a sidelong glance before firmly requesting the ball for his own offensive play, employing his low-post positioning against Mashburn. Jordan dazzled with his footwork, leaving the formidable Mashburn bewildered before effortlessly laying the ball in. As the Hornets continued their offensive effort, Mashburn threatened from the perimeter, faking to the right before executing a pull-up jumper. As Mashburn elevated the basketball from his abdomen to above his head, it was swiftly knocked away by Jordan. Once a sharpshooter, Jordan had previously earned the accolade of Best Defensive Player, embodying the essence of relentless pursuit. Following the turnover, Jordan surged forward with purposeful strides, audaciously halting to await Mashburn's positioning. "Here I come, kid." Upon seeing Mashburn adopt a defensive stance, Jordan expertly maneuvered the ball through his legs, skillfully shifting Mashburn's center of gravity. Within a mere 2 seconds, Mashburn fell victim to Jordan's shoulder feint. With an effortless grace, Jordan executed a jump shot, a harmonious blend of artistry and simplicity, the swish of the net leaving spectators in awe. Jordan's jump shot stands unparalleled across the globe. No one can rival its magnificence. For those who have never witnessed Jordan at his peak, it remains a lifelong regret. As the first quarter neared the 9th minute, the Wizards had extended their lead to 12 points. Hornets coach Clifford called for a timeout once again, furiously berating Mashburn. "What on earth were you thinking, Jamal? Why provoke that old rogue? Praise him when he scores, and his fury will diminish." With Lee Howe's presence, Collins' strategy became straightforward. For the next 3 minutes, the ball would be passed to Lee, with everyone unconditionally supporting him. "Lee, the rotation time is entrusted to you. Feel free to shoot, as you possess limitless authority to fire." Upon returning from the timeout, Jamal Mashburn, who had been relegated to the bench by Jordan, faces off against a rotation lineup led by Lee Howe, accompanied by a cadre of substitutes. Mashburn's athletic prowess is remarkable, as he swiftly breaks past Bobby Simmons with an explosive first step and executes a bank shot that finds its mark. The Wizards initiate their offense, with Eric Whitney promptly advancing the ball across half-court to seek out Lee Howe. Lee Howe, after deftly maneuvering past his defender in the paint, positioned himself at the right baseline. Upon receiving the ball, he executed a smooth release, sending the basketball on a graceful parabolic arc. 3 points. The Hornets launched their offense, with Marsh pivoting to elude Simmons and forcefully attacking the basket once more. Hayward's timely defensive intervention proved effective. Thud. Hayward soared again to secure the defensive rebound and swiftly passed to the already ignited Lee Howe, who, standing at 207 centimeters, sprinted like lightning, just beyond the three-point line. He halted abruptly, gathered the ball, and released it with a flick of his wrist in one fluid motion. A rainbow. Lee Howe successfully landed 2 consecutive three-pointers. As the Hornets' offense struggled, Marsh, growing increasingly anxious, took it upon himself to bring the ball past half-court and attempted a bold three-point shot. Dueling. After Lee Howe secured the defensive rebound, he swiftly initiated a fast break, halting abruptly beyond the three-point line to deftly deceive his opponent before rapidly penetrating the paint. Confronted by the help defense, Lee Howe lofted the ball high into the air, allowing Hayward to leap skyward, soaring with both hands to emphatically dunk the ball. This exemplifies Lee Howe's current ability to command attention on the court, providing his teammates with ample opportunities for open shots. Hayward beamed with delight, reveling in the joy of receiving easy baskets reminiscent of Brown's play style. With Brown now boasting all-star caliber statistics, Hayward couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. In Chapter 58, the Hornets head coach indulged in a motivational pep talk. Back in the TNT studio, Barkley was in high spirits. In the first quarter, Lee accumulated 9 points, leaving him just 11 points shy of his target of 20. Given 9.8 seconds, he could easily score 7 points, especially with 3 quarters still remaining. "Dear Kenny, this time I must reluctantly yield the donkey's rear to you," Barkley asserted. "Never draw conclusions too hastily until the final moment, Charles. Haven't you been proven wrong often enough? From Lee, I have gleaned the invaluable Eastern quality of perseverance and resilience. I shall not easily concede defeat," Smith proclaimed with divine confidence. "Well, Smith, if that thought brings you comfort, then so be it. I believe in miracles." As the second quarter commenced, Lee Howe continued to engage with the Hornets starting lineup, still supported by the bench players. Li Hao consecutively sank three-pointers, prompting the Hornets to resort to a double-team strategy. At this moment, his teammates found themselves with open shooting opportunities. Although their shooting percentage was not particularly high, they still contributed to the overall score. Under the leadership of Li Hao, the bench lineup engaged in a spirited contest against the Hornet starters. Halfway through the second quarter, the score reached 38-24. With the Wizards enjoying a 14-point lead over the Hornets on their home turf. Collins, pleased with the unfolding scenario, refrained from hastily substituting his main lineup. In contrast, his counterpart, Clifford, could not contain his agitation and called for a timeout, marking the second occasion that Li Hao had compelled the Hornets to halt their momentum. Clifford had prepared for the rising star of the league, having tirelessly studied Li Hao's game footage with his coaching staff prior to the series. The tapes revealed Li Hao sprinting with the swiftness of a guard, showcasing astonishing explosiveness and pinpoint accuracy with his three-point shooting. Clifford had never witnessed a player of such stature possessing both speed and finesse. With a mid-range shooting percentage of 70, a three-point shooting percentage of 65, and a flawless game-winning shot success rate of 100, Clifford grew increasingly alarmed with each analysis. Li Hao's performance seemed nothing short of miraculous. The game against the 76ers marked the beginning of Li Hao's transformation. He propelled the Wizards forward on his shoulders, being the undisputed key contributor to their playoff aspirations. Even the basketball deity, Michael Jordan, appeared as a mere supporting figure in Li Hao's narrative. During this period, Li Hao averaged an impressive 34. 5 points, 7 rebounds. 4 assists, 1. 7 steals, and 1. 2 blocks per game, including 3 game winners, 2 of which were audacious, turning, fadeaway three-point shots. These feats are something most players could only dream of achieving throughout their careers, yet Li Hao accomplished them in a mere 8 games. Even more daunting for Clifford was the fact that Collins had yet to uncover Li Hao's true advantages. He was currently playing as a power forward. Should he be elevated to small forward or even guard, it would spell disaster for his opponents. There are players who are faster, but none who match his height. And vice versa, at that point, Li Hao would dominate any matchup. However, Li Hao is not without flaws. His dribbling is somewhat unrefined, his jump shot lacks consistency, and his penetration is average. Yet, for someone merely 20 years of age, these imperfections are hardly insurmountable. Time will bestow upon him the wisdom of age, as well as the mastery of skill. What heights might Li Hao reach once he rectifies his weaknesses? Clifford dared not ponder further. It seemed that the only recourse against such a player would be to hope that his shooting touch faltered. As Clifford pondered, a sense of relief washed over him. He was uncertain how to triumph over such formidable opponents. Furthermore, the Wizards bench boasted basketball legends, including the once maligned Kwame Brown and the increasingly reliable Richard Hamilton. In stark contrast, his own side lacked even a single all-star starter. While Davis possessed commendable skills, he lacked the charisma of a superstar. Making it to the all-star game was the pinnacle of his achievements. With these thoughts, Clifford suppressed his urge to vent frustration at the players. It was futile to burden them or himself. He resolved to take things as they came, finding clarity in his self-reflection. Upon resuming play, Jordan took to the court alongside 3 other starters and the substitute, Popeye Jones, who filled in for Li Hao. Their opponents still fielded a full starting lineup. The Hornets prepared for offense, spreading the floor. Davis continued to assertively drive against Rue, effortlessly transitioning from beyond the arc to the paint for a jump shot. Brown delivered an impressive block on Davis, but Jordan seized the rebound and swiftly initiated a counterattack. The Hornets' defense responded quickly. Brown set a screen for Jordan, keeping Marchand behind him. Jordan took a decisive step into the three-point line, releasing his jump shot just before Jamal Magloire could close in. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air. Swish. Having enjoyed ample rest, Jordan was unstoppable, and under his leadership, the Wizards flourished defensively. In stark contrast, the Hornets appeared drained, unable to muster a response, and the gap in scores widened. As the first half concluded, the Wizards led the Hornets by 24 points on their home court. On Sports Channel 5, the Eastern Conference semifinals resembled a mere exhibition match. The East was notably weaker, with the only strong team eliminated by our only House underdog triumph. Zhang Weiping, feeling somewhat listless, provided commentary, battling drowsiness. The Hornets lacked the necessary spark. It was only a matter of time before their elimination. As long as injuries were avoided, reaching the Eastern Conference Finals seemed inevitable. Sukun shared the same confidence. Acknowledging their professional insight, Lee's entrance into the league had propelled his team to the Eastern Conference Finals, igniting fervor among fans. What if they reached the finals? Facing the OK duo would be thrilling to contemplate, and Zhang Weiping felt invigorated at the prospect. This year, the Kings were formidable as well, boasting a starting lineup that dominated the league. Despite having the OK duo, the Lakers would find victory challenging, regardless of who made it to the finals. The Eastern teams were merely there to compete. The disparity was too great. What more could one desire? Simply making it to the finals this year would be a monumental success, with hopes of claiming a championship next year. Zhang Weiping remained optimistic. In the TNT studio, Barkley scrutinized player statistics, chuckling as he noted that Li Hao had accumulated 19 points and 7 rebounds. Kenny, Li has already scored 19 points. If he adds just 2 more, I win. It's possible he might not score again in the second half. It is inconceivable. Li can effortlessly score 3-pointers even with his eyes closed. With your exaggerated praise of Li, what am I left to commend? You may as well extol the virtues of a donkey's rear. She belongs to you now. How absurd. Smith remained non-committal, despite the unfavorable circumstances. He still harbored an unshakable confidence, refusing to bow to the donkey's backside. Such mysterious self-assurance. As the second half commenced, Jordan continued to engage the opposing team's main players with the same lineup from the previous quarter. Collins intended to have Li Hao lead a rotation in the latter half of the third quarter. The Hornets intensified their offensive pace while double-teaming Jordan, relentlessly closing the gap. Hamilton and Brown stepped up. With Jordan trapped, Hamilton confidently sank a mid-range jumper. Brown secured an offensive rebound and successfully converted a second chance. His opposing player, McGloire, was thoroughly overwhelmed. By the midpoint of the third quarter, the Wizards had stretched their lead to 35 points. Clifford, his heart racing, glanced at the scoreboard, then at the players' expressions of frustration and resignation. He waved his hand decisively, substituting all the starters and signaling surrender. Collins, grinning, also sent in the entire bench, ushering the game into garbage time. Witnessing this, Barkley wore a look of despair. His wife had denied him for a month due to the donkey's backside, leaving him with an unpleasant aftertaste. No more bets on the donkey's rear. What could possibly be more sensational? Chapter 59. Jessica will surpass WJ. Damn it. No, Collins. Let Lee play. He has only scored 19 points. Let him rack up some more. Chasing points is disgraceful, Charles. No. You should be called public donkey. Hence your connection with the female donkey. Damn it. Will we continue to wager? Yes, but no more bets involving the donkey's rear. The loser must don women's attire. All right. Let us start with the donkey's rear. I look forward to seeing you in women's clothing, public donkey. But let it be known, I will choose your outfit. Ha 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 ha. Smith, who had never known defeat, brimmed with confidence. In the post-game press conference, Collins escorted Li Hao to the interview room, where notable media from across the United States had gathered. Today, the name Li Hao signifies immense popularity, eclipsing even the buzz surrounding the Western Conference semifinals. This provided a long-awaited moment of pride for the Eastern Conference, long overshadowed by the West. Li, you achieved a triumphant start. Was it as you anticipated? A Mediterranean journalist was the first to inquire. Before Li could respond, he continued to pose and answer his own question. Are you suggesting that you are already contemplating your next opponent? I know you well, Li. No. You still do not understand me sufficiently. Li Hao extended his index finger and shook it gently. I ponder the identity of our adversary in the finals. I remain uncertain whether it will be the Kings or the Lakers. What I am certain of is that we shall triumph over them and secure the championship. I aspire to bring another championship title to the Wizards. One title feels rather insubstantial, as good fortune ought to come in pairs. Should the owner be willing to invest, I would endeavor to forge a dynasty for him. Li Hao nonchalantly uttered the most pretentious remarks, once again silencing the interview hall. How audacious he was. How could he dare? This was also the reason Jordan chose not to attend the press conference. Li Hao's outrageous statements always rendered him uncomfortable, making him feel like a mere supporting character. Collins, feeling the awkwardness within, maintained a composed facade with a forced smile, striving to project an air of strategic control. Li Hao possesses numerous admirable qualities. However, his arrogance is truly a source of torment. Those with a sensitive disposition may find themselves utterly embarrassed in his presence. After a brief moment of silence, the journalists resumed their work, their astonishment giving way to skepticism as they captured the scene with their cameras. A championship title? That seems rather elusive. The Wizards' potential to reach the finals hinges significantly on the approval of the Celtic star duo. To claim they could vanquish the Western champions and seize the ultimate title is indeed a fanciful delusion. Both the Lakers, with their formidable OK duo, and the Kings, boasting their star-studded roster, are far beyond the Wizards' capacity to contend with. They could easily outclass the Wizards. Nevertheless, there remains an affection for Li Hao among them. They appreciate his explosive style of communication. Journalists often resort to sensationalism in their writing, as otherwise, their work would be utterly mundane and overlooked. However, interviewing Li Hao requires no such considerations, for his words inherently exaggerate or distort reality, thus sparing them the effort. Observing the skeptical gazes of those around her, Jessica Johnson grew anxious. While questioning her is permissible, doubting Li Hao is entirely unacceptable. You all may perceive Li Hao as boasting, but only I understand that he speaks the truth. Consider this. After defeating the 76ers, Li proclaimed his intention to lead the team into the playoffs, a notion that many deemed impossible at the time. In truth, he succeeded. Before the match against the Nets, Li spoke of the Black Eight, and indeed, it has come to pass. Thus, Li was not merely boasting. He is truly remarkable. Now, as he declares his ambition to reach the finals and seize the championship, I am convinced that he will indeed claim the title. He will lead Jordan to his 7th crown and earn his own first championship MVP. Just wait and see. Jessica stands resolutely against the tide of criticism, willingly supporting Li Hao. You, an obscure little reporter, are perhaps blinded by infatuation, captivated by Li's striking appearance. Have you even glanced at your own reflection? Many desire to be with Li. Who do you think you are? An ugly duckling, dreaming in vain. Although these reporters may hesitate to offend Li Hao, Jessica remains an easy target for their jabs. An ugly duckling? I believe Jessica is more beautiful than a swan. From today onward, Jessica will no longer be an unknown reporter. I have faith she will ascend to a status surpassing that of WJ. Li Hao truly embodies the adage that one must speak astonishingly or not at all, as he once again casts a metaphorical torpedo upon the tranquil surface of the sea. Wojnarowski, a renowned NBA journalist, is often regarded as the Jordan of the basketball news realm, possessing an unparalleled reputation and influence within the industry. When the free agency period commences, WOJ invariably breaks significant news first. Li Hao's assertion that Jessica could surpass Wojnarowski is akin to claiming that Haywood could eclipse Jordan, utterly implausible. Even more outlandish than the Wizards defeating the Lakers. Upon the utterance of Li Hao's words, the seasoned Collins could no longer maintain his composure. He feigned a sudden stomachache and made his hasty exit from the press conference hall, the moment he stepped outside. The forced smile on his face transformed into a bitter grimace. Rubbing his stiff facial muscles, he comprehended why Jordan had sworn off attending press conferences altogether. The level of bravado was simply astounding. He vowed that next time, Li Hao would attend the press conference alone. Even Jessica, who unconditionally believed in Li Hao, was taken aback. Having navigated the tumultuous waters of journalism for several years, she understood that surpassing Wojnarowski was akin to scaling a daunting peak, requiring intricate connections and sacrifices she was unwilling to make. Thus, she recognized the impossibility of eclipsing Wojnarowski. In the face of everyone's skepticism, Li Hao merely smiled nonchalantly. It was a matter of entirely different realms, akin to the notion that summer insects cannot comprehend ice. Li Hao hails from the future, possessing an impeccable understanding of transfer dealings and draft rankings. The slightest hint he offers Jessica would send shockwaves through the journalistic realm. Dearest Jessica, capture this moment with your camera, for time shall inevitably reveal the truth and expose the hidden flaws of these individuals. Li Hao's ostentatious and audacious post-match interview has once again stirred up a tempest not only in China and the United States but across the globe. While he has captivated a multitude of female fans, he has also offended numerous NBA players. The legendary Byron Davis, known as the Beard, was incensed upon witnessing the interview. Feeling utterly disregarded, he resolved to ensure that Li Hao would pay a price in Game 2. Paul Pierce, equally furious, had long desired to confront this arrogant Chinese player. As a man who had defied death after being stabbed 11 times, Pierce declared himself the toughest man in the league. Kobe was enraged. As the phrase "you were destined to be second best" frequently haunted his dreams. Shaquille O'Neal was on the verge of grinding his back teeth to dust. He even went to church to pray for Li Hao's advancement to the finals, so he could personally exact revenge. While praying, he absent-mindedly rubbed his bald head, which still ached faintly during gloomy, rainy days. Even more infuriating was a certain unscrupulous media outlet claiming that Li Hao had beaten himself up, too timid to retaliate due to the prowess of Chinese martial arts. During that period, he became a laughingstock online, but fortunately, he was rescued by Kidd and Martin. The memory made O'Neal chuckle. The video of Martin and Kidd drunkenly comforting each other and weeping over their sorrows after the infamous Black 8 night had been circulated online. Adrian Wojnarowski was also incensed, deeming it preposterous that anyone could surpass him. He had acquired a significant trade rumor regarding the upcoming summer's free agency, which, when revealed, would undoubtedly shock the league. Emotions between individuals have always been disparate. Where there is anger, there is also joy. In a luxurious mansion atop Holmby Hills in Los Angeles, a robust African-American lounged casually on a sofa, watching television. A glass of red wine in his left hand, a cigar in his right, and at his feet, a beautiful woman, also savoring a cigar. Chapter 60. Lee Howe is targeted by Old Man Brack. The television screen froze on Lee Howe's face, which was even handsomer than Leonardo DiCaprio's. The man's small eyes remained fixated on the screen as he downed his wine in one go and took a hefty puff from his cigar, a look of yearning spreading across his face. It has been ages since such an exceptional prey has appeared. Jessica, who is more handsome, me or Lee? He asked, addressing the diligent Jessica Alba at his feet. Jessica Alba instinctively swallowed hard. Men are drawn to beautiful women, and vice versa. Yet, she quickly masked her feelings, casting an obsequious glance at the man and mumbling incoherently, "What a joke. What level is he at? A mere sports player is unworthy of being compared to you. He doesn't even deserve to lick your toes." Nonsense. Even a blind man knows Lee is a star. Deep down, you prefer a man as handsome as him. He retorted. The more you women act this way, the more determined I am to conquer him. There is no one I cannot win over, including you. This individual is none other than the prominent figure in the American hip-hop scene, the renowned musician Sean Combs, affectionately known as Puff Daddy. Puff Daddy, in a fit of rage, forcefully kicked Jessica Alba aside, who exhibited no anger but instead approached him with a beaming smile, as if nothing had transpired. Everything in this world possesses value. Should one face rejection, it undoubtedly indicates a lack of sufficient bargaining power. For instance, Alba's first love desired to play basketball with her, but she insisted that such an endeavor could only occur after their marriage. When Puff Daddy sought to engage Alba in a game of basketball, she eagerly presented herself at his beck and call. The dynamics of human interactions adhere to the principles of conservation of energy or equivalent exchange. Alba perceives herself as a commodity, trading her worth for resources and fame, ultimately leading to monetization. From her perspective, this is a remarkably advantageous transaction. Jessica, have you not had a meal? Show some intensity. Immediately after, he instructed her to book a flight to Charlotte, along with tickets to the game. Make it 2. I'll bring LeBron along, as he can drink. After a few drinks, he'll be inebriated. Moreover, he added, I forgot to mention, I've secured a role for you in Sin City. Seize this opportunity. Oh my God, Daddy, you are too kind to me. I will not let you down. Upon hearing this news, Jessica resembled a car fueled to the brim, instantly accelerating to a speed of 120 miles per hour. With a fierce demeanor, she faced Puff Daddy with a smile, willingly submitting to his whims. Young actresses of her caliber are abundant. Yet what they lack is not talent, but rather resources, a singular opportunity that catapults them to stardom. A day later, the Washington Wizards faced off against the Charlotte Hornets in Game 2 at the latter's home ground. The Wizards' starting lineup included Kwame Brown, Lee Howe, Michael Jordan, Richard Hamilton, and Eric Rue. The Hornets countered with Jamal Magloire, Jay Brown, Jamal Mashburn, David Wesley, and Baron Davis. Brown easily won the tip-off against Magloire, with Rue advancing the ball past half-court and passing to Lee Howe stationed at the right baseline. Mashburn immediately abandoned Jordan to double-team Lee Howe, who swiftly passed the ball to Jordan. With a seemingly effortless jump shot, Jordan released the ball, rainbow. His jump shot appeared as if he were merely gifting points. In the transition from defense to offense, Davis charged across half-court with fervor, bypassing Rue with a single step and driving straight into the paint. Confronted by Brown's defensive maneuver, Davis leapt high into the air. The two bodies clashed fiercely in midair. Davis, undeterred by the presence of a center, confidently deposited the basketball into the hoop. Following his successful shot, Davis jubilantly sprinted towards Lee Howe, roaring in celebration. He would forever remember Lee Howe's audacious remarks at the press conference. Lee, the next time you try to defend me, I will send you crashing down. Lee Howe laughed, feeling elated as he finally had the opportunity to retort. Byron, I shall not guard against you. I do not bully the elderly. You appear to be 45. Could it be that you are misrepresenting your age? Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully mocking Davis for appearing to be 45. As Lee Howe made his hasty retreat after delivering his quip, Davis seethed with anger, vowing to unleash the pent-up frustration within him. Upon crossing half-court, Davis immediately called for a pick and roll with J. Brown. With Brown effectively blocking Rouet, Davis found himself directly facing the switched defense of Li Hao. The Hornets comprehended Davis's intentions and cleared the space for the two. Explode him, explode him, explode him. Damn, damn, damnly. The previous post-game interview had offended a multitude of individuals, and the Hornets fans were among the victims, fervently rallying behind Davis. You're a bust. Let me teach you a lesson. Empowered by a buff, Davis brimmed with confidence, acutely aware that his sole advantage against Li Hao lay in his strength. Without hesitation, he positioned himself and charged at Li Hao with all his might. Bam, 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 bam. The two collided fiercely, akin to bulls vying for mating rights. However, despite Davis's ferocious assault, he soon found himself stalled, astonished to discover that he had met resistance. This lean, yellow-skinned individual possessed sufficient strength to counter him. Not only was Davis stunned, but Jordan Collins was equally taken aback. The lack of strength had been the fundamental reason behind Li Hao's label as a bust. Unbeknownst to them, he had evidently honed his physical prowess, explaining his infrequent visits to nightclubs. He must have dedicated that time to the gym. Such diligence deserved recognition. And it was no wonder he had achieved success. Feeling the mixed expressions of shock and disappointment from the fans, Davis, now caught in a precarious situation, found it difficult to back down. Passing the ball at this juncture would be too humiliating. Thus, he had no choice but to press forward. Davis summoned every ounce of strength he could muster as he charged toward Li Hao, planning to create space for a turnaround jump shot. With a swift motion, Li Hao pulled the chair away, leaving Davis to fall to the ground with a resounding thud. Seizing the moment, the quick-witted Li Hao bent down and snatched the basketball from Davis's grasp, initiating a counterattack. J. Brown struggled to keep pace with Li Hao, while Marsh maintained relentless pressure in pursuit. Li Hao approached the free-throw line, taking 3 decisive steps before executing a graceful layup. With a deft behind-the-back maneuver, he evaded Marsh Bond, launching himself from the ground with a powerful leap. In midair, he executed a breathtaking spin before delivering a thunderous dunk, inspired by the legendary Kobe Bryant. Thud. After the dunk, Li Hao hung effortlessly from the rim with a commanding one-arm grip. The director, attuned to the sentiments of the fans, swiftly switched the camera to a close-up for an intimate capture of the moment. Li Hao confidently winked at the camera. Placing his left index finger to his lips in a gesture of silence, he intended to silence all those who doubted him with the prowess of his play. Chapter 61. James declares that his father's party is the best party. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sight of this winking female fan left them utterly electrified. The home court of the Hornets fell into a hush, rendered mute by Li Hao's solitary brilliance. Byron, attempting to provoke Li? How laughable. He is destined to be a future superstar, while you remain merely an aspiring all-star. If you seek a more illustrious career, join us. If you cannot compete, then align with us. Brown, with a smirk, delivered a crushing blow to the disheveled Davis, for dismantling Davis equated to dismantling the Hornets. The boastful elder, clad in a white suit, stood to applaud Li Hao. Beside him, the youthful LeBron James. Li Hao's remarkable offensive and defensive plays effectively extinguished the momentum of the Hornets, rendering them listless throughout the match. In contrast, the Wizards flourished with a multifaceted attack, as all 5 starters, with the exception of Rue, delivered splendid performances. Collins wore a broad smile, smoothing out the creases on his face, and if this level of play continues, Game 2 appears to be secure, with the Eastern Conference Finals beckoning him. Although the rotation remains somewhat fragile, he has discovered a relatively effective solution, as Li Hao's impact with the bench has been commendable. With some summer reinforcements, a championship title next year seems plausible, and merely reaching the finals with the current lineup this year would be a significant achievement. Unsurprisingly, the Wizards secured another victory on the road, returning to Washington with a commanding 2-0 lead. In this match, Li Hao achieved an impressive tally of 32 points, 7 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, the highest of the game. Brown contributed 22 points and 14 rebounds, while Jordan added 17 points and 8 assists. Hamilton scored 15 points with 3 assists, and Rue contributed 4 points and 2 assists. The Wizards' starting quartet amassed a total of 85 points, while the bench could only muster 13, casting a shadow over their prospects due to their lopsided roster. The Hornets saw only Davis and Wesley reach double figures, with the rest of the players scoring in single digits, their spirits seemingly deflated by Li Hao's performance. Basketball is a sport that embodies fairness. Sweat refines a player's skills and can lead to lucrative rewards. Yet, it also reveals its inequities. Individuals are inherently different, and the reality of innate talent can overshadow relentless effort. Hey, Li, when I join the league, I will become the GOAT. A youthful yet resolute voice halted Li Hao's steps toward the player's tunnel. The self-proclaimed GOAT, the title seemingly reserved for only one in the league, prompted Li Hao, without turning around, to deduce the identity of his interjector. Upon glancing back, he spotted two figures in the front row of the audience, and indeed, it was LeBron James. At this moment, James appeared tall and slender, his face still bearing a youthful innocence. Beside him stood the boastful old chap, donned in a pristine white suit, who offered a warm smile. Li, cherish these next 2 years. In 2 years, I will enter the draft, and by then, I will quickly ascend to become the foremost in the league. I shall become the GOAT of the NBA. Li Hao's performance ignited James's competitive spirit, prompting him to issue a declaration of battle against Li Hao. Li Hao chuckled, realizing that a collaborative nomadic lifestyle could never forge a true GOAT. However, he refrained from voicing this thought and extended a modicum of respect towards James. LeBron, your physical prowess is unparalleled. I have witnessed your performances, and they are indeed visually striking. Yet, your crab dribble may hinder your progress. The mechanics of your shooting are rather flawed, and I have yet to encounter a GOAT incapable of shooting. Additionally, there lies the issue of your footwork. Are you truly unaware of your traveling violations? Do you also indulge in the celestial artistry of the 8 steps of the heavenly dragon? Did I travel? How could that be? Perhaps your understanding of mathematics was imparted by your language arts instructor. As Li Hao's initial remarks filled James with exuberance, the mood soon turned discordant. Traveling crab? Traveling steps? It's utterly impossible. One cannot even take a single step. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, the boastful elder chuckled and attempted to smooth things over with Li Hao. Hello, Li. I am your admirer. Having flown all the way from Los Angeles to watch you play, you may simply call me Dad, like everyone else. After this, the boastful elder extended his hand to Li Hao. Adhering to the adage of not rebuffing a smiling face, Li Hao reciprocated. In our Chinese culture, we place great importance on filial piety. Though I do not know who my father is, I have only one dad. I can refer to you as boastful or by your name. A flicker of anger crossed the boastful elder's face, though he quickly concealed it. Li, do you comprehend whom you are addressing? He is Dad. He is the father figure to all Americans. He commands significant influence across various circles in America. The boastful elder remained silent, yet LeBron was visibly displeased. I am Chinese. What connection does an American dad have with me? Li Hao shrugged fearlessly. Ha, it's merely a title. Boasting is quite an apt designation. Li, you are fond of boasting, and I love to exaggerate. Surely, we shall become good friends. What do you think, Li? The master of bluster possesses a high emotional intelligence, effortlessly bridging the gap with Li Hao in just a few words. We are already good friends. Until we meet again, I must rejoin my team. Li Hao awkwardly withdrew his hand from the grasp of the boastful elder, who had held it for a full minute. Let us dine together, he proposed warmly. I shall treat you to the finest restaurant in Charlotte. After our meal, I will ensure you return to Washington. The elder's invitation was imbued with sincerity. However, recognizing the pivotal moment of the playoffs, Li Hao resolved not to let personal matters disrupt the team's morale. Next time we meet, it shall be my treat, old friend. Farewell. Li Hao was eager to depart. The boastful old man exuded an air of peculiarities at every turn. Flattery with no apparent motive is often a guise for ulterior motives. Very well, let us agree upon this. Should the opportunity arise, you may extend an invitation to me. By the way, I shall be hosting a white party next month, and your presence is essential. Numerous prominent figures will be in attendance, which would undoubtedly benefit both your career and your plans post-retirement. Moreover, it shall be an unforgettable experience, as Jessica Alba will be by your side. Despite Li Hao's indifferent demeanor, the boastful old man radiated enthusiasm. Revel in the thought, Li. Attending the old man's party is an undeniable privilege. It is well known that such gatherings are among the most exclusive in the world, with many celebrities striving tirelessly to gain entry. James, when mentioning the white party, was clearly exhilarated. He must have attended in the past. If given the chance, he would certainly go again. However, it is a common understanding that when a Chinese person says next time, it often signifies a lack of intention to return. Using women to entice Li Hao is utterly superfluous. He currently lacks for female company. In the presence of Kate Winslet, the current Jessica Alba is but a mere minnow. Remember, upon our next encounter, the invitation is on you. Otherwise, I might take offense. The boastful old man watched as Li Hao departed, licking his lips, and promptly dialed Alba's number. Secure a ticket for the Wizards versus the Hornets game. Li, we shall meet again soon. Unappreciative. James was visibly upset, clearly holding the boastful old man in high regard. Chapter 62. The arrival of Zhang Jizhong and Li Dawei LeBron. This is how challenges arise. Easily obtained treasures yield no sense of achievement, yet when earned through effort, joy follows. Li was correct in one regard. You are soon to participate in the NBA draft. Hone your shooting skills, and you will become an unstoppable force. I am aware of my shortcomings, yet for reasons unknown, I cannot seem to improve. Is my shooting form incorrect? An elegant stance results in a low accuracy rate, while my own technique yields better results. A proper form may not enhance your score. So stick with your own style. Demonstrate it for me. LeBron showcased a breathtaking crab-like jump shot, a sight to behold. The boastful old man could not suppress his laughter. LeBron, it matters not if you are a black cat or a white cat. A cat that catches mice is a good cat. After retirement, fans will remember your championship titles and statistics, not your crab-like jump shots. Very well, old man. I shall heed your advice and not alter my shooting form. But what of my footwork? Should that be adjusted? Show me a few three-step layups. Why do you take an extra step or two, perhaps even 3 or 4? The boastful elder covered his face in disbelief. For some inexplicable reason, I felt utterly uncomfortable despite executing a standard 3-step layup. My body seemed to move in a disjointed manner. However, when I extended my steps to 4 or 5, my rhythm remarkably improved and my movements became fluid. Moreover, this extended stride allowed me to effectively evade defenders, significantly enhancing my shooting accuracy. While executing these steps, I would subtly shift my pivot foot. An action so discreet that I wondered how he had noticed it. The seemingly flawless LeBron was left with a mind full of questions. He may have observed your high school games, so exercise caution with your footwork in the future. A large tree attracts the wind. When you ascend to the pinnacle of the league, even the slightest misstep will be magnified. This footwork issue may become a target for criticism. So make it less conspicuous in the future. Understood, dear elder. I will heed your advice. When Li Hao returned to his apartment, it was already 4 in the morning. Upon opening the door and stepping inside, he was so taken aback that he stumbled back outside. After glancing at the door number to confirm it was indeed his home, he cautiously re-entered. In stark contrast to its previous state of disarray and neglect, his residence had undergone a remarkable transformation. The polished floors gleamed, the furniture was impeccably arranged, and a warm ambience enveloped the space. Li Hao found himself momentarily lost in thought. Wasn't this the life he had long yearned for since childhood? Clearly. All of this was the work of Louis Fei, who lay adorably on the dining table, her brows furrowed in a way that evoked affection. Beside her, a vase held several sunflowers, which paled in comparison to her refreshingly exquisite visage. The 4 dishes and a soup still emitted warmth, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, stir-fried cured meat, bamboo shoots stir-fried with shredded pork, braised pork, and a fragrant mushroom soup. Li Hao gently settled down, yet still roused her from her slumber. Alas, I misjudged the time. It's somewhat cold now. Allow me to warm it for you. Louis Fei, however, was already awake, her sleep light, cautious as if she were a child who had committed a misdeed. Please, take a seat. Why do you exert yourself so? Li Hao savored the dried bamboo shoots, finding them delectable, a testament to Louis Fei's culinary prowess. The thought of losing this job left him feeling destitute, as many unsavory individuals sought to lead him astray. Despite the promise of substantial earnings, he remained resolute in his refusal. Please, do not cast me aside. I assure you, I shall not let you down. At the mere mention of this, Louis Fei's eyes glistened with unshed tears, revealing the myriad grievances concealed beneath her glamorous exterior. The finest ingredients require only the simplest of cooking methods, and humans, too, shine in their authenticity, clad in a humble pair of jeans and a white t-shirt. Her slender figure was accentuated with graceful curves. Unless you bring about my ruin, have you eaten? Let us share a meal together. Li Hao indulged in a delightful feast, finding that the essence of Chinese home-cooked cuisine far surpassed that of mere hamburgers and fried chicken. Prior to Louis Fei's arrival, his palate was accustomed solely to fast food. He chuckled playfully, assuring, no, not at all. Today, he reached out to companies with whom he wished to collaborate, presenting their respective offers. Louis Fei, initially disheartened, found herself beaming with joy, inexplicably. Despite Li Hao's aloof demeanor, she felt a profound sense of reassurance in his presence. She produced a notebook and placed it before him. The contract from Sophie amounted to $10 million over 3 years. Just been offered $13 million for 4 years. Adidas proposed $15 million for 3 years. Nike matched that figure for the same duration, while Peak presented a 3-year contract at $15 million. inclusive of shares and profit sharing. And Taz's offer was identical, also spanning 3 years and including shares. We shall negotiate further post-finals. Once we claim the championship, my value will undoubtedly soar, he proclaimed. I refuse to sign any sneaker deals. I have my aspirations. You are exceedingly confident. Americans lack your level of self-assurance, Louis Fei remarked, covering her mouth in disbelief. I may not grasp the intricacies of basketball, but I have heard that winning the NBA championship is no small feat. I would rather stand with pride than crouch in insecurity. Self-doubt invites bullying and defeat. A flicker of pain crossed Li Hao's eyes as he abruptly ceased the conversation and focused on his meal, for he believed that waste is the greatest affront to food. 3 days later, the much-anticipated Game 3 between the Wizards and the Hornets was set to commence at the MC Center. The players from both teams were diligently engaging in their pre-game warm-ups, a practice that not only hastened their readiness but also mitigated the risk of muscle strains. Shally. As Li Hao was engrossed in his shooting practice, he turned in the direction of the voice. To his surprise, the one calling his name was none other than the renowned domestic director, Zhang Jizhong, a figure of considerable stature, adorned with a bushy beard and flowing shoulder-length hair. Beside him stood a handsome man in his 30s, someone Li Hao felt he recognized, though he could not quite place him at that moment. Li Hao approached with great joy, feeling a profound sense of familiarity upon encountering a fellow Chinese in a foreign land. Director Zhang, what brings you to Washington? He exclaimed, laughter filling the air. Haha, little Li, it is the whirlwind of your global acclaim that has carried me here. Zhang Jizhong felt a swell of pride at Li Hao's recognition, for it is well known that he is now one of the most celebrated athletes in the world, especially in Asia, where his name resonates with everyone. By the way, little Li, allow me to introduce you to Li Dawei, a rising star among China's new generation of talented directors. Dawei, I need not elaborate on little Li, as CCTV has already taken 2 minutes to introduce him. Such stature. I find myself humbled. Greetings, Director Li. Li Hao revealed a row of small white teeth as he bowed his head to shake hands with Li Dawei. In comparison to Li Hao from room 207, they appeared like mere children. Call me Director Li, or Brother Li. We both share the surname Li. We must have been family 500 years ago. Li Dawei possesses an amiable demeanor, and with just a few words, he has fostered a closer relationship with Li Hao. Ha, let us refer to him as Brother Li. Brother Li, are you here in the United States on business? Li Hao also recalled where he had seen Li Dawei before. It was an entertainment news article from before his time travel. Li Dawei passed away at the age of 47 due to ineffective treatment for cholangiocarcinoma. Alas, he had come for the role in the new drama Jean Fenshurjia. But regrettably, that young girl was not suitable. Upon mentioning this, Li Dawei's expression instantly turned somber, with the filming of Jean Fenshurjia imminent. The actress for Bai Xiuzhu had yet to be confirmed. In Chapter 63, having secured G3, Li Dawei invited Zhang Jizhong to his home for an audition with Louis Fei. This drama is destined to become a phenomenal success. I predict it will achieve a viewership rate of 7 on the Central Channel. In fact, the viewership rate of Jean Fenshurjia in a parallel universe reached an impressive 7.68. My dear brother, you flatter me. If you were to make a cameo, it would undoubtedly become a blockbuster. Li Dawei was in high spirits, and Li Hao is remarkably amiable, devoid of any airs typically associated with sports celebrities, which left a favorable impression on him. As for Bai Xiuzhu, I happen to have a suitable candidate in mind. Brother Li could serve as a reference. Louis Fei rose to prominence for her portrayal of the young lady Bai Xiuzhu in Ji Fengshurjia. Subsequently, she participated in Zhang Jizhong's adaptations of Tianlong Babu, Skinjin Qi Xiaozhuan, and Xindiao Xia LV. Now, with Li Dawei and Zhang Jizhong joining forces, an overwhelming fortune has unexpectedly descended upon Louis Fei. One can only wonder how Louis Fei reacted upon their return home. Li Dawei appeared quite pleased on the surface, yet inwardly he harbored a sense of skepticism. He had encountered numerous instances of nepotism, often resulting in candidates who were far from impressive. Li Dawei held little hope and had significantly diminished his regard for Li Hao. Favoritism in employment, Li Hao is nothing remarkable. The fans in the stands noticed Li Hao's actions and enthusiastically bestowed upon the two the most fervent applause. Li Hao is now the treasure of the Wizards fans. The guest of their treasure is indeed their guest. Li Hao smiled with pride, slowly raising his hands towards the sky, then rhythmically waving them up and down. The fans, understanding the sentiment, offered the highest tribute to the Wizards. Li Hao's arms swung in an increasingly rapid rhythm, and the voices of the fans grew louder. The synchronized, fervent chants startled Zhang Jizhong and Li Dawei, even though the two were accustomed to grand spectacles. Shally, You truly are remarkable. I once thought playing basketball was simple, just holding the ball and breaking through tight defense, followed by a one-handed jump shot. I never anticipated encountering so many external factors. Even the Hornets must be bewildered, Zhang Jizhong exclaimed, patting his chest, still shaken. Each field has its own expertise. Brother Zhang. Brotherly, tonight I shall treat you. Let us indulge in revelry here in America. Indeed. The two readily agreed. Following the conclusion of the entrance ceremony, the Wizards and the Hornets officially commenced Game 3. The Wizards' starting lineup featured Kwame Brown, Lee Howe, Michael Jordan, Richard Hamilton, and Eric Liu. The Hornets fielded Jamal Magloire, J. Brown, Jamal Mashburn, David Wesley, and Baron Davis. Brown easily won the jump against Magloire, and upon receiving the ball, Lee Howe surged forward. Despite J. Brown's strong defense, he struggled to keep pace with Lee Howe, who swiftly advanced to the basket. Faced with Mashburn's defensive assistance, Lee Howe executed a three-step move, dribbling behind his back to evade Mashburn and performing a reverse dunk. After scoring, Lee Howe saluted Zhang Jizhong and Li Dawei, dedicating the basket to his compatriots. Zhang Jizhong and Li Dawei rose to their feet in excitement, their eyes glistening with tears for a fleeting moment. It was an exhilarating and proud moment to witness a Chinese player commanding the NBA court. They instinctively straightened their backs, realizing that at this moment, they represented not just themselves, but all of China. As the Hornets initiated their offense, Baron Davis dribbled past half-court in search of an opportunity. Noticing his teammates were unavailable, Davis maneuvered past Liu and drove to the basket. Faced with the towering duo of Lee Howe and Brown, Davis opted for an early jump shot. The basketball struck the rim and soared high into the air. After seizing the rebound, Lee Howe launched a counterattack. Davis quickly retreated on defense, but his height could not contain Lee Howe's jump shot. Lee Howe regarded Davis as his target, transforming the basketball into a precisely guided missile, effortlessly sinking a three-point shot with remarkable accuracy. Swish. The exuberant voice of DJ reverberated throughout the MC Center arena. As the Hornets initiated their offense, Marshawn was intercepted from the side by Jordan, who deftly stole the ball. Personally dribbling past half-court, Jordan positioned himself on the right side of the elbow, backing down Marshawn. After 3 consecutive backing moves, he feigned right, spun left, and executed a bank shot that found its mark. With a score of 7-0, the Wizards launched an unstoppable offensive wave, showcasing the stellar form of their starting lineup. Notably, Jordan's competitive spirit soared to unprecedented heights. After a 4-year hiatus, he was merely 2 victories away from the Eastern Conference Finals. Initially, Jordan's goal for the season had been to simply reach the playoffs. However, the emergence of Lee Howe reignited his ambition, propelling him forward with relentless fervor. He yearned to once again grace the stage of the NBA Finals, to claim his 7th championship trophy, and to secure another FMVN award to solidify his status as the greatest of all time. Driven by these motivations, Jordan seemed to rejuvenate by a decade, scoring 12 points in the first quarter and inspiring a multifaceted offensive display from the Wizards. As the first quarter concluded, the Wizards held a 12-point lead, leaving the Hornets, now devoid of morale, reeling. As the second quarter commenced, Lee Howe led the bench unit in a continued onslaught against the Hornets. Lee Howe's three-pointers and hook shots have become a nightmare for the Hornets' rotation. As the first half concluded, the Wizards held a commanding 22-point lead over the Hornets. The tone of the match was thus established, with the Hornets players collectively in a state of slumber during the second half. With the final whistle blown, the Hornets suffered a disheartening defeat by 34 points, making their elimination merely a matter of time. Michael Jordan approached, smiling, to greet Zhang Jizhong and Li Dawei, who stood up in surprise, transforming into starstruck admirers. Much like Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan is a global superstar of unparalleled stature. The number of individuals capable of eliciting such a greeting from Jordan is exceedingly few. It is evident that he was entirely honoring Lee Howe. The gaze Jordan directed at Lee Howe was one filled with affection, akin to that of a brother. Zhang Jizhong's admiration for Lee Howe has only deepened. Lee Howe did not attend the press conference for the match. Instead, he made a call to Louis Fei, requesting her to prepare a few more appetizers. He then took both of them to the apartment. A family dinner signifies the utmost sincerity, and he was also keen to observe their reactions upon seeing Liu Yifei, confident that all three would be astonished. Half an hour later, when the two beheld Liu Yifei, they were utterly captivated, their eyes shimmering with the unique fervor characteristic of true artists. Li Dawei's heart surged with tumultuous waves, as if he had traversed a barren landscape in search of something elusive, only to discover that it was none other than the very embodiment of Baishushu. Zhang Jizhong experienced a tempest within, having scoured the globe in pursuit of Wang Yuyan. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a flicker of hope emerged. He beheld a possibility that transcended the version of Wang Yuyan portrayed by Li Ruodo. "Is this young lady your sister?" Zhang Jizhong inquired, his lips quivering as he turned to Li Hao. "Ha ha ha, Director Zhang. Allow me to formally introduce you," Li Hao declared. "This is Lu Yifei, my sister." "Yifei. This is Director Zhang Jizhong and Brother Li Dawei. They are both renowned directors in our country." "Hello, Director Zhang, Brother Li. It is an honor to meet you." Lu Yifei greeted them with poise, though her heart was already a whirlwind of excitement. How surreal. She was fatigued, and Li Hao promptly provided her with a pillow. "Hello. Hello. Little Li, I must assert my preferences. You may call Dawei Brother Li, but I would prefer to be addressed as Brother Zhang rather than Director Zhang." Zhang Jizhong feigned a stern expression. "Very well, Brother Zhang. Enough standing around. Let us eat and converse. Yifei's culinary skills are truly exceptional." Li Hao beckoned the two to take their seats. "Shao Li, the character you are to introduce to me is none other than Yifei, is it not? Let us make it clear that there shall be no turning back. Should you wish to withdraw, I shall simply whisk Yifei away." Li Dawei stood firmly on the ground. Utterly motionless, he could not find the appetite to dine until the role of Baishuju was firmly established. Simultaneously, he felt a wave of shame for having underestimated Li Hao, as it became apparent that Li Hao was not taking advantage of him, but rather offering him warmth. "I too have made a reservation. The character Wang Yuyan from Demigods and Semi-Devils was tailor-made for Yifei. Yifei, you simply must agree to this." Zhang Jizhong swiftly transitioned into a work mode. Lu Yifei could no longer contain the surging emotions within her. She looked at Li Hao with gratitude, her eyes instantly brimming with tears. "Yifei has matured. This decision must be made by her alone. What do you think, Yifei? Do you agree?" Li Hao looked at Lu Yifei with a questioning gaze. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yifei nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grain. She tilted her head back, gazing up at Li Hao with admiration, as he effortlessly accomplished what seemed insurmountable to others. "All right, since my sister has agreed, I shall entrust her to you. Brother Zhang and Brother Li, the atmosphere in our domestic entertainment industry is rather disheartening. I hope you can help protect her. Should Yifei be wronged, I will return immediately." When Li Hao uttered these words, his expression was fierce. And both Zhang Jizhong and Li Dawei had no doubt that Li Hao would go to great lengths for Lu Yifei. "Rest assured, little Li, I, Zhang Jizhong, guarantee with my integrity that I will safeguard Yifei. Even if I were to be subjected to the unspoken rules, I would never allow Yifei to suffer," he declared. "You can rest easy, for I, Li Dawei, am not that kind of director. Brother Zhang, how many flavors of indulgence have you experienced? I would surpass you in that regard," Li Dawei jested. "Haha, well, with both of you saying so, I feel at ease. Today, we shall not leave until we are inebriated. I have brought with me some Red Star Erguo 2 from China, 1 bottle for each of us. And we shall not leave the table until it is finished. Ha ha ha. You all better be cautious. When I drink too much, I might become a bit unruly." Zhang Jizhong remarked, feeling elated as he joked with Wang Yuyan. "What is hitting someone? When I drink too much, I end up hitting myself." Li Dawei responded, equally in high spirits. "Ha ha ha ha." Li Hao's modest apartment was immersed in a sea of merriment, as everyone exchanged toasts and soon succumbed to inebriation. Naturally, Li Hao remained unaffected, possessing an immunity to alcohol. After bidding farewell to 2 guests, Lu Yifei thoughtfully prepared a cup of honey water for Li Hao, saying, "Brother, drink some honey water. Director Li informed me that we are soon returning to China to commence filming." Li Hao remained silent as he returned to the room, retrieving an item which he placed into Lu Yifei's hands. "I am immune to alcohol. I do not require this. You should return now. You will undoubtedly become an actress akin to Audrey Hepburn." "How did you know that my idol was Audrey Hepburn?" "I have only shared this dream with my family." Lu Yifei exclaimed in disbelief, covering her mouth with her small hand as Li Hao presented her with a card. "Only Hepburn is worthy of being compared to you. If I can achieve even half of what Hepburn accomplished, I would consider it a success." "What is this?" Lu Yifei raised the card before Li Hao. "This contains $100,000 to be used as living expenses upon your return home. Purchase some decent clothing. Appearances matter, and the entertainment industry can be quite superficial. Sometimes, necessary embellishments are essential. Should anyone harbor ill intentions towards you, simply withdraw from the performance. It is unacceptable for anyone to bully you. Invoke my name and declare that I am your brother. I will forever be your staunchest supporter. In the future, we shall never lack for money. Do you understand? Happiness and joy are of utmost importance." Lu Yifei could no longer contain herself, collapsing into Li Hao's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Growing up in a single-parent household, what she had longed for most was a father's love. "What about the agent?" she asked. "You are not leaving for good. When the time is right, I will establish an entertainment company in America. At that point, you will be a Hollywood superstar. We will take this step by step. Time is on our side." Li Hao instinctively recoiled, attempting to diminish the proximity between himself and Louis Fei, who was still but a child. "Why are you being so kind to me? Do you harbor ulterior motives like those men?" Louis Fei abruptly freed herself from Li Hao's embrace, her tear-streaked face casting a wary glance at him. Li Hao gazed steadily into Louis Fei's eyes and said, "Little girl, your beauty is a gift from nature, your purity is a hymn of life. And your existence instills in me the belief that there is still hope in this world. Since fate has brought us together, I cannot allow this tumultuous world to tarnish you. Therefore, you must promise me to remain true to yourself." Li Hao had yet to utter one final remark. "In the future, you shall become a walking printing press, bringing forth an endless stream of wealth." Louis Fei was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. 2 days later, the Wizards faced off against the Hornets in Game 4 at the MC Center. And to everyone's surprise, the boastful old man made an appearance once more. With infectious enthusiasm, he greeted Li Hao, saying, "Li, you mentioned that you would treat me to a meal this time. Do not go back on your word. A promise is a promise." Li Hao felt a sense of resistance within, yet he maintained an impassive demeanor as he acquiesced. The adage that unsolicited flattery harbors ulterior motives rang true. This boastful individual surely concealed some unspeakable secret, warranting caution. The sound of the opening whistle interrupted Li Hao's musings. As anticipated by the media, the Hornets were utterly defenseless. They were thoroughly overwhelmed by the Wizards in the first quarter, and in the second quarter, they failed to mount any significant counterattack. By the midway point of the second half, the Wizards held a commanding lead of 24 points. And the remainder of the third and fourth quarters devolved into mere garbage time. As the final buzzer echoed throughout the arena, the Wizards secured their place in the Eastern Conference Finals. Their opponents would be the victor of the matchup between the Boston Celtics and the Detroit Pistons, currently tied at 2 games apiece. As a time traveler, Li Hao was aware that the series would extend to a full 7 games. Ultimately, the Celtics would emerge victorious in a hard-fought Game 7, only to succumb to the Nets in the Eastern Conference Finals, losing 4 games to 2. Li Hao remained oblivious to the transformations that the wings of the butterfly he traversed could usher in. However, the Wizards would undoubtedly benefit from a respite of at least 6 days. This news was a tremendous boon for Jordan, who was on the brink of turning 40. The despondent Davis, despite his disappointment, exhibited grace as he generously embraced and extended his well wishes to Li Hao after the match. Competing against players of similar caliber is an act of bravery, but to challenge those of a significantly superior status is merely folly. Li Hao's rank is evidently superior to his own, as illustrated by the stark contrast with the pitiful Kid and Martin. Kid has become a social media sensation under Li Hao's influence, while Martin has been relegated to the status of a mere flop. In Chapter 65, the boastful old man desires to intoxicate the alcohol-immune Li Hao, while the adaptable Davis promptly seeks to ingratiate himself. From his understanding, the Chinese are known for their loyalty. They respond to kindness rather than harshness, embodying a spirit of brotherhood. Most importantly, they possess martial skills, ensuring that should they engage in drinking or fighting, there are allies to back them up, an opportunity that offers multifaceted advantages. Seizing the moment to forge a closer relationship with Li Hao before he fully rises to prominence may yield a chance to secure a championship ring in the future. Li, congratulations. The Eastern Conference can no longer hold you back. I look forward to playing together in the future. Byron, this is undoubtedly the most pivotal decision of your life. I will elevate your career to extraordinary heights. Davis, with a wry smile, instinctively inquired, "What heights?" "To surpass Scottie Pippen." "Whoa, wow, oh my." Scott holds 6 championship rings and is hailed as the greatest second-in-command in history. Are you suggesting I can surpass Pippen? That implies you could surpass your elder brother Jordan? You could surpass the basketball deity? Davis was at a loss for words, completely astounded, especially given Li Hao's nonchalant tone, as if merely stating a fact. He was aware of Li Hao's audacity, yet he had not anticipated it would reach such dizzying heights. This was beyond outrageous. Surpassing Michael is merely a matter of time. I lack the leisure to boast with you, Byron. As you can see, I am quite occupied. I understand, Li. We must strategize swiftly. I can hardly contain my excitement. My prospects with the Wizards are bleak, as we have numerous players in need of contract renewals. I, Brown, and Hamilton all require substantial deals, and clearly, You need one as well. If I depart from the Wizards and you join me, your talent could at best make you an all-star reserve. But if you roll with me, a spot in the Hall of Fame is guaranteed. Byron, all right. Lee, let us keep in touch. Noticing Li Hao's silence, Davis wisely took his leave, unaware that his palms had become drenched with sweat. The vision Li Hao painted for him was simply too tempting. Li Hao, naturally, had no time for conversation as the system's reward arrived. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have been awarded 0 for ability points. Would you like to allocate them to a specific ability? Li Hao directly allocated his ability points to enhance his strength. Name, Li Hao. Position, power forward. Height, 2.07 meters. Wingspan, 2.17 meters. Weight, 107 kilograms. Physical attributes, speed, 8. Strength, 8. 2. Explosiveness, 8. Stamina, 8. Offensive skills, 3-point shooting, 10. Jump shot, 5. Low post offense, 5. Ball handling, 6. Passing, 6. Dribbling, 6. Driving, 8. Defensive skills, defense, 7. 2. Rebounding, 7. 2. Blocking, 8. 2. Stealing, 8. 2. Signature skills, 1. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's skyhook, impossible to defend in one-on-one situations. 2. Reggie Miller's 3-point shot, with a 10 probability triggering a Miller time moment. However, what about the advance? Li Hao would not miss any opportunity to exploit the system. What do you mean by advance? If the readers are gone, it's just the two of us left to duel. Damn, I need some other form of compensation. Otherwise, I refuse to comply. If you had informed me ahead of time that there was nothing, I would have kept quiet. But it's unreasonable to act like a sage after the fact. What do you want? 1 point of ability. Without 2 points, you're just reaching for the sky. No way. 0. 9. It cannot be less. At most 0. 4. It cannot exceed that. 0. 7. No more than 0. 5. That is the limit. All right, deal. Added to strength. Li Hao beamed with excitement, revealing his bright white teeth as his strength value soared to 8. 7. Surpassing that of most typical centers. Though one may lose in one aspect, fortune often favors the resilient. The old adage reminds us that a setback may lead to unexpected blessings. Extremes often lead to reversals, and from adversity can spring prosperity. Li Hao emerged from the press conference hall in high spirits when an insistent voice halted him. Hey Li, I've been waiting for you for an hour and a half. You can't refuse me tonight, can you? Oh, come on, I was just about to call you. Li Hao responded insincerely, as he was truly reluctant to go on a date with the older gentleman. Come on, let us head to my RV. I happen to have a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Half an hour later, the RV came to a halt in front of a nightclub. The attendant ushered the two into an opulent private room, where a stunning beauty of chocolate complexion awaited. With her brown skin and captivating dark brown eyes, she greeted Li Hao with a sweet smile, her alluring silhouette subtly revealed. Hi, Li, it's such an honor to meet you. You simply must give me your autograph. Li Hao stepped back a few paces to distance himself from Jessica Alba's alluring figure. Hello. By the way, Li, allow me to introduce you to Jessica Alba, the future Hollywood star destined for global fame. As he introduced her, the boastful old man uncorked a bottle of red wine, pouring a glass for each of the three. Cheers to you, Li. I raise this glass on behalf of the female fans in America. They must be envious of me. Alba raised her glass and downed the wine in one go, recalling the task entrusted to her by the old man, to intoxicate Li Hao. Li Hao remained noncommittal, lifting his wine glass and downing its contents in one swift motion. For him, imbibing alcohol felt as effortless as drinking water, thanks to his immunity to its effects. He had already discerned the ulterior motive of the boastful elder to intoxicate himself and subsequently entice Jessica into his embrace. Why not be forthright, Jessica? Alba possessed an irresistible allure for men. Even a modest amount of alcohol would suffice. The boastful elder, delighted by Li Hao's lavishness, also drained his glass of red wine, confident in his own drinking prowess. Come, Li. A famous saying from your country suggests that good fortune comes in pairs. Let us have another toast. It brings me immense joy to meet you. The boastful elder raised his glass once more. Was that famous person from your country named Li Kue? Li Hao once again indulged in a hearty drink. Alba, not one to be outdone, imbibed with fervor, the crimson wine cascading down her brown skin and pooling in her décolletage. No, the celebrity is not named Li Kue. He is known as Wu Bai, who famously proclaimed, calm. Finish this glass, and there are 3 more to follow. It must be said that the boastful elder has put considerable effort into flattering Li Hao, delivering China's toast with impressive eloquence. Truly, You deserve your acclaim. For your dedication shines through. Cheers. Li Hao downed his drink once more, while Alba struggled to finish her glass. At this moment, the trio had already consumed 3 glasses of red wine, the effects of which were gradually taking hold. Alba's enchanting brown eyes had begun to blur. You boastfully claimed that after finishing this glass, there would still be 3 more to go. Come now, let us drink 3 more. Li Hao took the initiative, raising the 4th cup in a gesture of respect. The boastful elder, unwilling to be outdone, followed suit and consumed his 4th cup as well. Jessica Alba reluctantly downed her 4th drink, but halfway through, she spluttered, spilling the liquid all over herself, revealing her alluring curves. With 2 cups remaining, the challenge continued, onward with the bravado. Li Hao poured himself a 5th cup and downed it in one go. Chapter 66, The Basketball Tycoon. Li Hao. The boastful old man began to sway, struggling to finish his 5th cup. Alba had fallen into a deep slumber, snoring softly. Li Hao, with unwavering determination, downed his 6th, 7th, and 8th glasses, leaving the boastful man in a state of disarray. He vomited onto his pristine white suit. You truly are a good person. Trying to intoxicate me so that Alba can play basketball with me, he remarked. Thank you, but while Alba is undeniably charming, I am not fond of being orchestrated or having others dictate my actions. Farewell, and perhaps we shall indulge in libations again another time. After bidding farewell to the boastful old man sprawled like a heap of mud on the ground, Li Hao departed with an air of nonchalance. As he gazed at the imposing silhouette of Li Hao fading into the distance, the old man was left in tears of longing. A glance at the baby oil hidden in the corner only deepened his distress. Oh, dear God, it's not Alba who desires you. It's I who yearns for you. Aren't you capable of drinking? Next time, I shall mix in a little potion. The old man cast a resentful glare at the slumbering Jessica Alba beside him, who had succumbed to sleep. Upon returning home, Li Hao fell into a deep slumber. Waking naturally the next day, the house had settled into a tranquil silence, as Liu Yifei had returned to her homeland for filming. Collins granted the players a 2-day respite. With little inclination for socializing, Li Hao chose to immerse himself in self-improvement at the gym. Though the system was remarkable, diligent practice could still accelerate his progress. The vast gym was empty, and Li Hao dedicated himself to honing his dribbling skills. He devised a strategy to deliver a decisive blow to his opponents by playing as a small forward in critical moments. Li Hao's height of 207 centimeters distinguishes him remarkably among small forwards. Coupled with his exceptional shooting ability and 3-point prowess, he is sure to dominate his opponents. Before Li Hao acquired the system, he possessed a modicum of skill in various areas, yet he lacked mastery in any. Presently, his sole ambition is to attain proficiency in all. After an hour of practice, the doors of the gym swung open. Why haven't you answered your phone, Li? I was beginning to fear you had been abducted by nefarious individuals. Jessica Johnson exclaimed anxiously, her basketball quivering in her hands, appearing even larger than the one Li Hao held. Are you jesting, Jessica? Kidnapping a 2'7" basketball player? He replied with a chuckle. I've heard whispers of wealthy women setting their sights on you, banding together to take you away. Those affluent ladies must be rather idle, he retorted. Give me a moment. I need to practice my dribbling for another 2 hours. My skills in that area are in dire need of refinement. All right. You focus on your practice. Once you're done, I shall assess your progress, she responded. By the way, we've yet to play basketball together. Jessica, please leave. I must prepare for the Eastern Conference Finals, and frankly, my mood is rather low at the moment. Jessica's disappointment nearly brought her to tears, and she suddenly recalled Hilton's words. Li, are you losing your touch? If so, just say it outright. No need for euphemisms. If you admit defeat, I'll turn and leave immediately. Come now, Jessica, observe for yourself whether I am capable. Don't. Your dribbling is inadequate. Practice for another 2 hours. I shall now demonstrate just how capable I truly am. Since our last encounter, I have been strengthening my physicality. My defensive skills have improved tremendously this time. I will prevent you from scoring a single point. Jessica, your tongue has grown as tough as your teeth. Li Hao's eyes were tinged with red as he asserted that he could endure anything, except for being deemed incapable. Subsequently, he handed Jessica a basketball. Are we really playing basketball? Jessica exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. What else could one do on a basketball court if not play? In the midst of Jessica's astonishment, Li Hao transformed into an offensive juggernaut, entirely abandoning defense and unleashing a dazzling array of offensive techniques. It must be said that Jessica was remarkably tenacious. Her defensive skills had indeed improved, particularly her tight defense, which forced Li Hao to retreat at every turn. Li Hao's inability to secure his first point for an extended period is an immense affront to someone who commands the NBA stage with such prowess. Li Hao unleashed his ultimate skills, the skyhook, three-point shots, soaring dunks, and spinning slams. At last, Jessica could no longer endure. She succumbed to Li Hao's relentless scoring. Overwhelmed, Jessica faced an unrestrained defeat as Li Hao continued to tally points mercilessly. The two battled from 3 o'clock to 4, from 4 into overtime. From daylight into the night, until Jessica finally conceded in surrender. Li, I concede. I can no longer continue. I shall return home to seek my mother. Li Haoji lay contentedly on the floor, embodying the essence of a true man. While Li Hao played his game, the Wizards' opponents in the Eastern Conference Finals advanced smoothly as well. The Celtics triumphed over the Pistons in an impressive upset, setting the stage for a showdown with the Wizards in the Eastern Conference Finals. Meanwhile, the Los Angeles Lakers eliminated the San Antonio Spurs, and the Sacramento Kings triumphed over the Dallas Mavericks, leading to a clash between the Lakers and the Kings in the Western Conference Finals. This highly anticipated matchup was likened to a celestial collision, with experts viewing it as a prelude to the ultimate championship. The victor of the Western Conference was deemed the rightful champion, while the Eastern contenders were merely participants, lacking the prowess to rival the Western champions. On the evening of May 10, 2002, at 7 p.m., the Eastern Conference Finals officially commenced at the North Shore Garden in Boston. The Celtics, as one of the prestigious franchises in the NBA, boasted a rich heritage and a remarkable record, with 16 championship trophies to their name, including an astounding run of 7 consecutive titles from 1959 to 1966. They stood as a formidable force, rivaled only by the historically significant Los Angeles Lakers. The North Shore Garden, renowned as a devilish home court, was filled with fervent fans whose hostility towards the opposing players was palpable. The cacophony of boos served merely as an appetizer, as they even devised traps on the court to torment their adversaries. Following an extravagant entrance ceremony, both teams' key players remained on the court, ready to engage in battle. As the task notification resonated within Li Hao's mind, a chime echoed. Ding! The host is about to commence the Eastern Conference Finals. Thus, a mission is hereby issued. 1. Secure victory in the series. 2. Capture a 5-second clip of Anthony Walker's antics. 3. Ridicule Paul Pierce, who deserved those 11 stabs. Paul Pierce was attacked in a nightclub while intervening, receiving 11 stab wounds. One perilously close to his heart by a mere 0.25 centimeters. His remarkable physical resilience enabled him to be discharged after 3 days and return to training within 18 days. Wang Defa. Filming antics. Pouring salt on Pierce's wounds. The entire league misconstrues him as a belligerent character. Capture footage of O'Neal. Collide with Horry. Film kid. If this reckless approach continues, he will undeniably cement his image as a troublemaker. With further contemplation, Li Hao resolved to approach this mission with caution, aiming to extract more benefits from the system before proceeding. Li Hao, I refuse. I cannot accept even a fraction of the tasks from this series. I do not desire the rewards. System, a capability value of 0.4. Li Hao, enough with the nonsense. I can't take any of this on. The risks are too great. System, damn, have you lost your mind? You don't even value a 0. For ability score. Li Hao, nonsense, a capability value of 0. For pales in comparison to the prospect of being beaten. I am genuinely a kind-hearted person. I have no desire to engage in fights. Nor do I wish to be labeled as a bully on the court. System, maximum capability value of 0.5. Li Hao, certainly. Hee. Feeling joyful and elated, Li Hao is inherently benevolent, yet he possesses the capacity to transform into a tyrant when the situation demands. Chapter 67, the commencement of Game 1 against the Celtics. The starting lineup for the Wizards includes Kwame Brown, Li Hao, Michael Jordan, Richard Hamilton, and Eric Rue. The Celtics starting lineup features center Vitaly Potapenko, a behemoth more inclined towards offense than defense. Potapenko has a penchant for mid-range shots near the free throw line and occasionally surprises with a few three-pointers. Power forward Anthony Walker, one of the Celtics' twin stars, showcases versatility, adeptly playing positions 1 through 5. Walker can exhibit low-post offensive skills akin to a center while also handling the ball and passing like a guard, complemented by his soft shooting touch. The only concern lies in Walker's choice of three-point attempts, often launching shots from beyond half-court. Small forward Paul Pierce, the foremost of the Celtics' twin stars, epitomizes the pinnacle of floor play. He excels at creating shooting space through changes in rhythm. His signature moves include mid-range jumpers, back-to-the-basket post-ups, and quick-stop jump shots. What makes Pierce particularly formidable is his immense composure under pressure, frequently emerging as the crucial player in pivotal moments. Shooting guard Joe Johnson, a burgeoning isolation specialist, is also a rookie from the class of 2001, yet he trails far behind Lee Howe. Point guard Kenny Anderson, a competent starter, averages 9.6 points and 5.6 assists per game. As the referee tosses the basketball into the air, the match begins. Brown effortlessly nudges the ball to Rue, and both teams settle into a structured offensive stance. After dribbling across half-court, Rue passes to Lee Howe, who has established position on the left side of the elbow. Joe Johnson swiftly converges to double-team, clearly indicating that the Celtics are well aware of Lee Howe's formidable skyhook. Lee Howe deftly passed the ball to the unguarded Hamilton, who, with a swift motion, delivered a flawless shot. As Lee Howe rose to prominence, it was Hamilton who reaped the greatest benefits, receiving ample opportunities for open shots. The Celtics initiated their offense, with Kenny Anderson dribbling past half-court before distributing the ball to Paul Pierce on the left side of the elbow. With his back to Jordan, Pierce executed a series of quick movements before pivoting for a jump shot. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air. Swish. Pierce, exhilarated, clenched his fist in triumph, for he was facing the basketball deity himself. The Wizards launched their attack, with Jordan requesting the ball from a similar position on the left elbow. With Pierce applying tight defense, Jordan showcased his diminished athleticism, leading Pierce to anticipate a jump shot. With a smirk, Jordan effortlessly bypassed Pierce with his first step and, facing Vitaly Potapenko's defensive effort, executed a fading jump shot. Swish. The ball found the net with ease. Fueled by Jordan's relentless competitive spirit, the Celtics continued their offensive as the ball found its way to Joe Johnson in the corner after several passes. Johnson made a decisive move, sinking a three-pointer. The Wizards responded with Lee Howe executing a swift cut to the basket for a hook shot that found its mark. Both teams displayed remarkable patience, alternating leads in the score. By the official timeout in the 6th minute, the score stood at 12-12. Collins seized the moment to substitute Eric Lechner for Lee Howe. Upon returning from the timeout, Jordan led the starting lineup in a fierce battle against the Celtics. Both teams exhibited high efficiency. Brown frequently scored with aggressive plays under the basket, while Pierce consistently converted mid-range shots. As the first quarter approached the 9th minute, the score reached 22-21, with the Wizards holding a slim 1-point advantage. Rue's defensive foul prompted both head coaches to strategically switch their lineups. For the Wizards, Brendan Haywood, Lee Howe, Bobby Simmons, Hubert Davis, and Eric Whitney. For the Celtics, center Tony Batty, who shifted to center alongside Walker, adept at jump shots from the free throw line. Power forward Anthony Walker, small forward Rodney Rogers, the 2006 Man of the Year, point guard Tony Delk, and shooting guard Eric Williams. The Celtics initiated their offense, with Tony Delk dribbling past half-court before passing to Anthony Walker, positioned at the right wing beyond the three-point line. Walker, like many NBA players, intended to leverage his physicality against this Asian competitor, planning to back him down. He was determined to triumph in this playoff series, vowing to dominate the opposition. The Celtics fans, known for their fervor and intensity, harbored grudges and were relentless in their support, contributing significantly to the Celtics' remarkable 16 championships. Lee Howe initially intended to utilize a block to shield Walker's feeble attempt during this defensive play. However, upon hearing the jeers from the fans, he resolutely abandoned the plan. Now facing the suspicion of committing an offense in defiance of the crowd, he could only bide his time for the moment. With arms outstretched, Lee Howe prepared for the challenge, boasting an impressive strength rating of 8.7, unmatched among power forwards. Walker, turning his back to Lee Howe, rhythmically collided with him repeatedly. After 5 consecutive attempts, he was astonished to realize that the confrontation had yielded no results. The two remained rooted in place. Faced with the equally astonished Celtics fans, Walker felt a wave of embarrassment as he was compelled to face the basket. Following a dizzying series of feints, he hastily released the ball. Thud. Anthony Walker's shooting choices had long been criticized, for in this era, a big man lingering on the perimeter to shoot was as rare as a giant panda. After Hayward secured the rebound, he passed to Whitney, who, upon crossing half-court, executed a handoff pass with Lee Howe, simultaneously using a screen to block Walker to the left side. Lee Howe deftly maneuvered the ball to his right before gathering it for a leap, sending the basketball soaring towards the hoop. Uncertain of its fate, he pivoted to defend, while simultaneously executing a celebratory gesture reminiscent of a three-point triumph. Swish. The crisp sound of the basketball passing through the net silenced the Celtics fans who were poised to voice their discontent. As the Celtics launched their offense, Walker transformed into a playmaking forward, seeking opportunities beyond the arc. Come on, Anthony, reclaim our honor. Lee Hao intends to first manipulate the opponent's mindset, and then gradually take action. Haha, Lee, your strategy is known as provocation, inciting my anger to lead me to make irrational decisions. I shall not be deceived. I am well versed in the ancient Chinese art of warfare, the art of war by Sun Tzu. This remarkable tome can also be applied in the realm of business. And once I retire, I am determined to become the wealthiest individual in America. Oh, so this is how you aspire to become the richest. Lee Hao recalled a news story from before his journey through time regarding Walker's declaration of bankruptcy in 2010. Despite the fact that he had earned an astonishing $110 million in salary during his NBA career. Therefore, do not attempt to outsmart me. You are not my match. With a proud curl of his left lip, Walker deftly passed the ball to Rodney Rogers, who had cut sharply to the elbow area. Rogers, with unwavering determination, took the shot and scored 2 points, having just been awarded the title of the previous year's 6th Man of the Year. In Chapter 68, Anthony Walker, well-versed in the art of war by Sun Tzu, found himself in possession of the ball at the top of the arc during the Wizards' possession, with Lee Hao closely guarding him. Come on, little brother, take your best shot. If you're a man, shoot it. He taunted. But even if you do make it, I won't be fazed. I'm not as foolish as Kid. Employing a tactic of provocation that would have impressed his ancestors, he added, your attempts are utterly unnecessary. I will certainly inform Kid of your foolish remarks. Lee Hao, after executing a screen, feigned a three-point attempt. As all eyes were drawn to him, he deftly passed the ball to Hayward beneath the basket. Understanding the unspoken cue, Hayward soared for an emphatic alley-oop dunk, giving Lee Hao a thumbs-up in appreciation for the assist. This moment exemplified Lee Hao's current intimidation factor. His ability to draw defenders effortlessly created open shot opportunities for his teammates. As the Celtics initiated their offense, Walker personally dribbled the ball past half court, while his robust frame moved with agility. Having realized that his previous tactic had fallen short, seasoned in the art of strategy, he understood that a single failure leads to further decline, and a third attempt signifies a lack of strength. Now, in this pivotal moment, he needed to step up and respond. Do not shoot a three-pointer. Please refrain from attempting a three-pointer. The entire world knows that your three-point shooting is your weakest choice. Lee Hao lowered his center of gravity, extending his arms to defend with all his might. As they crossed half court, it was within Walker's range for a three-point shot. This was not due to his precision, but rather Walker's penchant for reckless shooting. He was the foremost power forward with an affinity for three-pointers, without a doubt. Stung by the jab, Walker's lips twitched as he retorted, I have already told you that psychological tactics won't work on me. Your contradictory words are merely a ploy to provoke me into taking that three-pointer. I am not shooting this three because of your taunts. I intended to take it long before your provocation. The moment has arrived, and this is precisely within my shooting range. With the opportune moment, the alignment of time, space, and circumstance is perfect. If not now, then when? No sooner had Walker finished speaking than he sprang into action, bending his knees and leaping, releasing the ball with a fluid motion. Lee Hao also acted in advance. He was taking a gamble, wagering that Walker would indeed attempt the three-point shot. If he lost this bet, Lee Hao would be relegated to a mere backdrop, overshadowed and outmaneuvered. However, should he win, the outcome would be nothing short of explosive. Lee Hao soared through the air like a majestic golden-winged rock, his right hand transforming into a towering pillar as he struck the basketball with a resounding clap, delivering a thunderous block to Anthony Walker. With wide eyes, Walker was knocked backwards by the ricocheting basketball. The ball tumbled and rolled uncontrollably towards the front court. Lee Hao sprinted at a speed of 70 miles per hour, his spirit unencumbered, with aspirations directed towards the basketball hoop. With a gliding, thunderous dunk, he scored. Following the basket, Lee Hao calmly retreated to defense, as such plays had become routine for him. Rodney Rogers helped the dazed Walker to his feet, seething with indignation as he sought to confront Lee Hao. Anthony, he must have done that on purpose. This ball hog is utterly insufferable. Walker, grasping Rogers' arm, gazed with wisdom in his eyes. Steady, steady, Rodney. He is deliberately provoking us. This is merely his method of incitement. We must not fall for his tricks. Everything is under my control. Rogers acquiesced with a reluctant "oh," for he recognized Walker as the team's second in command. yet inwardly he cursed him profusely. In the TNT studio, the commentators were in disbelief. Goodness, Lee's brutality is overwhelming. His opponents are suffering terribly. George Lynch, Horry, Van Horn, Kidd, Martin, and Walker. The list of victims continued to grow, and the spectacle was undeniably entertaining. Barkley reclined in his chair, laughing uncontrollably. Lee has an affinity for boiled eggs. It's no wonder he excels at the game. He truly adores spherical objects. Fans speculated that Lee had wreaked havoc on O'Neill's eggs, Kidd's eggs. Would he target Walker's eggs next? Smith squinted slyly at Barkley. Ha ha ha, Kenny, let us make a wager. I bet Lee will continue to torment Walker's eggs. Then I'll wager that Lee will cease his antics. What shall the stakes be? Let us add some flair, perhaps dressing in women's clothing or donning fan gear. How about that? Ha ha ha, splendid. It's settled then. I'll choose a bikini for you, Charles. Smith was brimming with confidence regarding the wager with Barkley, believing the ancient Greek god of chance was favoring him. As the second quarter reached the 5-minute mark, under Lee Howe's leadership, the Wizards overwhelmed the Celtics. The score stood at 33-25, with the Wizards leading by 8 points. Celtics head coach Jim O'Brien decisively called a timeout, substituting all starters. Collins followed suit, bringing in his key players, and Lee Howe re-entered the game. His utility was undeniable. The Wizards focused their offensive strategy on the interior. Brown wreaked havoc within, while Pierce timely responded with a counter. The score remained tightly contested, and as the third quarter progressed to the 9th minute, the score reached 60-54. With the Wizards maintaining a 6-point lead, Lee Howe took to the court once more, accompanied by a rotation lineup. While his opponent Walker also made a wise entrance with his own rotation team, the Celtics initiated their offense, with Walker demanding the ball on the left side of the paint. Faced with a lack of opportunities from the perimeter, he opted to exploit the interior, showcasing his exceptional low-post offensive skills. He nudged Lee Howe with his hips to test his strength, complemented by a dazzling array of footwork. Oh my goodness, Anthony, your footwork is utterly enchanting. I feel dizzy. You're about to leave me in a spin. Lee Howe offered compliments with his words. Yet he was merely laying the groundwork for a spontaneous decision. Walker, with a smug smile adorning his lips, suddenly pivoted and launched a throw. The sound resonated loudly, echoing persistently throughout the North Shore Garden. Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, Lee Howe delivered a resounding slap to Walker's bald head. Walker's small eyes widened in shock, drawing an immediate comparison to O'Neil and Kidd. Online, Lee Howe had gained notoriety as the bald head slayer, and indeed, the rumors held true. He possessed a peculiar penchant for spherical objects. Swift in his response, Walker dashed towards the referee, raising his hand in protest. That was a malicious foul, an unequivocal act of malice. Lee Howe expressed that the pressure was immense. His hand had barely lingered on Walker's head for 5 seconds before he was compelled to place it back on the soft-boiled egg and run towards the referee alongside Walker. Lee Howe's other hand was also busy. He raised his left hand in acknowledgement of his mistake to the referee, simultaneously explaining to Walker, Anthony, I did not intend to do that. I merely aimed to block. Your dazzling footwork is so mesmerizing that it dazzled my eyes. Tapping your head was purely a jest about your exceptional skills. I willingly bestow upon you the title of the strongest. You did it on purpose. Referee, look. The evidence remains, my hand still lingers here. He is far too arrogant. Playing with me in jest while concealing a dagger is futile. I am well versed in the art of war. Walker, with an air of cleverness, replied, Oh, I truly did not mean it. My apologies, my apologies. The rhythm felt too good. I just had to hold on a little longer. As the 5 seconds elapsed, Lee Howe quickly withdrew his hand with an awkward grin. Observing the referee's hesitation, he placed the referee's hand upon Walker's head. Referee, I truly did not intend to. If you don't believe me, feel for yourself. It feels rather pleasant. Indeed, he was as soft as a cherubic head, resembling that of a woman's lamp. Chapter 69. Anthony Walker unravels Lee Howe's elaborate scheme. The referee could no longer maintain his composure. He broke into laughter. It does feel rather nice. It must be AG. As the leader of the team, Paul Pierce had to step up for his brother. Lee, do you wish to fight? I am not afraid of you. I possess a glorious record in brawls. Oh, Paul, this is a matter between Anthony and me. What does it have to do with you? Lee Howe felt a surge of joy within, for a purchase entailed an additional gift. He intended to undertake Pierce's task as well. Damn it. You struck me. What does that have to do with you? You deserve to be stabbed 11 times, if anything. You meddled where you shouldn't have and failed to learn your lesson. Oh, damn. You. Pierce was furious, cursing as he prepared to charge into a brawl. Calm down. Paul, you must remain composed. Listen to me. Walker, with his reddened head resembling a boiled egg, pushed Pierce towards the bench and sagely advised, Paul, heed my words. If you resort to violence, you will fall into their trap, and you will be the one to lose. Lee hails from a mysterious Eastern realm, steeped in the art of warfare. This series of maneuvers constitutes his intricate stratagem. Initially, he employs the tactic of provocation. Our anger leads to confrontation, which he deftly exploits to orchestrate our downfall through the referee's intervention. Observe as he engages the official with a charming smile, feigning contrition, a ruse concealing a dagger. His peripheral gaze surveys our side, akin to a spectator at a distant conflagration. He bides his time, anticipating our assault. The moment we strike, he will seize the initiative, turning the tables with his elaborate scheme. Each step is a trap, fraught with peril and hidden dangers. I realize my words may be lost on you, yet trust in my guidance is paramount. Kid and his companions fell victim to Lee's provocations, losing their wits and consequently the match. Rest assured, with my presence, his design shall not come to fruition. Pierce, rendered speechless, retreated to the bench, fortunate that the referee refrained from issuing a technical foul. Enough with the folly of studying warfare. It has rendered one utterly foolish. Lee has defecated on your head, and you still engage in elaborate schemes. If it were me, I would have long since delivered a resounding slap. Pierce gently patted Walker's head, attempting to rouse him. It serves you right for being stabbed 11 times and still not learning your lesson. A rotten wood cannot be carved. Walker swatted Pierce's hand away from his head, where a slight pain lingered. Collins, on the sidelines, covered his face, bitterly smiling as he remarked to Jordan, Lee has many admirable qualities, but his temper is not one of them. He enjoys fighting. I've noticed Lee seems particularly fond of bald heads, Shaquille, Jason, and Anthony. Jordan ruefully touched his own head, thankful that he was on the same team as Lee. In the TNT studio, Barkley was in high spirits, exuberantly performing a striptease, his ample posterior shaking with glee. Come on, Kenny, today is a joyful day. Leap and cast away your sorrows. Enough, Charles, I'm not in the mood. Let us focus on the game. The fans did not come to see us clown around. They came for professional commentary. Smith, burdened with a heavy heart, prepared to don women's attire for the next broadcast. Ha! Keep it up with your brashness. Just wait until you see how you'll strut in women-esque clothing. To our dear viewers at home, I leave the choice to you. What kind of women-esque attire would you like to see Kenny in? Feel free to unleash your creativity, as long as it's appropriate and doesn't expose anything. Mail your suggestions to the TNT headquarters. The winner will receive $1,000. Ha! Smith, at a loss for words, could only let out a long sigh. He was well aware of the fans' wildness and dreaded the thought of how scandalous his women's outfit might be. The referee noted Lee Howe's good attitude and awarded him a normal foul. Walker stepped up for the free throws. Swish. He made 1 out of 2 attempts. The score was 60-55, with the Wizards leading by 5 points. With 2 tasks completed, Lee Howe felt elated and was now fully committed to winning the game. The Wizards launched an offensive, and Lee Howe received the ball beyond the 3-point line. Walker applied tight defense, while Hayward came up to set a screen. After executing a crossover dribble to create space, Lee Howe unleashed a sudden shot. The ball struck the rim and bounced high. Lee Howe reflected that even Reggie Miller's 3-point shots were not infallible. The Celtics initiated their attack, with Walker searching for opportunities beyond the arc. Seeing his teammates tightly guarded, the urge to shoot a 3-pointer surged within him once more. Lee Howe failed to make the shot, so it seems reasonable for him to attempt one himself. Walker, positioned 4 meters away from the 3-point line, decisively took the shot. Dueling. Lee Howe, upon receiving the ball, swiftly executed a 3-point shot. Swish. Lee Howe missed another shot. I suppose another attempt would be reasonable. Walker took a shot, with a resounding thud, as their stamina waned. Lee Howe and Walker transformed into the Little Blacksmiths of Los Angeles, the sound echoing through North Shore Garden. With 4 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the score stood at 70-66, with the Wizards leading by 4 points. Both head coaches seized the opportunity during the dead ball to reintroduce their star players, signaling the arrival of the decisive moment. Wizards lineup: Kwame Brown, Eric Lechner, Michael Jordan, Richard Hamilton, Eric Rue. Celtics lineup: Vitaly Potapenko, Tony Batty, Paul Pierce, Joe Johnson, Kenny Anderson. The Wizards initiated their offense, with Jordan receiving the ball on the left wing at a 45-degree angle, while Pierce prepared defensively. With a flick of his wrist, Jordan passed the ball to Brown, who cut beneath the basket. Brown soared past Potapenko for a powerful 2-handed dunk. The Celtics responded, with Kenny Anderson bringing the ball past half-court before seeking out Pierce. Joe Johnson set a screen, momentarily blocking Jordan. Free from the defense, Pierce caught the ball beyond the three-point line and launched a shot, the basketball arcing gracefully through the air. 3 points. This is the terrifying nature of Pierce. He is a cold-blooded assassin with a resolute heart. The score was now 72-69. In the Wizards' next possession, Jordan dribbled across half-court, opting to take on Pierce one-on-one. With the exception of Brown, everyone else spread out beyond the three-point line. Jordan lowered his center of gravity, dribbling, and suddenly executed a between-the-legs move to deceive Pierce, swiftly pivoting to create space for a back-to-basket position. With a powerful push off his right foot, he turned for a jump shot. The fluidity of his motion left Pierce momentarily stunned, as the basketball traced a beautiful arc 74-69. Jordan's determination to win was as fierce as Lee Howe's. After 3 years, he glimpsed the hope of returning to the finals, a chance to once again lift the O'Brien Trophy. The Celtics initiated their offense, with Pierce using his robust physique to bulldoze toward the basket. Confronted by Brown's defense, Pierce dished the ball to Johnson, who lay in wait at the corner. Johnson had begun to develop a semblance of a one-on-one game against Joe, and with a swift motion, he released a three-pointer that swished through the net. 74-72. The Wizards' turn to attack came next, as Jordan drove in and attracted a double team, passing the ball to a wide-open Hamilton. Hamilton took his shot with composure. Thud. Tony Batty snagged the defensive rebound and immediately passed to the swiftly advancing Pierce. With a graceful spin to evade Hamilton, Pierce executed a one-handed dunk. Following his basket, Pierce pounded his chest and roared at the Wizards' bench, his fierce gaze provocatively fixed on Lee Howe. "Rookie, if you wish to reach the finals, you must first surpass me." Pierce recalled Lee Howe's arrogant remarks following the Black 8 incident. The fans, in unison with Pierce, unleashed a cacophony of boos directed at Lee Howe. Lee Howe revealed a charming smile, leisurely placing his hand to his ear to listen. This provocative act infuriated the fans who, in their rage, pounded their chests and stamped their feet, wishing they could tear him apart. Lee Howe, instead, smiled even more joyfully, realizing that being angry is merely punishing oneself for the mistakes of others. The fans were mistaken. To be upset with oneself would be foolish. Thus, Lee Howe found happiness, while the fans grew increasingly discontent, which only amplified his elation. At this moment, the score stood at 74-74, with merely 4 minutes remaining in the game. After a fierce battle spanning 3.5 quarters, both teams found themselves once again at the same starting line. Collins called for a timeout. In this critical moment, Lee Howe had to be sent onto the court. "Lee, take the shot decisively. You have the green light," Collins earnestly urged. For Lee Howe had become his pillar of strength. The Celtics substituted Walker for Tony. "Anthony, refrain from attempting three-pointers. Your choices from beyond the arc are abysmal. Utilize your low-post skills to exploit Lee," Jim O'Brien insisted fervently. As the Wizards commenced their offense, Lee Howe positioned himself 3 meters inside the three-point line along the right baseline, calling for the ball. Walker applied tight defense, but Lee Howe pressed against him with his left hand while lifting the ball to its apex with his right before executing a skyhook. Swish. The ball went in. Double team. "Focus on Lee," Jim O'Brien shouted from the sidelines. During the Celtics' offensive play, Walker transformed into a playmaker. Pierce immediately rushed forward, demanding the ball. At this juncture, reckless shooting could not be tolerated. Reluctantly, Walker passed the ball, then unwillingly set a screen to shield Jordan. Upon receiving the ball, Pierce leaped without hesitation, the basketball morphing into a beautiful arc swish. The North Shore Garden erupted with excitement as the three-pointer ignited the crowd. The score shifted to 76-77, with the Celtics leading by a single point. As the Wizards initiated their offense, Jordan's competitive spirit surged forth. Confronted with Pierce's tenacious defense, Jordan feigned left with his shoulder, deceiving Pierce before swiftly spinning right for a fadeaway jumper. Each frame of that exquisite fadeaway was worthy of wallpaper as the basketball traced a vibrant arc swish. The score became 78-77, with the Wizards taking a 1-point lead, leaving just 3 minutes on the clock. The Celtics, in possession once more, saw Walker advance the ball directly from the backcourt. After crossing half-court, he contemplated another three-pointer, but Pierce swiftly approached for the ball. After a moment's hesitation, Walker opted to pass. Pierce executed a series of crossovers, creating space for a jump shot. Thud. Brown secured the rebound and passed it to Jordan. Recognizing the absence of a fast-break opportunity, the Wizards settled into a half-court offense. After Lee Howe set a screen for Jordan, Jordan promptly returned the basketball to Lee Howe. Li Hao decisively took a three-point shot. Dueling. Li Hao's three-point attempt clanged off the rim, yet he was fouled in the process. The Celtics initiated their offense, with Walker continuing to advance past the half-court line. He could no longer contain the surge of his three-point prowess. Noticing Pierce signaling for the ball, Walker swiftly released the basketball before Pierce could utter a word. Walker mused to himself, "You just missed a shot, and Li Hao did too, surely. It's reasonable for me to reward myself with a three-pointer." "Anthony, don't take reckless shots in critical moments," Pierce lamented, his frustration palpable. However, before he could finish his sentence, the sound of the basketball swishing through the net silenced his complaints. "Who was being reckless?" "You're the one being reckless. What I executed was a cunning surprise attack." At last, Walker released his pin-up frustration. The score now stood at 78-80, with the Celtics leading by 2 points, and only 2 minutes remained in the game. The Wizards commenced their offense, with Rue passing the ball to Li Hao after crossing half-court. Li Hao skillfully dribbled the ball between his legs, creating space with a fluid motion. He drew back like an archer with his bow, releasing a three-point shot. Dueling. Today, Li Hao has contracted the Los Angeles blacksmith virus, forging ahead with unyielding determination. Walker continues to advance past the half-court, while Pierce contemplates requesting the ball, instinctively seeking to impede Walker's ill-advised shot. At this juncture, a drive to the basket would be more prudent. Yet, the memory of a recent face-slapping three-pointer leaves Pierce in a state of hesitation. In that very moment, Walker releases a three-point attempt. The opponent misses. Having recently made a three-pointer, is it too much to reward himself with another? With the decline of stamina, both teams experience a precipitous drop in shooting accuracy. Li Hao and Walker once again struck the chords of the Iron Song. With just 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining in the match, the score stood at 80-78, with the Celtics holding a slender 2-point lead. The Wizards were on the offensive, with Jordan carefully cradling the basketball as he advanced, not only guarding against his adversaries but also keeping a watchful eye on Li Hao. Li Hao is feeling the pressure. He has missed 3 consecutive three-point attempts. True to form, Li Hao continues to call for the ball beyond the arc, while Jordan feigns ignorance. "Pass the ball, boss," he thinks. "The coach has told him to shoot it well. If he fails to score, he should not blame me." But rather Doug. Li Hao, noticing that Jordan had not heard him, sprinted forward to demand the ball. As Jordan remained unresponsive, Li Hao seized the opportunity and snatched the ball away. Jordan gazed longingly at the ball that had been taken from him, a bittersweet smile gracing his face, revealing a sense of benevolence. Perhaps it was only Li Hao who had the audacity to act thus within this league. Unbeknownst to many, Li Hao had emerged as the unequivocal core of the Wizards, repeatedly rescuing the team from perilous situations. "Li, steady now, refrain from reckless shots." Jordan had yet to finish his warning when Li Hao launched a three-pointer. This time, the basketball soared gracefully in a parabolic arc, resulting in a score of 81-80, with the Wizards seizing a 1-point lead, merely 59 seconds remaining in the match. The Celtics initiated their offense, with Walker continuing to advance past half-court. Pierce resolutely called for the ball, aware that a misstep could cost them the game. Confronted by Jordan's defense, Pierce executed a swift change of direction, driving towards the basket, determined to either score or draw a foul. In the face of Brown's help defense, Pierce, amid aerial contact, forced a shot. Swish. The ball went in. 82-81, the Celtics reclaimed a 1-point lead, with just 40 seconds left on the clock. As the Wizards resumed their offense, Li Hao once again received the ball beyond the three-point arc. Walker tightly guarded him, denying Li Hao any opportunity for an easy shot. Jordan personally stepped forward to set a screen for Li Hao, blocking Walker to the left before swiftly charging towards the basket. "Switch," Pierce shouted at Walker, instructing him to guard Li Hao while he himself would take on Jordan. Li Hao observed as Jordan descended, understanding instinctively as he released the basketball. Jordan, reminiscent of 1989, leaped high into the air to execute a one-handed putback. Swish. Li Hao connected with Jordan, bringing the score to 83-82. With merely 30 seconds remaining in the game, Jim O'Brien promptly called for a timeout. This offensive possession required meticulous planning. The execution of this play must be swift. Even if it does not result in a score, we still have the opportunity to draw a foul and attempt a three-pointer. "Paul, you shall execute this play, penetrating the paint, while everyone sets screens for you." Collins remarked, "O'Brien will undoubtedly instruct Pierce to take this shot if they switch on the screens. We must not allow Pierce to score, even if it means conceding a basket to another player." Upon resuming play, the Celtics regained possession. Walker swiftly dribbled past half-court before passing to Pierce. Simultaneously, Walker set a screen, blocking Jordan behind him, while Li Hao switched defensively to guard Pierce. Pierce scoffed, opting to back down Li Hao, believing the latter's smaller stature would be easily overpowered. With ferocity, Pierce executed his moves, only to glance down and find himself retreating. He was literally pushed back by Li Hao's chest. It is worth noting that Li Hao's 8'7" reference point was the strongest of the four great centers, Shaquille O'Neal, which translates to Pierce having just faced 0.87 of O'Neal's might. Momentarily dazed, Pierce was caught off guard as Li Hao swiftly slapped the basketball. The ball slipped from Pierce's grasp, and Li Hao seized the opportunity, both players simultaneously reclaiming possession. Bring it on. Li Hao's strength proved invaluable once again as he ferociously seized the basketball and passed it to the fast-breaking Hamilton. Confronted by defenders, Hamilton wisely tossed the ball high behind him. In perfect synchrony, Li Hao soared like a galloping steed and executed a powerful slam dunk. Although Michael Jordan was the nominal leader of the Wizards, it was clear to all that Li Hao had assumed the role of the true leader. The unwritten rule dictated that the leader must take the glory while bearing the burden of any mistakes. This was simply standard practice. Observing Li Hao smile, Hamilton felt a sense of validation. He understood he lacked the caliber to be another Jordan, yet being a Pippen was certainly commendable. With the score at 85-82, the Wizards held a slender 3-point lead, and only 9.8 seconds remained in the match. Jim O'Brien called for another timeout, realizing that the Celtics had been pushed to the brink by Li Hao. He recognized Li Hao's tenacity, yet he never anticipated it would be to such an extent. The steady grace of the skyhook, the lethal precision of a three-pointer, and an unexpected ferocity belied by his physique. Li Hao's progress is astonishing, and it is truly unimaginable how far he will grow in the future. O'Brien, shedding the shackles of submissive mentality, solemnly assigns the final shot. With only 8.9 seconds left, a three-pointer is the only option. Coach, I can do it. Let me take the shot. They will never suspect that I am the one executing the game winner. Let us employ a clever ruse. Walker exuberantly interrupted O'Brien, his fondness for three-pointers unmistakable. If there were a 4-point shot, he would unhesitatingly go for it. Damn it. Would we have come this far without your reckless shooting? O'Brien could no longer contain himself. To hell with you, Anthony. Did you not say it was all part of your plan? And what about this ruse? Pierce also could not hold back. Let's communicate properly. Why resort to insults? If you let me shoot, it is certainly part of the plan. Collins interjected, they will most likely allow Pierce to take the final shot. Lee, you must guard Pierce. Your previous defense was impeccable. After the timeout, O'Brien, aiming to prevent Walker from attempting a three-pointer, arranged for him to inbound the ball. Brown continuously jumped and waved his arms to obstruct Walker's line of sight. Li Hao clung to Pierce like a stubborn plaster, while Vitaly Potapenko set a screen to obstruct him. Walker, mindful of the impending violation, swiftly delivered the ball into Pierce's hands. The timer began its countdown. 8, 9, 8, 7. With a lowered center of gravity, Pierce executed a deft change of direction, evading Brown, as Li Hao circled around Potapenko to confront him. Paul, let us engage in this duel of men. Li Hao pressed forward, intensifying his defensive stance. 5. For Li Hao's defense exuded a remarkable aggressiveness, as he continuously utilized his chest to impose pressure on Pierce. Sensing the incoming force and intensity, Pierce found himself bereft of time to be astonished. With the clock ticking down to 3, 2, his jump shot was sure to be contested. He could only hurriedly retreat, gather the ball, and launch a shot. The basketball soared through the air, bearing the weight of everyone's gaze, tracing a futile arc. To the astonishment of all, Pierce launched an airball. As the final buzzer echoed through the arena, the Wizards secured a narrow victory in Game 1. Well done on the defense, Lee. As a frequent contender for the all-defensive team, Jordan immediately recognized the elevation in Li Hao's defensive prowess. He must have been putting in extra hours of practice. Satisfied, he affectionately ruffled Li Hao's hair. This young lad was truly a gem. Boss, I even hold the ball with both hands while I sleep. In this match, Li Hao amassed 33 points, 8 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, while Jordan contributed 24 points, 3 rebounds, and 5 assists. Brown added 20 points and 14 rebounds. Hamilton chipped in with 13 points, 1 rebound, and 3 assists, while the remaining substitutes failed to reach double figures. Pierce also exhibited commendable performance, hitting several crucial shots, but unfortunately, in the final moments, Li Hao thwarted him with 2 stellar defensive plays. He finished with 28 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists. Walker scored 19 points, 9 rebounds, and 6 assists, and Joe Johnson contributed 12 points, 5 rebounds, and 1 assist. On Sports Channel 5, Zhang Weiping excitedly raised his fist. It's secured. The Wizards have a 100 chance of advancing after winning the first game of the series. Once again, Young Li surprised us. He clinched the victory with his defense, and one can't help but wonder what other formidable skills lie hidden in his arsenal. The Wizards have gained home court advantage, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they are likely to progress. It is no surprise that someone who holds the ball with both hands while sleeping possesses a plethora of tricks. Haha. Su Kun was thoroughly captivated by Li Hao. Being his fan was an absolute delight, as he had never been disappointed. Indeed, the relentless practice until 4 in the morning has paid off for Young Li. Director Su, have you noticed that the Wizards' chemistry is beginning to show results? Against the Celtics, they appeared unfazed, and Young Li even had the energy for a scuffle. Li Hao has many admirable qualities, though his temper can be quite fiery. He plays with passion. Just look at how he frustrates the fans. It's quite satisfying. Haha, that's normal, Director Zhang. No one is perfect, and everyone has their flaws. I actually believe that young people should possess such fervor. Zhang Weiping paused, realizing that this sounded like his own line. What should he say? Haha, indeed. At the post-game press conference, a reporter asked, Li, how have you improved your defense so significantly? It's worth noting that you were once known for your defensive lapses. The female journalist from the New York Times, while casting flirtatious glances, posed her inquiries, suggesting that Li Hao has become the most coveted man among American women. Chapter 72. After losing G2, G3 commences. His exceptional skills, flamboyant personality, and striking looks have garnered Li Hao a multitude of admirers from various realms, predominantly women. My elder brother excels in both offense and defense, having been selected for the first team All-NBA 9 times, with such an outstanding role model. My second brother must also strive for excellence. Consequently, I have engaged in practice, and the results appear to be quite promising. Li Hao winked at Jordan beside him. Jordan chuckled, his gaze upon Li Hao nearly shimmering with delight. This young man possesses an extraordinary ability. His emotional value surpasses even that of his own wife. Has he truly mastered this with mere practice? Is it really that simple? The female reporter was left astounded. Indeed, such feats come effortlessly to me. Admittedly, my words may sting. I am endowed with talent, yet lack interest, while some players possess passion but are devoid of skill. As the reporters absorbed this revelation, they eagerly began to take notes. The material was ripe for the taking. Li, why did you strike Walker on the head? Do you truly have an affinity for spherical objects? Or do you harbor some unspeakable penchant? Inquired a journalist from the Los Angeles Times with a mischievous glint in his eye. I assure you, it was unintentional. Walker's elusive footwork was so surreal that it left me bewildered. I could no longer distinguish between the ball and his head. Li Hao promptly elucidated. He could hardly dismiss the system as contemptible. And how would one account for the incident involving O'Neal? Was it merely a matter of his dreamlike footwork? Indeed. There were mosquitoes buzzing about his head, and I was merely rendering assistance. Those unsightly welts on his bald head detracted from O'Neal's charm. What of Kid? What rationale is there for striking Kid? It was an inadvertent collision during a steal. I swear it was unintentional. And why did I bring him down during those 2 blocks? Merely a coincidence. If I possessed such precision, perhaps I would excel at table tennis. However, pursuing table tennis holds little promise for me, as the competition in our nation is exceedingly fierce. The selection for the national team is more daunting than the Olympics. Merely being chosen guarantees a medal. And how do we explain Hori? He has made his return, claiming he will no longer provoke you. He collided with me. I was simply defending myself. Li Hao took a tactical sip of water, reflecting on the numerous victims that had unwittingly accumulated. The system must refrain from capturing any more demons. Otherwise, the ball tyrant's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. As it was the home ground of the Celtics, Pierce and Walker participated in post-match interviews. Astonishingly, you managed to shoot a complete airball. Were you intimidated by Li? Jessica Johnson inquired with pride. Pierce's lips twitched slightly. And with a grim expression, he retorted, there is no one I fear. The person I am afraid of has yet to be born. What about the one who stabbed you 11 times? Are you not afraid of him? Will you still meddle in others' affairs? A journalist from the Los Angeles Times added provocatively, given the rivalry between the 2 cities. Do not leave, Paul. This is merely their tactic to provoke you. Remain calm and composed, just as I do, Walker advised, forcing a professional smile as he grasped Pierce's arm. At the mention of provocation, Pierce's temper flared. After all, the situation was dire. He was being figuratively ridden upon and defecated upon, yet they still toyed with strategy. Anthony, how can you still be laughing? Lee clearly struck you on purpose, and you continue to smile? Are you a coward? Do you possess no sense of shame? What do you understand? Walker interjected. Having seen through the art of war, I have discerned Lee's intentions. This is merely his method of manipulating the opponent's mindset. If we retaliate, we shall be defeated. Walker's professional smile faded, and even his typically amiable demeanor was tested by such provocations. In the end, you all lost. You were struck without cause. Forget the art of war and perhaps consider the Buddha Espam technique that might just enable you to overcome Lee. With a dark expression, Walker was about to leave. Feeling utterly exasperated. Don't go, Anthony. This is merely a tactic to provoke you. Remain calm and composed. This time, it was Pierce who managed to restrain Walker. After a day of recuperation, the highly anticipated Game 2 commenced between the two teams. The Wizards faced a formidable counterattack from the Celtics. Walker was ordered to remain in the paint, while Pierce, invigorated, unleashed an unstoppable barrage, with the twin stars coordinating a fluid offensive onslaught. The Wizards, however, refused to concede easily. Under Lee Howe's leadership, they persevered until the very end. As Lee Howe's desperate three-point attempt fell short, they narrowly lost to the Celtics by 2 points. The Wizards promptly flew back to Washington to prepare for Game 3, determined to secure their upcoming 2 home games. After a day of rest, Collins organized a training session, and the spirited determination of the teammates brought great solace to him. The Wizards had cultivated a winning culture. Following the conclusion of practice, no one left as they voluntarily engaged in extra drills. The once disparaged brothers diligently honed their low-post techniques under Jordan's guidance. Hamilton tirelessly practiced his mid-range shots, and Rue, the versatile playmaker, tirelessly worked on his three-point shooting. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. On the evening of May 15, 2002, at 7 p.m., Game 3 between the Wizards and the Celtics officially commenced at the MC Center. Under the fervent introduction of the on-site DJ, Lee Howe was the first to take the court. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from the mysterious Eastern nation, the most handsome man in the NBA. The king of comebacks and game winners, the charming and dashing true gentleman, Lee Howe. Lee Howe emerged with long strides, a smile gracing his face as he waved amiably to the enthusiastic fans. The crowd was utterly exhilarated. The disdain the Celtics fans held for Lee Howe was matched only by the adoration of the Wizards supporters, particularly the female fans. Their bodies, adorned with grass insignias on their faces, limbs, and even in places unseen, stood as a tribute to Lee Howe. Countless banners emblazoned with grass motifs fluttered in the hands of their boyfriends. The fervent admiration of the women for Lee Howe compelled their partners to join in the celebration. As Michael Jordan made his grand entrance, his competitive spirit palpable, he noticed that the cheers for him were significantly subdued compared to the uproar that greeted Lee Howe. Jordan felt the weight of time upon him, recognizing that his era had drawn to a close. The new generation of talent was rising, pushing the previous one aside. Yet, he harbored no resentment. Rather, he regarded Lee Howe with the affectionate pride of a father witnessing his son's ascent. Jordan resolved to pass the torch to Lee Howe at the conclusion of this season, acknowledging that it was time to make way for the youth, as the 21st century rightfully belonged to them. The Wizards lineup included Kwame Brown, Lee Howe, Michael Jordan, Richard Hamilton, and Eric Rue. The Celtics roster comprised Vitaly Potapenko, Anthony Walker, Paul Pierce, Joe Johnson, and Kenny Anderson. With the referee tossing the ball into the air, the game commenced. Brown easily outmaneuvered Potapenko, passing the ball to Lee Howe, who swiftly made his way to the left wing beyond the three-point line after passing to Rue. Rue promptly returned the ball to Lee Howe, who, facing Walker's aggressive defense, executed a smooth shot fake that sent Walker airborne. With 2 decisive strides, Lee Howe charged toward the basket, and, confronted by Potapenko's attempted block, he unleashed a breathtaking dunk that electrified the arena. The crowd erupted in a frenzy of cheers. As the Celtics initiated their offense, Pierce received the ball at the arc, but the Wizards fans created an uproar in an attempt to disrupt him. The identification of Wizards fans became straightforward. Their jeers were telling. Pierce's quick jump shot, hindered by the fervor of the Wizards supporters, veered off target. In the next offensive play for the Wizards, Lee Howe found himself once again beyond the three-point line, feigning a shot. This time, Walker remained unfold, yet Lee Howe suddenly leaped into the air. With the bow drawn like a full moon, I aim at the celestial wolf, he thought, poised to make his mark. Lee Howe's three-point shot transformed into a precisely guided missile, finding its way into the basket of the Nets once more. As the Celtics initiated their offense, Walker received the ball in the low post. Repeatedly thwarted, Walker, a scholar of Sun Tzu's art of war, could hardly contain his frustration. He resolved to deliver a response. As he began to back down, he soon realized that he could not budge Li Hao. Reluctantly, he halted, pivoting left, then right, left, right, until both he and Li Hao were nearly dizzy. Finally, Walker released the ball. A resounding smack. From the heavens descended Brown, delivering a volleyball-style block to Walker. The marathon champion of the basketball court, Hamilton, immediately launched a counterattack. With a rhythmic stride, he evaded Joe Johnson and executed a one-handed dunk. Influenced by Li Hao, Hamilton's spirits lifted considerably. With a triumphant roar, Hamilton celebrated. The score surged to 7-0, and the Wizards exploded into an impressive lead, forcing the Celtics to call a timeout. Before the players could reach the bench, Jim O'Brien erupted in frustration. "What's wrong with you? Are you dazed by the Wizards fans? They're a mediocre team barely making the playoffs, and you're playing like amateurs. Walker, if you spin one more time, I might lose my lunch. Can't you find another way to score? Paul, drive and draw a foul. Joe, use your strength to overpower Richard. I can still shoot threes. Just give me the chance." Walker's eyes lit up. "Stick to the low post, left and right." O'Brien extinguished Walker's hopes before they could even flourish. In the TNT studio, the jovial Kenny lamented, "It's a pity we couldn't select a new outfit for you last game." The fervor of the fans had led to an avalanche of women's clothing sent their way. "I personally selected 5 particularly representative outfits from the mountain of garments, leaving the choice of which to wear up to the fans' votes. I envy you. You'll never have to buy clothes again." Barkley was elated, having finally achieved a victory. "Come on, Charles, let us not dilly-dally. Whether early or late, death is inevitable." Smith was visibly irritated. "Hey, maintain perspective. Why are you so upset? I didn't act like that when I was kissing a donkey's rear. If you can't handle the loss, just say so. We won play again." Barkley feigned anger, much to Smith's annoyance. "Enough with the delays. All right then." With Barkley's applause fading, 5 models, each standing at 5 feet 8 inches, strutted into the studio. The first female model appeared in a thong and bikini. Smith covered his face, pondering how such scant fabric would affect his game. The second female model donned a body-hugging skirt paired with a cropped t-shirt. The third exhibited a gray professional skirt complemented by a white blouse and frameless glasses. The fourth showcased a purple lace camisole, plunging daringly into the depths of her cleavage. The fifth model, at first glance, appeared as if she were clad in nothing at all, yet she revealed nothing, much like the Emperor's new clothes. Next, dear fans, I kindly ask you to cast your votes. Whichever ensemble garners the most votes will be worn. I appreciate your efforts, my beloved supporters, and I adore you all. Barkley, witnessing the soaring viewership ratings, could hardly contain his delight. Let us watch the game first, dear Kenny. No need to rush, you'll get your turn soon. Are we still placing bets on this match? Indeed, I shall ensure you wear it. I bet the Wizards will emerge victorious. Even a fool can see the Wizards will win. Let us wager points. I wager the Wizards will win by more than 10. Then I bet on a victory margin of 20 points. It's settled. As it turned out, both of their predictions proved astute. With the Wizards dominating the Celtics throughout the match, they managed to secure a significant lead after just 3 quarters, finishing the period ahead by 18 points. At this juncture, the results of the fan voting were also revealed, with Kenny Smith making a dazzling entrance in a thong bikini. He treaded cautiously with each step, fearful of any potential wardrobe malfunction. After much effort, he reached his seat, only to discover he could not sit without risking exposure, thus he remained awkwardly standing. Barkley erupted in laughter. "Miss Kenny, how about a date tonight? Focus on the game. How could I, when I'm so distracted by your sizzling figure? Oh, you must revel in this." As the Celtics mounted a comeback, narrowing the gap to 13 points, Smith, clad in women's attire, smiled for the first time, catching a glimpse of hope for a future devoid of such garments. Yet, as he laughed heartily, he sensed a breeze, a reminder of his precarious outfit. "Weren't you the one who said to never give up until the final moment, Kenny? Don't panic." Sure enough, the Wizards, under Li Hao's leadership, unleashed an unstoppable offensive surge, extending their lead to 28 points. With 6 minutes remaining, Jim O'Brien waved his hand, substituting all starters and conceding the match. As the final whistle blew, the Wizards achieved a resounding victory over the Celtics by 32 points. For the first time in the studio, Kenny Smith shed tears of sorrow, realizing he would have to don women's attire once more. "Dear fans, I must request you to send in your garments again. By the way, those who send in thong bikinis will receive a reward of $1,000. On the evening of June 8, 2002, at 7 p.m., The highly anticipated G4 match officially commenced on Sports Channel 5. Zhang Weiping effortlessly provided pre-match analysis. Believing that the Wizards had a 90% chance of advancing to the finals, a probability he deemed equally likely for their defeat in the championship. The outcome of this match was crucial for both teams. A victory for the Wizards would grant them a pivotal advantage, while the odds of a comeback from a 3-1 deficit in the Eastern Conference Finals were exceedingly slim. Should the Celtics triumph, they would regain home court advantage, and the subsequent game on their home turf would tip the scales in their favor, rendering the victor uncertain. Thus, this match would determine the Eastern Conference champion, and both teams were undoubtedly poised to give their all. Coach Zhang, I share your sentiment. Today is destined to be a fierce contest. However, I harbor doubts about the Celtics. They are still youthful. The dynamic duo, Walker at 25 and Pierce at 24, lack the maturity in their skills and require further experience. The future may belong to them, but not at this moment. Chapter 74. The Wizards owner requests the team to lose G5. Lee, at just 20, and Brown, merely 19, are even younger than the twin stars, yet they made their opponents question their very existence. Lee plays with such flair, it feels as though he has suddenly attained enlightenment, emerging as a giant in the league. Coach Zhang, your words suggest that the future may not be theirs, and it is indeed tragic. To coexist with Lee in the same era is a sorrow for those NBA stars. I leave this statement here. When Lee retires, we shall see if my words hold true. Make sure to take notes. We shall reconvene in 15 years. Haha, I truly look forward to it. The game has begun. Coach Zhang, let us focus on the match. No need to anticipate. My assertions are undoubtedly sound, so prepare to be astonished. Oh, Lee's opening dunk is simply magnificent. Reminiscent of the flying mambas behind the back, turnaround slam dunk. In the TNT studio, 5 models gracefully entered in succession. The first donned purple stockings and a short skirt, complemented by a delicate tank top. The second model sported a sailor dress paired with black stockings and high heels. The third model wore a lowly costume, while the fourth showcased a JK uniform. The fifth model appeared in a one-piece swimsuit. Dear viewers, while you cast your votes, allow me to console the unfortunate Kenny. Do not frown, dear Kenny. A blink of an eye, and the day will pass swiftly. What shall we wager on today? You choose first, and I shall heed your decision. I choose the Wizards to advance to the finals. Even Shaquille O'Neal's grandmother knows the Wizards will make it. Lee will score over 20 points in this match. Ever since facing the 76ers, Lee's average has soared to 32 points. You have dismissed all my choices. Let me pick something trivial. After Smith donned the women's attire, his temperament underwent a dramatic transformation. He became irritable. Let us partake in something unconventional, shall we, Miss Kenny? Then hurry up and let it rip. Let's wager on whether the Wizards will score an odd or even number. It's purely a matter of luck. What do you think? This audacious idea seemed rather appealing, yet Smith found himself torn. Choosing either seemed fraught with uncertainty. If I opt for an even, and it turns out poorly. If it's 3 long and 1 short, I shall select the shorter. Conversely, if it's 3 short and 1 long, I shall choose the longer option. If it's 2 long and 2 short, I go for B, and if it's uneven, then C reigns supreme. Barkley offered a friendly reminder. Darn it, there are no indicators for odd or even here. ISNTC equivalent to 3? Barkley kindly interjected. C is indeed unbeatable. Odd it is. Then I shall select odd. No, you are clearly trying to mislead me into choosing odd while you pick even. No way, I shall choose even. Ha, I have anticipated your anticipation, Charles. This time, I must see you in a thong. Barkley chuckled in disbelief. He had not overthought the situation, while Smith appeared rather clever at that moment. As the game progressed into the third quarter, the audience's voting results were revealed. The red one-piece swimsuit worn by Smith exuded an unsettling charm, showcasing hairy legs, a protruding belly, and a rather contorted visage. Kenny, take a few steps. It's fine, just a couple of steps. Show everyone your splendid physique. Barkley was utterly delighted. Indeed, witnessing another's misfortune was far more gratifying than experiencing it oneself. Stop chattering and focus on the game. What more is there to watch? You are far more captivating than the game. The Celtics were clearly on the decline, and as the fourth quarter reached its midway point, the Wizards led by 17 points. It was now a matter of whether the Wizards' score would be odd or even. It must be even. Smith could not afford to lose. The embarrassment was overwhelming, especially with last game's thong photos circulating online. Yes, it must be even, ha ha ha, as the final buzzer sounded. The Wizards triumphed over the Celtics with a score of 99-80, securing the game point. Smith collapsed in the studio. Call an ambulance, quickly. And don't forget to record this. Capture Smith's disgraceful moment for the internet. Darn it, Charles. Even in my feigned faintness to mask the embarrassment, you cannot let me be? Oh dear. Can I truly record this? I'm merely trying to help the boss save some money. By the way, what does grass mud horse mean? It's a local dialect from Lee's hometown, meaning hello. Smith told a little white lie. Grass mud horse, Smith. Grass mud horse, grass mud horse, grass mud horse. Barkley remained exceedingly polite. Grass mud horse, enough already. Am I not aware of my own condition? Grass mud horse, grass mud horse, grass mud horse, grass mud horse. All right then, grass mud horse. Grass mud horse. After the Wizards concluded their press conference, they swiftly boarded a private jet bound for Boston. The players were brimming with excitement, as only one victory stood between them and the championship finals. In stark contrast, Collins wore a countenance ravaged by time, devoid of any joy, instead shadowed by deep concern. He hesitated multiple times, his heart heavy, before stepping forward to address the group, his voice hoarse as he declared, "We cannot win this game. We must lose." What? Why? Doug, have you had too much to drink? Is there something wrong with my hearing? Are you suggesting we throw the game? The words of Collins erupted like oil splashed into boiling water, igniting a tempest of disbelief, anger, and shock that inundated him. Quiet. Let's allow Doug to finish. There must be some underlying reason. Jordan's previously jubilant expression transformed into a stern visage. As a veteran of the league for 2 decades, he was privy to certain secrets. After the conclusion of Game 4, Tanya Bolin called me. She insisted that we must lose Game 5, as she wants to conclude the series on home turf. Collins pinched his temples, speaking weakly. Is this Abby Bolin's idea? I cannot fathom him making such a foolish decision. Certainly not. It is Tanya Bolin's call. Abby has been unwell lately. Collins expressed his trepidation. Tanya Bolin, daughter of Abby Bolin, was a mercenary of business interests. Tanya is a reckless opportunist. She will inevitably bring ruin to the Wizards. Jordan, consumed by fury, was resolute in his refusal to allow anyone to sabotage his 7th journey to the finals. Lee Howe remained silent, possessing a certain understanding of the undercurrents as a former NBA broadcaster. Ultimately, the NBA is a commercial league, and the owner's primary objective in managing their teams is profit. David Stern, too, would implement certain home court advantages for financial gain, a practice that is not without justification. For instance, it is comprehensible that some contentious calls favor the home team or the losing side. The opportunity is presented to you. Whether you seize it is your own affair, as referees cannot blatantly officiate unjustly. Stern would never permit anyone to tarnish the league's reputation. An association rife with match fixing would deter viewers. In Chapter 75, Lee Howe in the Sky with Guests. The repercussions of the 2006 NBA Finals between the Heat and the Mavericks were particularly dire. The Heat, down 0-2, rallied to win 4 consecutive games and claim the championship. In the 3rd and 4th games, the officiating undeniably favored the Heat, with Dwayne Wade astonishingly awarded 25 free throws in a single match. Although the decisive Game 7 was officiated fairly, the Mavericks' morale had already been shattered. The beleaguered Mavericks ultimately lost their first championship trophy. Fortunately, karma prevails. In 2011, the Mavericks, underestimated by many, achieved a remarkable comeback. Dirk Nowitzki single-handedly led his team to avenge the Heat's trio, coincidentally triumphing with a 4-2 victory. Nowitzki's championship is among the most prestigious in history. However, Tanya Bolin's actions have transcended ethical boundaries, flouting the spirit of sportsmanship. Competitive sports are not child's play. The dynamics are ever-changing. Game 5's deliberate loss, followed by a revitalized Celtics team in Game 6, could potentially spell trouble for the Wizards. The uncertainties in competitive sports are manifold: injuries, performance levels, and psychological resilience. I have reached the finals 6 times and secured championship titles each time. Why is it that I have never played a Game 7? The unpredictability. Even I cannot guarantee victory in a game. In Game 5, play normally, and I, Jordan, will bear all responsibility. With a commanding declaration, Jordan elicited cheers from the players. Collins, however, wore a solemn expression. Owner A.C. Bowling is a commendable proprietor, noted for his lengthy tenure in NBA history. Yet, Tanya is certainly not a good owner. She does not tolerate dissent, even from the deity of basketball. What does the future hold? Collins pondered anxiously. After a brief interlude, the cabin filled with snores, the players were utterly fatigued. Their seemingly glamorous lives concealed numerous unspoken struggles. The grueling training often exacts a toll on their vitality, leading many stars to age rapidly post-retirement. as they trade their lives for money. Awakened from a deep slumber by a bundle of cotton, Li Hao gasped for breath. Blinking his sleepy eyes, he was surprised to find the flight attendant, Lucy, before him. "What's the matter?" "Lucy, did the plane encounter a flock of birds?" "No. Li, keep your voice down. You'll wake the other players." Lucy whispered softly into Li's ear. "If you have something to say, please do so quickly. I am utterly exhausted." Li Hao was growing increasingly impatient. Recalling how Lucy had previously pestered him, insisting on introducing him to someone. "Someone is looking for you, Li. Is he sending a plane to find me?" Li Hao responded, exasperated. No, just follow me and you'll find out." Lucy bent slightly, her alluring figure tantalizingly close to Li Hao, separated only by a thin layer of fabric. "I'm too tired, Lucy. Let him fly to Boston." "Please, Li, this person is your fan. Just consider it a favor for me, will you? Just this once." Lucy playfully nudged Li Hao's arm, having learned through various inquiries that he preferred a gentle persuasion over a forceful approach. "All right, let us make haste." Li Hao, bleary-eyed, rose and followed Lucy into the bathroom. Observing the look of confusion on Li Hao's face, Lucy joyfully explained, "She is here." With a swift motion, Lucy pushed Li Hao into the bathroom and promptly locked the door, her actions fluid and decisive. Li Hao glanced at the person, then at Lucy, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her. "Li, my sister is your devoted fan. She has long wished to meet you. I apologize for resorting to this method to facilitate your encounter. We needn't meet here." Li Hao replied with a wry smile. "You have no idea how immensely popular you are. From elderly ladies to young girls, and even middle-aged women, they are all queuing up to befriend you. Hello, Li. I am Lily, your fervent admirer, and I wish for you to become my fan as well. Would you be willing?" Lily looked up at Li Hao with hopeful anticipation, her face adorned with playful designs, an essential adornment for Li Hao's fans. "I'm too tired. Let us save it for another time." To be candid, Lily and Lucy were both strikingly beautiful. Had it been before his transformation, Li Hao would have eagerly pursued them. Yet now, having indulged in fine delicacies, he felt a sense of weariness. He would rather enjoy a good sleep. "You're intimidated, aren't you? Li, are you concerned that I might thwart your every move?" Lily provocatively gazed at Li Hao. Li Hao was suddenly overwhelmed, questioning that he would undoubtedly pay a heavy price for his actions. "Come, Lily. Let us head to the gaming room and compete in 2K. You need not follow, Lucy. I must enlighten Lily on the perils of speaking without thought." "Play 2K? You expect me to join you in a game while I conceal myself in the restroom?" Lily was quite disheartened. Is it not the case that seeking a basketball player means engaging in 2K rather than playing football? Li Hao led the way towards the gaming room. After exchanging a knowing glance with Lily, Lucy pulled her along. "Alone, Lily would surely be no match for you. It is only through our sisterly unity and mutual support that we can withstand your challenge. Those who understand the times are wise. Yet you must also pay the price for your recent arrogance." Li Hao switched on the television, handed 2 controllers to his sisters, and grasped one himself as the game commenced. Basketball is a fiercely competitive sport, yet the initial phase demands a harmonious blend of strength and finesse. A frenzied approach from the outset not only exhausts one's stamina but also diminishes the basketball experience for both oneself and the opponent. A domineering style of play will only obliterate the rival's enthusiasm, ultimately devolving the match into a solitary performance. Li Hao refrained from launching a reckless attack, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, meticulously observing the opponent's vulnerabilities. To breach the duel defense, one must seize upon every defensive flaw they exhibit. A prolonged pause in ball control would inevitably lead to an offensive timeout. Thus, Li Hao commenced an exhilarating display of dribbling. With deftness, he executed dribbles with both hands, between his legs, behind his back, and with sudden changes in direction. Li Hao dribbled the basketball with remarkable speed, leaving behind a series of fleeting shadows. 1 became 2, and 2 transformed into 4. Initially, the twins managed to keep pace with Li Hao's offensive rhythm, but as time passed, their spirits were ensnared in place by his deft changes of direction. Li Hao is a master at seizing opportunities. He skillfully maneuvered past Lucy's defensive coverage of Lily, perfectly hitting a stunning 3-pointer. Li Hao's original intention was precisely this: to inflict injury upon 10 fingers rather than to sever a single one. Lily's resolve was shattered, prompting Lucy to hastily come to her defense. Li Hao lamented the absence of a fraternal twin to assist him. An idea struck him, and he unleashed the mystical technique of Lu Xiaofeng's lengthy finger, pressing the handle with fervor. Hailing from the enigmatic origins of martial arts, Li Hao was not only proficient in the 6 Meridians divine sword, but also excelled in the lengthy finger, a skill of his own mastery. Lacking the dual wings of a colorful phoenix, yet possessing an innate connection of understanding. The lengthy finger, versatile in both offense and defense, could strike with a single finger, epitomizing the pinnacle of finger techniques. At this juncture, Lucy too succumbed to defeat. Chapter 76. The elimination of the Celtics and their entry into the finals. The gentle phase concluded, paving the way for the devastating dunk segment aimed at shattering the will. Li Hao, with deft hands on the controller, unleashed a cascade of dazzling moves, a single-handed slam dunk, a powerful two-handed dunk, an impressive windmill, and a mesmerizing 360-degree dunk. Brother Hao, we can't continue. This game is far too challenging for us. You exclaim. You dictate when to play or not, treating me as if I hold no significance. Let me assure you, the game has only just commenced. The Wizards' aircraft soared against the headwinds in the North American atmosphere, and Li Hao too ascended, propelled by the aircraft. Lucy and Lily were also airborne. Though their bodies remained aboard the plane, their souls had already transcended, crossing into the atmosphere and ascending into the cosmos. On the evening of May 19, 2002, at 7:20 p.m., the much-anticipated Game 5 between the Celtics and the Wizards commenced at the North Shore Garden. The Celtics fans, once brimming with arrogance during Game 1, now bore expressions tinged with melancholy, resigned to the belief that elimination was merely a matter of time. When, they pondered, would the glory of the Celtics be restored? Their last championship victory harked back to the distant year of 1986, marking the end of the post-Bird era. Now, an audacious young player, even more formidable than Larry Bird, was shattering their championship dreams, a poignant irony indeed. In the spacious and opulent office of the Wizards' president, Tony Apollon observed the game with keen interest. This was the first official directive she had issued since taking charge. Arthur, fetch me a bottle of Vega Sicilia Unico from the wine cellar. Vega Sicilia Unico is heralded as one of Spain's finest red wines and one of the most coveted wines globally. As her imposing bodyguard rose and exited, the game commenced. Yes, Miss Pollen. After 3 glasses, you know what to do. Do not compel me to remind you, for that would shatter the immersive experience. Today's roleplay embodied the essence of a destitute man harboring resentment towards the affluent. While I luxuriate in the estate, savoring wine and pastries under the sun, you, the impoverished soul, toil for your next meal. In your imbalance, you snatched my pastry and struck me. By the way, I have a penchant for the wild and unexpected. The more fiercely you strike, the greater the tip afterward. Yes, Miss Pollen, I am well aware of the protocol. On Sports Channel 5, Zhang Weiping and Su Kun provided a light-hearted commentary, with the Wizards now serving as the network's flagship team, never missing a game. Meanwhile, in the TNT studio, Smith's face no longer radiated the sunny disposition of yesteryears. He had ceased wagering with Barkley, his gaze hollow as he narrated the game. He was profoundly disheartened. Having surpassed Kidd's popularity to become a symbol of controversy across the American internet, the 2 bikinis he wore had sold out, purchased by women for their boyfriends or husbands. What was the purpose behind this? It was merely a desire to see if one could dress in a more distasteful manner than Smith. And the conclusion was that Smith indeed presented the most grotesque attire. Ted Turner observed all of this, aware that it was time for him to take action. The Celtics exhibited a resolute determination to fight against all odds in this match, with Pierce relentlessly attacking the rim. Walker refrained from attempting 3-pointers, frequently capitalizing on his rebounding prowess to score on second-chance opportunities. Under the guidance of the Twin Stars, the Celtics managed to establish a lead as substantial as 9 points. However, the Wizards began to display the resilience and fortitude characteristic of a formidable team. The rise of Li Hao and Kwame Brown has rendered their starting lineup superior to that of the Celtics, with the only weakness in their bench overshadowed by Li Hao's remarkable individual prowess. No longer can anyone dare to label the Wizards as a weak team, as they have repeatedly proven their mettle against so-called experts. Under Li Hao's reign of 3-pointers, the Wizards steadily closed the gap, leading by 7 points at halftime. Upon returning for the third quarter, the Wizards surged ahead, their momentum propelling them to a lead of at least 19 points. In the fourth quarter, Pierce and Walker fought valiantly, but their efforts dissolved in the face of sheer strength. As the final buzzer echoed through the arena, the Wizards emerged victorious, clinching the Eastern Conference title on the road. The Celtics players departed in silence. Anthony Walker, embodying the grace of a strategist well-versed in Sun Tzu's teachings, embraced Li Hao with a smile, offering his heartfelt congratulations. "Brother, I wish you well. I have faith in your future. My judgment has always been keen." Li Hao was somewhat moved. Although Walker had a penchant for gambling, he was fundamentally a good person, and Li Hao resolved to offer him some guidance. "Anthony," he said, "allow me to give you a piece of advice. Never invest in real estate. Never invest in real estate. Never invest in real estate." Li Hao recalled that Walker had gone bankrupt due to his investments in real estate. Upon hearing this, Walker was instantly taken aback. How did Li Hao know about his intentions to invest in real estate? He had confided in no one. What else could he invest in? Aside from basketball and chasing women, he possessed no other skills. Gold and Bitcoin were options. But what is Bitcoin? Such secrets are not meant to be divulged. Walker etched Li Hao's words into his memory. 2 decades later, as Walker ascended to become the 3rd wealthiest investor in the NBA, he would tell anyone who would listen that Li Hao was not only a prodigy on the basketball court, but also a genius in the investment realm. A mere utterance from him had shaped the man Walker had become. The Dream Academy required 45,000 for a week's training. And bankrupt players sought his guidance in investing without any charge, for he wished to pass on the love bestowed upon him by Li Hao. Meanwhile, the Wizards hastily returned to Washington after securing the Eastern Conference trophy. The game between the Lakers and the Kings was still ongoing, granting the Wizards a considerable respite. Ironically, the team's executive president, Tony Apollon, was furious upon witnessing the team's triumph. The sound of her fury echoed through the air. Even more ironically, her African-American bodyguard wielded a whip against her. "Fuck you," Apollon shouted. The bodyguard, aware of her penchant for irony during such moments, intensified his strikes. Knowing that the harder he whipped, the more rewards he would receive, for he understood this game well. Apollon, incensed, retaliated with a slap that landed squarely on her bodyguard's face. "I told you to stop. Fuck you. You black bastard." The bodyguard's eyes conveyed understanding, and he retaliated with even greater force, delivering a flurry of slaps. Women often enjoy irony. The more one resists, the deeper they immerse themselves in their roles. And the more they deny, the more they desire. Half an hour later, Apollon found herself in a state of utter disarray, sprawled across the table. "Boss, I played my role quite well this time," the bodyguard boasted. "Get lost. Head to finance for your pay. You're fired." "Fool," Apollon hissed, wounded. "This is all your fault, Michael. You insufferable brat. The god of basketball. To me, you're just a means to make money. Once the season ends, I'll buy you out immediately." Chapter 77. The Lakers advance to the finals. When Li Hao returned to his Washington apartment, it was already 4 in the morning. At this hour, Kobe should be rising to commence his training. Li Hao resolved to seize the opportunity to ascertain whether Kobe truly practiced at 4 o'clock. Eagerly, he accessed the system, a nightly indulgence that had become his routine. The reward for triumphing over the Celtics had been unveiled, a modest increase of 0.5 in his abilities. Lamentably, the pre-allocated enhancements were no longer available, leaving him wistful, as those enhancements were extraordinarily formidable. However, it was perhaps for the best, as the system's reasoning was sound. It would be rather tedious for just the two of them to engage in a lackluster display if the fans had been granted pre-allocations. Moreover, there was the matter of repayment. Should he be required to repay during the pivotal finals, the consequences could be dire. With this perspective, Li Hao felt considerably more at ease, skillfully directing his ability points towards strength. Name: Li Hao. Position: power forward. Height: 2.07 meters. Wingspan: 2.17 meters. Weight: 107 kilograms. Physical attributes: speed, 8. Strength, 9. 2. Explosiveness, 8. Stamina, 8. Offensive skills, 3-point shooting, 10. Jump shot, 5. Low post offense, 5. Ball handling, 6. Passing, 6. Dribbling, 6. Driving, 8. Defensive skills, defense, 8. 2. Rebounding, 8. 2. Blocking, 9. 2. Stealing, 9. 2. Signature moves, 1. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's skyhook, an unparalleled skill, defenseless in one-on-one situations. 2. Reggie Miller's 3-point shot. Among the league's elite shooting capabilities, there exists a 10 chance to trigger the Miller moment, where scoring 8 points in 9.8 seconds becomes a reality. During the Miller moment, the host's speed and accuracy are elevated, achieving an astonishing 100 shooting percentage. Li Hao's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he contemplated the artistry of Jabbar's skyhook and Miller's 3-point prowess, both extraordinary skills that served as Li Hao's foundation against the Western Conference champions. With a commendable rating of 9.2, he could hold his head high amidst the league's elite, akin to 0.92 of Shaquille O'Neal, equally formidable and unstoppable. The next step is to rejuvenate and await the emergence of the Western champions. in stark contrast to the one-sided situation in the Eastern Conference. The Western Finals unfolded with intense rivalry. The Kings delivered a stunning blow to the resplendent Lakers. The prodigious power forward of the Kings, Chris Webber, is not only a force to be reckoned with in the paint, but also possesses an astonishing accuracy from beyond the arc. The master of control, Mike Bibby, exhibits a fluid and graceful playing style, characterized by an extraordinary composure under pressure. The versatile warrior, Vlade Divac, seamlessly transitions between the interior and exterior game. His burning desire for vengeance against the Lakers is palpable, as it was he who was traded for the legendary Kobe Bryant. The sharpshooter Peja Stojakovic's three-point shooting is nothing short of remarkable, placing him among the historical elite in this regard. Under the mentorship of Rick Adelman, these elite warriors have executed the Princeton offensive system to perfection. In the initial 3 games, the Kings rallied back from an early loss to secure 2 victories, while the Lakers, thanks to Horry's last-second three-pointer, managed to reclaim a game. Subsequently, the Kings triumphed in a decisive battle. The 6th game will take place in Sacramento, with the Lakers teetering on the brink of elimination. In the first 3 quarters, both teams were locked in a fierce struggle, ending in a 75-75 stalemate. As the pivotal 4th quarter commenced, the Lakers were awarded an astonishing 27 free throws, whereas the Kings received a mere 7. In front of their home crowd, the Kings suffered a heartbreaking 4-point defeat. The series was pushed to a decisive 7th game, where the officiating did not play a decisive role. The 2 teams battled fiercely until the final minute, concluding regulation time tied at 100-100. In overtime, Shaquille O'Neal unleashed his prowess, scoring 6 points. While the Kings could only muster 6 points collectively, the Lakers emerged victorious with a score of 112-106. In this encounter, O'Neal logged an impressive 51 minutes on the court, shooting 12 of 25 for 35 points, 13 rebounds, 2 assists, and 4 blocks, achieving a shooting percentage of 48.0. Kobe played for 52 minutes, scoring 30 points, 10 rebounds, 7 assists, and 2 steals on 10 of 26 shooting, with a shooting percentage of 38.5. This performance foreshadowed the struggles of his young counterpart. Horry contributed 16 points, Fisher added 13 points, and Fox also scored 13 points. Bibby scored 29 points with 5 rebounds and 4 assists, while Webber recorded 20 points, 11 assists, and 8 rebounds. Divac added 15 points and 10 rebounds, Turkoglu contributed 10 points and 5 rebounds, and Bobby Jackson scored 12 points with 4 rebounds. Stojakovic's underwhelming performance was one of the factors in the team's defeat. The Kings suffered a bitter loss, as the Lakers symbolized popularity and viewership, capitalizing on the referees' biased calls. In the fair 7th game, luck had seemingly abandoned the Kings, leading to their unfortunate overtime defeat. Consequently, the Lakers advanced to the finals for the 3rd consecutive year, with a singular aim of defending their title and solidifying their dynasty. Kobe and Shaquille aimed to secure their first three-peat, while head coach Phil Jackson sought his 3rd three-peat as a coach. Intriguingly, the opponent standing in the way of Phil Jackson's 3rd three-peat is none other than the basketball deity, Michael Jordan, with whom he previously clinched 2 three-peats. The NBA's greatest of all time made his 3rd comeback, stepping onto the final stage for the 7th time. This epitomizes the essence of the Black Jesus, as miracles unfold effortlessly before him. Yet, behind this effortless success lies the meteoric rise of Lee Howe. Lee Howe has relentlessly propelled the Wizards to their current standing with a series of breathtaking last-minute victories. Lee Howe has inadvertently stepped into the realm of stardom, yet he requires accolades to enhance his worthiness. His rival, Michael Jordan, faces none other than Kobe Bryant, a man often hailed as his most authentic successor. Through relentless training and daily imitation, Kobe has appropriated all of Jordan's signature moves. Assisting him is Shaquille O'Neal, one of the 4 dominant centers and historically one of the most formidable centers in the game. In the prime of his career, O'Neal is ambitious. It was during Jordan's 2nd playoff year that he and Penny Hardaway vanquished Jordan's team. To heighten the excitement of the finals, the media unearthed a video of Lee Howe tapping O'Neal on the head. Alongside this, O'Neal's remarks about the Wizards reaching the finals added fuel to the fire, with Samaki Walker and Tyronn Lue also getting involved. Moreover, Robert Horry found himself in the spotlight once again as videos of Lee Howe retaliating against him resurfaced. This exploration of the past unearthed all of Lee Howe's unsavory records. A simple tally reveals that Lee Howe has bullied numerous players. Perhaps he truly is a tyrant on the court? Fame draws controversy. Lee Howe is embroiled once more in a scandal of bullying. Stern observes all this quietly, his lips curling into a smile that reaches his temples. An abundance of coincidences and sensationalism has escalated the attention surrounding this finals matchup. Now, all that remains is to await the ensuing spectacle. Chapter 78. Jay Cho attends the finals to support Li Hao during the Wizards' preparations for the finals. A significant event unfolded. The imposing Michael Jordan imparted a lesson to Wizards president, Donnie Walsh. Donnie, do not hastily engage in match fixing. Your foolish actions amount to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Li's future is resplendent, and he is poised to usher in a dynasty for the Wizards. The formidable presence of Jordan left the inexperienced Donia pale and shaken. Are you aware of Li's current ticket-selling prowess? Should we forfeit even a single home game, we would incur losses in the millions. Gritting her teeth, Donia managed to utter these two sentences through labored breaths, feeling as though all her strength had been siphoned away. Jordan's aura was as vast as the ocean. If news of our match fixing were to leak, you wouldn't sell a single ticket. I may be old and indifferent to my reputation, but you would ruin Li's. Jordan's powerful hand slammed down on the table, a clear indication of his intent to exert pressure on Donia. Li Hao is the prodigy that Jordan has taken a liking to. He must not be ruined by Dunia's ignorance. So, you are here for Li, then act wisely. Without waiting for Dunia to finish her words, Jordan slammed the door and left, having already expressed his thoughts. Dunia, infuriated to the point of coughing, resolved to allow him to be arrogant for a few more days. After the finals, she would boldly arrange for his dismissal. Li is not for sale, but you, Michael Jordan, shall be the sacrificial victim. Let us see if, in that moment, Li can uphold you as you have upheld him. The ungrateful Tanya is oblivious to the ancient Chinese proverb that states, once a teacher, forever a father. Li Hao harbors an immense respect for Jordan, refusing to allow anyone to defame or harm him in any way. She naively believes that Li Hao will remain with the team, as she is prepared to offer him a maximum contract along with her devotion. Gazing into the mirror once more, she admires her exquisite features, alluring charm, and curvaceous figure. Dongnia feels increasingly confident, a natural beauty that anyone would desire. Based on her understanding of Li Hao, it is evident that he has been involved with at least 3 women, indicating that he is a man driven by his primal instincts. Even if she herself might not suffice, what about the entire cheerleading squad of the Wizards? How would Li Hao react if she employed such a tactic? He would surely be thrilled. Surely, no emperor in their nation's history has enjoyed such fortune. Dongnia struggles to conceive a reason for her potential defeat, unless Li Hao proves to be incompetent. A few fleeting days passed, and the sands of time ushered in the evening of May 25, 2002, at 7 p.m. The highly anticipated NBA Finals officially commenced at the Staples Center, home of the Los Angeles Lakers. Renowned as the City of Angels, Los Angeles stands as the second-largest city in the United States, a pivotal hub for commerce, international trade, science, education, entertainment, and sports. The world's cinematic epicenter, Hollywood, is nestled here, ensuring that the front row of the Staples Center is perpetually graced by the luminaries of the silver screen. They leverage the visibility provided by the NBA to promote themselves, while the NBA, in turn, capitalizes on their celebrity to enhance its own prominence. Jack Nicholson, a devoted Lakers fan, can also be regarded as a fervent admirer of Kobe Bryant. In a parallel universe, after Kobe's retirement, he no longer graced the Staples Center. Leonardo DiCaprio and Kate Winslet, the leading actors from Titanic, are also present. The charming young DiCaprio has always been devoted to youthful models. Monica Bellucci, the first-generation basketball belle, captivated men worldwide as the alluring Mal Na in the Sicilian legend. Magic Johnson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar arrived at the venue together. They collectively led the Lakers to 5 championships, undeniably securing their status as Lakers legends. In stark contrast to Magic's beaming smile, Jabbar's face bore the weight of conflict today. One is his former team. The other is his protege, presenting a genuine conundrum. The astute Magic resolved this dilemma, reminding Jabbar that regardless of the outcome, he would emerge victorious. Jabbar felt a sense of relief, especially when he observed Li Hao offering him a fist bump for the second time. Jabbar reciprocated, recalling that Bruce Lee had taught him this gesture as the highest form of respect in Chinese culture. The star-studded front row also featured an Asian face. The basketball enthusiast Jay Cho was present. At this moment, he was just beginning to make waves in the music industry, having been discovered by Wu Zongxian. In 2000, Cho released his debut album, Jay, which sold over 300,000 copies upon its release. In 2001, he solidified his musical style with Fantasy. Wu Zongxian, Cho's mentor, profited immensely from his success, and Cho skyrocketed to fame. Jay Cho has repeatedly stated in public that without Zhongxian, there would be no Jay Cho. In contrast to his parallel universe self, who had succumbed to indulgence, this incarnation of Cho was youthful and handsome. Yet, a lingering sadness shadowed his brow. As he found himself in the darkest hour of his life, he had been ruthlessly betrayed by his mentor, Wu Zhongxian. Burdened by reckless investments, Zhongxian had accrued substantial debts, and Alpha Music Company faced dire circumstances. Overnight, opportunistic music companies flocked to secure Cho's signature, offering extravagant sums. Without a moment's hesitation, Cho declined their offers. Viewing Wu Zhongxian as an elder brother, he expressed to Zhongxian, "In times of hardship, we shall bear together. Grant me 2 years, and I shall assist you in earning money and repaying your debts." However, what Jay Cho never anticipated was that Wu Zhongxian would regard him as merely a cousin. Behind Jay Cho's back, Wu Zhongxian sold the company for a staggering 400 million new Taiwan dollars, encompassing all the artists under his purview, including Jay Cho himself. Ultimately, the bond of brotherhood that Jay Cho cherished only resonated with himself. The two parted ways, leaving Jay Cho feeling betrayed by a dear friend. With an omniscient perspective, Li Hao was well aware of the unfolding events, and he approached with warmth and familiarity, leaving Jay Cho utterly astonished. "Oh, hello, Li Hao. You actually recognize me?" "Indeed. I am your fan. Quickly, let us hear the nunchaku rhythm. Hee-hee-ha-hey." Remember, a martial artist must embody kindness to be invincible. Li Hao sang while performing impressive movements with nunchaku. Who was practicing Tai Chi, creating waves. Quickly, wield the nunchaku. Hee-ha-hey. Ha-ha. Let us give a round of applause for encouragement. Jay Cho also mimicked the nunchaku movements, continuing to sing along with Li Hao's lyrics. Their laughter echoed, a shared camaraderie blossoming between them, as if they were old friends. "By the way, Jay, when are you returning to the country?" Li Hao suddenly remembered. "I plan to go back after this match. There have been too many troubles lately." The thought of being sold weighed heavily on Jay Cho's heart. "How about we return to Washington together? I can arrange for you to perform during the halftime show." Although Washington was not as grand as Los Angeles, its global broadcast exposure was remarkably impressive. "Of course, I would love that. My dream is to become a world-class singer. It's something many domestic artists aspire to but can hardly reach. I hope I'm not imposing on you." Jay Cho looked at Li Hao with hopeful eyes. Chapter 79. O'Neill with Twin Tails. "Let us consider it settled then. It's a minor favor, and I still have some influence. Why are you helping me so much?" At this moment, Jay Cho felt vulnerable. His life's beliefs had crumbled. "We are all Chinese. Isn't that reason enough? Would you prefer I assist someone from Korea or Japan?" "Indeed, we are all Chinese, and I believe the essence of Chinese culture is the coolest. I want to start my own company. I can't work for others anymore, but I currently lack funds. I have more than enough capital. I can lend it to you, without any strings attached. That one do, we must keep clear accounts among brothers. We can partner to establish an entertainment company." Before Jay could finish, he lowered his head, the floor gleaming beneath them. The harsh realities of life had taken away his dear brother, but had gifted him a loyal friend instead. "Let us open one in China and another in America. You can be the leading man, and Lu Yifei can be the leading lady." Ding 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 ding. The system interrupted the conversation between Li Hao and Jay. "Stop chatting. The match is about to commence." Detecting that the host is nearing the finals, the following tasks are now issued. 1. Win the series. 2. Insult Kobe Bryant, for he is destined to be second best. 3. Hit Shaquille O'Neal on the head for 5 seconds. Wong Defa. Damn. What the hell? This system is utterly useless. I can't accomplish anything. This system was not only annoying but also lazy, resembling the previous task from when they faced the Lakers. Insulting Kobe was one thing, but confronting O'Neal would undoubtedly lead to a brawl. Li Hao decisively declined. This time the reward is 0. 5 ability points with an additional 0. 3 ability points for winning the championship. Completing Jordan's long-term task grants 0. 5 ability points. The promise of Allen Iverson's permanent signature move, the crossover. The system is tempting. Indeed, this reward is rather enticing, amounting to a total of 1. 3 ability points, along with Iverson's crossover. Isn't this what I rightfully deserve? Don't try to deceive me. I implore you, can you please consider it? Brother Hao, indulge your younger brother's peculiar whim, will you? Very well. I shall reluctantly acquiesce to your request this time. Li Hao, ever the opportunist, would unhesitatingly approach legends like Jordan for the sake of enhancing his prowess and signature moves. As the host and the leading figure of the team, Shaquille O'Neal made his way to the Wizards' half-court to greet them. Upon catching sight of Lee Howe, O'Neal's expression turned fierce. "Lee, I warn you not to lay a hand on my players. If you do, I shall retaliate. I am not one to be trifled with." Simultaneously, O'Neal's thoughts echoed. "Open your eyes wide and take a good look. I am no longer the bald man I once was. The egg killer should refrain from targeting me." After this declaration, O'Neal deliberately tossed his ponytails with vigor, anxious that Lee Howe might not notice. "Ha ha. What are you getting worked up for, Shaquille? I am not at all the person they portray me to be online. Fame attracts controversy. They are merely envious and seek to malign me. By the way, where do you get your hair done? I would love to visit." Lee Howe doubled over with laughter. It had been a month since he last saw O'Neal, who had grown his hair long and fashioned it into unkempt braids. These braids were styled into a decidedly unappealing pair of pigtails, presenting a rather comical golden lowly appearance. Combined with a form-fitting JK skirt, he appeared utterly unbeatable. Those who are astute understand the situation. It is best to be aware, lest I become less than courteous. I had my hair done at the most expensive salon in Los Angeles. I recall you mentioning that if I made it to the finals, you would kiss a donkey's rear, as would you, Tyrin, and you, Samaki, do not hide. You must have misheard. O'Neal dashed away, faster than a fast break. Damn it. The rapid growth of his hair is utterly unreasonable. It must be a wig. The system fumed with indignation. Are you truly a basketball enthusiast? Why not capture a shot of his two basketballs? A photograph of the basketballs could catch him off guard. Capturing his basketballs would be tantamount to me savoring his balls. Damn it. The task has now changed. Remove the wig first, then take the shot. Very well, but I require additional payment. Is 0 too sufficient? All right then. After warming up, the entrance ceremony commenced. The DJ passionately introduced the players as they made their grand entrance. The Wizards starting lineup: Kwame Brown, Lee Howe, Michael Jordan, Richard Hamilton, and Eric Rue. The Lakers starting lineup: Shaquille O'Neal, Samaki Walker, Rick Fox, Kobe Bryant, and Derek Fisher. As the referee tossed the basketball into the air, the game officially began. O'Neal, with his flowing pigtails, passed the ball to Kobe, who took several strides into the front court, entering the set play. In the set play, O'Neal was unmatched. Only the legendary 18 dragon-subduing palms could contend with him. The so-called 18 dragon-subduing palms required 3 players to commit 18 fouls to handle him. Kobe, at the arc, dribbled the ball, suddenly faking with his shoulder and executing a crossover to elude Hamilton, driving straight to the basket. Lee Howe advanced to bolster the defense, while Kobe, seizing the moment, lofted the ball high into the air. Shaquille O'Neal effortlessly twisted his body, sending Brown flying, before soaring into the air. Boom. With both hands. He slammed the ball into the hoop, his twin ponytails flowing in the wind, as the OK duo commenced with a spectacular aerial relay. Upon landing, O'Neal tousled his tousled hair and, with a confident smirk at the left corner of his mouth, struck a superhero pose in celebration. The stark contrast of his demeanor rendered O'Neal both comical and formidable. His humorous antics are unparalleled in the NBA. The fans at the Staples Center erupted in a frenzy, enthralled by the captivating style of the OK duo, who boast countless admirers across the globe. As the Wizards initiated their offense, Samaki Walker moved in to defend Lee Houghton's hook shot. Jordan still opted to pass the ball to Lee Howe. O'Neal quickly provided support, and Lee Howe intended to pass to the unmarked Brown. The Lakers executed a swift defensive switch, completing the transition in mere moments. However, Lee Howe unexpectedly chose to back down against O'Neal. The audience was left in astonishment, incredulous at Lee Howe's audacity to challenge the league's most powerful center. A cacophony of boos erupted from the stands, branding him as overly ambitious. Ha ha ha, he has completely lost it. This jester dares to back down against the mightiest center, O'Neal. They scoffed, claiming that his confidence stemmed from the weakness of the Eastern Conference, labeling him a mere frog at the bottom of a well. Shark will crush him, snap his bones in retribution for Hori. At Sports Channel 5, Zhang Weiping was beside himself, exclaiming, "Oh dear, little Lee has become overconfident. Attempting to back down against O'Neal is madness." Sukun covered his eyes, unable to watch. Shark, please be gentle. Our little Lee has to compete in the World Championship after this finals. In the TNT studio, Barkley, brimming with mirth, narrated the game solo, finding amusement in Lee Howe's reckless bravado. Overestimation is the phrase for Lee Howe, for even his sizable frame cannot budge O'Neal, he quipped. And where's Kenny? Oh. He.s. off in the restroom, feeling unwell after donning swimwear. In truth, Smith had been summoned by the boss, who offered him a lucrative 5-year contract worth $100 million. Oh, boss, I'm not solely motivated by money. I've come to appreciate that even black and red is a shade of red. I've fallen for swimwear that can't hold water. Let them bask in the sun and be disinfected. Chapter 80. Lee Howe's standoff with O'Neal having signed the hefty contract. Smith returned with a skip in his step. Back from the restroom? Barkley greeted with a grin. Indeed, I'm back. Smith replied in high spirits. Are you still up for a bet? Barkley challenged. Absolutely. This time, I will seize control. I bet Lee will once again challenge O'Neal head-on. Kenny Smith was brimming with confidence. But remember, O'Neal has his ponytails tied up now. He is no longer just an egg. Barkley offered a well-meaning reminder, expressing genuine sympathy for Smith. The mere thought of Smith's two awkward bells brought a smile to his face. Barkley's suggestion was intended to persuade me to select Lee Howe as someone who would struggle against O'Neal. Yet, is it truly that simple? Barkley would not be so benevolent. He was fully aware that I would doubt his words. His intention was to compel me to maintain my choice of Lee Howe as someone ill-suited to confront O'Neal, thus provoking me to deliberately choose Lee Howe as one who could indeed challenge O'Neal. Attempting to outsmart me with predictions, I have already anticipated your stratagem. My friend Charles, I shall select Lee Howe as someone who cannot contend with O'Neal. Very well, poor Kenny, I shall heed your counsel. Returning to the game. Lee Howe dribbled while simultaneously attempting to back down O'Neal with an emphatic determination. Then, something astonishing occurred, although Lee Howe did not manage to displace O'Neal. He also did not get pushed back significantly, resulting in an unexpected stalemate between the two. Lee Howe, possessing a strength rating of 9.2, stands as a formidable rival to Shaquille O'Neal. However, he wisely opts not to engage in a prolonged confrontation with O'Neal, recognizing that speed is his distinct advantage. Lee Howe suddenly pivoted to the right and took off for a thunderous dunk. Shaquille O'Neal leaped simultaneously, refusing to allow anyone to challenge his dominance beneath the rim. Lee Howe felt the immense pressure from the formidable shark, and with a skewed motion, he shifted from a layup to a pull-up shot, releasing the ball into the air. Swish. The ball found its mark. George Lynch, the power forward for the 76ers, had the vodka he was about to sip suddenly spew from his mouth. Could it be that he was now on par with Shaquille O'Neal? Keith Van Horn, seated before the television, was left in a state of disbelief. Had Lee Howe truly developed the strength to contend with O'Neal? J. Brown, the power forward for the Hornets, rubbed his eyes in astonishment. Convinced that he had not misjudged the situation, Lee had been concealing his true potential while matched against him. Meanwhile, Anthony Walker, engrossed in the game, was simultaneously researching information about Bitcoin. He felt fortunate for having taken extra three-point shots in the match against the Wizards, for otherwise, his performance in the paint would have been even more awkward. At that moment, Bitcoin had yet to be issued, but the concept was beginning to take shape. Lee Howe is not only an exceptional player but also possesses a profound understanding of blockchain technology. The phrase deep and unfathomable perfectly encapsulates Lee Howe. Oh my goodness! Such finesse, yet such resilience. Lee remarkably stands shoulder to shoulder with the formidable Shaquille O'Neal. Lee Howe appeared diminutive before O'Neal, resembling a mere sprout. Yet he possessed a strength akin to steel. Monica Bellucci rose gracefully from her seat. At 38, she radiated the allure and vitality of a woman in her 20s, exuding both sensuality and charm. Her confidant had not misled her. This man undoubtedly possessed an extraordinary physique. Tears of emotion welled in her eyes as she completed her assessment, ready to embark on her pursuit at an opportune moment. The Lakers launched an offensive. Kobe would not allow anyone to overshadow him after utilizing a screen. He penetrated the paint and executed a powerful dunk with finesse. Thus, the moniker Little Flying Tiger was born, for he could soar with a slam dunk far beyond a mere layup. The Wizards initiated their attack, entrusting the ball to Lee Howe, who commanded the left side of the paint. Lee Howe engaged in a solitary duel against Samaki Walker, akin to a bulldozer as he forcefully maneuvered from the free throw line to the elbow, abruptly pivoting to shed Walker. With no other option, O'Neal rushed to provide support, allowing Lee Howe to seize the moment and loft the ball into the air. Lo and behold, the perceptive Brown sprang from the ground, soaring with both hands to shatter the rim. Boom. The Wizards' twin towers connected. In the Lakers' offensive play, Fisher once again passed the ball to O'Neal. With a mere couple of deft twists beneath the basket, O'Neal created chaos for his defenders, skillfully crafting space before ascending like a missile. Brown attempted to elevate O'Neal. In a display of brute force, O'Neal, with Brown hanging onto him, executed a thunderous dunk. Crash. Beep. And one. Brown, frustrated, clutched his head as the value of the first center continued to rise. The Sharks' occasional glimpses of brilliance during the regular season contrasted sharply with the unstoppable force he became in the finals, determined to secure a three-peat. O'Neal, exuding dominance, struck a superhero pose. Kwame, we are not even in the same league. You thought defeating Martin proved your worth. What is Martin even? I stand alone at the pinnacle. By the end of the first quarter, propelled by O'Neal's prowess, the Lakers unleashed an unanswerable offensive assault, extending their lead to 24-16. To exacerbate matters, Brown had already accumulated 3 fouls, and Haywood, who replaced him, soon found himself with 2 fouls against O'Neal. Colin shook his head with a wry smile, acknowledging the age-old adage, he who controls the paint, controls the game. With a formidable presence in the paint and the agile Kobe Bryant on the perimeter, it was a daunting task for any opponent to envision a Lakers defeat. As the second quarter commenced, Collins opted to rest all his key players except for Lee Howe on the bench. Lee Howe took to the court with the 4 invisible players, Haywood, Bobby Simmons, Eric Whitley, and Hubert Davis. The Lakers, led by Kobe, faced off against Horry, Tyronn Lue, Rick Fox, and Stanislav Medvedenko. The Wizards launched their offense. Lee Howe received the ball beyond the three-point arc, observing the diligent defense of Horry. With a mischievous intent to unsettle his opponent, Lee Howe inquired, "Is the rib ready?" Horry, without uttering a word, merely flashed a grin and replied, "Yes, yes. It's all set. Thank you for your concern, young Master Lee." Horry had already categorized Lee Howe as an untouchable adversary, especially after the recent incident where Lee Howe had effectively backed down O'Neal, further solidifying his conviction. In comparison to the challenges posed by Kidd, Martin, and O'Neal, his own minor setbacks seemed trivial. Has he undergone a transformation? Lee Howe was momentarily stunned, swallowing back the trash talk he had prepared, for he believed it unwise to strike a smiling face. "It was my fault for colliding with you before, Lee. I apologize." In a gesture of goodwill, he offered to single-handedly defend the nightclub cashier, claiming that the nightlife in the city was rather exhilarating. "Forget it. Just allow me to slip in." "That won't do. My contract is nearing its expiration, and I must feign effort." Before Horry could finish his sentence, he felt an immense force bearing down on him as Lee Howe ruthlessly initiated his assault from beyond the three-point line. Clang, clang, clang. Struggling to defend himself, Horry was swiftly overpowered and pushed into the paint by Lee Howe. Once again creating space, Lee Howe pivoted sharply and executed a fierce dunk. "Damn." Lee Howe raised his arm and roared, for the team now required an indomitable spirit. With O'Neal off the court, he assumed the mantle of the Little O'Neal, a force against which none could contend. The Lakers launched their offense as Kobe waved off Tyronn Lue's screen. With a series of deft crossovers and shoulder fakes, he easily maneuvered past Eric Whitney before executing a sudden stop for a mid-range jumper. The basketball traced a perfectly arched trajectory. Swish. Kobe, the little blacksmith of Los Angeles, struck fear into the hearts of his opponents with every shot he took. Such was the intimidation of a cold-blooded assassin. Chapter 81, Consecutive Losses. As the game resumed, the Wizards initiated their offense, and Lee Howe received Eric Whitney's pass at the top of the arc. Lee Howe lowered his center of gravity, assuming a threatening stance that posed 3 distinct challenges. In a fleeting moment of hesitation, Horry contemplated whether to apply tight defensive pressure. At that precise juncture, Lee Howe executed a swift jump shot. With precision akin to a sword aimed at the throat, the three-pointer found its mark, swishing cleanly through the net. Horry was filled with frustration. How could one defend against such versatility? With a three-point threat from the outside, a hook shot from within, and the strength to rival O'Neal, Lee Howe had undergone a remarkable transformation since their last encounter, where he had sustained a serious injury. As the Lakers initiated their offense, Kobe received a pass from Tyronn Lue and responded with a three-point attempt, the ball's trajectory low yet effective. Swish. After the successful shot, Kobe cast a cold glare at Lee Howe, feeling the need to temper the exuberance of this rookie, whose rising prominence was becoming increasingly formidable. Lee Haugen is certainly not someone to be trifled with. "Kobe, you are destined to be second fiddle forever." Kobe instantly bristled, thinking to himself, "A mere glare shouldn't warrant such relentless jabs to my heart. Of course, I aspire to be the leader. Who wouldn't desire such a position?" At this thought, Kobe nearly succumbed to the urge to slap that infuriating face of Lee Haugen. However, upon recalling Lee's status as a basketball tyrant, he relinquished the impulse, though he refused to concede verbally. "Damn it. Once, twice, but not a third time. If you utter that again, I swear I will make you pay." Lee Howe indeed exhibits a certain degree of tenacity. If blame is to be assigned, it should rest with the unjust system, my friend. History has shown that the players one should never provoke on the basketball court are Jordan and Kobe. Following this, Kobe unleashed an extraordinary display of prowess, dominating with both drives and shots. A fierce duel ensued between Kobe and Lee Hao, each exchanging blows in a battle of skill. As the second quarter reached its midpoint, the score stood at 35-29, with Lee Hao contributing 10 points and Kobe, 9. Taking advantage of a dead ball situation, both teams reintroduced their starting lineups. The rejuvenated Jordan, having conserved his energy in the first quarter, returned to the court, scoring consecutively to keep the Wizards alive. To make matters worse, Brown had already accrued 4 fouls, rendering his defensive efforts tentative, while O'Neal wreaked havoc in the paint at will. An exasperated Collins replaced him with Haywood. Yet the effect was minimal. O'Neal single-handedly penetrated the Wizards' interior defense, thereby establishing the tone for the remainder of the match. As the fourth quarter progressed, the Lakers extended their lead to 14 points. At this juncture, Brown was disqualified, and Haywood found himself encumbered with 5 fouls. In a bold gamble, Lee Hao began to launch a flurry of 3-point attempts, each one more precise than the last, causing Phil Jackson to break into a cold sweat. Through Lee Hao's relentless efforts, the deficit was narrowed to just 4 points. Nevertheless, the Lakers, resilient on their home turf, weathered the storm, and Kobe, employing a fadeaway jumper he had learned from Jordan, effectively sealed the game. With only 10 seconds remaining, the Lakers held a 6-point lead. Lee Hao did not relent. He endeavored to ignite a moment akin to the legendary Miller time. Yet, this time, Lady Luck did not smile upon him, and the Wizards suffered a regrettable defeat. Nevertheless, Lee Hao did not truly lose. He delivered an astounding performance, amassing 43 points, 8 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 block, and 1 steal. Jordan also exhibited remarkable prowess, contributing 25 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, and 1 steal. Aside from these two, the rest of the team faltered collectively. O'Neal posted a staggering stat line reminiscent of Chamberlain, with 35 points, 20 rebounds, 5 blocks, and 5 assists. Kobe added 30 points, 6 rebounds, and 7 assists, with his crucial 2-pointer sealing the game's suspense. Kobe's actions unequivocally demonstrated that his back-to-back championships were not merely the result of his association with superstars. He invested his own efforts into those victories. In the TNT studio, Barkley remarked, "Brown appeared like a child before O'Neal. The disparity in experience and strength is insurmountable." Smith retorted, "In truth, Brown is just a child at 19. While O'Neal has navigated the league for many years." Barkley lamented, "It's utterly hopeless now. My faint glimmer of hope for the Wizards has been completely extinguished." Sometimes, the experts' predictions hold true. The Lakers will be champions. Smith quipped, "You still held out hope for the Wizards, Charles? That's quite amusing. No one in the world believes they can win except for you. Perhaps we should focus instead on whether Lee can contend with O'Neal. That is far more intriguing than the outcome of the game." Guffawing, he added, "It's certain he cannot compete now. Upon reviewing the footage, I discovered that Lee typically engages in the first game of the series. Having missed game 1, he cannot play afterward. I, Smith, never enter a battle unprepared. Brace yourself for the consequences." With a chuckle, he expressed, "Let us hope so." The roles of the two men had shifted. Barkley now radiated divine confidence. Lee Hao did not attend the press conference this time. As a co-host, he arranged for Jay Cho to perform. "Which song will he sing?" "I will coordinate with you." Lee Hao took a sip of wine and cast a glance at Jay. Jay Cho was deeply moved. Could Lee Hao possibly be his long-lost brother? "How about nunchaku?" "Great minds think alike. Let those foreigners witness our Chinese martial arts. I will join you in the performance." "You know how to use nunchaku too?" "Influenced by you. I have practiced as well. Haha, I am your fan." Before traveling back in time, Lee Hao was also among those who suffered bruises from the nunchaku, but fortunately, he has since mastered it. Thus, we are undoubtedly heading towards each other. With a heavy heart, Jay had not drunk much before becoming intoxicated. He yearned to return to the past, attempting to continue the story, at the very least to prevent you from leaving me again, distracting from the passage of time. This time he would hold on tighter, uncertain if this attempt at retention would be timely. Jay improvises, effortlessly revisiting the past. Lee Hao lamented that Jay Cho must possess a musical system, for his talent is simply extraordinary. 2 days later, Game 2 continued at the Staples Center, where Fisher commenced the match with a 3-pointer from the corner. The Lakers unleashed a deluge of 3-pointers, with Kobe and Horry seemingly guided by divine intervention. Remarkably, their 3-point shooting percentage soared to an astonishing 50%. Coupled with O'Neal's dominance in the paint, the Wizards found themselves utterly overwhelmed. By the middle of the fourth quarter, The Wizards trailed by a daunting 18 points. Unyielding, Li Hao activated his three-point mode once more, yet this time his shots faltered. In the final 10 seconds, he hoped for a trigger of the Miller time, but the mere 10% activation probability proved to be a challenging feat to attain. The Wizards succumbed to yet another defeat on the road, falling behind the Lakers with a significant score of 0-2. In the annals of the NBA Finals, only two teams have ever overturned a 0-2 deficit. The 1969 Lakers led 2-0 against the Celtics, only to be narrowly defeated by 2 points in a decisive Game 7. They became the first team in NBA history to recover from a 0-2 deficit in the finals. The 1977 Trail Blazers, propelled by Bill Walton's stellar performance, won 4 consecutive games to overturn the 76ers. Such a low rate of successful comebacks further underscores the imminent failure of the Wizards. Now, all eyes were on whether the Wizards could snatch a victory from the Lakers. The Lakers boldly proclaimed their intention to clinch the championship on the road. Few held faith in the Wizards, save for Li Hao, who would not surrender until the final moment. This time, Li Hao was not fighting alone. Standing beside him was the fiercely determined Jordan, who refused to squander the championship opportunity Li Hao had provided. Chapter 82. Game 3 commenced. The Wizards flew back to Washington overnight, with the only piece of good news being that the next 3 matches would take place at the MC Center. In the playoffs, the impact of home and away games on the outcome is profoundly significant. Away players face numerous challenges: incessant boos from home fans, environmental changes, psychological pressure, travel fatigue, and the ever-present threat of home crowd bombardments. A fervent nightclub owner dispatched all his staff to the field. Unfortunately for him, the Zen Master's counter-surveillance experience was extensive, and he skillfully employed the strategy of having multiple hideouts, resulting in the owner's efforts yielding no fruits. The next day, Collins organized a training session, and after finishing, Li Hao sought out Donia Bolin in the president's office. He recalled his promise to Jay Cho regarding the halftime performance. For Li Hao, the principle of aligning words with actions was paramount. Upon seeing him, Donia Bolin joyfully rose from her chair and approached Li Hao, exchanging pleasantries with evident warmth. Li Hao has now become the lucrative asset of the Wizards, and his rise has propelled the team's market value to soar by an astounding 20%. Tickets for home games have become exceedingly scarce, with the majority of fans flocking to witness Li Hao's prowess. Aside from these factors, his striking appearance is undeniably captivating. The so-called Hollywood heartthrobs pale in comparison to him. The audacious Bolin has nearly glued himself to Li Hao. After a tactical cough, Li Hao quietly retreated. Bolin possessed an alluring charm that belied her youth, making her an admirable companion on the court. However, Li Hao was a man of principles. He would not engage with those he found distasteful. Ever since Bolin suggested that the Wizards throw a game, his impression of her had soured significantly. Flushing with embarrassment, Bolin tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and, with a playful lilt in her voice, remarked, "Li, there's no need to feel pressured. It's perfectly fine if we lose. After all, we could never hope to compete with the Lakers. Why do you think we will lose? We shall prevail. Everyone believed we wouldn't make it to the playoffs, yet here we are. They doubted our ability to defeat the Nets, and we triumphed in the 8th seed. Now, when everyone claims we cannot overcome the Lakers, we shall seize the championship." Li Hao gazed intently at Donia Bolin, whose cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her heart racing with fervor. The allure of a confident man was undeniably captivating. "Yes, we can triumph. If you believe we shall prevail, then we undoubtedly will." Bolin's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. At this moment, she would trust Li Hao even if he claimed the earth were square. She leaned in closer. For a woman's reserve or aloofness often stems from perceiving her suitors as lacking in stature, unworthy of her surrendering her pride. Yet, when her ideal type or a handsome figure emerges, she transforms into a devoted admirer. In this moment, Bolin had metamorphosed into an affectionate teddy bear. Li Hao furrowed his brow and stepped back once more. "Donia, a friend of mine who is a singer requires a performance during the intermission. Alas, the schedule is already fully booked. By the way, I have removed the cheerleading performance. Will 10 minutes suffice?" Pauline leaned in again. "That will be enough. Farewell." Li Hao has fled. Regardless of Bolin's character, her beauty and figure are indeed remarkable. "Don't go, Li. Let's discuss something else. For instance, the technique of holding the ball with both hands to break through tight defense, or a one-handed jump shot that hangs in the air." Bolin, quick-witted and agile, grasped Li Hao's arm. It would be a tremendous disappointment if she couldn't keep him close. The man she desired had never eluded her grasp before. Li Hao was taken aback. It seemed that Bolin possessed a considerable amount of knowledge. However, Upon reflection, he found it understandable. With her wealth and beauty, she changed partners as effortlessly as one changes undergarments. During the finals, abstinence was essential. G3 was pivotal, and one needed to maintain composure. Denia. Li Hao grasped Bolin's hand and turned to leave. Losing is losing. There's no need to deceive oneself, for victory was never within reach. The future belongs to us. You are merely 20, while O'Neal has already faded into the twilight of his career. As long as you remain with the Wizards, I assure you, you shall have the freedom to pursue your desires, to do anything, including being with me. Bolin shouted at Li Hao's retreating figure. Li Hao departed without a backward glance. For engaging in discourse with fools about right and wrong is futile. Any further words would be mere drivel. On the evening of June 1, 2002, at 7 p.m., the third game of the NBA Finals commenced at the MC Center in Washington, featuring the Wizards against the Lakers. Now, let us welcome the most handsome player in the NBA, Li Hao, as he makes his grand entrance. With the enthusiastic introduction from the DJ, Li Hao led the way. With Jordan following as the grand finale, Li Hao waved to the fans in a gesture of acknowledgement. The fans responded with the utmost reverence. After the ceremonial introductions concluded, the main players took to the court. The Wizards' starting lineup consisted of Kwame Brown, Li Hao, Michael Jordan, Richard Hamilton, and Eric Rue. The Lakers starters included Shaquille O'Neal, Samaki Walker, Rick Fox, Kobe Bryant, and Derek Fisher. The referee tossed the basketball into the air, and Brown ferociously directed it to Jordan. His underwhelming performances in the previous two games had troubled him greatly, leading him to spend the last few days on the court. Jordan calmly dribbled past half-court, entering into the offensive setup, while Brown positioned himself for a screen. Jordan executed a graceful two-point jump shot, the ball tracing an elegant arc swish. The Wizards scored first. In response, the Lakers launched their offense. Fisher dribbled past half-court and passed to Kobe at the top of the arc before darting to the left corner. Kobe, employing a slick dribble between his legs, deftly maneuvered past Hamilton and charged into the elbow area for a sudden jump shot. Thud. Amidst a chorus of discontent from the crowd, the Los Angeles sharpshooter missed his shot. The Wizards took possession again. Rue dribbled past half-court and passed to Jordan, who stood beyond the three-point line at a 45-degree angle. Jordan exhibited a fierce desire to attack today. He utilized a realistic triple threat stance to create space against Rick Fox before swiftly penetrating to the basket. Confronted by the help defense of O'Neal, Jordan flicked his wrist, sending the ball soaring to the leaping Li Hao. Boom. An aerial connection. For the Lakers' next possession, Fisher brought the ball past half-court and passed to the demanding O'Neal, who grinned menacingly as he prepared to back down Brown. Li Hao decisively abandoned Samaki while Walker double-teamed O'Neal. They could not allow O'Neal to continue his brazen display, lest Brown be reduced to a state of utter defeat once more. O'Neal exerted himself to pass the ball to the unguarded Rick Fox. Upon receiving the pass, Fox took the shot, yet he failed to seize the opportunity. Dueling. Li Hao Brown ensnared O'Neal, rendering him akin to a hamburger. As the chaotic skirmish caused the ball to be dislodged, Hamilton seized the rebound and, with a vigor reminiscent of a dog expelling its meal, surged towards the front court to execute a successful layup. The Lakers commenced their offensive, with Kobe penetrating the defense and distributing the ball to Fisher, who lurked in the corner. After a slight adjustment, Fisher unleashed a high-arcing shot, his trajectory rivaling that of Boozer. However, the Lakers' shooting percentage was dismal, bolstered only by the fervent support of their home crowd. As the first quarter approached the 9-minute mark, the score stood at 18-9, with the Wizards enjoying a 9-point lead. In Chapter 83, shearing O'Neal's twin tails, Collins preemptively executed a substitution strategy, replacing all starters except for Li Hao. The Lakers, led by O'Neal and Horry, saw Kobe struggling to find his rhythm in the opening quarter. The deeper issue lay with Phil Jackson, who sought to temper Kobe's playing time to mitigate any threat to O'Neal's dominance. With Kobe's rapid ascendance, he grew increasingly discontented with his standing within the team. Unwilling to remain in the shadows, O'Neal, not one to relinquish his position easily, had a long-standing rivalry with Kobe. Neither was at fault. The crux of the matter was that both were superstars, each unable to overshadow the other. Phil Jackson, openly supportive of O'Neal, even contemplated trading Kobe. But for the staunch backing of Jerry Buss, Kobe might have already departed. As the Wizards launched their offense, Li Hao, receiving the ball on the left side of the elbow, executed a skyhook. Swish. So long as he was not double-teamed, the skyhook would invariably leave opponents questioning their own existence. The Lakers responded with an offense, as Tyronn Lue brought the ball past half-court and passed to Horry, positioned beyond the left-wing three-point line. Li Hao immediately pressed forward to apply tight defense, allowing penetration while denying the shot. As Hari's most significant threat lay in his three-point shooting. With no other options, Hari reluctantly passed the ball back to Tyronn Lue. Feeling the weight of Li Hao's overpowering strength bearing down on him, Li Hao's elongated arm grazed the ball, causing the basketball to deviate from its intended trajectory. Li Hao suddenly dashed towards the basketball, seizing it and dribbling furiously until he reached the three-point line. With a powerful first step, followed by a second, he leapt into the air, executing a soaring slam dunk. The crowd erupted as the score soared to 22-9, with the Wizards extending their lead to 13 points. Meanwhile, the Lakers launched their offense, with a frantic Shaquille O'Neal desperately calling for the ball beneath the basket. Li Hao swiftly moved to double-team, preferring to allow others to score rather than let O'Neal dominate the game. O'Neal, with formidable presence, forcefully brushed aside Li Hao and Haywood, pivoting to execute a hook shot. With a resounding thud, O'Neal's explosiveness was astonishing, and it appeared he was on the verge of successfully completing a powerful dunk. Li Hao would rather commit a foul than allow O'Neal to execute a successful putback dunk. Li Hao recalled the system's task. Now was a splendid opportunity. Stealthily, he grasped O'Neal's ponytail and yanked it with sudden force. Just as O'Neal was about to score, he stumbled, accompanied by a sharp, screeching sound that echoed throughout the arena. Oh my goodness! With remarkable coordination, O'Neal managed to steady himself. In a state of panic, he touched his head, realizing that his double ponytails had vanished, leaving behind a conspicuous patch of bright red resembling a boiled egg, adorned with streaks of blood. He searched high and low, left and right, and finally discovered his lost ponytails in Li Hao's grasp. Li Hao struck again. This is a malicious foul, a malicious foul. Eject him. O'Neal indignantly rushed towards the referee to plead his case. Li Hao hastened towards the referee at the utmost speed, exhibiting a commendable attitude of contrition. I apologize, Shaquille. It was an unintentional brush. I truly did not mean to. Basketball, being a fiercely competitive sport, poses inherent dangers, especially with one sporting a double ponytail wig. Li did it on purpose. He just deliberately tapped my head. That was a foul. It must have been a malicious infraction. Shaquille O'Neal, stroking his bald head, felt as though he were being scrutinized by some terrifying entity. What regulation states that touching a wig constitutes a foul? Li Hao argued passionately. You did not merely touch my wig. You struck my head. I did not strike. I merely grazed your ponytail. Our encounter was not a collision, but rather a mere brush. It was unintentional. Exactly. No, you did. I did not. Do you even know what a tap is? That was a tap. Nonsense. This is a tap. Slap. This, Shaquille, is what I mean by a tap. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Li Hao delivered a resounding slap to O'Neal's large head. Laughter erupted like thunder throughout the MC Center. Even Kobe and Jackson found amusement in the spectacle. Did you see that, referee? He hit me. Look. His hand is still on my head. The evidence remains. O'Neal, feeling utterly exasperated, widened his small eyes in disbelief, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. The laughter of the crowd transformed him into a figure of ridicule. I have already stated it was unintentional. I was merely demonstrating. My sincerest apologies, Shaquille. Observe. I am apologizing again. Damn. Remove your filthy hand. O'Neal retorted, abruptly darting to the right in a desperate attempt to shake off Li Hao's unwelcome grasp. With just 2 seconds remaining to complete his task, Li Hao clung on resolutely, his hand resembling a suction cup firmly affixed to O'Neal's head. Li Hao's body swayed in harmony with O'Neal, moving to the right as O'Neal did, and then to the left in unison. The two seemed to engage in a synchronized dance, alternating their steps to the left and right, resembling both a duet and a playful contest. The MC Center transformed into a joyous sea of exuberance, with the only one appearing disheartened being O'Neal himself. The referees, too, were amused. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task of tapping O'Neal on the head. Li Hao, feeling a sense of relief, removed the suction cup and said, Shaquille, if you feel wronged, don't hesitate to strike me. Go ahead, unleash the full strength of your prowess as the premier center. Li Hao flashed a charming smile, his demeanor utterly harmless and exceedingly pleasant. O'Neal raised his hand. I won't treat you like I did Robert Horry. O'Neal's hand hesitated, since you were reluctant to strike. Let's forget it. I understand your affection for your brother. You are considerate towards him, and he reciprocates. If we reach the finals, we can overlook that incident with the donkey's rear end. Let us turn the page. We owe each other nothing. What the hell is going on here? O'Neal stammered. feeling on the verge of exploding. Lee was amiable in every regard, save for his penchant for brawling, Collins thought with a wry smile. Fortunately, he was on the same team as Lee. Jordan instinctively touched his bald head. In the TNT studio, Barkley unconsciously patted his own bald head, relieved that he was retired. Dear Kenny, heh, I wonder what outfit the fans will pick for you next game? I can hardly wait. Smith sighed deeply. His myriad of words condensed into a single exclamation. The referee did not call Lee Howe for a flagrant foul, as he too was chuckling. Distraught, O'Neal missed both free throws and retreated to the locker room to tend to his head. NBA regulations mandate that a player must leave the court for treatment if they are bleeding, a rule instituted following Magic Johnson's HIV infection. Phil Jackson once again substituted Kobe back into the game, hoping to reignite the rhythm he had lost while seated on the bench. Kobe transformed into the little blacksmith of Los Angeles. The sound of doing duang was the highest praise for the Iron King. The more he shot, the more ironclad he became. The more he shot, the more unyielding he grew. Not even Phil Jackson could halt him, and it was the halftime buzzer that finally interrupted his flow. The Wizards led 50-40, holding a 10-point advantage as they entered the second half. Lee Howe did not return to the locker room with his team. Instead, he retrieved 2 nunchakus from the bench, offering one to Jay Cho and keeping the other for himself. The halftime performance was about to commence, and he was eager to join Jay in a playful display. Chapter 84. Turning the tide. Initially, Sports Channel 5 contemplated cutting back to the studio during halftime, as the cheerleaders' vibrant dance was deemed inappropriate for young audiences. However, upon witnessing Lee Howe and Jay Cho stride to the center of the field, Zhang Weiping instructed the director to return to the live scene. Isn't that the lad known for his nunchaku skills? Why is he on the field? Zhang Weiping, well-versed in such matters, recognized the nunchaku. Sukun tilted his head, pondering for approximately half a minute, before enthusiastically exclaiming, Jay Cho. The rhythm of his songs is quite engaging, though I can't decipher the lyrics. Perhaps his language skills were taught by a biology teacher. This must be orchestrated by young Lee. His words now command the Mystique team's attention. That's his current stature. Zhang Weiping further praised Lee Howe, noting, I must say, young Lee is truly remarkable. Even in America, he ensures representation for the Chinese. Just days ago, Zhang Jizhong remarked in an interview that young Lee was exceptional, albeit his penchant for drinking could be a drawback, leading to some unfortunate consequences. Sukun chuckled, ha ha ha, even young Lee is on the field, wielding nunchakus as well. Can he really do it? Goodness, is there anything young Lee cannot accomplish? Must he be so flawless? Are there no faults to find? Oh, Director Zhang, forgive me, but I simply cannot identify any. Zhang Weiping replied, to err is human, even young Lee must possess some flaws. His flaw, however, is being excessively perfect, finding no faults at all, which in itself is a flaw. Would you agree with my reasoning? Sukun responded, you are indeed reasonable. In the visiting team's locker room, the team doctor was disinfecting O'Neal's bald head. Observing this scene, Kobe couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. Shaquille, you softy. You've let Lee get the better of you again. If I were in your shoes, I certainly wouldn't stand for it. I would retaliate. Kobe, you still haven't matured. A little patience can lead to great strategies. Everything I do is for our purple and gold dynasty. If Han Xin could endure humiliation, and Sima E could bide his time for 50 years, then I, O'Neal, can withstand the indignity of a slap to the head. Do you know why Lee repeatedly provokes me? He waits for me to retaliate. The moment I do, he will surely feign injury, leading to my ejection. Without my presence in the paint, can you still secure a victory? That is Lee's intention. Learn from this, Kobe. It will all be yours in due course. O'Neal had anticipated Kobe's antics and had already prepared a counter-argument on his phone. Kobe remarked, to be struck and speak of it so eloquently. O'Neal replied, I endure this for the sake of the purple and gold dynasty. When you reach my age, you will understand my noble intentions. How did Lee find his way onto the stage? What are his intentions? Fisher pointed at the television in the locker room, astonished. He was performing martial arts with nunchaku? Horry's heart raced as he comprehended O'Neal's intentions. Silence. Let us see what he has in store, Phil Jackson announced. Good evening, everyone. I need no introduction, but it is my honor to present this handsome gentleman beside me, Jay Cho, the most talented musician in China. He is destined to become a globally renowned artist, and his songs will captivate audiences worldwide. Now, Jay Cho will perform an original piece entitled Nunchaku. This song is sung in Mandarin, and I will first elaborate on its style. Nunchaku fuses the metallic essence of funk rock, rap, traditional Chinese folk music, and classical piano solos. The lyrics depict scenes from traditional Chinese martial arts, such as the rock-burning shop, martial arts school, iron sand palm, and young family spear. This song aims to convey a sense of justice and the spirit of martial ethics to the public. Let us begin. As the deafening electric guitar roared to life, the rhythm section of drums and bass joined in the accompaniment. Li Hao and Jay Cho gracefully wielded their nunchucks in harmony with the rhythm of the music. The aroma of grilled delicacies permeated the air, while adjacent stood a martial arts academy. Inside the establishment, the matriarch presided over the tea ceremony, which unfolded in 3 exquisite stages. The fervent fans in attendance were utterly exhilarated, transforming the basketball match into an impromptu concert. The value of this ticket was truly remarkable. Moreover, Li's versatility is astounding. Not only does he excel in basketball, but his martial arts prowess is equally commendable. Li truly possesses martial arts skills. No. It seems that every Chinese individual is adept in the art of kung fu. It is an undeniable consensus among the spectators at this moment. One must never provoke a Chinese person. In the Lakers' locker room, a bead of cold sweat trickled down O'Neal's forehead as he clenched his fists in secret, feeling a wave of relief for having refrained from retaliating moments ago. A blow to the head with nunchaku would surely have been catastrophic. Hori too tightened his fists discreetly, affirming that Li Xiao is indeed correct. The Chinese are resilient against forceful aggression. Kobe also silently clenched his fists, realizing that refraining from responding to the taunt about his inability to lead was indeed the right decision. Kid and Martin, in a nightclub booth, openly tightened their fists. Damn. They resort to bullying with their martial prowess. The two, clearly intoxicated, raised another toast after witnessing Li Hao's display of nunchaku skills. The boastful old man felt a pang of anxiety as he clenched his fists, relieved that he had not succeeded last time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Next time, he must prepare some medicine, in an ample quantity. David Robinson, the admiral of the Spurs, angrily clenched his fists, recalling how he had been deliberately struck in the nose last time, leaving him bloodied. In the TNT studio, Barkley, filled with excitement, sang and danced to the rhythm of the nunchaku, exclaiming, "Quick, use the nunchaku. Hee-ha-hey." One must admit that African Americans possess an innate musical talent. As he danced with remarkable flair, beside him, Smith looked utterly dejected, lamenting the impending requirement of donning women's attire once again. As the third quarter resumed, O'Neal returned, his bald head wrapped in layers of white cloth, resembling a formidable creature. Upon glancing at the scoreboard, he noted that the Lakers were trailing by 10 points. True to his status as one of the 4 great centers, he immediately found his rhythm upon his return. With a combination of shots and free throws, he swiftly aided the Lakers in narrowing the deficit. Midway through the 4th quarter, the Lakers had closed the gap to 85-80, trailing by only 5 points. As the Lakers mounted their offense, O'Neal executed a powerful one-handed dunk, bringing the score within 3 points. Li Hao withstood the pressure, delivering a timely three-pointer that momentarily halted the bleeding for the Wizards. The shooting prowess of Reggie Miller, coupled with his towering height of 2.07 meters, rendered Li Hao's three-point attempts nearly indefensible. The opponents could only hope for an off night from him. Those taller than Li Hao lacked his speed, and those quicker could not match his height, leaving him in a perpetual state of advantageous mismatches. Once Li Hao increases his speed to 10, he will become an even more formidable force. Those taller than him cannot match his quickness, and those shorter fall short in both speed and strength. As the Lakers launched their offense, Kobe sought to respond with a three-pointer, only to see it ricochet off the rim. The Wizards seized the opportunity, with Li Hao once again unleashing a sudden strike from beyond the arc swish. The tide turned, and the Wizards expanded their lead to 8 points. The Lakers endeavored to close the gap, but their shooting remained inefficient, allowing the Wizards to maintain their advantage until the final whistle. As the buzzer echoed throughout the arena, the Wizards claimed a crucial victory, altering the series score to 1-2. Chapter 85, G4 game winner and counter winner in this match. Li Hao recorded an impressive 42 points, 8 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, showcasing his all-around capabilities. His consecutive three-pointers in the closing moments effectively repelled the Lakers' resurgence. Michael Jordan contributed 23 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists, proving that the 39-year-old could still deliver astonishing performances of 25-5-5. Brown's form showed signs of revival, as he achieved a double-double with 15 points and 12 rebounds. Hamilton consistently added 12 points and 4 rebounds to the tally. For the Lakers, Shaquille O'Neal scored 24 points and grabbed 14 rebounds, although he might have performed even better had his hairpiece not been dislodged. Kobe Bryant recorded a comprehensive stat line of 25 points, 7 assists, and 5 rebounds. The G4 showdown between the two teams was set to unfold in 2 days. The following morning, Jay Cho boarded a flight back to the United States, eager to discuss plans with Fong Wenshan regarding the establishment of a company with Li Hao. Li Hao instilled confidence in him, and their duet of nunchaku produced an unparalleled impact in the United States. Within a single night, nunchaku ascended to the pinnacle of the Billboard charts, relegating the renowned In the End by Linkin Park to the 2nd position. Billboard, the most authoritative music chart in America, also known as the Billboard, was founded in 1894 in a small tavern in Cincinnati, Ohio. Upon returning to China, Jay Cho immediately began discussions with his close friend Fong Wenshan regarding the contract termination. Leaving Happy D would necessitate the payment of a substantial penalty, amounting to at least $10 million. Yet Jay was unperturbed, for he carried with him Li Hao's payroll card. Li Hao has signed a 4-year rookie contract with the Wizards, securing a fully guaranteed first year. After deducting state taxes, he will receive $2,700,000, which he has generously allowed Jay Cho to use. Fully aware that this is a surefire investment, possessing a godlike perspective, Li Hao recognizes Jay Cho's exceptional talents. His music transcends time and peers, and it would be a shame to confine it solely to China. He aspires to assist Jay Cho in elevating his music on a global scale. Of course, Li Hao is not merely acting altruistically. He harbors personal ambitions, for Jay Cho's ability to generate revenue is akin to a counterfeiting machine. Once Jay becomes a free agent, he plans to establish a music company in the United States, with the illustrious Jay Cho and the esteemed Louis Fei at the helm, subsequently signing several future stars through his divine insight, including Youngmi and Dillariba. On June 3, 2002, Game 4 of the series between the Wizards and the Lakers commenced at the Wizards' home court, the MCI Center. This match was crucial for both teams. If the Wizards triumphed, they would level the series at 2-2. The subsequent pivotal game would also take place at the Wizards' home, thus presenting them with a genuine opportunity to claim the championship. Conversely, if the Lakers won, they would extend their lead to 3-1. No team in the history of the finals has ever emerged victorious from such a deficit, thereby solidifying the Lakers' path to a three-peat. With unwavering determination, both sides approached Game 4. Shaquille O'Neal won the jump ball against Brown and promptly passed it to Kobe Bryant. After crossing half-court, Kobe executed a sudden change of direction, penetrating past Hamilton to execute a mid-range jump shot. Swish. The Los Angeles Little Blacksmith was temporarily out of commission. The Wizards launched their offense, with Brown calling for the ball 3 meters outside the paint. Unable to penetrate the interior, Brown resolved to draw O'Neal out. Noticing O'Neal maintaining a 1-meter distance, Brown decisively took a mid-range shot. Swish. Brown's form was steadily improving, a testament to Li Hao's encouragement. O'Neal, the undisputed top center in the league and one of the most dominant centers in history, had reigned supreme for a decade, excelling in both experience and physical prowess. It was normal to struggle against him. Excelling, however, was extraordinary. Brown's newfound clarity dispelled his psychological burdens, emboldening him to play fearlessly, unafraid of fouls. If necessary, he would accept the consequences, but he would not allow O'Neal an easy game. The Lakers advanced on offense, with Fisher bringing the ball past half-court before passing to Kobe at the top of the arc. He swiftly moved to the corner to await his opportunity. After drawing attention with a fake drive, Kobe immediately passed the ball back. Fisher's high-arching shot sailed through the air, showcasing the heart of a superstar. Swish. The Wizards countered as Li Hao made a cutting motion to the three-point line, receiving the ball and launching a shot. Swish. The two teams engaged in a fierce contest, both fervently vying for victory. The score oscillated back and forth, with the largest margin never exceeding 5 points. As the first quarter concluded, the teams were tied at 24 apiece. By halftime, the score remained level at 50. At the end of the third quarter, the Lakers led by a mere point, 75-74. With 11 minutes and 29 seconds left in the fourth quarter, the score stood at 97-99. With the Wizards trailing by 2 points as they initiated their offense. The ball was in Jordan's possession as he meticulously managed the clock, ensuring this possession would consume the full 24 seconds. With 7 seconds remaining, Jordan, Li Hao, and Brown sprang into action. Brown executed a high-quality off-ball screen for Li Hao, who raced to the right corner beyond the three-point line. As the ball reached him, Li Hao rose for the shot, the basketball transforming into a precisely guided missile. Swish. The score shifted to 100-99, granting the Wizards a 1-point lead with just 7 seconds left in the game. The arena erupted in jubilation. The Wizards were elated, and Li Hao had delivered a near-game winner. Kobe, however, coldly monitored the clock. The game was not yet over. Phil Jackson immediately called a timeout to orchestrate a strategy. Reluctantly, he knew that the decisive play must be executed by Kobe. Upon resuming, Zen Master Phil Jackson set up the renowned starburst play. All receiving players lined up, and as the referee's whistle blew, they scattered. The inbounding Shaquille O'Neal accurately targeted Kobe, positioned 4 meters beyond the three-point line. However, Collins anticipated the pass to Kobe, assigning Hamilton to encircle him alongside Jordan, leaving Kobe with no room to shoot. 4. 3. With time dwindling, Kobe recognized there was no room for error. He would not pass the blame. Even if he were to miss, he would stand accountable. Kobe executed a convincing pump fake, feigning once, twice, and finally on the 3rd attempt, he leaped. He jumped backward to create shooting space, propelling himself with a powerful push from his legs. The basketball narrowly grazed Jordan's fingertips as it soared towards the hoop. Dueling. Swish. The ball ricocheted off the rim and then bounced into the net. As the final buzzer resonated throughout the arena, the referee signaled that the three-pointer was valid. 102-100, the Lakers had secured a hard-fought victory in Game 4. Jordan had defended admirably, yet this night undeniably belonged to Kobe Bryant, who had faced his idol to deliver the game-winning shot. Chapter 86, the G5 commences. The struggling Wizards' Kobe Bryant's early entry into the NBA, bypassing college, was driven by his desire to face Michael Jordan. The absence of a shared era with Jordan remains a lifelong regret for him. He relishes challenges rather than shying away from them. He would rather be vanquished in a direct confrontation than achieve victory through cunning. His ambition is to not only match Jordan but to surpass him. At this moment, Kobe has taken yet another small step forward. The Lakers were in a state of euphoria. With a fierce expression, Kobe relentlessly tore at his jersey number. His extraordinary performance seemed to press the pause button on the MC Center, leaving the Wizards fans with a lingering embarrassment. Their smiles from Li Hao's near-miss victory frozen on their faces. Fans departed in silence. The Wizards exited dejectedly. This night belonged to Los Angeles. As the game was held at the Wizards' home court, Li Hao attended the post-game press conference with Brown. Even Collins and Jordan hesitated to join Li Hao. The atmosphere, too awkward to bear. A reporter, who had previously attempted to capture evidence to question Li Hao, seized the moment gleefully. After the infamous Black 8 incident, which nearly led to his social demise, fate had granted him a chance for redemption. Will Robinson, relentless in his pursuit, fired back. Lee, do you remember who I am? Do you recall the photos taken after the Black 8? That image can now serve its purpose. The series stands at 3-1. Your defeat is certain. I remember that photo. But I do not recall who you are, Li Hao retorted. We shall not lose. We will triumph in 3 consecutive games, and we will claim the championship. Li Hao's expression was resolute. He would never concede defeat until the final moment. No team in NBA history has ever overturned a 3-1 deficit in the finals. I shall forge a new legacy. To borrow a phrase from your esteemed culture, boast all you wish. Though boast is not an idiom, you unsophisticated fellow. Regardless, that is the essence of it. If you manage to secure the championship, I shall abandon this profession. In that case, you might as well start searching for a job on recruitment websites. You are ill-suited for the role of a sports journalist and would fare better as a gossip columnist. Li Hao's astonishing remarks have once again stirred up a storm in the United States and across the globe. Everyone has once more rallied against Li Hao, with no one believing that the Wizards could emerge victorious. Even Jordan has lost his confidence. When Li Hao returned home, it was already midnight. On his way, he decisively declined Jessica Johnson's invitation to play basketball. Upon arriving home, Li Hao received a call from the Lily twins, Lucy and Lily, who expressed their desire to come over and provide him with a full-body yes. Li Hao resolutely declined, insisting that no bullet should be wasted before the conclusion of the finals. His phone buzzed again, and irritation welled within him. At that moment, he longed to revert to an ordinary existence. Lucy, next time, do not make me repeat myself for a 3rd time. Ha ha, Howard, take it easy. Don't strain yourself too much. A forced laugh resonated from the other end of the line, and Li Hao glanced at the caller ID, surprised to see it was Wang Zhizhi. Interestingly, both Li Hao and Wang Zhizhi entered the NBA in the same year. However, Wang was selected by the Mavericks in 1999, only to officially join the league in 2001 due to a myriad of complex circumstances. Ha ha ha, brother Wang, my body is made of titanium alloy. Ha ha ha, brother, I beseech you. Can I stay at your place for a few days? I truly have nowhere else to go. Being away from home without a friend to turn to is difficult. I need your advice. The tone of Deji's voice was subdued, revealing his confusion. Come on, Brother Wang, any time is fine. But I hope you do not resort to such means to resolve your issues. Fly over immediately. We must discuss this face to face. As someone with a godlike perspective. Li Hao was acutely aware of the situation troubling Deji. His evasion was precisely the catalyst for the worsening of events, and since he was aware, Li Hao wished to spare Deji from further distress. Deji was exceptionally talented. He could have had a much brighter future. All right. I'll bring 2 bottles of wine. Once you finish the finals, we shall indulge together. On the evening of June 5, 2002, at 7 p.m., the grand battle between the Wizards and the Lakers commenced. NBA Commissioner David Stern was present, and the legendary Bill Russell also graced the event. Should the Lakers triumph in this match, a ceremony would be held at the MCI Center. After the entrance ceremony concluded, the main players took to the court. For the Wizards, Kwame Brown, Li Hao, Michael Jordan, Richard Hamilton, and Eric Rue. For the Lakers, Shaquille O'Neal, Shammond Williams, Rick Fox, Kobe Bryant, and Derek Fisher. Brown won the jump ball against O'Neal, directing the ball to Jordan. After dribbling past half-court, Jordan prepared for a pick-and-roll. While Li Hao swiftly positioned himself beyond the three-point line following the play. Understanding the cue, Jordan passed the ball, which arced gracefully through the air. Swish. The Lakers initiated their offensive. O'Neal received the ball and, with a fluid motion, turned and executed a powerful dunk, envisioning the rim as Li Hao himself. Unable to confront Li Hao directly, he channeled his frustrations onto the basket. Bang! As the Wizards initiated their offense, Rue passed the half-court line and instinctively sought out Li Hao. His evident intention to pass was discerned by Kobe, who intercepted the ball and, with several swift strides, surged into the front court, executing a dazzling 360-degree slam dunk. As the Wizards continued their attack, Rue promptly delivered the ball to a wide-open Hamilton after crossing half-court. Hamilton took a jump shot, but alas, the basketball ricocheted off the rim. Shaquille O'Neal seized the rebound and swiftly tossed it to the fast-breaking Kobe. Li Hao sprinted back on defense, determined to prevent Kobe from scoring, even at the cost of committing a foul. The Wizards players are currently in a dismal state. Whether it be Rue, Hamilton, or Brown, the looming threat of elimination has collectively hindered their performance. A deeper underlying reason is their belief in the futility of a comeback, leading them, subconsciously, to merely appear to exert effort. Li Hao understood that at this moment, mere words of encouragement would be futile. He must lead by example through tangible actions. Li Hao sprinted with the speed of a 100-meter dash, catching up to Kobe just as he was about to execute a dunk, delivering a powerful slap at that precise moment. Li Hao's current strength value of 9.2 is simply not something Kobe can contend with. Bang! Li Hao delivered a powerful volleyball spike to Kobe. As the basketball rebounded off the backboard and soared towards the front court, Li Hao once again sprinted towards the front court, determined not to succumb to defeat. He sought to invigorate his teammates, whose spirits had already been quelled by the notion of loss. Jordan seized the rebound, his gaze fixed upon Li Hao, who soared into the air like a great eagle, having reached the elbow area. Jordan lofted the ball high into the air, while O'Neal simultaneously leapt into action. Li Hao raised the fire skyward, fearlessly confronting O'Neal as he executed a powerful dunk. Bang! Li Hao executed an astonishing dunk over O'Neal, igniting the MC Center arena with a display that was nothing short of breathtaking. The gloom that had enveloped the players dissipated entirely, with Li Hao on the court. Hope eternally flourished, for he is the sun that perpetually embodies optimism. In Chapter 87, titled Winning G5, G6 Crisis, the battle cry resonated. We shall undoubtedly prevail. Just as nurturing children requires tangible actions rather than empty rhetoric, so too does sports demand exemplary conduct. Channel 5 Sports echoed with exuberance. Wow, wow, wow. Blocking Kobe and dunking over O'Neal. Young Li is incredibly courageous. He always manages to grasp the crux of the matter. He recognized the team's waning morale and understood that if they continued in such a manner, defeat was inevitable. Li's brilliance shone brightly, suggesting that upon retirement, he would make an exceptional coach. Zhang Weiping, brimming with excitement, animatedly articulated his thoughts. It was evident that Li's strength had reached a level capable of contending with O'Neal, and his rapid development was astonishing. Training until 4 in the morning is no small feat. Such dedication is commendable. Li is not merely a prodigy. He is also a diligent worker. It seems that Channel 5 Sports has transformed into a pedestal for Li Hao's accolades. Under his influence, the Wizards revitalized their spirit. In the first half, they showcased a dominating performance, leading the Lakers by 13 points at halftime. Upon returning for the second half, the Lakers noticeably intensified their interior attack. O'Neal, with his unparalleled presence, tore through the Wizards' defense. If one defends me, I can score effortlessly. If two defend me, I simply pass the ball. Samaki Walker and Rick Fox demonstrated remarkable opportunism, making critical shots. By the end of the third quarter, the Lakers had narrowed the score to a mere 2 points. Brown had accumulated 5 fouls, Haywood 4, and Lee Howe had 3, all against O'Neal. Only the legendary dragon-subduing Palm could contend with him. Fortunately for the Wizards, O'Neal's free throw shooting was subpar today. Otherwise, the Lakers would have been in the lead. Once again, the pressure shifted back to the Wizards. But Lee Howe's pivotal three-pointer halted the Lakers' resurgence. Meanwhile, a rejuvenated Jordan unleashed his full potential, determined not to leave any regrets for his future self. One must do their utmost and leave the rest to fate, yet it is imperative to have done one's part. Under the leadership of Lee Howe and Jordan, the Wizards maintained their lead until the end. As the final buzzer echoed throughout the arena, the score stood at 100-94, marking a hard-fought victory for the Wizards in G5. In this contest, both Brown and Haywood were once again ejected, and Lee Howe received his 4th personal foul. O'Neal proved his worth as the league's premier center, asserting his status among the greats. In this match, he made 14 of 20 shots and 6 of 14 free throws, amassing an impressive double-double of 34 points and 20 rebounds. Kobe contributed 28 points, 5 rebounds, 8 assists, and 2 steals, showcasing his all-around prowess. Lee Howe delivered an astonishing performance, amassing 42 points, 8 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks, dominating the game on both ends of the court. Jordan contributed 20 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists, with 10 of those points scored in the pivotal fourth quarter. In critical moments, Jordan remains an unwavering beacon of reliability. Following the press conference, the Wizards swiftly departed for Los Angeles, as Game 6 of the series is set to commence on June 8, 2002. As the aircraft soared through the skies, Lucy harbored aspirations of venturing into space once more, a notion that Lee Howe resolutely dismissed. Every effort is directed towards the finals. Aspirations of flight can wait until after the championship, as the queue of hopefuls is currently overwhelming. Under the watchful gaze of the public, the Wizards faced off against the Lakers in the much-anticipated Game 6 of the finals. Experts, fans, and netizens unanimously predicted that the Lakers would conclude this series with a victory in Game 6. They are poised to usher in the first dynasty of the new century, with the reign of the Lakers anticipated to dominate the years to come. The core of the Lakers dynasty remains youthful. With Shaquille O'Neal at just 30 years old and Kobe Bryant at 24, their future appears bright. The only lingering suspense is how many points the Lakers will secure in their victory. They are determined to decisively overpower their opponents in tribute to their purple and gold dynasty. Commissioner David Stern was once again present at the venue, accompanied by the legendary Bill Russell, as the Lakers awaited their championship presentation. With the referee tossing the basketball into the air, the monumental clash officially commenced. O'Neal showcased his determination, forcefully dishing the ball to Kobe. After crossing half court, Kobe lofted the ball to O'Neal beneath the basket, executing a strategy emphasized by Phil Jackson to dismantle the Wizards from the inside. O'Neal, upon receiving the pass, effortlessly pivoted for a one-handed slam, a maneuver both smooth and powerful. The rim swayed in protest, a reminder of O'Neal's previous exploits in dismantling hoops. As the Wizards launched their offense, Lee Howe positioned himself on the left side outside the paint. Without hesitation, he executed a series of powerful post moves against Samaki Walker, effortlessly pushing him aside as if it were a mere sip of water. After decisively maneuvering Walker beneath the basket, he turned and delivered a thunderous dunk. Lee Howe, unwilling to concede any ground, was determined to respond in kind, ensuring that his momentum remained unbroken. In the ensuing Lakers possession, O'Neal, under the basket, aggressively posted up against a despondent Brown, easily pivoting for a thunderous dunk. The ball swished through the net, accompanied by the referee's whistle, signaling an and one opportunity for O'Neal. As the Wizards prepared to attack, Lee Howe established position in the elbow area, ready to execute his signature skyhook. Rick Fox promptly approached to apply pressure. Lee Howe flawlessly passed the ball to Jordan, who was unable to switch defenses in time. Jordan could not afford to squander this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity as the basketball traced a graceful parabola through the air. Swish. Jordan beamed. He had never before enjoyed the luxury of an unguarded shot, as double-teaming was a rarity for him. With Lee Howe's emergence, He found himself with an opportunity to shoot freely. As the second half commenced, Shaquille O'Neal effortlessly executed a hook shot. In the Wizards' possession, Lee Hao made a crucial three-pointer that breathed life into their hopes. The Lakers thrived under O'Neal's dominance, while Lee Hao matched his prowess. However, the Wizards were perturbed by Brown, who had accrued 2 fouls midway through the first quarter. Collins substituted Haywood for Brown, but O'Neal gleefully overpowered Haywood as well. By the end of the third quarter, Haywood had fouled out, while Brown, burdened with 5 fouls, was hesitant to make any moves. O'Neal had truly become the ruler of the paint, asserting his will with impunity. With 9 minutes left in the fourth quarter, the Lakers led by 5 points. And Brown had also fouled out, presenting a favorable scenario for Los Angeles. Phil Jackson wore a sly smile, reminiscent of a cunning fox. As everything unfolded according to his script, victory was all but assured, and the series was nearing its conclusion. Jackson had been nursing a hip injury, and prolonged sitting was detrimental to his prostate health. Jeannie Buss, in her fierce prime, required considerable attention. Under the directive of General Manager Kupchak, some staff had already begun to quietly prepare for the awards ceremony. The Lakers were on the brink of their 14th championship title. Stern shook his head in regret. The Wizards' fate was sealed. How wonderful it would be to play another game. Such a lucrative opportunity. But alas, the Lakers were simply too formidable. In the Sports Channel 5 studio, silence reigned as Zhang Weiping and Su Kun were rendered speechless by O'Neal's prowess. Their spirits were heavy. As seasoned commentators, they recognized that the Wizards had little chance left. Chapter 88. Coach, I want to play center. Zhang Weiping was the first to regain his composure. Reaching this stage is already quite commendable. There were predictions of a sweep against the Wizards. Winning 2 games has exceeded expectations. This is sufficient. Su Kun concurred. Indeed, reaching this point is impressive. The future looks bright for the Wizards. It belongs to young Lee. Zhang Weiping added, I look forward to the World Championships. I can hardly wait. Li Yao Botter. Does she, Wei Dong and Liu Yudong. I'm truly excited about their chemistry. Su Kun lamented, Deji may not return, alas. It's unfortunate that we cannot assemble China's strongest lineup. Deji feels wronged. He has done nothing amiss. Every man must provide for his family. Are we to work merely for charity? Indeed, we venture forth to earn our livelihood. We cannot be compared to the likes of Barkley and Smith, for their endeavors are fueled by a passion for the TNT studio. Smith, adorned in a provocative JK uniform while commentating on the game, exclaims, the momentum has shifted. Splendid. The long season has concluded, and I am finally liberated from wearing that wretched female attire. Did you not proclaim that Lee was a miraculous player? How is it that your sentiments have shifted? Has donning women's clothing rendered you effeminate? Barkley retorts mercilessly, damn it, I am a man. I believe the Wizards will triumph. Shall we wager? Let us wager then. Smith responds, the Wizards' interior has already been decimated by O'Neal. What follows will be O'Neal's showtime. If the Lakers were to lose in such a scenario, I shall commentate the 7th game in women's attire. Smith, emboldened, cannot fathom a Lakers defeat, especially with the Wizards lacking any interior players. Damn it, if they lose, I will run naked in Hollywood. Barkley, too, declares with fervor. It is settled. Prepare for your naked run. Ha ha. Smith feels a surge of confidence. Collins, feigning composure, imparts motivation to the players. At this juncture, intricate tactics are unnecessary. The objective is to maintain appearances and uphold the final stand, for the outcome is already determined. The Wizards' interior players have all been fouled out. It is indeed difficult for a skilled cook to prepare a meal without ingredients, and none can contain O'Neal now. Coach, I wish to play center. I will defend O'Neal. Lee Hao implores Collins. A fleeting look of concern flashes in Collins' eyes as he shakes his head vigorously. Lee, are you not about to get into another fight? In Game 3, you nearly fouled out against O'Neal. Should you engage him again, you will certainly be disqualified. Do not match up against O'Neal. Lee Hao forced a smile, stating, I truly do not relish fighting. Should I be tasked with guarding O'Neal, I assure you, I shall not strike him. Collins returned a wry smile, replying, very well. But do remember not to engage in combat. Do not push yourself too hard. I understand the rigors of your training, yet you still fall significantly short compared to O'Neal. Avoid injury. The future belongs to us, and sustaining harm now would be a grave miscalculation. Collins felt an increasing satisfaction with his beloved pupil, who exhibited responsibility, courage, and perseverance. He had never witnessed a hint of surrender in Lee Hao. Leave it to me. I have a sense of proportion. Noticing Lee Hao's determination, Collins nodded. He held little hope, for the two appeared as if one were a rotund monk and the other a slender one. Jordan clapped Li Hao firmly on the shoulder. Moved by a spirit. Initially, Jordan intended to inform Collins that he would be playing center. Li Hao must have sensed his intentions and felt sympathy for his aging limbs. Suddenly, Jordan felt a pang of emotion in his eyes. What a considerate child he was, if only his own son could display such understanding. As the timeout concluded, Li Hao positioned himself at the center position. Channel 5 Sports. Zhang Weiping exclaimed, "Goodness, let us not break our little Li." Sukun added, "Be gentle. It pains me to see little Li suffer even for a minute. How brutal." TNT Studio. Smith laughed so hard that he nearly lost his composure. Desperate measures indeed. Having Li guard O'Neal is akin to handing out points. Barkley remarked, "Though I am reluctant to admit it, Li is indeed incapable of defending against O'Neal. It's over. A total defeat. Congratulations, dear Kenny. You are finally bidding farewell to women's attire." The fans erupted in laughter. As Li Hao's petite stature appeared like a mere sprout in the face of O'Neal, Li Hao disregarded these doubts, receiving the ball beneath the basket before commencing his post-up against O'Neal. Dueling. Li Hao and O'Neal engaged in a fierce confrontation, evenly matched, with a resounding crash. The slender monk collided once more with the stout monk, resulting in a draw. Li Hao summoned all his strength, his power rating of 9.2 posed no intimidation to Shaquille O'Neal. It is worth noting that Li Hao's 9.2 is measured against the peak performance of O'Neal. Although the 30-year-old O'Neal's strength remains a rarity in the league, he has undeniably declined from his 20-year-old self, with a resounding impact. The third clash of wills resulted in O'Neal retreating a step. O'Neal was utterly astonished, realizing that within Li Hao's lean physique lay the strength capable of challenging his own. For the first time, O'Neal faced a setback in this confrontation. The onlookers were equally stunned, collectively rubbing their eyes to ascertain whether this was merely a dream. As they exchanged glances, the shared astonishment confirmed the reality of the situation. The man known for his habitual shock had made his presence felt once again. O'Neal, embarrassed yet resolute, braced himself and advanced with renewed determination. Li Hao did not act recklessly. He executed the elusive footwork taught by Jordan with remarkable finesse. To the left, to the right, to the left, to the right. Shaquille O'Neal, with his wealth of experience, had once felt the impact of Hakeem Olajuwon's dreamlike maneuvers in the finals. The very same footwork that had sent him home. Thus, O'Neal remained unfazed by the initial 2 steps, yet during the 3rd step to the left, his center of gravity was subtly shifted. Li Haoshan seamlessly pivoted to the right, leaped into the air, and executed a breathtaking dunk with both hands gripping the rim. The crowd of Wizards fans could no longer contain their exuberant chants, as the Lakers supporters were left speechless by Li Hao's prowess. They finally seized the opportunity to voice their excitement. Zhang Weiping remarked, "Surely, little Li must have forsaken sleep? Such profound mastery can only be achieved through relentless practice throughout the night." Sukun added, "I am utterly astonished. I need a moment to compose myself. My heart can hardly bear it. I even suspect that little Li might be a scion honing his skills in the mountains." The crowd erupted in excitement, urging their team to swiftly return to defense against this formidable play. Collins, watching from the sidelines, was left at a loss for words by Li Hao's performance. The Lakers were on the offensive, and feeling affronted, O'Neal sought the ball, eager to reclaim his dignity. Li Hao, with a mischievous grin, extended his arms in challenge. Exuding an overwhelming confidence, playing center proved to be quite exhilarating. With a resounding thud, O'Neal felt as though he had collided with a solid wall, the initial impact echoing in solitude. "Shaquille, shall I order you some takeout?" Li Hao began to toy with O'Neal's psyche. Chapter 89, dominating both ends of the court. Who else? Provoked by Li Hao's unabashed taunts, the self-proclaimed Superman O'Neal became enraged, summoning all his strength to confront Li Hao once more. Thud, 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 thud. Thud. Li Hao remained steadfast and unmoved. As O'Neal prepared to continue his assault, the referee's whistle pierced the air. O'Neal had been called for an offensive 3-second violation, thwarted by Li Hao's defense. Barkley remarked, "I initially thought Li's offensive prowess was mere luck, but now it is evident that he possesses genuine skill." Smith added, "It's absurd. Have you ever seen an ant move an elephant? What's absurd is that the big men around me are donning JK uniforms. Can it get any more unreasonable than this?" Laughter erupted as the dynamics shifted once again. Dear Kenny Smith. The Wizards initiated their offense. Li Hao continued to engage in a fierce contest with O'Neal beneath the basket, exchanging blows in rapid succession. Just when everyone anticipated that Li Hao would attempt another layup, he deftly passed the ball to Hamilton, who had cut towards the elbow area. Li Hao recognized that his shooting was inadequate and felt compelled to elevate his teammates. Hamilton's mid-range shot was currently impeccable. Whoosh. Kobe, with a furrowed brow and gasping for breath, conceded to Hamilton, who was known for his remarkable stamina. The Lakers initiated their offensive play, stuck in a dilemma. O'Neal attempted to single-handedly challenge Lee Howe once more, unleashing a series of powerful strikes. Lee Howe stood undaunted, ready to engage. As O'Neal executed his fifth thunderous move, Lee Howe unexpectedly pulled back the chair. With excessive force, O'Neal inadvertently propelled himself beyond the baseline. Embarrassed, O'Neal lowered his head to regain his defensive stance, as the premier center found himself outmaneuvered by a scrawny power forward. In truth, Lee Howe was not a match for O'Neal in the paint. It was merely O'Neal's overzealousness that led him astray. One misstep led to another, ensnaring him in a vicious cycle, and his mindset began to unravel. During the Wizards' possession, Jordan dribbled past half-court and immediately passed the ball to Lee Howe, stationed beyond the three-point line. Lee Howe made a slight adjustment and shot over the defense of Samaki Walker with a swift release. Standing at 207 centimeters, his three-point shot was nearly impossible to defend. As the basketball transformed once more into a precisely guided missile, Lee Howe's penetrating three-pointer forced the Lakers into a halt. As he asserted dominance on both ends of the court, offensively, he executed an impressive dunk over O'Neal, while defensively, he compelled O'Neal into consecutive turnovers. Under his leadership, the Wizards surged with a 7-0 run. With only 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining, the score stood at 91-93. With the Wizards having overtaken the Lakers by 2 points, Phil Jackson was compelled to call a timeout, during which he unusually directed his frustration at O'Neal. The league's premier center is being outplayed by a power forward? Do you aspire to be like Kidd? I underestimated him, coach. I never anticipated his skills were so comprehensive that he could effectively play center. His strength is nearly on par with mine. It's astonishing. O'Neal had yet to recover from his shock. Stop making excuses, Shaquille. Your defense has been lackluster. His strength is comparable to yours. That rationale is far too flimsy. To defend against Lee's shooting, his three-point shot is his forte, while his drive is his weakness. Additionally, he tends to favor right-handed drives, obstruct his right side. The defensive specialist, Bryant, was now engaged. Kobe, his strength is indeed quite similar to mine, O'Neal lamented. Silence, Shaquille. If you're fatigued, admit it instead of resorting to such feeble justifications. Not even your grandmother would believe that. Kobe's assertion held merit. Defending against Lee's shooting made his driving abilities seem insignificant. O'Neal internally cursed, too frustrated to voice his feelings aloud. At that moment, the staff exchanged awkward glances at Kupchak, pondering whether to proceed with the event's arrangements. Stern chuckled to himself, recognizing the influx of revenue. This year's finals had already shattered previous viewership records. If a Game 7 were to happen, the ratings would surely soar. Stern silently commended his own foresight in championing Lee Howe, as the NBA required competition and diverse development. It had become evident that a singular star was not conducive to sustained growth. Sports Channel 5. Soo Koon remarked, Little Lee is not just boasting. He genuinely stated he would seal some skills to increase difficulty, and he has indeed done so. Boasting? Go ahead, Coach Sue, someone interjected. Has Little Lee ever failed to deliver on his words? He has achieved everything he claimed. He merely states a fact, while we, at our lower tier, mistakenly assume he is boasting. How can the Sparrow comprehend the aspirations of the Swan? As the game pauses, the Lakers commence their offensive maneuver. Under the imposing presence of Lee Howe, they hesitate to exploit the formidable force of O'Neal. Kobe, stationed at the arc, meticulously manages the clock. This possession necessitates a high-percentage shot. With merely 7 seconds left on the shot clock, Kobe springs into action, utilizing Horry's screen to penetrate the paint. Simultaneously, Horry retreats to the three-point line, synchronizing his movement with the ball, and decisively releases a shot. The basketball soars through the air, tracing a graceful parabola. Horry's pivotal three-pointer is an unwavering source of reliability. The score ascends to 94-93, granting the Lakers a 1-point lead with just 1 minute and 6 seconds remaining in the contest. The Wizards initiate their offense. As Lee Howe receives a pass from Jordan beyond the three-point line, the frustrated O'Neal steps up to defend, his stance wide and arms outstretched. Resembling an impenetrable wall before Lee Howe, O'Neal provocatively pounds the ground with his right hand, beckoning, Come on, Lee, let us engage in a true duel of men. I fear not your blade. Even the hefty are but mere children. The flush on O'Neal's face betrays the truth in his words, for Lee Howe's taunts cut deeply. Perhaps this is why the system chose him kindred spirits in their bravado. The other 8 players wisely create space, allowing the two to confront one another. Li Hao continuously dribbled beneath his legs, searching for the rhythm of the game. With just 8 seconds remaining on the shot clock, he suddenly made a motion to gather the ball with his left hand. Shaquille O'Neal, unwavering, charged forward to block. Having firmly recalled the words of Kobe and the Zen master, defend against Li Hao's three-point shot. However, O'Neal fell for the ruse, as Li Hao deftly executed a Buddha's palm move, leaving O'Neal in his wake. In truth, the fault did not lie with O'Neal, but rather with the precision of Li Hao's shooting. The essence of deceiving opponents with the Buddha's palm technique is rooted in a reliable three-point shot. Amidst the chaotic air, O'Neal could faintly sense a gust passing by him. Without O'Neal in the paint, the Lakers zone became a veritable haven for Li Hao, a wolf among sheep. With a majestic leap, he delivered a spectacular dunk, his forearm gracefully suspended on the rim. Li Hao pays tribute to the unparalleled dunker Vince Carter, who reigns supreme in the realm of slam dunks. During the 2000 NBA All-Star Weekend, Vince Carter of the Toronto Raptors showcased the iconic arm-hanging dunk for the first time. Who else could possibly compare? I simply wish to inquire, who else indeed? Li Hao, brimming with confidence, hung from the rim, gazing down upon his opponents. His commanding words echoing through the muted Staples Center. Get down, or I'll blow the whistle. The referee was equally imposing. All right then, just a moment. It's not that I don't want to come down. My arm is cramping, Li Hao exclaimed as he nimbly descended from the hoop. At that moment, the score stood at 95-94, with the Wizards surging ahead by a single point, leaving just 43 seconds on the clock. Chapter 90, the grueling victory in Game 6. Forget Shaquille. Are you jumping like a fool? The Zen master could no longer contain his frustration. Shaquille's performance over the past few minutes resembled that of a novice. Shaquille, your defense is absolutely abysmal. Kobe couldn't help but taunt. Kobe, you had me guarding the shots. O'Neal protested, clutching his head in exasperation. Kobe, don't you have a mind of your own? You do whatever you're told without question. Lick my basketball? O'Neal retorted. Damn. Are you out of your mind? I can't lick anything. Kobe shot back, yet you refuse to take a stand now. Why didn't you reject our suggestions on defense? Blame yourself, you buffoon. You insisted on showing off, pushing Brown and Haywood aside, leaving me with no choice but to clean up your mess. As Li Hao passed by, he offered a moment of comfort to O'Neal, who appeared disheveled by the winds of frustration. For heaven's sake, Shaquille, get back on defense. The Zen master shouted from the sidelines. The Lakers initiated their offense, with Kobe at the arc engaging in a pick and roll with Horry. This time, the Wizards executed a rapid switch on defense, leaving Kobe no choice but to take matters into his own hands. O'Neal's consecutive errors were baffling as he attempted a seemingly reasonable shot. The beautiful jump shot resonated with the jarring clang of iron. Jordan seized this pivotal rebound and immediately passed it to the fast-breaking Hamilton. Kobe quickly retreated on defense, and Hamilton, sensing the looming threat of a tall figure rushing toward him, opted against charging recklessly. Instead, he tossed the ball high behind him, allowing Li Hao to soar like a spinning top for an alley-oop dunk. With only 20 seconds remaining in the game and the score at 97-94 in favor of the Wizards, Phil Jackson, now bereft of his calm demeanor, was compelled by Li Hao to call another timeout. The ensuing offensive possession presented two options: execute a quick 2-point fast break or consume the clock and gamble on a three-pointer. The former appeared to be the more prudent choice. Upon returning from the timeout, Jackson once again orchestrated the starburst strategy. O'Neal inbound the ball, with Kobe, Horry, Fisher, and Fox lined up near the left side of the free throw line. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, the Lakers dispersed. O'Neal passed the ball to Kobe, who immediately prepared to shoot, but his attempt was straight and flat. Just as everyone realized it was a pass, O'Neal had already leaped from the sideline to the rim, delivering a thunderous dunk. The sound echoed through the arena as O'Neal roared in celebration, finally releasing his pent-up frustration. The Lakers executed this offensive play in 6 seconds, leaving 14 seconds on the clock and narrowing the score to 96-97, with the Lakers trailing by a single point. The Wizards countered. Jordan delivered the ball to Li Hao, who had unwittingly become the unequivocal linchpin of the team. With the ball in hand, Li Hao surged forward at a blistering 70 miles per hour, urgency coursing through him. It was inevitable that the opposition would foul him. Every second counted. With an engine roaring at full throttle, Horry could not keep pace, and Kobe, having exerted himself for 2 seconds, finally slapped Li Hao's arm. Hey Kobe, ease up. My arm is turning red. Li Hao protested, I'd rather you hit me hard than miss a single shot. Kobe replied with utmost seriousness, fully committed to victory by any means necessary. Amidst the cacophony of jeers that could topple the roof, Li Hao prepared to take his free throws. Taking a deep breath, he flicked his wrist and released the ball. Swish. Swish. With a shooting prowess reminiscent of Reggie Miller, Li Hao's free throw percentage soared to an astonishing 98. Thank goodness you were aggressive, otherwise I doubt I would have made a single one. Li Hao observed the fierce countenance of Kobe, mocking him with a disdainful remark. Just 10 seconds remained in the match. With the score standing at 99-96, the Wizards holding a slender 3-point lead. Phil Jackson summoned the Lakers' final timeout. Kobe, he instructed. The last shot is yours to take. If the opportunity is not favorable, pass it to Horry. Collins added. It is highly probable that the final play will be executed by Kobe. Lee, you must guard him closely. Horry and Fisher cannot be overlooked either. They possess the hearts of champions. As the timeout concluded, Shaquille O'Neal adeptly delivered the ball into Kobe's hands. 10, 9, 8. Li Hao approached directly, applying relentless pressure on defense. He no longer feared Kobe's drives. Guarding against his three-point shot was sufficient. As the countdown began, Kobe continuously retreated to create space for a screen, and Li Hao's towering height of 207 centimeters imposed significant pressure on him. With mere seconds remaining, Shaquille O'Neal used his broad shoulders to shield Li Hao behind him, while Jordan, having anticipated this scenario, swiftly rushed to assist in defense. Despite Jordan's height of 198 centimeters, it did not significantly obstruct Kobe, who decisively released a three-point shot as time dwindled. Though Kobe's shot clanged off the rim, each of his attempts sent shivers down the spines of his adversaries, leaving them uncertain whether his next shot would soar or falter. The collective gasp from the audience echoed as Kobe failed to equalize with his three-pointer. The match concluded with a score of 99-96, as the Wizards narrowly clinched Game 6, forcing a decisive Game 7. In this game, Li Hao captivated both media and fans with his all-around performance. When the Wizards center was ejected, he stepped up, dominating crucial offensive and defensive plays, even overwhelming O'Neal. Li Hao achieved a remarkable stat line of 43 points, 10 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 block, and 2 steals, the highest in the game. Jordan contributed 24 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, and 1 steal, while Hamilton added 14 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, and 1 steal. Brown, hindered by foul trouble, managed 13 points, 8 rebounds, 1 block, and 6 fouls. O'Neal also delivered an impressive performance in the first 3 quarters, scoring 34 points, 14 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 blocks, but unfortunately faltered at a critical moment against Li Hao. Kobe finished with 28 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists, and 1 steal. Following this match, some media outlets began to waver. The Lakers no longer seemed invincible. In the face of Li Hao's divine performance, nothing appeared impossible. The calls for the Wizards to claim the championship grew fervent, suggesting that their triumph was the most desirable outcome. With Jordan securing his 7th championship title, having returned to the league twice and won twice, his status as the preeminent player in the NBA would be further solidified. Li Hao, as an Asian, has triumphantly captured the first championship title for Asians, earning him the esteemed title of Jordan's successor. With the emergence of Li Hao, Kobe, previously the sole heir to Jordan's legacy, now faces a formidable rival in the form of an Asian figure with yellow skin and dark hair. However, media perspectives vary. Phil Jackson's 3rd consecutive championship is equally unprecedented. The dynasty established by the OK duo marks the first three-peat in the post-Jordan era. David Stern, with great promotional fervor, has disseminated these sensational narratives across the globe. The attention surrounding the 2001-2002 NBA Finals reached unprecedented heights. As the 7th game of the finals commenced, an MVP-worthy Kobe stood on the brink of glory. On the evening of June 7, 2002, at 7 p.m., the NBA Finals, long awaited by the world, officially began at the Staples Center, home of the Los Angeles Lakers. The venue was filled to capacity, with Hollywood starlets gracing the front rows, transforming the arena into a runway. Kate Winslet, Paris Hilton, Monica Bellucci, Kim Kardashian, Scarlett Johansson, these luminaries basked in the immense exposure the NBA provided, reaping benefits without consequence. Fans from across the globe converged here, eager to witness history unfold. Ticket prices soared to astronomical heights, yet they remained elusive treasures. Lakers owner Jerry Buss wore an uncontainable grin, for regardless of the outcome, he was a victor, reaping substantial profits. Charles Barkley and Smith arrived hand in hand to provide commentary. Barkley donned a black tailcoat while Smith appeared in a white bridal gown, resembling a couple entering a wedding venue. David Stern made his third appearance at the event, assisting the aging Bill Russell, a legend in his own right. Danya Pollen made her entrance, exuding allure, her gaze toward Lee Howe brimming with admiration, yet it turned icy when directed at Jordan. She was poised to confront him post-game. Magic Johnson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar returned, their combined efforts having secured 5 championship trophies for the Lakers. As warm-ups concluded, DJ's impassioned introduction heralded the players' grand entrance. With substitutes exiting the court and starters remaining, the referee tossed the basketball into the air, signaling the official commencement of the finals. Shaquille O'Neal, with a serious demeanor, won the jump ball, and after Fisher advanced the ball past half-court, he passed it to Kobe at the three-point arc, setting a screen to block Hamilton. Seizing the opportunity, Kobe launched a three-pointer before Ruse could switch defenders. The sound of the ball hitting the rim resonated through Los Angeles, a sound that fans would come to cherish fondly in the years following Kobe's retirement. After Lee Howe secured the defensive rebound, he swiftly initiated a fast break. While the Lakers' defensive retreat was remarkably prompt, Lee Howe, recognizing the absence of opportunity, passed the ball to Jordan, who had established a position on the left side of the elbow. Jordan, employing his strength, backed down against Rick Fox, feigned left with his shoulder, and swiftly pivoted to the right for a fading jump shot. Fox, aware he could not prevent the shot, discreetly pushed Jordan. Unsurprisingly, Jordan's seemingly certain basket veered off the rim. He signaled for a foul, yet the bald referee, Joe Crawford, remained indifferent. This decision set the tone for the defensive standards throughout the match. As the Lakers launched their offense, O'Neal's turnaround hook shot was disrupted by Brown's persistent defense. The referee continued to withhold the whistle. It was a contest of fairness, where victory hinged solely on skill. Under such tenacious defense, the basketball game had nearly transformed into a rugby match. The shooting accuracy for both teams was abysmally dismal, and as the first quarter concluded, the score stood at an alarming 10-10, marking the lowest scoring in finals history. Upon returning for the second quarter, the referees intensified their scrutiny of fouls. O'Neal's overwhelming advantage in the paint became apparent once more. Although Brown managed to avoid fouling, he could not contain O'Neal's scoring. O'Neal racked up 8 consecutive points through dunks and free throws, while the Wizards clung to the scoreline, thanks to Lee Howe. By halftime, the score read 35-30, with the Lakers leading by 5. As the third quarter commenced, the Lakers continued to exploit the interior, prompting the Wizards to make strategic adjustments. Collins assigned Lee Howe to guard O'Neal, positioning him as the key player for the Wizards, tasked with neutralizing the opponent's most formidable player. He was also expected to create offensive opportunities. O'Neal and Lee Howe collided with fervor, prompting Brown to swiftly double-team. O'Neal astutely passed the ball to Samaki Walker, who was subsequently covered by Hamilton, leading Walker to find an open Kobe. Before Jordan could close in, Kobe launched a jump shot that traced a beautiful arc through the air, finding the net against his idol. As the sound of the swish echoed, Jordan gasped for breath. While Kobe matched his exertion, Lee Howe panted heavily, O'Neal glistened with sweat, and Brown's jersey was soaked. The passionate exchanges of the first quarter had sapped the majority of their energy, and as the match progressed, it had devolved into a battle of endurance. The one with the strongest will would ultimately prevail. On the offensive end for the Wizards, Lee Howe found an opportunity beyond the three-point line. Without hesitation, he launched a three-pointer, only to be doused in cold water as the ball soared midway. Ding! Time for repayment had arrived, and within the ensuing 10 minutes, the three-point shooting percentage plummeted to 0. The clang of the iron echoed even more sharply than Kobe's misses. Why 10 minutes? I had prepaid 5 minutes. Yet you require a repayment of 10. Why is that? Lee Howe was utterly bewildered. He had already won the affections of the system's wife, and he pondered why the repayment had to occur at this moment. Borrowing money from a bank incurs no interest. JD Finance requires no interest. WeChat loans demand no interest. You foolishly advanced 5 minutes, relishing in your ostentation at that moment. The notion of sealing certain skills to heighten the difficulty of the game seemed utterly ludicrous. Now, a 10-minute repayment seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? You, to hell with it. Lee Howe was on the verge of losing his mind. The system felt more predatory than loan sharks. Kobe seized the defensive rebound, dribbling across half-court with several swift strides, and, facing Hamilton's relentless defense, launched a three-pointer from 3 meters beyond the arc. Swish! The arrow-like shot pierced the Wizards' psychological defenses. Bill Russell beamed with pride, considering Kobe as his own son. If it were possible, he longed to present the FMVP trophy to Kobe. Yet, he understood that the FMVP could never bypass the team's leader, Shaquille O'Neal. To honor the second-in-command. On Sports Channel 5, Zhang Weiping nearly exclaimed as Kobe sank the three-pointer. Good. Fortunately, he managed to refrain from uttering the full phrase, or he would have faced the wrath of Li Hao's fans across China and even Asia. With Li Hao's ascent, he had evidently surpassed Yao Ming, becoming the most luminous star in the sports realm. What a heart of steel. Kobe's three-pointer was exceedingly detrimental to the Wizards. The Lakers were surging with momentum, placing the Wizards in a particularly precarious position. Su Kun was elated. Zhang's task was arduous. Both sides bore the brunt, objectively speaking. Kobe possessed all the attributes necessary to become the star among stars. With top-tier defense, an all-encompassing offense, a cold-blooded killer instinct, and the audacity to take the final shot. His success was merely a matter of time. Yet, I place my faith in young Lee. Despite being underestimated, he has steadily led the Wizards to the finals. I believe he will continue to weave miracles. Indeed, young Lee is synonymous with miracles. He will undoubtedly respond to Kobe with a three-pointer. When it comes to three-point shooting, Young Lee encounters no rivals. Zhang Weiping held great confidence in Young Lee's ability to shoot from beyond the arc. Chapter 92. The Miller moment in the Lakers' possession. Kobe broke through, using a screen to drive into the paint for a thunderous dunk. This play ignited the Staples Center, with Kobe pounding his chest and roaring. Shaquille O'Neal, watching enviously, thought to himself how incredibly handsome this kid was. The Wizards' offense commenced. Li Hao's hopes for a three-pointer had vanished, forcing him to resort to an inside hook shot. Kobe immediately abandoned Rui to apply a double team. Rui was like a ghost on the Wizards, easily ignored. Li Hao skillfully maneuvered through the crowd, delivering the ball to Rui. Rui received the pass, leaped into the air, and released the shot, his shooting form remarkably reminiscent of Jordan's elegance. With a resounding thud, O'Neal seized the defensive rebound and swiftly passed it to Kobe, who sprinted down the court, turning midair to execute a one-handed slam dunk in the face of Hamilton's defense. Bam! Kobe was on fire, scoring 9 consecutive points with a blend of drives and jumpers. Under his orchestration, the Lakers flourished. As the fourth quarter reached the 5-minute mark, the score stood at 62-50, with the Lakers leading by 12 points. As Li Hao's moment of reckoning arrived, his three-pointer sounded the trumpet of counterattack, while Jordan Brown followed suit with mid-range shots, keeping the Wizards' hopes alive. Yet, the Lakers remained undeterred by Li Hao's long-range strike. The formidable duo of O'Neal and Kobe showcased their unparalleled dominance and experience, consistently scoring to stabilize the team's position. As the game progressed to the 11th minute, Li Hao connected with a skyhook, narrowing the gap. With only 1 minute remaining, the score was 84-79, the Lakers ahead by 5 points. The Lakers initiated their offense, entrusting the ball to Kobe as usual. He meticulously managed the clock at the top of the arc, and with 8 seconds left, Kobe sprang into action. He opted for a back-to-the-basket isolation against Richard Hamilton, rhythmically dribbling to find his pace. Suddenly, he faked left with his shoulder, deceiving Hamilton, then pivoted right for a fadeaway jumper. Kobe's fadeaway mirrored Jordan's, as if it were a flawless replication. The basketball arched gracefully through the air, capturing the gaze of every spectator as it soared toward the hoop. Thud! The fans' initial disappointment swiftly transformed into euphoric jubilation as the ball struck the rim, bouncing once before falling through the net. With just 40 seconds remaining, the score read 86-79, the Lakers leading by 7. Kobe bared his teeth in a fierce roar. His performance today was impeccable, as Kobe set his sights on the first Finals MVP. The Staples Center erupted with excitement. The Lakers' 14th championship was within reach, and the era of the Lakers dynasty was dawning. In just 40 seconds, they were poised to witness this historic moment. The players of the Lakers jubilantly celebrated among themselves, leading by 7 points with only 40 seconds remaining. A divine intervention could not turn the tide now. Kupchak once again arranged for staff to present championship t-shirts and hats to the Lakers players, determined to avoid the awkwardness of the previous game's premature preparations. Phil Jackson rose from his seat, relieved, and rubbed his back. The long season was finally drawing to a close. The 11th championship ring was already secure, and there was no room left for another on his fingers. Perhaps it would have to find a place on his foot instead. He decided to take Genie Bus on a trip to China after the championship parade, eager to discover whether the Chinese indeed possessed martial arts prowess. In stark contrast to Phil Jackson's elation was Collins, whose face resembled that of weathered bark, filled with despair. The Wizards' bench was silent. Even Li Hao seemed at a loss for solutions. Stern shook his head with regret. The remarkable Eastern martial artist had ultimately fallen short. He had already begun to contemplate whether the MVP should be awarded to Kobe or Shaquille. The Wizards launched an offensive, in a rush to save time. Li Hao attempted a three-point shot. Dueling. With 36 seconds left on the clock, the score stood at 86-79, with the Lakers leading by 7. The Lakers took possession, and Fisher passed the ball to Kobe, who was immediately met with a tactical foul from Hamilton. Swish. Swish. Under pressure, Kobe sank both free throws, extending the lead to 9 points with 30 seconds remaining, bringing the score to 88-79. In the ensuing possession, Li Hao desperately sought the ball, refusing to give up until the final buzzer sounded. Li Hao surged forward like the wind, while the tenacious Kobe clung to him like a piece of stubborn gum. Time was of the essence. Li Hao faced Kobe's defense and launched a shot. A rainbow arc followed as the basketball traced a beautiful parabola. With merely 24 seconds remaining in the match, the score stood at 88-82, with the Lakers leading by 6 points. As the Lakers initiated their offense, Fisher passed the ball to Kobe as per usual. Upon receiving the ball, Kobe sprinted away, savoring every second he could delay. He ran for a full 5 seconds before being caught, returning to the free throw line. The sound echoed, dueling. Swish. With 19 seconds left in the game, the score shifted to 89-82, the Lakers now ahead by 7 points. Collins wore a bitter smile, realizing hope had all but vanished. Jordan proudly lifted his chin, tears shimmering in his eyes. Even in defeat, he would hold his head high. The Wizards fans began to exit, for the outcome was all too evident. On Sports Channel 5, Zhang Weiping remarked, "Though defeated, there is honor. The future belongs to young Li." Su Kun added, "Kobe's performance today was extraordinary. Otherwise, the Wizards might not have lost." Zhang Weiping hesitated to elaborate, wary of potential backlash. In the Wizards' possession, Collins opted not to call a timeout for strategy, having given up, as had everyone else, except for Li Hao, who clung to hope. After receiving a pass from Rue, he sped down the court, with Kobe trailing him like a shadow. Just moments prior, Li Hao had infuriated Kobe by sinking a three-pointer over him, and Kobe was nothing if not vengeful on the court. Kobe's relentless defense confined Li Hao, leaving him with scant room to shoot as time ticked away. 15, 14, 13. Set a screen, Li Hao shouted, demanding a pick. Brown used his broad shoulders to shield Kobe behind him. 11, 10. As the clock approached 9, 8 seconds, Li Hao drew back, poised to release a three-point shot. Ding. The moment of Miller was triggered, scoring 8 points in 9. 8 seconds was no longer a dream. Li Hao smiled with a sense of relief. For the diligent are never forsaken by fate. Enduring hardships and biding time, 3,000 warriors from you could conquer Wu. At last, the moment of Miller has arrived. Kobe's fierce competitive spirit propelled him past Brown to leap for a block. Clap. A foul on Kobe. Swish. The three-pointer is in. Li Hao, amidst the cacophony of jeers from the crowd, successfully completed a crucial free throw. Ding. 3-1-4, just 4 points shy. With a mere 6 seconds remaining in the match, the score stood at 89-86, with the Lakers leading by 3. Although victory seemed imminent, the cautious Phil Jackson opted to call a timeout to devise a strategy. Smith, drenched in sweat from his wedding attire, irritably remarked, "Phil is such a coward." Calling a timeout with only 6 seconds left. The championship is within reach, yet he hesitates. What if the Lakers lose? Barkley cast a dubious glance at Smith. If they were to lose, I'd run naked in Hollywood. Smith felt confident in his statement. All right then, I'll join you in this reckless wager. If the Lakers win, I shall run naked in Hollywood. Chapter 93. In the face of Kobe's defense, a three-point play seals the game. Collins, following the customary procedures, dispensed a bit of encouragement and symbolically outlined a strategy for fouling. With 6 seconds left and the Lakers in possession, victory appeared unattainable. Foul. Implement the foul strategy. Do not foul. Do not foul. Do not foul. I will intercept. Li Hao swiftly intervened. At that moment, Miller was akin to a rapid comet, his speed as quick as lightning. All right, no one is to commit a foul. Heed my words. If anyone intercepts, immediately pass the ball to me. Collins waved dismissively, resigned to the inevitability of defeat. Phil Jackson proclaimed, maintain composure. As long as we successfully release the ball, victory is within our grasp. If Kobe lacks the opportunity to pass to Fisher, and Fisher cannot relay it to Horry. We remain but 6 seconds away from ushering in the Lakers dynasty. Let us take the reins and commence our reign. Upon resuming play, O'Neal prepared to execute an inbound pass. Brown incessantly leaped to create disruption. And in the fleeting moment Brown descended, O'Neal delivered the ball to the unmarked Kobe, who dashed into open space. Lee Howe moved simultaneously with the ball. And with the assistance of the system, his speed surpassed that of the ball itself. To the astonishment of all, Lee Howe intercepted the ball before Kobe could reach it. 6. 5. Lee Howe intercepted the ball and sprinted forward, his eyes fixed on the dwindling seconds on the clock. Kobe, filled with fury, pursued him relentlessly, positioning himself before Lee Howe in an attempt to block the shot. 4. 3. Lee Howe swiftly cast a glance at his feet. He found himself at the center circle, precisely at the point where the match was set to commence with a jump ball. Lee Howe deliberately leaped for a jump shot against Kobe's defense, the basketball soaring towards the hoop, carrying the gaze of the entire world. The Wizards trailed by 3 points, and to secure a victory, they needed a 3-point play. Kobe, having discerned Lee Howe's intentions, found it too late to retract his hand. Yet, he remained largely unconcerned, believing that this shot was destined to miss. Even if awarded 3 free throws, the Wizards could only hope to equalize. Moreover, he doubted this young man could convert all 3 attempts. The Staples Center was filled with sporadic applause, which gradually crescendoed into a thunderous ovation. Lakers fans had begun to celebrate their 14th championship prematurely. Should that shot succeed, they would join Smith in a jubilant escapade through Hollywood. Swish! The crisp sound of the basketball threading through the net shattered the Lakers' fantasies, as Lee Howe executed a stunning 3-pointer, striking a blow to all who presumed the Wizards would falter. It seemed that, apart from Lee Howe, no one anticipated a victory for the Wizards. Crawford had even forgotten to blow the whistle, only doing so at Lee Howe's prompting for Kobe Bryant's defensive foul. Kobe wore a ghostly expression, lamenting as he cradled his head, realizing that victory was tantalizingly close yet slipping away at the last moment. In an instant, he comprehended the plight of Shaquille O'Neal from the previous game, as Lee Howe proved to be an extraordinary player. As a scholar of the game, Kobe found himself at a loss for words to encapsulate Lee Howe's recent performance. It was as if he were a deity incarnate. Amidst the chorus of boos, Lee Howe calmly sank the free throw. With no time remaining on the clock, the score shifted to 90-89, with the Wizards seizing a 1-point lead. Lee Howe executed a breathtaking long-range 3-pointer from beyond the arc, sealing the fate of the Lakers in a stunning victory for the Wizards, who claimed the NBA championship for the 2001-2002 season. The Staples Center fell into an awestruck silence as everyone gazed incredulously at the man who shone like the sun. In a mere 9.8 seconds, he scored 8 points, effortlessly sinking 2 consecutive 3-1 shots while facing Kobe. The last 3-1 was launched from midcourt. Is this still the performance of a mere mortal? Kupchak's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. He longed to vanish into the earth. He hastily instructed the staff to retract the championship t-shirts and caps already presented to the Lakers before departing in a flurry, unable to linger for even a moment. David Stern could have fit an ostrich egg in his mouth. After years of witnessing NBA finals, this was undoubtedly the most exhilarating championship series, without exception. The legendary Bill Russell looked on with sympathy for Kobe, who had played exceptionally well this game. Alas, Lee Howe outshone him, and fortune favored the Wizards. Danya Bolin gazed at Lee Howe with flushed cheeks. Her joy was not for the championship, but for his heroic performance. She quickly called the cheerleading captain of the Wizards, instructing her to have the team dress in alluring attire for the night, determined to secure Lee's attention. A reward of $1 million awaited the team member who succeeded. And oh, don't forget to have Daisy secretly film for Sports Channel 5. Zhang Weiping exclaimed, "Director Su, I am so thrilled I can scarcely find words. My heart is pounding with exhilaration, simply astounding." Su Kun replied, "Director Zhang, remain composed. I have some quick-acting heart pills in my bag. Help yourself. If anything were to happen to you, Young Lee would blame himself." Young Lee once again slapped us all in the face with his remarkable performance, leaving Director Zhang on the brink of a heart attack. This is the allure of competitive sports. Nothing is impossible. Young Lee has imparted another lesson to us. Whether in foreign lands or hustling for a living at home, let us live with hope. Dreams are meant to be cherished. What if they come true? Young Lee is a living testament to this, having navigated the highs and lows of the NBA, once reduced to a mere water cooler player. Yet, through tireless dedication and perseverance, he harnessed his energy and ultimately erupted in brilliance. Let us take Lee Howe as our exemplar and strive relentlessly, not seeking perfection but living with integrity. Dear viewers before your screens, Our commentary on the 2001 to 2002 NBA season concludes here. We now shift our focus to the World Championships and the Asian Games, where we shall continue to witness the legendary journey of Li Hao. Barkley said, "Old friend, let us set a date for our streaking escapade. A promise is a promise, and I believe many friends will attend in person." Smith. The starlets in the front row at Staples gazed at Li Hao with such intensity that it seemed as though they might drown the arena. Kate Winslet proudly tugged at her number 7 jersey, oblivious to the way her figure was subtly revealed. This jersey was worn by Li during his 8th game. "I received it in exchange for my own." A bystander inquired, "What did you trade for it?" Winslet replied with pride, "Naturally, it was my bikini." Kim Kardashian, unable to contain her voluptuous form, was on the verge of sitting on Li Hao, if not for the staff restraining her. She resolved that the star who had eluded Kobe would be hers to conquer. Tonight, she was determined to prevent Li Hao from scoring a single point. Monica Bellucci's eyes sparkled. Her repeated visits to the Lakers' home games were solely to witness Li Hao. Indeed, he did not disappoint her, and she resolved to present him with a gift this evening. In contrast to Magic Johnson's disappointment, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar wore a look of satisfaction. His signature skyhook remained as formidable as ever, allowing him to dominate the league even in this era. Chapter 94. Kobe takes note of the Hawks incident. The cheers from the Wizards shattered the tranquility of Staples as Jordan excitedly sprinted to Li Hao's side to celebrate wildly. Collins also surged onto the court. This marked his first championship victory. Li Hao was lifted by the Wizards players and tossed into the air before descending back down. "Put me down. Don't let me fall to my demise. Be cautious, lest joy turn to sorrow." Li Hao's voice was drowned out by the roar of the crowd. Despite his gloomy mood, O'Neal exemplified the grace of the league's premier center. He approached Li Hao and embraced him warmly. "Li, next year's championship will undoubtedly belong to the Lakers. Your luck cannot shine so brightly every year. Nevertheless, congratulations are in order." "Thank you, Shaquille. You are formidable, but alas, you encountered me." This is the allure of competitive sports. Amidst the chaos on the court, friendships can still flourish off it. In truth, O'Neal's performance was nothing short of exceptional. He dominated the paint on both ends of the floor. He single-handedly left Brown and Hayward disoriented, yet he was met with the formidable prowess of Li Hao, who possessed an extraordinary system. Li Hao did not perceive the existence of a system as dishonorable. Rather, he regarded this fortuity as an integral part of his prowess. Just as Shaquille O'Neal was born a natural basketball prodigy, this was O'Neal's fortune, which, to outsiders, might be construed as a system. "Could we perhaps refrain from the headshots next time?" O'Neal murmured. "I truly did not intend for that to happen." Kobe approached Jordan, and the two greatest shooting guards in history embraced with heartfelt affection, embodying the bond of both mentor and friend. "Brother, you have already secured your 7th championship. Surpassing you now seems an insurmountable task," Kobe remarked. "In the future, your aspirations may not be directed toward me. You might find yourself aspiring to reach a figure whom even I admire." Jordan gestured toward Li Hao, who was engaged in jovial banter with O'Neal, his performance having already eclipsed that of his contemporaries. Kobe's expression grew serious, for Jordan spoke the truth. Li Hao would become his lifelong rival. At the age of 24, he felt like an old veteran in the presence of the merely 20-year-old Li Hao. Despite his reluctance to concede defeat, Kobe managed to force a smile as he approached Li Hao. "Congratulations, Li," he exclaimed. "Thank you, Kobe. The future belongs to you." Li replied, "You are younger than I am. Next season, the championship will be ours." Kobe, a fiercely competitive individual, found it more painful to congratulate an opponent than to face defeat. Moved by his emotions, Li Hao resolved to share a secret with Kobe. "Kobe, I offer you a piece of advice. Be wary of a girl named Caitlin Feeble from Eagle, Colorado." Li Hao spoke of the incident in Eagle County from a parallel universe. On June 30th, 2003, Kobe Bryant flew to Colorado for knee surgery. Accompanying him was 19-year-old hotel receptionist Caitlin Feeble, who subsequently engaged in a liaison with Kobe. Following the encounter, Caitlin accused Kobe of rape, a charge that profoundly impacted him, leading to Vanessa's miscarriage and a significant decline in his popularity. Ultimately, Kobe issued a public apology and reached a settlement, resulting in the withdrawal of the accusations. "What are you talking about, Li? I don't even know her," Kobe exclaimed, bewildered. "Remember this name, along with the time and place. I trust you will comprehend it then." Kobe dismissed Li's words with a scoff, feeling perplexed by his remarks. It was not until June 30th, 2003, that Kobe recognized Li's omniscience. In Eagle He encountered an alluring hotel attendant whose advances made him uneasy, yet he still desired to engage with her. For a handsome and talented NBA star like Kobe, such overtures were commonplace. He had long since cast aside Lee's counsel. The two quickly became entangled in a passionate embrace, prompting Kobe to habitually inquire about her name. "I am Catherine Feeble." Upon hearing this, Kobe was instantly jolted to awareness, as Lee's words reverberated in his memory like a thunderclap. He immediately pushed Feeble away. But she lunged at him again. Without hesitation, Kobe retrieved his phone and dialed for assistance. "Hello, this is Kobe Bryant. A girl is attempting to rape me." After this incident, Lee Hao's reputation in Kobe's eyes soared to unprecedented heights. Years later, during his Hall of Fame speech, Kobe recounted this secret, astonishing all in attendance. As Lee Hao found himself momentarily free, a multitude of media outlets clamored to interview him, encircling him in a throng. Lee Hao spotted Xiao Hua, who was squeezed at the very edge of the crowd, and he made his way through the throng. "I apologize, everyone, but my time is limited and must be dedicated to my country's media." A radiant expression of pride adorned Xiao Hua's face. "Lee Hao, first and foremost, congratulations on winning the championship. You are the first Chinese player to achieve this remarkable feat. I boldly predict that you will also become the MVP of the finals. Do you have any words for the Chinese fans across the ocean? I am exceptionally fortunate to have attained such commendable success, which is inextricably linked to the unwavering support of my fans during my lowest moments. To be candid, I once contemplated giving up, as I felt that Asians were ill-suited for the intensity of the NBA. It was the encouragement from my fans that enabled me to persevere. I practiced day and night, and my efforts have finally borne fruit. To the basketball enthusiasts in China, I implore you to pursue your basketball dreams with vigor. Where there's a will, there's a way. The brave shall overcome adversity, and those who toil diligently will ultimately be rewarded. Chinese basketball will only grow stronger, and I shall lead our national team to the pinnacle of the world. However, I too will age, and I hope that when that time comes, you will rise to take my place. To those of you seated in internet cafes, in classrooms, or on the court, you will become the protagonists of future Chinese basketball. Let us together carry the torch of glory for Chinese basketball, ensuring its legacy endures forever. Dear viewers before your screens, time is of the essence, and today's interview must conclude here. Lee Hao will now attend the awards ceremony. As the cameraman shut off the lens, Xiao Hua immediately leaned in conspiratorially towards Lee Hao. "Brother Hao, I have nowhere to go tonight." "Stop joking. Your organization must have arranged accommodations. Don't fool me. What is there to fear for a grown man like you? Am I going to eat you? I already explained the situation to you last time. My organization has arranged for me, but what about my sister? She is sitting right there on the sidelines, having traveled all this way just to see you." Xiao Hua pointed to the sidelines where a starry-eyed girl sat. "They're calling me over there. I must take my leave. Goodbye." The principle of not taking advantage of opportunities too close to home was ingrained in Lee Hao. When Zhang Jizhong and Li Dawei returned to the country for interviews, they praised you to the skies. "What is the deal? Are you only entertaining male guests?" I am determined to win you over. After your awards ceremony, I will corner you. Next time you all arrange it." Lee Hao slipped away. For us Chinese, next time often means never again. You insufferable man. I will definitely corner you tonight." Lee Hao felt a chill creeping down his back as he heard Xiao Hua's words. He was currently plagued by the overwhelming attention from those desiring his presence. Chapter 95, The Grand Finals Award Ceremony. The Jinfin family drama group sends their congratulations. The host's impassioned tones signaled the commencement of the 0102 NBA Finals Award Ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, let us direct our gaze to the center of the arena. We are about to present the championship trophy, the Larry O'Brien Trophy, along with the 2001 Finals MVP trophy. Now, let us invite NBA Commissioner David Stern to present the Larry O'Brien Trophy to the Washington Wizards. David Stern took the microphone, expressing gratitude to the fans and both teams. He solemnly handed the Larry O'Brien Trophy to Tonya Bowling. Standing among a group of imposing figures, Bowling appeared delicate yet enchanting. With a charming kiss upon the trophy, she passed it to Lee Hao, saying, "Thank you to the fans for your support and to my wonderful players. Of course, the person who deserves the most gratitude is Lee. This Larry O'Brien Trophy is a gift he bestowed upon the Wizards, a miracle he granted me." After her speech, Bowling nestled into Lee Hao's embrace with such fervor that those nearby felt an awkward tension. The host, maintaining professionalism, swiftly redirected the focus. Next, we invite Wizards head coach Doug Collins to speak. Collins began, First, I want to express my gratitude to the fans. Without your support, we wouldn't have reached this point. I must also thank my esteemed boss, who chose Lee and Brown, leading us to this championship victory. Undoubtedly, the one we owe the most thanks to is Lee. As you all witnessed, he transformed despair into triumph, guiding us to the championship. To be honest, with half a minute left in the game, I had already given up. I believed we were destined to lose. Yet, Lee did not surrender, showcasing a miraculous performance by scoring 8 points in 8 seconds to overturn the formidable Lakers. I still feel as though this is a surreal dream, yet the reality stands before us. What more is there to say? Let us congratulate ourselves. Next, the 2001 Finals MVP trophy was to be awarded, and David Stern was invited to announce the recipient. In an instant, the camera focused on Michael Jordan, then briefly shifted to Lee Howe. Undoubtedly, the Finals MVP would emerge from one of these two. Stern cast a meaningful glance at Jordan and then at Lee Howe, entering the playoffs by a narrow margin. The 8th-seeded Eastern Conference Nets breezed past the Hornets and the Celtics. In a seemingly hopeless situation, they triumphed over the Lakers to secure the championship. His performance transcends mere description. Tonight, he is the epitome of peak Michael Jordan, averaging 39, 8 points, 8 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block per game. In his rookie year in the NBA, he has led his team to a championship. This miraculous Eastern youth, this mysterious boy with martial prowess. Let us extend our most fervent applause to Lee. Bill Russell, alongside the legendary Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, presented the FMEN trophy to Lee Howe. A proud smile adorned Jabbar's face, as he had long yearned for the experience of awarding the FMEN. Now, basking in the glory of his talented prodigy, he exemplified the notion that choice often outweighs effort. Next, we invite the youngest FMVN recipient, Lee Howe, to deliver his remarks. At the tender age of 20 years and 177 days, he has successfully surpassed Magic Johnson, becoming the youngest ever winner of the FMVN award. Lee Howe took the microphone from the host and spoke with heartfelt sincerity. First and foremost, I must express my gratitude to our beloved fans. They are our lifeblood, and it is their unwavering support that has brought the NBA to its present glory. I would also like to extend my thanks to all the staff of our team. While we bask in the spotlight, it is their selfless dedication that remains unseen behind the scenes. However, the person I am most indebted to is my esteemed teammate and elder brother, the basketball deity, Michael Jordan. His grand vision has enabled me to attain the FMVP trophy. He has willingly sacrificed his own statistics and accolades, continuously setting me up for success. I am aware that there is still fuel in his tank. Should he desire the FMVP, it is a title no one could wrest from him. Yet, for the future of the NBA, he has graciously passed the opportunity to the younger generation, and I consider myself fortunate to have seized the chance. Michael possesses an unparalleled passion for basketball and everything associated with it. He is a true leader, a genuine hero, and the authentic god of basketball. Let us cherish every moment he graces the court. Though he is the sun, even he must eventually set. However, let us not despair. For on the other half of the court, the sun will rise again, brimming with hope. This